Hello, hello. How are we all doing? What is happening? Did you know that it's slightly cooler than yesterday, but it's still bloody warm? It is bloody warm. Did Wolfie make it? I believe he did. I'm fairly sure he did. Let me look at the standings. If I search for GLICK, it's not been updated. Why has it not been updated? It's only updated to round 5. Can I have it updated to round 8? Oh, there we go. I think this is... No, I'm confused now because it's all incorrect. Why is that? North American champion standings. Oh, that's the juniors. I want the masters. And this isn't... Why is this not up to date? Why is this not up to date? Or is this the... Is this... What is this? Why? It says... I don't know. The standings aren't up to date on the website that I'm using, so I can't tell. But how are we doing, everybody? How we diddly doing? We need to say thank you to lovely people that support the channel before we do anything. You know the usual, making a hamburger sandwich before jumping in a massive crater in the middle of Spain. Oh, yeah. Hamburger sandwich. Yummy. It's been 27 consistently all day in my room. What's the temperature in my room right now? We're not too bad here. We're 26.2, so my shirt can stay on. Lucky, lucky you. Let's say thank you to lovely people that support the channel before we do anything, because we can't forget those lovely people. So join me in saluting the current reigning defending champions for the month of June, who are Kaylee, the joint donation and YouTube gift champion, and the Ninetale Fox Alex, the joint Twitch bits and Twitch gifts champion. Then over to our Ace Trader Ultra members, who are Heavy Metal Muse, Samakardi, Typhlosion Shogun, Rachelin, Dr. Vixelation, Tactical Dilly, Glenn, Sophie Jane, Alex the 8T, and Micah 7er. And then our lovely Ace Trainer Ultra members on Twitch, who are our tier 3 subs, who are Bro Metapod, Rachelin, Gears of Gizmo, and Drake Knight. And then give us double salutes for the big boys who ride that Ace Train in first class. They are the best of the best, the creme de la creme, the pièce de la résistance. They are the wonderful Bro Metapod, Purple Dragonair, Gia Overlord, Mumbai Cobra, Night Angel, Cat Rider, Blue Malamute, and Pokey Trader Dean. Thank you all. You're all dead good. I'm going to put my arms down now because it's really freaking hot. Holy cannoli. That is bloody warm. Oh, how are we? I need to make sure my Switch is working because I accidentally didn't have it on the dock properly yesterday, apparently. So it's kind of alive. It's kind of alive. Let's have a little gander. Oh, it's awake. Let's go. It's fine at 5. Do you see that? You see that? 5%. Yeah, it wasn't on the dock properly. So it is slowly charging, but we're getting there. I'll make sure all the alerts are on for now because the stream isn't live, you know. I mean, obviously the stream is live, but you know what I mean. The last 5 Tauros, I hatched them last night. They weren't shiny. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. I'm currently playing Digimon World Next Order. So far, not too bad of a game. I played a little bit of that, and then I just kind of stopped and never went back to it. I just realized because it's because the Pokemon stream isn't on yet, we need background music. There we go. That's much better. That's much less chaotic. I need to check my Masijos. I'll give it a little sit for a minute. Actually, I'll get some eggs going. Get some eggs going. Supposedly, the Pokemon stream starts in 6 minutes. I hope it doesn't start with a half-hour countdown again, because that would make me very sad inside. How are we doing? Am I actually... Did I go live on Twitch? I should have done. I did, yes. Good. Just making sure. Just making sure. It will start with a countdown? Well, there we go, Joe. There we go. Well, in that case, we've got time for me to... You know that feeling when you have a shower on a hot day, and the moment you get out the shower, you literally cannot stop sweating? No matter how cold the shower was, you get out of the shower and you're just like, oh, I guess I'm just sweating now. That's my existence. That's me right now. I'm fucking whammoo. It is gnarly. It is gnarly. No, you don't need 3. 3's overkill. There we go. Let me turn it up a bit for me. Ah. I've not had that experience. Sounds awful. It's fucking nightmare fuel. Joe says countdown. There's definitely a countdown. Cerebi confirmed, baby. Let me turn that. Oh, there we go. That's better. It's bright, but it's better. Because now I'm not being, like, drowned of all colour by the dirty sun. If I was sweating from the heat, I'd go have a shower to cool down. As stupid as it may sound, have a hot shower on a hot day because you raise your body temperature above the current temperature. You feel cooler on exit. Oh! Oh! I'll try that next time. I won't try that now because I'll have to take you lot with me. And I don't think we're that close. About the time after a shower, I'm like, great, time to dry myself again. Yeah, literally. It's fine. I'll cool off eventually. But in the meantime, we wait on Egus. I need to make sure my gym progress pictures are ready to go. So I will resize them appropriately and whatnot. I'm so happily surprised to announce the FNAF Secret of the Mimic game is peak so far. Oh, hell yeah. I know you've been very excited about that for a while, so get fucking excited, laddios. Oh, yeah. Wolf didn't make it. He ended 5-3. Oh, bruh. World champ difference, baby. That's rough, though. But Aaron Zeng made it. I am going ham. There are 2 people I want to do well today. Aaron Zeng and whoever Emily Parson is. Because I want some girl representation in Top Cut, please. I want Top Cut. Top Cut. Come on, Emily. I don't know. We should have done some research, find out who she is. Not like found out where she lives or anything, but like just found out like, who is she? Who is she? Because I feel like I've never heard of her, but she must be a good player. Know what I mean? Know what I mean? What did I miss ever since I had to leave? I don't know, mate. Because I don't keep tabs on who's here and who's not. I just go, all right, see you in a bit. And then you're gone. Object permanence, innit? Out of sight, out of brain. Out of puss. So we'll see. Goes to show, really. A lot of key players didn't make it. Yeah, right? Anyone can win. You just have to be the one that wins. You know what I mean? Valid. Yeah, right? A lot of people come back into stream and they're like, oh, so what did I miss while I was gone? And I'm like, you were gone? What? When? When? For why? There we go. And then I need to mess with the colours because all the colours are drained from my personality. Let's go. Okay, so we see if we got Egus. Egu. 1 Egu. 2 Egu. 3 Egu. 4 Egu. Only 4? Disgusting scenes. Oh yeah, that'll do. That'll do. I think I always need to check the count. I think I'm 132 sessions now. Yeah, Wolf's lost before. Like, he literally loses in some of the tournaments in his videos. Like, it happens. It's not like he's Red incarnate. Hey, Red loses sometimes. He whites out and goes to the Pokemon Center. Hello, Night Angel. How you doing, Buttes? What's happening? Bro just said Buttes. Smack him. Don't smack me. So that is Gym Sesh 132. Mate, I had the fucking crazy thing at the gym. You know, sometimes when you lift too much, like you push yourself too hard and you go blind for a few seconds. That was terrifying. I had a fucking barbell on my back doing squats and suddenly I was like, I can't see anything. But then it worries you for a second. And then when you've safely put the bar down and everything, you just go, fuck yeah, pushed myself to the limit. Hello, Cloud Strife, how you doing? Guess Wolf only entered for match practice ready for Worlds. He probably was just scouting what people are using this close to Worlds. Because I feel like what people are using at NAIC now, LAIC, no, NAIC, you're right the first time. You have to breathe during your workout. Yeah, it's oxygen deprivation, basically. But I don't want to breathe. What you're saying is you actually worked out. Mate, and... Ooh. Yeah. How you doing, Gizmo? You well rested, lad, after your mammoth day yesterday. What am I doing again? Oh, yeah. I'm going to gym progress. And then I'm going that one. I'm copying and pasting. Oh, fuck you. I fucking hate sometimes when I copy and paste something from Twitter to Blue Sky. Blue Sky just goes, oh dear, seems there's nothing on the clipboard. And I'm like, fuck you, Blue Sky. Any movement kills me? Oh, you fucked your back. Oh, mate. I have major FOMO right now. I regret skipping NAIC. I wish I was there. Even if I was competing and getting bodied constantly, I just wanted to be there, man. But it would also mean going to America, which means risking getting fucking deported to El Salvador. Where are we up to on the WTF moments, Liam, mate? We're working on it. So we're up to whatever the most recent episode was, and we'll be continuing once I'm, you know, back out of my mental health prison. Where are we? Oh, I'm in the wrong folder, that's why. Yes, I want to post that one. Not that one. Actually, I do want to post that one. That one. Yeah, big get well soons for Gizmo, please. Please. Reply to your story being a prick. What's fucking new? You being a prick? That is unheard of. That is fuck. I'm going to read it now. I've not read it yet, so I'm going to read it now. Obviously, that's what I'm going to read it now means, Liam. Yes, that's what killing you means. Let's have a giggity gander. For one reason, I'm glad I didn't go. You don't want to go to an El Salvadorian prison? Cheers. Cheers, Gizmo. So I posted, briefly lost my vision while doing squats. Stay hydrated, gamers. He replied, what vision? Joe will like that one. Joe will love that one. You bastard. Bastard. Okay, more eggoos. More. Oh, fucking hell, Pokemon. I didn't want my bastard eardrums. It's okay, guys. It's just a countdown. Fuck me. Bit of warning. Who does your audio leveling? A fucking idiot. Ooh, I like this music, though. This is fucking... This is some... Yeah, that was Pokemon WTF. Fucking hell. Oh, yeah, egg. Egg. Didn't realize this at a rave. How many times we got to teach you this lesson, old man? Holy moly. Oh yeah, your dad makes salad for dinner, and that's outrageous. Oh yeah. Cherry Spritz links. Nah, mate, it's all about the fucking peach one. It's all about the peach one. Your dad's name is... That's not my dad's name, actually. Did the Michael guy with the 2 box art legendaries lose? He did, unfortunately. Michael Zeng is out. But Aaron Zeng is through. A little nervous about this wedding I'm going to today. Why? You know you're going to look fucking fabulous. You're going to look beautiful. So what's the worry? Are you worried you're going to outshine the bride? Because I've seen what you wear into it, and you're absolutely going to do that. Sesh 132 done. Someone posted pancakes in fitness. I like that. It's Night Angel. Night Angel put pancakes in fitness. I'm gone for the peach one. Yeah, I normally go Excite. Excite was my go-to for years. It still is, to be fair. Like, the peach one's nice, but I wouldn't want it for all the time. I want to dress in a while I'm nervous. Bit of leg, though. Bit of leg. Saucy. I mean, you can always take it off. Just make sure you show us. Protein pancakes. You are speaking my language. I'm going to try them. Aaron Zeng didn't make day 2? I thought he went 6, 7, and 1. He went 5-3. Oh, for fuck's sake, Aaron. I swear he went 6-2. Shit. What about Emily Parson? Did she get through? Protein banana pancakes. Ooh, hello, Matt Manectric. How are you, Matt Manectricin? Don't say that ever again, Liam. Oh, man. All my faves are out, man. This rave. Good lord. I'm too elderly for this. Aaron, you were the chosen one. It said you would land Will-O-Wisp, not fail again. I need to... Drink the poo-poo. No, obviously not. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to post that. Oh, shit. I need to post... that. There you go. Let's go. 6 and 2? Yes! Get Emily on stream. We want girls to be good, to be in the Pokemon finals, please. And he said to be good at Pokemon, but there are loads of girls that are good at Pokemon. I meant more like we need more girl representation. Stream is a sausage fest. And that's great for your dad, but it's not to my taste. Not me. There we go. Right. So I've done my bits and bobs, I think. Yes. Yes, I have. Yes. Yes, I have. Yes. Yes, I have. Oh, I need to feed Snorlax lunch as well, actually. Good point. Good point. Well remembered, Liam. Trying to convince Marty to play VGC again. She was a top 8 UK. Come on, Marty. Sort it out. Why don't you play VGC, Marty? You could stream it. People love VGC streams. And you're a Gyal. People love Gyals playing VGC. Go full e-girl, you know. Buy yourself the most fucking push-uppiest bra. And stream VGC and fucking smoke motherfuckers in VGC. With the girls out, jobs are good 'un. Loads of money. Watch the tips roll in, if you know what I mean. Know what I mean? Alright, Tactical Dilly!
Spontaneous act of generosity.
With a gifty, big love for Tactical Dilly. It went to Pink Panther. Thank you, Dilly. How are you doing, my love? You can roll your tip. Impressive. Well, I have to roll it to get it back in my pants, don't I? Marty would be always guaranteed to win. Everyone else would be too distracted. Hey. Do it, do it, do it. Joe, convince her. Just got home and starting a breakdown. Oh, Kaylee, please look after yourself, mate. Big love to Kaylee in the chat. She's having a rough one. Just don't look at Joe during the match, otherwise you might get disqualified. Yeah, true. Good, thanks. Sweating my tits off. Pixar, it didn't happen. Way! It is warm. It's fucking warm. It's that horrible point where, like, the outer layer, you feel like you have this membrane of warm over your body, and I'm just there like, I wish it would fuck off. Fuck off. You can't see it because you're on Twitch, Kaylee, but there's loads of love for you in the chat over here. Over here. Be a conflict of interest since I'm not allowed to compete and all. Yeah, you're not allowed to compete, but surely Marty is, right? Know what I mean? Or is it you and anyone you're affiliated with? This is too ravey for this time of the afternoon. How are we doing on Egoos? 9 minutes. Oh no! Okay, just hatch the 4. Fuck it, just hatch the 4. Have I fed my Snorlax? Did I just do that? Yes, I did. I reckon I did. I must have done because I thought about it. Liam, you've got ADHD. Ha ha ha. So maybe I didn't. Right, let's see if we can get at least wet Tauros today. That's what I want. We got fire Tauros yesterday. Let's get wet Tauros today. Oh, I need to now that Pokemon's got music, let's get rid of our music. Obviously did the garden yesterday. Today we also take the fake grass to the dump, which was more lifting than the excess dirt onto the trailer. Mate, you need to fucking slow down. We're unsure. She'd be unable to stay with me at events at the very least. Mate, fucking do it. Poor girl probably fancies a bit of freedom. Way. Yeah, we got fire Tauros. All right, let's get ourselves hatching some Egoos. Watching my favorite baseball team the other night, and they cut to a play that had fake nutsack hanging out of shirt yesterday, and the broadcast was dead silent. A player had a fake nutsack hanging out of his shirt. The fuck? Anything to spice up baseball. Oh, damn. Now it's the 90s. Bit of Sir Mix-a-Lot. Damn. 7 minutes. What are sports even about? I don't know. Apparently it's something about balls. It sounds very homoerotic. Hello, Cairo. How are you doing? It's been a while. It has been. You've been a busy bee, right? Look at that. I got me some Tauros. Does that men playing with balls? Hey, if that's what they like, let them like it. Too early to get EP. It's alright, after I've necked this, I'll grab me a nice G Fuel. Maybe even a lemon Fanta, please, Brev. Alright, dear, not having any family. Just ask my brother, what have you got, Dad, for Father's Day? That's a good question. And it's tomorrow. Guess who's taking him to Tesco? Damn. I'm buying, no place to judge. Exactly. I've been so busy, just finished work. Damn, bruv. Good lord. At least you got the whole rest of the day, though. They cut to the two players. One player told him to jump up and down. The second player's fake balls were exposed once he started to jump. Amazing. Unbelievable scenes. Yeah, happy belated birthday to Ruby. We definitely didn't forget yesterday. Oops. She's 5 now. The baby is 5. Your baby is 5. Hella itchy. Getting out of the shower if it's warm. I know. It's fucking awful. Oh, hello. What's wrong, scummer? Oh, wait. It's 5 Tauros. What you want? Come on. Come here, then. Come on, then. Yep, that's fine. I know. I know. If I don't put a shirt on immediately, I just suffer. Valid. You forgot your youngest child's birthday? Yeah. I have got a Switch too. That's why this is so fucking smooth. She will always be the baby, though. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Go back on your bed. Can't sit there all day. Ugh. Oh, my. Ooh, heck. Okay, this is cool, but I'd like these 5 minutes to pass. Get us into round 1. I do love they're using Switch 2s for the broadcast. I think it's the fucking bare minimum. They absolutely should be. They should have been using Switch 2s when it was still in development. Is you 5 already? I swear you got her 2 years ago. I know, right? That's almost a year. I had a horrible feeling they go, oh no, we can't use those yet. I know, right? It's got to be expensive for them because they've got to replace all those little mini dock things. And then they've basically got to adjust for the people who are going to have Switch 2s, and then there's going to be people who don't have Switch 2s. Hello, Henaro. How you doing? Is it Henaro? Henaro Martinez. Martinez. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, probably. Yeah, Switch 2 for stages is basic logic. Yeah, exactly. I do love that. I'm like, is it Henaro or Gennaro? And you've just typed it again. Like, that helps with the pronunciation. Cheers for that. Big help. Love that. 10 out of 10. Ooh. No, it isn't. It isn't. Damn it. Damn it. On that note, let's go. Let's get me some sheen, please. I would appreciate some sheen. How come? Oh, because the cursor's still on it, that's why. There you go, that answers that question, jolly good. I can't wait for when this 3 minutes ends, I guarantee they cut to the casters and it just goes deathly silent and I have to put the volume back up to maximum. Because apparently on the Pokemon's production team, they just can't balance audio. Hey, thank you, Cloud Strive, for the, I think that's a £5 super sticker. Thank you very much. Big love for Cloud in the chat, please. Guess that means if pronounced however you want. Yeah, I guess so. I got Nintendo Switch 2. Same. Shower Liam with Monet. Yes, please. Liam needs the Monet. What is this bollocks? Come on, Pokemon. You can start 3 minutes early. I swear last time they cut to like some announcers with about 7 minutes left. Maybe like 15 left. At least it wasn't a half-hour countdown this time. That was gnarly. What I'm saying for a new PC. It's all about you, isn't it? As it should be. Your life should be all about you. Alrighty then. Can we get a little bit Tauros, please? Shiny one, yes. I went to London last weekend. I went to see my family. I also went on a date. Go on, lad. How did that go? Ooh. Phone and iPad bill. Ripperoo. Come on, you bastard. Come on, you bastard. Give me some of that, bruh. 2 minutes, baby. Perfect. dos Minuten. £105. Ouch, dude. As my dog would say, bro, that is rough. Rip ads, hold on. So when you're back from ad hell, you can't hear me, so. Why don't you start the stream and then put another timer on? No, just start when you're ready, Pokemon, says me. What's this live stream about? This live stream, would you believe, given that the stream title is VG Day 2 Pokemon North America International Championships. Night Angel!
Night Angel 33 months.
Double salutes, please.
I know I've been missing a lot of streams lately, but I still love y'all _@love.
We've been missing you more, Night Angel. 33 months, that's almost a year. Get big hype. Ace Trainer Ultra XL, top level as well. Yeah, it's the North American Championships of the North American International Championships of the Pokemon video game.
Hey, what you like is your business.
Ooh, British Birdie!
British Birdie 28 months.
That's almost a
I
year.
just realized I have this
Very good. Thank you. Night Angel, don't worry. You've been missing streams, but we've been missing you way more. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. It was such a good date. It went so well. Oh, mate, well done. So you seen it? You seen them again? What's the plan? Where did you go? I dodged gift membership so much, I'll be the only grey name eventually. Are you sure you've not got a brand account? And you'll be like, but I'm not a brand. And we'll be like, no, but if you had Google Plus at some point, YouTube will have made you a brand account. Hey! Kaylee gifted to Cairo.
_Cairo.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Kaylee. Oh, this is fancy. I got gifted membership in another channel, Liam. I can't help you then. Whoa! Pokemon. How are we doing on these Egus? Not very. Good to know. I'm surprised they use all this weird generic music that is somehow copywritten as well. Why don't they just use Pokemon music? Do 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 do. You know what I mean? What's funny is I only typed a single message in that channel's chat. Damn.
The 2025 North America International Championship.
Oh, they played this yesterday, didn't they?
Is the crown jewel of the international circuit.
Is it? I like EUIC better.
Here to leave their mark.
Oh look, I need to turn it up.
NAIC, are you ready?
Oh, that's too loud.
Last year,
Back there?
Pocket showed exactly why he's a
See them
champion.
going, plan on going Leeds Pride. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. I'm happy for you, my dude. And Kaylee with 5 gifties over here. God damn. Thank you, Kaylee. To what do we owe this? I do nothing. Literally.
Hedrick outplayed and outlasted them all, claiming the title of King of New Orleans.
Yeah, I remember that from yesterday.
And in Pokemon VG,
When from this, I remember this video package from yesterday. I should
What you
say.
like is your business.
Oz.
Oz _94 26 months. Love the shirt, Liam.
Thank you, my dude. 26 months. That's almost a year. Thank you very much. Big hype for Oz in the chat, please. Oh, big hype for Night Angel with 5 gifties.
Another very singularity hyper voice of Kilo's low bliss assist.
Holy moly.
Straight for the score.
On a video game bar and had a few games of MKSD and Mario Kart and Smash Ultimate. Why did I rate? What? Yeah. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. There we go. This is 8, not S. And Smash Ultimate. Oh, that's fucking sick, dude. Then we went on to play mini golf. Mate, that's like a proper date. That's baller. Oh, I'm proper chuffed for you, lad. Must be done honorably through luck. It's funnier that way. Goodness gracious, you're all so kind. Thank you, Night Angel, for those 5 gifties. You legend.
Hello, and
I
good
tired,
morning
bro,
to
man.
all the trainers, viewers, and Pokemon fans
Whack.
tuning in from around the globe. I'm Joe Brown.
It's
joined
Joe
by
Brown.
Steven Sanders, and
It's
we're
Steven
here to welcome
Sanders.
you to Day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon
Hatch me some
North
Egu.
America International Championships.
Turn the music
Coming
down.
to
I
you
can no turn the
live
music up.
from
I can
New
almost hear
Orleans,
them.
Louisiana.
We saw incredible competition in day number 1, but we have even more Pokemon action in store today.
I can't believe there's going to be
Before we get
Pokemon action on this stream.
started,
That's
here's
wild.
a few standout competitors to watch as they battle their way towards Championship Sunday.
Come on, Emily Parson.
Go Paddleman and Z's Wireless faced each other at the EUIC Grand Finals earlier this season, and now they battle again in a rematch.
Hello, Cap. How you doing?
First round today.
In Unite, the last Worlds invite
Unite
for
these
Western
nuts.
regions is still up for grabs. Will DreamMax Esports, Revelation, Daybreak, or someone else secure their spot in Anaheim?
Meanwhile, in
these
Pokemon
nuts.
TCG, Ray Chin went undefeated for the entirety of day number 1
Hell yeah.
with Toadscruel EX.
Expected
And
some
for Pokemon VG,
Zelda up in here.
Kyle
Nice.
Livinghouse continued his streak of 6 consecutive
Everyone ready for some
day
intense
two
Scarlet and Violet
appearances
battles? Let's see those
with
big
8-0
plays on
start.
spicy strats.
These
Right? How you
traders
doing,
and
Evil
many
Pixel?
more still in
Haven't seen you in a
competition
while. How you
today
doing?
Have a chance to earn championship
So you're like, Liam, I was here last week.
towards
What do you mean?
Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California this August. And
Thought it was
not
gonna
to
be a
mention, of
Metroid
course,
stream.
a share of
That's the noise when
massive
Samus turns into a little ball, isn't it? Bloop.
$500,000 prize pool.
And with that, it's
I pay
time
some
to kick
attention.
things off.
I need to
Best
send
of
you
luck
something
to
later
our
if I remember.
remaining
Oh no,
traders,
what have I done?
casters. Take it away.
Past these nuts.
Thanks, Joe. So good
Evan
to be back
Latt!
here in New Orleans and getting ready for
And
our
Scott
day
Glaser!
2 of
Let's
competition.
go!
My name is Evan Latt, and of course, it wouldn't be
Mate, these are
the
my
International
fucking
Championship
goats.
Day 2 if I was not joined by my good friend Scott Glaser. Scott, we had an incredible day
Mate,
of Pokemon
the
battling
fact I've been
yesterday,
fucking watching
and
these two
that just
commentate
means
for like
that day
11
2,
years
with
now is
only the top
fucking
competitors left
insanity.
remaining, is
I
going
want to
be
move this
even
window, you
wilder.
fucker.
This could be a really exciting
put that
day
up
of
there.
Pokemon. I think it's one of the more decorated day 2s of International Championship I've ever seen.
What have
We
I done?
lost a few
Crime?
big names along the way. I think it just shows how
The round
challenging
2
it was to
pairings.
get to this day 2, but field just full of excellent names. Should be a lot of fun to see what comes out.
Oh,
of it.
Andrew
Obviously,
Zhang
working
got
toward our
through, not
finals
Aaron
tomorrow.
Zhang. There we go, that makes more
Absolutely.
sense.
We still have 3 world champions remaining in the field here.
Emily Parsons,
Paul
6 and 2.
Ruiz,
She's against
Shohei
Kent Wong,
Kimura,
who's
and
also
Luca
6 and 2.
Mirabelli
Chupper's
are
6 and 2.
still remaining in
Oh,
the
Chupper
tournament.
Cross versus
We also
Tola
have
Webb.
4 other world
Wait,
champions
what's
who
at the
won
top
their
table? Let's
seniors
see.
division and have now
Potential
graduated
matches we're
up
getting,
into
let's
the
see.
Masters division.
Yuma
International
Kinugawa,
champion
who's 8 and
in the
0
field here
versus
in
Kyle
day 2.
Livinghouse.
I believe over 30
Kazuki
regional champions
Kobayashi
also in day
versus
2.
Francesco
So there
Piopero.
are so many different
Fiona
people who are
versus
very
Simone
accustomed to being
Sanvito.
at these top tables, being on
Well, to
stage
be fair,
under
it's only
bright
one of those
lights,
first
and
two,
that
so
is
it's
the kind
either
of experience
Kazuki
that is so
Kazuki
valuable
Kobayashi
at
versus
heading
Francesco
into this
Piopero,
day
or
2.
it's Yuma Kinugawa versus Kyle Livinghouse. That's table 1. Damn, they're 8 and 0. Imagine being 8 and 0.
Great finishes there, but
I've been 1 and 8.
Make the top 8,
That-
right?
it's kinda
Some
like
players are gonna
the
leave
same.
disappointed, and it should be a lot of fun to see, who's able to pull it off and maybe who isn't quite able to.
Brandon, but you know what's so weird to me is how not
Well,
how
the North America International
how not sick
Championship
but
is
sick I've
the
been.
final
Literally,
event
only my
of
nose been
our
having issues.
regular
Oh,
season.
mate, you sure it's not
This
hay
is the
fever?
third international championship
Like a little bit of hay
of
fever
our
sneaking in.
season, of course, culminating in the
'Cause I didn't
World
start getting hay fever
Championship
till I was like
in
25.
Anaheim in August 15th through 17th. So we have plenty of competitors out here who are still trying to get those valuable championship points.
I
to
wanna
qualify
be
for
good
the
at
World
Pokemon, but
Championships. And even
also,
more
I'm
competitors,
Liam.
particularly some
Yeah, I have hay
competitors
fever.
from
I've had to take some
across the
fucking
ocean from
strongies.
Japan who failed to qualify and
Kaylee! Another 5 gifties. So you're now the gift champ. So what would you like as your gift champ, Mon? For the Twitch. For the Twitch.
Drake A. Knight gifted 5 subs.
Drake A. Knight.
Direct invitation in order to move on. For a bunch
What
of
you
other
want?
championship
What you
matters,
want as
that
your
top
gifty
64
champ
finish could,
thing,
make a big
Mon,
difference.
thing?
And, we still don't know exactly how many championship points you need. You do need a different threshold.
It is locked
depending
in with
on
the
region
gift
you're in,
thing,
like
right?
the bar
It's
in,
very, very kind.
Europe,
Very
it's pretty close
appreciated.
to 1,000 championship
I don't know
points.
what I
It's probably
do,
970s in North America,
but I
it'll all
appreciate
depend on things
that
that
I
play
do
out
be
here. So,
doing.
hey, if you're
Hello,
favorite
Brian.
player
How
at
you
home, if you're
doing?
rooting for some players, maybe rooting against some players. We'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, and we will be taking a look at those players throughout the day and trying to keep up with
Bruh.
the ever-changing championship.
Only ever do the
rankings
solo playthrough, never
as
the
they
competition
come
Pokemon
up,
games.
because
It's
that
loads
is,
of fun.
as you can see here,
Or
only
once you get your
75
claws
players
into
in
it,
the
it's hard to
United
get
States
out.
and Canada, as well as 75 in Europe, will qualify.
I've come
based
too
off
far
of
for
the
anything
championship
else.
Point rankings. 50
He just
in
said
Latin
rain dick.
America,
I heard
20
it.
in
Listen,
Oceania,
listen. He said
and
rain
point
dick.
rankings. 55 in Europe will qualify based off of the championship point rankings.
Rain dick. That's what a male Kyogre has. Hello, Eileen. How you doing?
Look at how we are going to get there for those championship points and the top.
Oh hell yeah.
This is the 2025 North America International Championships, broadcasting live from
This
the
is probably
Ernest
important.
N. Memorial Convention Center
I
here
don't think of
in
a
New
gay
Orleans,
Pokemon
Louisiana.
or shinies. Among Us.
Pokemon VG trainers have traveled.
My nose is very
from
sore
around
and
the
dry
world
from
to
being
compete
blown
for
white
a
constantly. Got some Vaseline today. That's not a bad shout. Get some. Do you remember Happy Nose? Should get some Happy Nose, which I think is just Vaseline, but it smells nice.
Closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This tournament is a 3-day event that kicks off with Swiss rounds. Trainers
idea
whose
what that
total
is.
match points exceed the threshold
go.
for their
Kids today
division
don't know
will
Happy
advance to
Nose.
Day 2. On Day 2, trainers continue battling in Swiss rounds. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors and up to 24
Why are you talking about
competitors
Pokemon?
with
I want
same
another
match
hour.
points as 8th
Here, got
place
New Orleans.
will
No,
advance
thank you.
into an asymmetrical
Went through a ton of
top cut,
BS and health challenges
battling
lately.
to a
Oh, I'm
single
sorry to hear that,
elimination
mate. The
bracket
only good thing is that my
until
dad has
only
moved
2
into a
trainers
nursing home
remain.
on his own. It's difficult, but I know it's for the better. Oh,
These
mate.
finals will face off on
It
Championship
is
Sunday,
when
where
it
they'll
gets to that
compete
point.
for
It
the
is rough,
NAIC
but also
trophy
like
and
yeah,
try to
if it's
claim
the
their
best thing
piece
for
of
him,
Pokemon glory.
and it's the best thing for taking the pressure
Every
off the
match is
family as
best of
well.
3
Yeah,
and
but that
uses
still
an open team sheet
sucks
format.
though. We get loads of love in the chat for Eileen Keller, please.
Ability, held item, and
Oh, well, I
moves
hope you feel
are
better
fully
soon,
visible to
like,
the
in
opponent,
general,
making
health-wise.
Every decision crucial. It's anyone's guess
Oh,
who
this
will
wasn't
crown the
actually.
North
I thought this was going to be like an
American International Champion
overview.
and receive invites
Aegis
to
Slash,
Worlds
shiny
2025
Aegis Slash.
Anaheim. But we'll be here to guide you through all the action.
Yeah, I
as
thought
we
this
find
was
out
going to be
who the
like
last
a
trainer
rundown
standing
of.
will be. Let's send it back to our casters and get this tournament started.
I thought it was going to be a rundown of like the like actually how the tournament's been laid out, but apparently not.
Championship points,
So Twitch gift champ mon, we're making a Sheeny Aegis Slash.
that will be awarded to
Sheeny
our
Aegis
international
Slash.
champions and below
Sheeny
$15,000
Aegis
for
Slash,
winning it all in
which
the Masters
is
division, and $5,000
oh,
for
I have to
junior
ask this,
and
Kaylee.
seniors
Do you want
division,
shield
all
form
the way
or
down
blade
to
form?
$2,000 for making it into that top 32, which would also
picking a
qualify
clown.
you if you have the same record as 8th place into that asymmetrical top cut.
Yeah, not a bad little
I was ready for the background, dealing with pinched nerves and moving. I was moving a chair. Injuries in your 30s, am I right? Feel it. Your mum beat stage 1 breast cancer. That's baller. Well done.
Good chunk of change, you know,
Hell yeah. Big up to your mum.
Regional championship. So, trainers, you know,
Say blade form, obviously, but like I don't think it was that obvious.
Absolutely. In addition
personally,
to the prizing
but
here,
go
those
off, Queen.
championship points can
Who am I
also
to
help
judge?
For travel awards to the World
There we
Championships
go.
in Anaheim. So plenty of things at stake for our
Beautiful.
competitors
And
here
then I'll
in
bring my
Day
chats back
2.
so I can
Now,
read them
Day
again.
1 was
Who's
an
picking shield?
absolutely
I don't
wild
know.
day of
Fucking-
Pokemon. And here are the standings after Day 1 for our top 16 players.
I like that he has his
And I
hands
think
behind
the
his back
big
like he's doing
story
something
to me
devious.
Is 2 of our undefeated players, Yuma Kinugawa and Kazuki Kobayashi from Japan at 8-0. And I believe Yuma Kinugawa has already qualified via the Japanese system.
Go on, Yuma.
Kazuki Kobayashi has
Yuma,
not.
Yuma,
Kazuki
yay.
is going to be going for that direct invitation by making it into the top 4. And it started
Damn.
with an 8-0 record. If you're going to fly over
Maybe
here from
2026
Japan,
season I'll get good.
finishing 8-0 is a good way to make that
think I will.
worthwhile.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's probably a 10-2 record.
Have a good alert,
Really
Kiro. But
fast.
gonna gotta go buy a birthday card.
Next stage of the
Get some
tournament,
food
so,
supplements. No worries,
well
dude. No
on
worries.
its way, and
See you in a
I think
bizzle.
Japan's kind of been the story of Day 1 for me.
You're gonna get me a birthday gift at my birthday party on my birthday with a birthday gift. Proceeds to glass person.
Difficult opponents there, where I think Japan's
So
always
that
kind of been the
was a
home
duff
to the
run.
Pokemon trainers in the
No
world.
Sheens.
So, going to have to see, the North American, Europe.
Hey,
always kind of enjoy the
maybe
rivalry
before
with
this
one
round
another,
kicks
but
in,
they might
we'll have
well lose
a
this
pre-match tinkle. That's
Absolutely.
just like when I'm in the
Let's
event.
take a look at some of the other players who have made it here into Day 2 of our championship in New Orleans. And some big names here on the North American side, and in the Latin American side, we have Paul Ruiz, the 2018 world champion, running an extremely unique team for this tournament that we may see a little bit later on today. Another world champion here, Luca Cerabelli, also here in Day 2. And of course, as I mentioned at the start, Shohei Kimura, the Japanese world champion, is also here in Day 2 competing. But plenty of other incredible competitors here, like defending champion Patrick Connors, players like Ashton Cox, who is also an international champion, and Carson Confer, a world champion in the seniors division.
Yeah, but we have Alex Gomez, who won this tournament 2 years ago. So, yeah, I mean, just a really stacked Day 2 in the tournament. Should be a lot of fun. Because a lot of these players do need this for one reason or another, right? Either trying to move up the standings or, just get a nice badge of honor on their player slide the next time they come up on stream.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is going to be so much to discuss here in Day 2 as we keep moving forward through this tournament. Here are sort of what we thought was going to be particularly exceptional in this tournament. And Scott, I have to say, Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta has proven to be an extremely dominant team, just not by North American players typically.
Yeah, I was a little worried when I predicted this for that reason exactly, right? Where I think Europe and Japan both seem to be a little bit higher on it. To me, it's the highest power
Chicken
team in the
lizard
format.
in the
It's really
gizzard.
miserable mirror to play, so I can understand why.
Gotta ask, what's everyone's favorite Gen 9 shiny?
It's
Cloth!
a little slow and grindy, but
Ooh!
I think 5 of the last
Dashbun is a
9,
really good
7,
one.
and 0
And
seem to be
Skeledirge is a really good
using
one.
some variant of the Shadow
Not
Rider,
the Sheen,
Calyrex, and
but
Zamazenta, so,
once you get a
looking strong
moment,
so far.
could you
But
change
I
that?
would note as
Oh!
well,
No, that's all right.
the
I didn't realize.
duo that you predicted as well has really
I
moved
missed
its
the
way
bit where you said
up the
bass.
standings from day 2 compared to day 1, so I'm pretty
Because
sure
I
that's
have
something as well.
ADH dizzle
Absolutely,
dizzle.
it's
Right,
been
let's do
very
the
exciting, and the key here is
that one.
Zamazenta.
That
Definitely
one.
has been showing up as the most
Base
important,
age.
MVP, best support for
Base
these
age,
double
blade
restricted
form.
teams. Now, of course,
Bibbidi
as you see,
bobbidi
there is going to be a lot of
beach.
Pokemon happening over the course of today as we
There.
go through our Swiss
There.
rounds and into our
There.
top cut. So if you have to go take a break, I
Beach.
totally understand. Just make sure
Nice.
that you're following all of the social channels and that you are going to
Either that or Orthworm.
Pokemon.com/broadcast
Orthworm's a good Gen 9 shiny.
to make sure that you don't miss any of the important matches that
Oh
you
dear,
really
British
want
Birdie
to see.
rip.
That will be your hub. That's where you need to park yourself so that you know exactly
Spatial awareness is
what's
so low
going
that I
on
physically
over
almost
the
walked
course
into
of the
Carson
rest
and
of
Wolf
this
yesterday.
tournament.
Oh
Of
dear,
course,
you
so
silly
many rounds of
sausage.
Pokemon today, and then
Sausage.
Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah, I got a lot of battles, so catch your breath. Give me a good
Oh,
settle in, find a
shit!
snack, Get comfy.
Right, we'll worry about that sandwich later. Actually, you need to make the sandwich. Now, back out, back out. They can't back out. Why is there ham? Apparently we fucked up. Yeah, we did. We'll worry about that later. That one. Let's go.
Christopher Hahn.
G, sausage roll. Explaining my ADHD to a few of the kids in my karate class. Pretty funny. I spaced out mid-explanation. Valid. Lechonk's great. Oinkalone, yes, please.
Some of the, you have the 4 core that I actually predicted.
Here we go. Eric Rios is running Pokemon. Volcarona.
On Miraidon teams? We don't like
to see
Rillaboom. Why is it alongside of Miraidon?
Teal Ogerpon, though.
If anyone's failing to follow along here, Rillaboom tends to be the
Teal
counter.
Ogerpon without Grassy Glide, though. Taunt, though.
Miraidon really
Ooh.
doesn't like that. Maybe it makes a little more sense of the
Covert
choice
Cloak as well.
start, but
Encore
doing a
is
little bit more hit-and-run with
nice.
Miraidon, then maybe trying to
I
bring
like
in late
it.
in the game to finish things off.
Mendoza
Also
is
very
great.
exciting
Too badly
is
I missed
Steel
it.
Mask Ogerpon. We don't
I
get to
got- I
see
got
a
it.
whole lot. One
I
of
have
the
it now.
advantage of that is all the other Ogerpon forms need
I
that
reclaimed
Helldive
it. Where have you been?
mask
It was the
that
first shiny I got on the
form
Switch
they're
2 that
in.
wasn't called
Instead, you get
Gyarados.
the Helldive here for Covert Cloak.
Yeah,
so
Rilla
keep
alongside
that in
Mirai.
mind. It's very
But then I
difficult
guess
Pokemon
it
to control, right?
creates
You
the
can't pick it
guessing
up.
game scenario if you
Getting
don't
into
know if
it
he's even going to
backfire
bring
easily,
Rilla.
So, a tricky Pokemon to play against is
And
something
it allows him to
that
shut
we don't
down
see a lot.
other
Yeah,
Miraidon, I
Taunt,
suppose.
Encore, can do more than just cudgel people, although those cudgels are going to hurt.
Yeah, especially after a Defiant boost. That's
He says only go 170 EIC. What do I know? Hey, you still got one.
This Volcarona set as well that Eric is running.
Volcarona.
Probably will get a chance to see that in this matchup. As it is particularly
Show us your
well
titties,
suited to
mum.
go up against
Mum,
both
Sharona.
Sasha and Zamazenta.
Don't ever sing
Zamazenta
that
in
again.
particular, the electric seed boost is really helpful for.
Joke's
but
on you, my mum
being
doesn't
able
have
to
titties 'cause
resist
she's
all of
dead.
These attacks coming out from both of the Sword and Shield legendary Pokemon, restricted Pokemon here, will allow that Volcarona to potentially get set up with some Quiver Dances. And after an electric seed boost plus Quiver Dance, hard to take that Pokemon
Yeah,
out.
it's the Terra Grass and Giga Drain as well. So we saw
My least favorite shiny from any generation, the ones that barely change. Oh yeah, like Blissey.
We just see that big,
Yeah, they could have had Gibble colours for Garchomp, would have been nice. A Roaring Moon. Okay, I'm going for Christopher Hahn because Kyogreization, base,
also
like
the
it.
Terastallization always
Come on,
allows you
Christopher.
to flip the type chart on its head with the
Still
Grass
world
Terra
champs.
on Kyogre.
I could
That
still
has
walk
been
into,
standard
right?
for that Pokemon.
While that Han
But
is now a
not
master,
standard is the
right?
Splash Plate and 3 water type attacks.
And still
Hydro
smashing
Pump
it.
Kind of necessary for Kyogre
Based.
now that Zamazenta is
It's giving
such
Gen
an
8
important
vibes.
Pokemon, but this is really a throwback team here.
Garchomp getting
Zacian
Zapdos
and
and the
Kyogre
Chark
were
at light.
incredibly
Oh, yeah.
dominant
Zapdos is
the
a
last
roughie.
time we had a dual restricted meta.
It's a birdling.
Hasn't been
Cheers,
so
mate.
much this time around, but Christopher Hahn has been running
Oh,
this
hell
version
yeah.
of the dual restricted and has been doing very well with it.
Excited to see how it does here. It's kind of become more of a comfort
Let's
base where it's a
go!
lower usage restricted pairing, but
First battle of the
some
day,
really high
baby.
eyes for it. Just won the last big online fan tournament, so definitely can still work
Wow.
at this point in the format.
All right, and here we go right away into turn 1 of our game 1 of this first round of day 2
Let's
Swiss.
go.
both the Zamazenta
Zacian's in
and
a
Zacian on
good
the
position.
field, so both the sword and the shield restricted.
Fake
out
out
on the field
available.
alongside Miraidon, boosting the Iron
It's less
Hands on
egregious.
Chris's
Like, you can
side.
tell the difference. I feel like you can tell the difference when the shiny's there, but when you try and think about it, you're like,
holding that choice scarf items, a little bit vulnerable here. Not just going to easily be able to vault.
Paldean Tauros. I like the Paldean Tauros change. Rilla's alongside Miraidon pretty good. Pretty much gives you full terrain control. That's what I'm saying.
The two Sword and Shield legendary Pokemon on either side of the field. Unlike last generation, they're going to lose those boosts if they switch out here. So some incentive to stay on the battlefield.
Well, no incentive for Miraidon to stay out on the battlefield and tank a fake out.
Let's
and
go.
potentially a play rough from
Wow, is
that
this sword
Zacian.
and shield or
Volcarona,
something? No, it's
such an
Steve
easy switch in here, activates the
Logie
electric
joining the
seed,
chat.
gets that defense
How you
boost,
doing, lad?
and is threatening flame
Don't get
body
burned by the
burns onto any
Volcarona.
Pokemon
Don't
that
get burned by the
dares target what
Volcarona.
was
I hope you
Miraidon.
went for play
Christopher,
rough.
though,
Oh,
obviously knows that
you
Miraidon's not going to
cheeky.
stay in and instead
What
just fake
cheeky
out
boy.
Zamazenta and gets a free Swords Dance on
Now he doesn't
Zacian.
even care if he
Plus
gets
3
burned.
attack.
Yeah, you know, it's a little tough normally for Zacian to burn through its cousin on the other side of the field
Like
there with how high
swords and
up
armor
its
swapping
defense is,
colours.
But, this has become a very scary
But the
Pokemon
armors
very
remain the
quickly.
same.
An excellent read by
Ooh, I
Christopher,
like it.
understanding what he's threatening,
That is a good.
Eric
That is
probably
a
not
solid
going to want
take.
to risk his Mirada so early in the first game of the first set of
Just
the
the way
day
your
and
dad
takes
likes it.
advantage of
Take
that
it up
switch
the arse.
wonderfully.
Yeah, that's an incredible play there from Christopher, being able to negate some of that electric seed boost on the Volcarona. Still able to resist both of the attacks from the Zacian, but will be
Stole
able to
Gizmo's joke by
tank
mistake.
it a
Well done,
little
mate.
bit
Well done.
easier here. Just going for the fairy terrestrialization on Zacian. removing the fire
Ooh, I
type
love it.
from that Pokemon as
Ah,
Eric will
you're a
go
poor
ahead and
sport.
protect Zamazenta, feeling a little bit scared.
Don't
in front
burn
of
the Zacian.
both
Oh, he's
Zacian
going for it.
and the Iron Hands, but here comes the play rough with +3.
Careful,
Volcarona
flame
still
body.
able to
Oh!
protect the burn. The
Guaranteed.
flame body will have
But the
base
+3
power of all of Zacian's
that it's on
attacks,
means
as
it doesn't really
Volcarona
matter that
goes
much.
For a quiver dance here to boost its special defense, speed, and special attack, and make it so threatening if it's able to start getting
Oh,
off some
baby.
attacks and recovering some health with that Giga
I'm gonna
Drain,
get G Fuel
as
between
Christopher
round,
just
but
blows
between
that
game.
low kick into the protect on Zamazenta's side.
Yeah,
Huge burn there.
Yeah, that winds up being a
Bro needs
huge turn for Eric, where kind of trying to perhaps trade free boost there, hoping that there would be maybe more targeting to the Zamazenta. But we see the power of
Here we
electric
go.
seed there for the Volcarona, which otherwise would be a critically low health. And then, yeah, that burn on Zacian gets Volcarona to the point where maybe it could survive another play run. Also, committing the Terrestrialization early, I think, could be very important in this
I think
matchup.
Zacian's
We're
gonna
talking
swords
about a
dance.
potential matchup between the Volcarona
Hans
and
looks like he's
Kyogre
always
now.
about to grab the
Kyogre
booba. That's me
going
whenever
to,
Sophie's
have
around.
That option of Terrestrializing
Just
later in the match.
gimme.
Volcarona's got
Honk,
some problems
honk.
on his hands right in front of it, where double
Oh,
still not gonna
mate.
clear, if it wasn't able to heal a good
Shiny
deal of health
Scyther is
on
pretty
his
bad,
own,
yeah.
so
But then Shiny
looks like
Scizor
that's
is
the direction
goat.
we might be heading.
Yeah, the early terrestrialization makes
Rilla
me
boom
wonder
boom
if
boom.
Kyogre
Let me
is
hear you
in
say
back.
We
weho
might be seeing
weho.
why there's both terrains on this team here. Some interesting synergy between these Pokemon. Really going to switch us here to the grassy terrain, and hey,
Drop that
you know,
Quark
might
Drive.
be, anti-synergy for the Miraidon, but Volcarona's going to love it.
Yeah, Volcarona will love the grassy terrain, recovery, the fiery dance, getting some damage off as well.
Ooh,
into
that's
the Zacian, with
decent
just
as
the
well.
One boost deals good damage. Gets
So
the
now it's at
second
+2 special attack.
boost as well. Here
Play
comes that
rough
play rough
into
again from
Rilla boom
Zacian,
boom
targeting down
boom.
one
That's
of the
big.
It's the Rillaboom, and you can see exactly how
Ooh.
important it was for that
Nice.
Volcarona to get the electric
Tandem Mouse and
boost, but
Mouse
that
hold.
is some
Oh, it's
good
so
damage
it
into
hurts
a
to hunt
burn.
them.
Yeah,
That's
well,
why I've
that
never
is a
hunted
ton of
family
damage
of
there. I knew it was
3
going to
is
hurt,
the
but,
rare one, isn't it?
Still picks up that knockout fairly easily on the Rillaboom. The damage on the Zacian.
Yeah, family of 3 is a rare one. I don't think I'll ever hunt it. It hurts.
This awkward situation where Zamazenta kind of has to come out since poor Rillaboom was just.
But now he's got no
utterly
Dauntless
decimated
Shield.
there, but, Miraidon entering the battlefield again would turn that terrain off. I think you would love if you were Christopher to try to get.
But
a
Zacian dies to a
make
fiery
the terrain
dance
off
now.
At some point before you change the terrain back in order to both do more damage and get more healing there. Where,
But then again, I
Volcarona
guess
now has boosted
Zacian
defense,
could
boosted special
protect, and
defense,
Iron
but,
Hands could
with
go
HP so
for
low,
a
and that's actually still at 3 levels of
a
increased
wild
attack.
charge, I suppose,
Be a
and
little
just
careful
risk
to
it for a
actually activate
biscuit.
it. And then also keep in mind, Zamazenta did leave the battlefield, so no longer has
Shiny
its boosted
T-Tar. I kind
defense
of like
threat
Shiny
with
T-Tar though. Like, it's
physical
not one of the
attacks.
best,
Yeah,
but
and that is
it's
why Eric is
it's
considering
fine.
going for the terrestrialization on the Zamazenta instead of
Here
the
we
Volcarona,
go.
because that Iron Hands with the ability to low kick that Zamazenta could deal really
Yeah,
huge
low kick into
damage with
Zamazenta
no
is
defense
gnarly.
boost. So here is the terrestrialization here.
Bean
The
Burglar.
Zamazenta, now
You
a
are the burglar of
pure
Beans
water-type
Burglar.
Pokemon will not be weak to any low kicks from the Iron
Might
Hands,
take
but
if I did
is
Shiny
going to be
T-Tar,
weak
be
to a
Godzilla colours
wild
valid.
charge. There's There's the Giga Drain. Doesn't need the
Damn.
boost from the
Most
grassy
shinies are mid. The
terrain
majority
and
are.
from the 2 stages of
The
special
majority,
attack
you're like,
will
oh
allow
yeah.
Volcarona
Shiny
to
star
pick
you
up that
though.
KO onto Zacian, and this Volcarona
Ice can be very
has
bright colours in real life, plus
officially
fictional
gotten
universe, so like
rolling
tinted purple
now.
or something.
Iron
Exactly.
Hands is going to need to
Exactly.
make something happen to
Body
keep it under
pressu.
control as it gets body
It was
pressed
not great.
by the Zamazenta.
Low kick.
Just keeps going for the low kicks into the other slot. But
I love
Volcarona
shiny Dragonite.
happily at well above 50% health now, still getting
Yeah,
the
most
recovery
shinies.
from the grassy
It's certainly
terrain,
changed.
and
Hello, Ruby.
easily able to threaten big damage
Hi.
on the Kyogre in the back. Now, the Roaring Moon is
Thank
the other
you.
Pokemon that can hit the Volcarona for super effective damage.
I know.
With that acrobatics, however, that's why Christopher has brought that Pokemon out.
Bam.
Yeah, I was just about to say that with that Quiver Dance, Volcarona now likely be the quickest Pokemon in the field, but Roaring Moon's going to get its own speed.
Ruby
boost
needs
as
her
it comes
first. She
into the battle
does,
here.
and she's getting it.
typically always what that booster energy is going to boost for it, and then, yeah, that enables it to use acrobatics by removing the held item. Still super effective, and Volcarona not going to be able to terrestrialize its way around that
Avocado.
one, where
Avocado.
both with its base typing
Thank
and
you.
as a grass type, if it were able to terrestrialize, still going to be
the way
weak
she
to
pulls herself in.
acrobatics here. So, especially tough spot.
Oh,
but it's
Oh, shit. Flame body. Oh, no.
Volcarona able to survive
Any
the
Kamala likes, it's
acrobatics
funny.
and get another Quiver Dance off.
Any
That
Kamala,
is
but the
going to
log
mean
is
that
shiny.
Volcarona is going to
They
be
changed the
faster
logs, just
than
swap,
the
and
Roaring
now
Moon
I am
for
the
the
shiny.
next turn, and the body press fires right back into
Bubble,
Roaring
Future
Moon to
Paradox
pick
are really
up
good
that
shinies,
KO.
but the
One
fact they
hit
all go
takes
the same
out that
color. Yeah, yeah,
Pokemon,
right.
And it's all up to this Iron Hands to make something happen. If it double
Oh.
targeted the Volcarona, may be able to take it out.
Oh,
but it was
one hit point.
Christopher just can't make anything happen. Both Pokemon
The invisible
peak in the
focus
red
sash.
health on Eric's side, but they both survive.
Oh, the game just hates Christopher here, where it seems like
Mate.
nothing goes right. But it's Chien Pao is the
Ooh,
final
yeah.
Pokemon, not the Kyogre. That will
That
be
is
interesting
rough.
here with both these Pokemon slow at HP. If they can catch one of them with a Sucker Punch, likely to pick up a knockout.
Oh, who's gonna go
Otherwise, it
Sucker
would've been very-
Punch?
I mean, it's still a pretty good Quiver Dance for the Volcarona there. Where it will be
Like,
naturally
which
the quickest
Pokemon do you Sucker Punch?
But yeah, some certain restrictions going to apply here for actually taking advantage of that speed boost.
Maybe
But one
Sucker
hit point of
Punch the
Zamazenta. These
Volt?
Pokemon perhaps trained just right. We've seen a little more of a defensive strategy for the way these
Yeah,
Pokemon
she's
are
off.
trained throughout the course of this weekend so far. And
Oh,
yeah, it's a very
man.
different turn if these Pokemon are just a little
No,
bit
it's
more
me,
offensively
Steve. I'm
oriented.
Liam.
Yeah, but I think that
It's me,
Chien
yeah.
Pao is still in a really good position here because Volcarona and Zamazenta are both so low. Volcarona has to protect here, so opens up an opportunity for Christopher to get the targeting right. Eric won't allow that though, so going to get both protects off on both Pokemon here as Chien Pao goes for the Ice Spinner. Thanks to the Protect, the terrain will stay up to continue healing, as Wild Charge will also flow into
got
the
it.
Protect here. So here we are in a situation.
Is there a light
where
on the
you
doggo
have
cam for the
full
dogs?
health,
Yeah.
Scarf Miraidon in the back. Volcarona with that extra turn of recovery. With
Because
the
otherwise
electric
the camera
seed,
goes all like
may
super
survive
pixelated
a Sucker
shit.
Punch.
Yeah,
That is a
I mean, it's-
Cactua
it could be
from
really
FF on the
close,
doggo's
right?
bed.
Some fun of this turn as well, that now both Pokemon
Some people
have
theorize
both protect,
Kabbalah's
so
log, and I
you
think
feel
Wobbuffet's
relatively
body are the
safe
Pokemon,
from
that's why they
them.
changed.
But
Oh, Wobbuffet's
it
tail,
does smell.
I think, is the
They could use
Pokemon,
here.
right?
Wide Guard on Zamazenta's case would simply be used
Kenja
to
time,
be
thank you for the
using,
follow. Appreciate.
attacking move, not going to be any like actual positive value, but if you're going
I heard that
really crazy, I guess you
Wobbuffet's
could try to
tail
go
with
for
the
a
eye
Quiver
on
Dance
it
just
is
to
the
down
actual
sucker punch
Pokemon.
up. But unlike the last turn, I think maybe it would be good to try to confirm the knockout with Iron Hands this time. Rather
EP
than
boy today.
risk leaving the Volcarona, who at least for now seems like the preeminent threat.
Yeah, Christopher's a bit
remaining on
stuck
Eric's side
here,
of the field.
but
Yeah, but
if he
the
predicts
Iron Hands
the
is
Sucker
also
Punch properly,
incredibly important here because the Miraidon in the back
technically
does
it's not
have access to
it's not
Dazzling
Ruby's
Gleam,
Cactua.
which means
It's
that
mine.
it'll be very
Ah,
difficult.
failed
The
Sucker
Sucker
Punch.
does not connect.
And there's the
Correctly
body
called,
press,
but
down to the
Protect on Eric's
sash.
side as the body press now
I know
activates
it's
the
not a hot
focus
day,
sash
but
on
could that be
Chien
making her a
Pao.
little
That
warm?
Pokemon is now down to
The light
one
won't.
hit
No,
point
it doesn't.
as the
It
low
like
kick
the key lights don't really
finally
give off a lot of heat.
finishes off the Zamazenta.
She's warm
Eric
because she's been
gets
to the park
another
like less than
free
an
turn
hour
from
ago.
that Volcarona to heal up on this terrain.
So as we often see on these stream matches, great move by Christopher not to do what I suggested there, splitting targets there. Volcarona gets the double protect, but it doesn't actually
But she's good.
matter.
She's got
Actually,
water.
it's
She's got the cool mat. Don't you
because
worry.
It wouldn't have gotten hit anyway.
Lovely.
Would have rather
It's
it
like
failed.
only 27.8
Now,
degrees.
Extremely unlikely to
Hell
see
yeah.
a third protect if it opts to go for it. So we'll probably find out here if that sucker punch is going to be enough.
I don't know how much
But
warmth they
Iron
give
Hand,
off. Yeah, not a lot
very critical
really.
Here is at least an attempt to try to
Not a lot
air quotes
really.
wall this Miraidon. We've
Come on, Iron Hands.
Dazzling
Nah,
Gleam
Miraidon's
often
got
considered
it.
Miraidon's best move, notably missing here in what otherwise would be an excellent situation to lock in.
Oh, he doesn't have
Also
Dazzling
being
Gleam on
that it is
Miraidon.
the Choice
Oh.
Scarf Miraidon instead of the Choice Specs Miraidon. Even this Draco Meteor, that is the option that Miraidon has to damage the Iron Hands will not be as powerful, and there is a good chance, depending on how this Iron
You've got to
Hands is
sucker punch
trained,
the Volk,
that it can
right?
tank a couple of those in a row. But Qian Pao's
apparently
not
not.
going on the offensive here, will just protect itself on this turn. And
Oh, that's not good. It's like +3.
Thinking that the Qian Pao is the biggest threat here, protects that Pokemon.
Mate, what a play. That was beautiful.
Connects with the Meteor. Iron Hands goes down.
Well, I didn't see Rachel all yesterday, I don't think. I don't think she popped in. She might have been knackered.
Either of these will easily knock them out, knock that Pokemon out. So
Yeah,
long
I
as
want to
the
know how that
Meteor
went.
hits.
Yeah, I mean, now at this point, I guess.
Holy shit, boy.
Yeah, Christopher,
Yeah, that is the battle was cancelled. Yep. That's valid.
Okay, so
That's valid. Let me go get some water to put my G Fuel in. Shiny Superior. Yeah, Shiny Superior's alright.
Right way to
It's
play the one, but
alright.
Eric, excuse me. Gosh. Stop, reset. Okay, so yeah, I mean, really great read right there. I think that could have gone either way. We saw a lot of really interesting trading back and forth, but just kind of came down to a big read there, right? Where actually twice in a row, Qian Pao kind of making the wrong play there. We're sucker punching into a protect and then protecting nothing. And just a really excellent play by Eric. He did get a little lucky earlier in the game where it just seemed like for a while there, all the RNG was going in his favor. The burn from the flame body on the Volcarona is really critical. Also survives with
some G's.
but he's able to cash in those advantages, right? Doesn't just get the good luck, able to turn that into something where
Let's
he's
go.
making decisions and
How you
takes
doing,
agency over
Zishan?
the
How you
remainder of the
doing,
game.
darling?
Finishes that one off, but
Let's
I think as we
go.
move this game too, it's pretty
Let's
interesting
go.
where I don't know, either side's
That
gonna feel
wild
like
charge
super
with one
good
hit
about that
point,
first
that's
game, so we could
gutting
see
that.
maybe a bigger switch up than normal.
Yeah, and we
Don't figure out
actually
if I
just
heard
saw
correctly. That's
on
alright.
the replay the turn where the Rillaboom switched in and got immediately blown
That's
up
a lot
by
of
the
G-Fuel
Zacian
in.
and the Iron Hand.
Yeah, I
which
did
is just
the
like,
I did
oh
the
no,
tall boy
Rillaboom is
scoop,
down.
didn't I?
But Rillaboom
Oh, well.
set grassy terrain and then got the full 5 turns of grassy terrain next to Volcarona, which yielded up
extra.
so much over the course of that
claw
game.
it back,
So
Chris.
Even
Just
that
learn,
one, what looked like a
says Liam.
sacrifice of the
I never
Rillaboom, like,
learn.
oh, Rillaboom's not doing anything, had a huge impact on
I
that game
never
for Eric.
learn.
Yeah, and I think also critically just taking the damage.
And I
right, where
will
think
not
other than setting the
learn
terrain,
to learn.
Golden wasn't like a
I
super
will
critical
only
Pokemon in that
succeed.
matchup. It's kind of a lot of
Your
things
dad
that,
sucks
doesn't
seed.
do super well against their
Oh, that's fine though.
so,
No, whatever he's into.
able to do what it
Don't
really
judge
needs to
here.
do, which is to get the train set correctly for Volcarona and then just get out of the way there. We're having
If
Zamazenta
you'll
back out of
lemonade,
me was actually
yum,
really
yum.
critical, right? And immediately took a knockout
Yum,
with
yum.
that body press.
I want the headphones. I
sashed
can't
the
hear Evan and
Qian Pao.
Scott.
So I really like how Eric played from that perspective. However, you know, there's only a 30% chance to get that
The
burn with the flame
boys.
body. There's only a 50% chance to get the special attack raise from the fiery dance.
I
A lot
might,
of
instead of
things
bringing
that matter
plushes, I
there.
might start bringing
On
the
top
two
the
of
fact
these
that
to the
they're
event.
Probably with a different damage
Events,
rule,
just have the boys,
Zamazenta
the
could have been
twins.
knocked out as well.
Well, big changes coming
No
out
worries, British
from
Birdie. You get some rest, my dude.
Christopher bringing the
Rest,
Kyogre
my
this
dude.
time.
Kyogre!
I was just thinking how much I enjoyed that he didn't bring the Kyogre, but opting for a different change-up here.
Well, now he's got a Terra
up
Turn 1,
against
hasn't
the Zamazenta and the Miraidon.
Polymafia.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of love that switch up in a second game where it's great when if you can show a different look. I mean, it's got to be a better look worth doing here, right? Kyogre, as we mentioned before, has 3 different water type attacks, including Hydro Pump, so Wide Guard isn't going to completely wall it here.
Lego.
The obvious play in this one would be to fake up the Miraidon slot, which did not happen last time, and to go for a water type attack. So we'll have to see what actually happened. Do you go for a cheeky attack with the Miraidon, especially up a game here, maybe feeling
I
like
think
with one
predict the
where you can connect
Zamazenta,
with an unterrestrialized Kyogre, you might
terrestrialize
just
to
steal the game
water,
immediately.
and wild
But
charge it
also, Christopher has
while
the
protecting your
opportunity
Kyogre.
to take an advantage here by
What's
you know,
Kyogre's
having
like?
that splash plate, having the rain set
Splash
up,
plate.
water spout or hydro pump will do
Oh,
big damage
Miraidon
as
is Mirai
Eric
gone into
repeating in
Rillaboom.
Game 1,
Yeah.
retreating the Miraidon this time for the
Terra the
Rillaboom to
Zama.
tank any of those water attacks very easily from the Kyogre. At the same time, that is going to remove the attack boost from the
I don't know
Iron
which
Hands.
person this
Also
is.
a big deal in Game 1 to limit the
This
damage that
is Kyogre, I guess, to grass.
Christopher was able to put
Yeah,
out.
valid.
Of course, Kyogre in front of Miraidon is almost always going to force this terrestrialization
Turn 1,
here
Terra.
into the grass type for Christopher. As Zamazenta
Oh,
just
okay.
goes for a single protect here, not the wide
So Rillaboom
guard,
will take a water
opening
spout very
up
well.
potential spread
Gonna get in the
damage.
shower.
Just the
Hopefully
Hydro
that'll help
Pump
him out a
into the
bit.
protect.
Fingers crossed, Eileen. Have a good
But
shower.
usually no fake out coming out from the Iron Hands this time around, but it is
Oh,
just a
the
double
low
target
kick's
into the
cheeky. I like
Zamazenta.
it.
So Eric, with that one switch and protect, has gotten
Kind of
so
forcing the
much
Terra there.
value got the Terra out of the Kyogre and has to fake out pressure now.
Yeah, I like
What was that
expression from
announcement?
Eric, as it turns out, it would have been even better to go for a Volt Switch there, but I think it's a good, more conservative play, still adjusting to the way that Christopher played that first game, where it's a very similar sort of read, doubling up on the other Pokemon
Right.
this time.
There's
Doesn't
so
give
much
up any
going
free
on.
damage on the Zamazenta, and does get the Rillaboom in for free, which is some great value here, right? The Kyogre, even though...
Hello, everyone. I'm
going to
whip out my knob now.
Still going to struggle
You're
to
not.
damage the Assault Vest Rillaboom.
Well, Iron Hands does not like what it sees against these two Pokemon, and instead will retreat in favor of the Zacian. So now getting that attack boost on the switch-in and the Terastallization coming out once again from Eric on the Zamazenta. Wants that pure water typing. The only thing that this water Zamazenta is afraid of on Christopher's team that he's shown is that Iron Hands.
Beans.
And without the boost, and
Wish I could shiny hunt Zacian. I know, right? Do it in Pokemon Go.
Fine with that. Strong double target there. Fake out into what was the Iron Hands. And
Hello
then
there.
a body
I have
press.
seen your
The
beans.
Origin Pulse,
Your
though, will
beans are
connect
on my
the
television.
Zamazenta, not the Rillaboom, dealing a decent amount of damage, but you can see why Eric wasn't super afraid of targeting the Iron Hands and leaving the Kyogre
Scary.
up.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Grassy
the
Glide,
damage
go
in the
butter.
position's kind of interesting there. We're kind of at an awkward spot here where, probably just
Grassy
enough
Glide,
that
go
the
butter.
body press would knock it out again, although now you maybe like protect a little bit, get a little bit of HP with some grassy terrain, and maybe you can
Station,
achieve it
do
around.
something,
Also,
mate.
the Kyogre moving last there. Going to make it more difficult to click that water spout move because
Yes!
strong, you're gonna be
I mean, a
taking
little
lot of
bit.
damage and reducing the damage of your own water spout.
There goes Zacian.
Well, Zacian just needs to go on the
Zacian.
offensive to try and pick up some damage on
Go
the
fast in 2 weeks. You can shiny hunt
Zamazenta.
Zacian,
Does a little,
Zamazenta
but
then.
gets
There you go.
knocked Out in return. Big body press
Alex has
coming
got you
out,
covered.
and now the Hydro Pump lands on
Nice.
Zamazenta. The double up, the single target.
Mate, Hydro Pump
doing
Kyogre is
big
brave.
Damage to the Zamazenta finally knocks that Pokemon out. That leaves the Rillaboom free to move here. And does
U-turn,
have the
yeah.
opportunity to just pivot again. U-turn
Nice, cheeky
directly
U-turn.
into the Kyogre, deals super effective damage thanks to the Grass Terastallization.
I'm guessing back into the
Now Eric
Miraidon.
gets to decide what Pokemon he wants to bring in first, and then make the final switch.
Volcarona in the back is
the second
scary.
Pokemon.
Because once that rain
Terrain
ends,
changing here once again, at least for now. The electric train.
if I'm Chris, I bring in my Pokemon that
potentially
isn't
impactful.
Iron Hands,
Sequencing very important
and then I
here.
switch out
It's not a lot
Kyogre
more
into
turns
the
too,
Iron
because,
Hands
yeah,
next
I mean,
turn.
that we've seen the positive version of this synergy where you go get the Miraidon in.
Yeah, there we
take the
go,
electric
yeah.
seed, then get
Bring
the
in
Rillaboom
Roaring
in,
Moon.
try not to get the Miraidon in for a while.
Although I imagine that actually, I imagine oh no, the Miraidon doesn't have Dazzling Gleam, does it? This one. Maybe it's just still have Go installed. It's because I need a new Mew for Let's Go EV Dex valid.
Acrobatics very well. Still going to have to worry about a fake out for at least this turn with the Rillaboom entering and exiting the battlefield all at once there with the help from U-turn and one of its friends being knocked out. But that
Oh,
Rillaboom
going
would be a very important Pokemon
Draco.
for Eric to try to get rid of here in this match. And conversely, Christopher and whatever that final Pokemon is, probably going to want to try to protect that Roaring Moon enough that it can easily clear those two Pokemon.
Oh yeah, there's no Hadron engine now on the
fake out pressure, though,
on the Miraidon.
is why it was still worth it to bring the Rillaboom in.
Bought a go
even
quite a while
with
ago.
sort of
Valid,
the
it happens.
anti-synergy of the terrains here.
Fish
as
probably
it
just
will
will
be able
protect.
to
I mean, it's
potentially
valid.
threaten the
Avoid
Roaring
the
Moon.
avoid the
Miraidon
fake out.
has the ability to do big damage to either of these
Also check
Pokemon
intentions.
with the Draco Meteor as well. But of course, then you're risking the miss, and you're also opening yourself up to a switch in from the Iron Hands would feel really good here to tank one of those hits. Roaring Moon,
Yeah,
though,
there's
will
protect.
just protect itself
And
instead
then
of going
Kyogre
on
protects.
the offensive, thanks to the Choice Scarf on Miraidon.
Yep.
Likely still going to be faster than the Roaring Moon even after that.
It's just some free
photosynthesis
healing for
boost.
Kyogre as
Double
well.
protect, though, just to scout out, and there is the Draco Meteor targeting down the Roaring Moon. Would have easily picked up a KO.
Actually, Darren
as
Rock
the
was unhinged.
Roaring
Oh, he
Moon
was.
not
Mate.
protected. And Rillaboom again, just trying to keep.
If you want an
pivoting
example,
around.
listen to the song
I
Pie,
think that's a very solid
and
double protect there,
listen
and
to The
it's
Rock
room
liking
for
it so
that
much
matters
he
a
was
lot.
speaking Chinese,
However, yeah, now
and what
that
he
this
says
can
immediately
safely
after
for
that in
either
that
Pokemon
song.
can safely protect on this turn, more likely
Never
to,
devastated,
fail
they
than
discuss the
not,
possibility of
and,
Star Wars
there's
and
a
Dead
bunch
by
of damage
Daylight.
threat
Oh my
there. And I
god.
thought for a second we were just
Let the
going
killer
to
be
see
the
Kyogre,
Rancor.
attacking there, right? Well, kind of realizing that maybe the Roaring Moon drew the attention, but it's going
Very
to get
nice.
a decent acrobatics in, but not knock out that Rillaboom.
Well,
Oh,
incredibly,
there
the
goes
Roaring
Moon.
Is still faster than the Choice Scarf Miraidon here, as
Rough.
it does get decent damage, but gets knocked out in return by the Draco Meteor. So
That's-
no
that's
ability
real
to
rough
pick
there.
up the KO from that. A water spout though.
Nice.
Christopher finally realizing that Eric is
Ooh.
not, needs that extra damage and isn't probably going to take even more before.
Yeah, that
it
wasn't
gets
ideal.
The water spout off. but it's just not enough damage to pick up the KO.
And with the
on
rain
the
ending
Rillaboom.
soon,
Needed the
Volcarona's
extra
going to go
damage
ham.
pulse rather than the weakened water spout.
Want a
right
Marvel
there.
villain like
Volcarona
Muse,
pivots
Comic
it.
9 CU, if anything else from Disney aside from Alien and the Predator. Fair.
Volcarona forced to come in there, and Eric not really getting to act on that information because he has no
Act
choice
on
but
that
to bring in his
information.
fourth and final
Nice one,
Pokemon,
Scott.
which will be that Iron
Nice one,
Hands
mate.
once again. So
Fake
now,
out pressure
Eric able to
from
play
Iron
around that.
Hand.
I think Iron Hands is almost certainly going to be that last Pokemon, but you kind of see why the Roaring Moon was sacrificed there.
Yo, Liam, don't you have any socials, main YouTube and TikTok? Anything I could send you my Pogo and or Switch friend codes? Maybe we could battle sometime. Switch friend code's pointless because I don't really do.
Yeah, it's very good into most of the Pokemon except for this.
I don't really do
where anytime Iron Hands tries
any kind
to
of
attack
like
the Volcarona, it does risk
like
being burned,
I
and
don't
of
connect
course,
to people on my
Volcarona
Switch really, to be
will able
honest.
to
But
resist the
like
fighting
with
type
Pokemon,
attack.
you can
And of
just
course,
use an
the
in-game
principal
code
fighting
anyway.
type attack there being low
For Switch,
kick,
if you
which will
type
do
FAQ in the
very
chat,
negligible damage
sorry,
to the
exclamation mark
Volcarona
FAQ,
regardless.
in there my
Still,
Pokemon Go
Volcarona
friend
protects
code's in there.
itself
Send me a
from damage
request
from
and
the
like
Kyogre as Miraidon
when I need to add a new
gets
friend
faked
for
out by
an
the
event or
Iron
something,
Hands.
I'll be
There's
like,
the
oh, there's a
Origin
request.
Pulse will not connect with the
Not me.
Volcarona thanks to the Protect, but will with the Miraidon. And of course, without the rain.
Because I'll be
not
honest, if you
dealing
give me
a
your friend
whole
code
lot
now,
of damage
I'll
to
just
that
end up
Pokemon.
forgetting. I'm
Yeah,
riddled,
whittling
mate.
it down,
I'm
worth
riddled.
noting, that Rillaboom is still very low HP. Actually, would have been knocked out if the Origin Pulse had hit it earlier in the game, which could be pretty critical here. And Eric said you're still hoping to cycle your Pokemon in such a way that you can get Miraidon back out and activate that Electric Seed, which could be very important for that Iron Hands matchup. But awkward, right? You had to protect
Yeah,
the
I
previous
think
turn with the Volcarona,
Chris is
so
a
it's going
bit
to be
stuck.
vulnerable
Although
to
the Switch will help.
The Volcarona definitely
but the rain's
vulnerable
gone, so
to
actually no,
damage from
the Switch won't
either of
matter.
These Pokemon as Rillaboom switches back in. Kyogre will protect itself, knowing that it will be targeted down by this Volcarona.
Yeah,
it cannot risk a water type attack. It can risk an electric type attack coming out from the Iron Hands,
just
but
a low
instead
kick.
It will just
Damn.
be the low kick as Christopher tried to pick up the KO on Miraidon before it could switch
That's a
out
big
and
shame right
activate
there.
the Electric Seed. But because Eric sacrificed the Rillaboom once again, that means Miraidon gets to come back out, and finally the
There it
electric
is.
terrain is set up alongside the Volcarona, giving it that huge boost to its defense that will help it so much against this Iron Hand.
Yeah,
Really
I think
trade,
Chris
though,
is
'cause there's
cooked,
advantages
sadly.
and disadvantages for both sides. Volcarona going
I
to
can't see an
activate
out
that
for
Electric
him.
Seed, going to gain its level of boosted defense. Miraidon going to get to select a final
Miraidon's
move
just
here,
going to
but going
Draco
lock in whatever that
the
move is,
hands.
for the remainder of the game. We saw Draco Meteor
Volcarona's
previously.
just going to
I think
fiery dance the
somewhat likely
Kyogre.
to see it again here, given the resistances of both of these Pokemon, but going to get weaker and weaker as this game continues. Iron Hands also getting its Quark Drive boost, allowing it to do more damage, potentially allowing it to knock out these Pokemon a little bit more quickly. So interesting endgame here. We'll have to see what the players opt to lock into. Volcarona and Iron Hands, probably the two Pokemon that the attention is on as this game concludes.
Oh, Yuma Kingawa beat Kyle Livinghouse, for those wondering.
Kyogre recognizing that it's getting targeted down by this Miraidon and Volcarona. Does not get it, and the Draco Meteor.
Justin
will
Tang
connect
and James
pick
Evans
up
are
that
8-1.
KO.
Bye-bye Kyogre. That's
is
game right
now
there.
down.
Marco
That means
Silva's
that
8-1.
Volcarona
Riley
gets a
Factora's
free
8-1.
swing at this Iron Hands with the fiery dance. Like you mentioned, it is not a guaranteed.
Luca
special
Cherry
attack
Belly
boost,
lost
and to
7
get
and 2
through
to
the
Justin
Assault
Knox.
Vest, it will need more of those as Iron Hands finally takes out the Miraidon, and now one-on-one Iron Hands versus Volcarona. Who wins?
Jody Azarelli, 7 and 2. I didn't even know Jody was there.
At the first turn, then the
Go on,
second.
Jody.
Now all future attacks will do a little bit more damage, going to protect here. The electric train helped Volcarona for a single turn to activate its item, but it wants that to go away as quickly as it can. Now it's just helping this Iron Hands, which both has the Quark Drive boost and is taking advantage of the boosted electric type damage as a grounded Pokemon using electric type attack. So,
Oh, to be fair, Iron Hands has a chance, but not a big one. Nah, it's gone. It's gone.
Once more, see if he can get a further boost to the special attack.
Yeah, you can see the big
Oh, the
importance
special
of those
attack going up. That's
special attack boosts. With that
rough.
next boost, that should be enough to KO the Iron Hands, regardless of recoil damage. Even without the boost, likely that recoil
Emily
put it
Parsons,
into
7 and
fiery
2.
dance
She's
range
still in,
to
lads. Let's
begin
go.
with. This
We
means
really
that
need to find out who she
Iron
is.
Hands dealt so much damage to that Pokemon. If it had just been able to target it down earlier, it would not be in this situation where it was being knocked out and giving Eric Rios the win 2-0 in our first round today.
That was a clinic right there. That were beautiful, that were. That were beautiful.
Yeah,
I need another Tinkle,
fighting match.
which is crazy.
Close
And then we're going to
both
hatch some
ways,
Toro,
right?
so
Both those
back in a
games
mo.
could have
Burp.
gone the other way, but Eric able to find just enough advantage in both those matches, really showing the power of that Volcarona in this matchup.
Yeah, incredible play there from Eric Rios to make sure that in both games, Volcarona was set up for as much success as possible. Getting the electric seed boost at precisely the right times, and game 1, basically turn 1. And then in game 2, being able to reposition the Rillaboom, get the terrain advantage such that, he was able to heal up his health when he needed it and get some extra damage on Rillaboom, and then be able to get the Volcarona set up with that electric seed. And the difference here between having the electric terrain on the field to boost the Iron Hand and having the one shot of just needing to activate the electric seed was very important. That in-game made that much safer, even if Eric hadn't gotten a lot of those special attack boosts.
Yeah, I thought it was just kind of a lot of fun to watch, where this is such an awkward team to play, right? Where if you sequence everything perfectly, you've got some great synergy. If you sequence it incorrectly, it's the Pokemon are actively working against one another, and it was very close to going the wrong way there, where poor Rillaboom had to kind of just switch it and be knocked out twice, but the advantage was there, right? And both games, Volcarona was able to get in a position where I was able to lock the game. Certainly, some things went right there for Eric there. Fiery Dance looked like it 100% odds of raising special attack, and dodge an Origin Pulse, had stuff go right in the first game too. But again, stuff's going to go right sometimes in Pokemon. It's going to go poorly sometimes in Pokemon. How do you find the path to use the changed board state to your advantage? I think the way he closed both those games, regardless of what happened beforehand, was really great. Where I think it's tough to find the right end game with a team like this one, especially with the two competing terrains, and he did a really great job of finding a safe path toward the end, where I think he was more likely to win than lose, kind of regardless of the other shenanigans we saw throughout the course of the set.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did, Christopher convinced me bringing the Kyogre in game 2. It did make sense as an adjustment from game 1. And, able to get some big damage off those Hydro Pumps, being able to KO the Zamazenta through Terra was wild. That's big damage coming out from that Pokemon, and crucially another important threat to have to focus down. So it drew a lot of attention away from some of Eric's other Pokemon to sort of make that a little bit more complex.
Hurry up, because you're taking too long. What's that
to
from?
be
That's
at the end for Eric.
Justin
I think to me
Timberlake.
also, it was
Can I have you naked
indicative
by the end of this
the,
song?
Swordfish comp with
what am I doing?
Vision and Kyogre's
Oh,
place
yes.
in the format, where it felt like Christopher was having to make a lot of really difficult reads, right? And I think especially that first game, it seemed like he might have made enough to get through it, but just kind of an uphill game, where I think Eric put a little bit more conservatively. His pieces pivoted a little bit better and was kind of able just to kind of close things out throughout his team construction, rather than having to make so many in-game decisions to get himself ahead.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a listen to the thoughts of Eric Rios himself.
Let's send
Jake
Ruby
is down
down
on stage with him, so take it away, Jake.
Thank you, Evan. I'm here with Eric Rios, our round 9 winner at the North American International Championships. First off, Eric, congrats. 8-1 start so far. How's your tournament been this weekend?
It's been amazing. I did a very unique
hang
team,
on.
for this tournament.
Yo,
I
chat, why
tried
does YouTube
to
show ads on a live?
complement
Anyone
the
find
game,
that
and
annoying?
for
It's
the
so that
moment
the
it
YouTuber
works.
can earn a living. Cheers,
So,
mate.
Let's see how it goes. But
I'm going to be back in a minute. I just need to let Ruby out.
Awesome.
One
I'd
sec.
love to talk about your team. Like you said, a lot of cool choices on it. I think 2 Pokemon in particular I'm really curious about are the Teal Mask Ogerpon and the Volcarona. Let's start with the Ogerpon. We didn't get to see it in this match, but it's got a really cool set, Taunt and Encore, and it's a pretty unique choice. What led you to that choice on your team?
So I have been preparing this tournament from 2 weeks ago, and I didn't know the 6-slot Pokemon. It was Ogerpon, I tried Incineroar, I tried Ditto. I wanted some Pokemon to beat Kalido, Zamazenta with a lot of pressure that Ogerpon can do. It's Cover Clock, so it's immune to Fake Out, and it's Defiant, so Incineroar can be there in front of Ogerpon. So I have Encore Taunt, because if I face some Setters mons, I can use Encore, I can just prevent hard Trick Room Teams with Taunt. I have Wire for that, for Glacial Lens, so I think Ogerpon has been the 6th slot I have been searching, so yeah. So it works against Setters mons.
That's awesome. How about Volcarona too? So one thing Len and I were talking about backstage during your match is that Volcarona's been a lot more popular this weekend. I think it jumped up into our top 12 usage, but every Volcarona we see has a different item, a different moveset, different Terra type. What led you to kind of the Fiery Dance Giga Drain especially set?
Yeah, I wanted a Pokemon that can defeat Sam in, for example, Sam Artera Dragon, so I have Miraidon for that. Sometimes Artera Grass, so bulk is fine, or Artera Water, so bulk with Giga Drain is fine. So I wanted a Pokemon that can set up. Volcarona with Electric Seed is so good because the defense for Volcarona it's not so good. So you want the +1 defense to fight against Saziamon, Chimpao, Zamazenta, physical mons in general. So I think it's good against Kyogre teams because I can Grass in front of them. And
there we go.
I have
Why I'm never getting YouTube Premium. That's what annoying me if I do. Mate, YouTube Premium.
So I think
God damn.
is so good in general.
God damn.
It was in the
YouTube
game, so
Premium I can never live without.
Like a really important piece
Yeah, that
there,
was the wrong
especially
sandwich, by the way.
Really
That
close
was the
to
wrong
that
sandwich.
endgame. Let's
My
talk
name's
about
not a sandwich.
the Miraidon Rillaboom combination too. It's popped up a little bit, especially on teams with the Zamazenta, the Volcarona that appreciate the grassy terrain. But how have you managed kind of the clashing terrains on your team?
Yeah, sometimes it's
Good point.
strange to play both terrains because
hello.
Miraidon wants the electric terrain to do damage, but sometimes you want to counter another Miraidon's teams, and Rillaboom is one of the best counters to Miraidon. The grassy terrain helps a lot to take Electro Drift with Jam. It can take off the ability of Iron Hands also, so I think Rillaboom helps them more than another Pokemon. I try Landorus as well, but you want the terrain to take the hit, so.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Let's talk about your season so far. Now, you've made top 8 at LAIC this year. You've had a UIC championship a few years ago as well, so no stranger to doing very well at these big events. How has that experience kind of helped you in preparing for this event?
So, last year I made top 16 here, and I wanted to win like
Boom.
every tournament I play. But
It's certainly a sandwich, right? What did it do? What
this
effect did
year
it give?
I did
Who
4-4.
knows?
One
Who
of
knows?
my worst tournaments I did, and after that I tried to.
It did
be
Egg
back
Power
again,
1
and I made
and Raid
second
Power
place
Ghost.
at
That's the
Stockholm,
it didn't
so
even have
I
3
want to
powers. That's
be
tragic.
on the
That's
top.
the most tragic sandwich I've
I
ever
want to be
seen.
a champion again, so I prepared this tournament like walls, and I want to test before.
I'm
Worlds,
saying
so
pay for premium, no ads, but I still get them. That's weird. I don't know why you still get them if you're on premium.
All right, well, you're well on your way. 8-1
Hello, innocent
so
fool.
far,
How you
getting close to
doing?
that top cut. Any final shout-outs you want to make, Tony?
Oh, Jake Muller. That's a lovely. That's a lovely salmon blazer.
Who have been supporting me from home, as well to my family, to Koi, Movistar Koi, Tony,
Here we go.
Kaneko,
Here we go.
everyone. So also
Everybody
to my
get
Twitch
hype,
community.
hype,
thanks to them.
hype, hype.
All right, well, good luck in your next rounds, Eric. We're going to flip over to Joe, who's got an interview with one of our top American players, Ashton
Whoa.
Cox.
Thank
That
you
shit
very
crazy.
much, Jake and Eric. Congratulations on the victory. We
What
are
am
here
I
with
doing?
another
Where's my button?
victorious
Where's my
player.
button?
The last round,
You
Ashton
can
Cox.
push
How
my
are you doing
button,
today?
baby.
Well, today
Shit.
is really good. I'm 1-0 today, so undefeated today. Fantastic.
Go on, mate. 1-0 today.
Unfortunately, I came in as a 6-2, so I'm only 7-2. I'm working my way up. I'm one of those
Is
people
it
that
that
go
one?
4-0
No, that's the
today.
wrong one. That
Not
one you want.
impossible, but
Where's
I'm,
that?
I'm not looking forward to that. It's going to be a long day.
That's that one.
Stranger
Cool.
things have happened. You can absolutely.
Stranger
go away with the
Things? They
4-0
should make a
and
TV
into
series
that.
about
But yeah, I
that.
think you're a very interesting person to talk to with the perspective.
You can
where there's so
push
much
my
drama about the
button,
bubble. Who's
baby.
going to make
Stop it.
their world
Make the sandwich.
sensation, who is not
You
gonna
make the
it.
sandwich.
'Cause
You take the bus.
You're kind of relaxing right now. You already have that that direct invite to Anaheim from your top 4 earlier this year in LAIC.
What
right?
you
So
matching?
how
We're
did you
watching
do your preparation
the
today, knowing that, yes, you're competitive,
Pokemon
you
North
wanna win,
American
but
International
also
Championships.
It's kind of okay if you don't get the dub.
Yeah, it has been really interesting because I don't think I've had an opportunity like this before.
I take
I'd
it
have
you got
like,
to switch to.
run my way.
I
I've been doing
did.
this
It's very
many
lovely.
years.
It's smooth as
I'd
a
have to run through
cucumber
maybe-
silk.
I've been in a situation
I don't think that's a
when I
word,
was,
but
you know, back when we would have like 3,000 championship points, and I was
Your
like,
dad's
okay, I'm
daggy.
also locked. But yeah, one of my biggest goals here actually was helping
Hello,
my friends
hello.
as well,
My dad's name
and
is
making
Bob.
Sure
It's
that
not.
Not only do we have a good team going to the event, but also that
It's very
they're
smooth
prepared
compared to
on
which one. Don't
matchups,
make
and
another
to
sandwich,
do
Liam.
so,
Good
I
lord,
had
just
to-
get
I
some
actually
eggs.
Still had to put a lot of effort into it, you know, to make sure that I know what
So you're
I'm
gonna mod
saying
it?
and I'm
No.
not just leading them down a bad path.
Because this is my switch that I'll be using to compete in tournaments, and I don't want any modifications to that.
a bit more towards what I was thinking for Worlds.
But if I get
today
another
I
one
ended up
down the
bringing
line,
same team 'cause I spent
maybe.
a lot of time practicing
I'm
with
sure
it.
the homebrew
I still
people are
really
probably
like
working on it.
But maybe if I'm on stream, you'll see it's pretty crazy.
Although there were people saying with the tech that's in the Switch 2, it might not be possible, but I'm like, surely it's possible. It's a computer, basically. Like, of course it's moddable. That's what I think.
You talk about your
And again,
friends. You don't have to talk
sometimes
about
I
the whole
don't
team,
think
but
at
I
all.
think one of the silly surprise stars is the Smeargle on the team. It seems like Smeargle when in
Surprise
doubt,
stars.
you
Tier a
absolutely
star.
just break Smeargle out whenever he needs
We
it.
love Tier a
It's
Star in
true.
this house.
One of my regional and
Said it'd be
international
brick to the
wins.
Switch
I did
mod.
have
No,
a
they
Smeargle.
said the same thing they said with the
Unlike
Wii
those
U.
teams, though, I
They
don't
said
have
the same
Lunala.
thing
I
they
have
said with the
Lunala on that
Wii,
one.
and they
But
say
here
the
with
same
we got
thing
the
that they
Shadow
said
Rider,
with
and
the Switch
one of the fun
1,
things I'm
which
doing
is
that
if
hasn't
you
been
mod
seen in the
it
past,
and
but
then you're stupid enough to go online with it so that Nintendo can detect it's been modded, then you'll get it bricked. If you mod it and you don't go online, there's no way for Nintendo to know it's modded, so it won't be bricked.
But Calyrex is immune to fighting. And if you switch in on a fighting move and you decorate,
But obviously,
that's the end of the
saying
game.
that
You're going to next
with
round.
that logic in
So,
mind
it's been really fun
doesn't
having
sell
that
articles.
unexpected
It doesn't do the
defensiveness
right
to a
amount of
team
fear
that has,
mongering
like,
that
no
companies
HP
want.
investment.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. There's that type chart that you always think about, and a lot of times with some of the more frail, restricted Pokemon.
Because remember, if they say, "Oh, you could probably end up modding your Switch too, but just don't go online like an idiot, or it might get bricked." It's a better line to go, "Your Switch 2 will be bricked if you mod it." That's, you know what I mean? They just cut all the fat off it and just go, "Yeah, that'll get people panicking."
Championships, or has it always been like, no, I'm building and I'm bringing the team that I believe can win?
Let's get more Egu, please.
Yeah, so it's funny you mentioned that. This is my 4th event of the year. I decided, hey, I got my.
Oh, I wish I'd been to 4 events this year.
I can work as much as you want, and I said I need this day, and this day, and it was the internationals and worlds, right? And so to that point, yeah, I
Mate,
felt like,
honestly,
okay,
the confidence to be like, I'm going to book off the internationals and worlds because I know I'll compete at the internationals because I just have to register. But I'm going to get to worlds. Mate, that's baller. Been a thing for years, and it's not just Nintendo, it just affects if you mod and go online. If no modding or modded, but stay offline, you're fine. Yeah, exactly. That's the downside to the news media these days, is like it's all fear mongering. If it's not negative, it doesn't sell.
I'm looking to fight as many good players
Because everything's about clicks and click-through rate and shares and things, and it's just, it's frustrating.
There's too many friends in the friend group.
These people are fucking annoying.
Some team takeouts in the upcoming rounds. What's your perspective on that? If you're using a mirror match with Smeargle,
Miraidon.
there's like some serious.
I'd love more
things
Egus.
that can happen.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Let's see how round 2 is shaping up. People are always annoying, it's true.
But we had 7 out of 10 players actually made day 2 with this team.
So, who's still going?
I believe they were around 5-3, so still really close.
Fiona and Simone are still going. Hans and Andrew are still going.
I know some of us are 7-3.
Yuki and Andrew Zheng are still going. Rishi and Ruben. Christopher Hahn and Eric Rios hasn't been recorded yet. Kazuki and Sahin Ray, Cedric Benier. Yeah, there's quite a few still going. 1, 2. Shohei Kimura. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. About 22 games still being played. Well, I haven't been recorded within the last 5 minutes.
If you can picture, she was the lady who waves in the background of the battle who's like, my mom was dressed up as that lady, yeah.
Oh, that's Min. I just caught that little bit of the interview there. That was Min.
And then my other sister was one of the
Who's Nintendo taking the word, making the wording clearer, meaning they'll brick consoles at random if they decide they don't like you buying certain games off the eShop or some rubbish. Yeah, like my favorite part of all of that, like panic and all of that uproar, was there were people who would never dream of modding their Switch. There were people who would never even consider modding it because they've got no interest in modding their Switch. They just buy the games they want and play the games that they have. And people like that were going, but what if they brick my Switch too? That's horrible. And it's like, well, they're not going to, are you? If you're just a paying customer, playing the games the way they were intended, they're not going to brick your Switch for that, are they? Oh, there's too much stupid in the world,
I'm
man,
really
too.
hoping the best for him. And besides that, also Luca. Luca always helps me out. And like you said, my family, they're always helping me out. So that's about it.
Yeah, I do not care for modding a Switch. Why would I be paranoid? Some people are so idiotic, right?
Usually we don't talk about Bruno, but I guess I'll let it slide.
Again, it's because they don't read the articles. They just read the headline and go, oh.
Coverage here on day 2 in New Orleans, the North America International Championships.
Day 2, baby. Look at those fist bumps. I saw that stagehand take the mic from Joe. How dare he? Hello, Kenja. How you doing? Thank you for the follow earlier, by the way. How's your day treating you?
The best ways to handle pressure during matches
People read
is
titles
really
and thumbnails like idiots and don't look into it more because people love to be outraged. They really do.
block out any outside
It's such a
distractions,
shame.
And then just imagine that it's very low pressure, and then go from there.
Can I get more Egu, please?
And remember that it's just a game, because at the end of the day, yes, we're here to compete, and obviously, you know, we want that.
My
prize money
consoles are
and,
modded
you know,
because it's
brag
part of a
all the
shiny
time,
community
how
that
good we
uses
are at the game,
automation
but
to
like,
host shiny raids. Valid.
I try to find out what my best and worst routes are, and if both of those are highly unlikely, then I try to find a way to meet in the middle. And that usually is able to...
It is physically impossible to mod it without a person knowing.
I know that I was making an informed decision, no matter what.
I think the best ways to handle pressure.
I mean, yeah, because you're a person and you'll know.
And go back to what
So much shit and effort goes into the files, custom firmware, etc. Yeah, exactly. I don't mod my consoles. I just buy and play what games are interesting in. What consoles are very unlikely to get bricked, but some people made wild assumptions about the situation. They did.
So one of the best ways I handle pressure during a match is putting on my headphones while I play and just kind of like jamming out to the music. I like to just kind of move around a little.
I will say, at tournaments, especially ones in busy or like busy exhibition centers like this, I always hate when I get an opponent that wants to talk all the way through the match, because I'm there riddled with ADHD. Like, I need my noise cancelling headphones on because I'm going to get distracted by the ambient crowd noise. And then I could just kind of hear very faintly through the headphones. Oh yeah, well, great play there. And I'm like, no, shut up. I don't care. Just let me focus. Maybe it's a strat to psych you out. Maybe.
Rain, sand, and snow. Each one brings unique effects, boosts specific Pokemon, and creates exciting
I need
strategies
6
to
more
turn the
Egu.
tide of battle.
Ruff, I couldn't chat a while ago, so I need to verify my account, and I can't see my phone number is
This
on
scorching
my...
weather is normally activated by
my phone number
abilities
is
such as
in my
drought
phone
or
account.
Oracle
Oh.
controls, as seen on
But you're
Torkoal,
chatting now, though, so did you manage to
Ground,
verify it?
Sidon. It can, however, be manually set up using the move Sunny Day. In intense sunlight, Fire-type moves are
Sunny
boosted
Day
by
is not
50%,
my jam.
while
Although I'm using
water-type
Koraidon
moves
at the
are
moment, so I
weaker.
suppose technically it
This
is.
means Pokemon like
That was
Ogerpon,
1,
Hearthstone,
2,
or Incineroar
2.
hit harder in the sun,
many as
while
2.
rain teams take a huge hit to their offensive capabilities.
The sun's coming back with a
Sunlight
vengeance.
also
It's nice.
activates
I got a nice
some
cool
powerful
breeze coming in here, though, so it's a nice
Chlorophyll doubles a Pokemon's
27.5
speed,
degrees
which
centigrade.
enables Pokemon like Venusaur or
Damn it, Liam, now
Jumpluff
loosen up my
to
buttons.
zoom
I've been stuck in
past
my head for
opponents
several
with their
minutes.
destructive
Loosen
speed
up
counter
my
attacks.
buttons, baby.
Solar Power has also been seen.
Can you
giving
believe that's a real
Pokemon like
song?
Charizard a special attack boost, but at the cost of some HP. Most
2 more
critically,
Egu.
though,
2 more
Paradox
Egu,
Pokemon
and then we
from
can do
the
it.
past, the
For some reason the
activates
chat
their
is
photosynthesis ability,
not
enabling
on
them to
verified
get
accounts
a
only.
boost to
Oh.
something powerful like their attack or
Oh.
speed. From sunny skies to storm clouds, let's
Storm
talk about
cloud
one of the
D's
most
nuts.
dominant weather conditions in the competitive video game, rain.
I'm going to board up
Set
everywhere.
by drizzle from
That's the
Pelipper or
plan.
Kyogre, or with the move Rain Dance. This downpour boosts water-type moves by 50%.
21.
Made
Made a sport ticket because I forgot my phone account since I can't receive codes and I forgot
Rapid
the
Strike,
email. Damn.
Kyogre, and Dondozo can really take advantage of this extra damage.
Damn.
So watch out for a surging strike or water spout raining on your parade.
Is that
Another
2?
danger
No,
is the
I think that's
utility of
1.
speed
Oh, I don't know now, and I don't want to have
Pokemon
too
with
many.
Swift Swim, like Kingdra
Why does it bother you,
and
Liam? I don't have too many. I've got perfect amount. Good.
Outspeeding almost
Well done, Liam.
everything
You're so
on
smart. Let's not go that far,
also
Chief.
provides accuracy coverage on
All my
moves
games
like
that contain mods off
Hurricane from
eShop, so your
Pelipper
console will be
or
bricked
the
if you
Spring
buy
Attack
them.
Leaquin
If
Storm
there was
from
games that
Tornadus, giving
modded
trainers
switches
a
on the
little
eShop, the games would be
breathing room by
removed. Yeah,
locking
exactly.
these moves.
Brev.
Next,
What are they
let's
chatting,
stop a
Brev?
storm with sand. A sandstorm can be summoned
Sandstorm,
by abilities
baby.
like Sandstream from Tyranitar or manually set up
My
using
dad
the
is a
Sandstorm.
computer.
Once active, it damages
Right, let's get one of these sheens, please. I would appreciate that very lots much. Chatting mad shit. Aren't I just Scotty May? How you doing?
Gain a 50% special defense boost in the sand, making bulky Pokemon like Tyranitar even harder.
Do I
to
need
take
another
down.
Tinkle?
And let's not forget Pokemon with sand rush
Possibly.
like Excadrill, which doubles its speed in the sand, turning it into
You gonna
a
try
terrifying
Ghostcraft when it
creature.
releases? The hell is
Sandfall has
Ghost?
also
I
been
assume it's
utilized on
Minecraft, so
Wartortle in
no,
the past
probably not.
to raise its evasion in
I
the
assume
sand,
it's
while
like Dead by
Sandforce
Daylight,
also
but
allows Pokemon to
Minecraft.
thrive in the
If not,
storm,
I've just invented something
boosting ground,
amazing.
rock, and
Yeah,
steel
back in a
type
mo. I just need a big old, a tig old
Finally, let's cool
binkle.
off
Oh,
with
I just
snow.
realised I can't.
Introduced in Pokemon
I don't have a
Scarlet and
thingy bob for
Pokemon
this, do
Violet
I?
as an upgrade to Hail. This
Oh, but what you
icy
can
weather
do
is
is press
triggered by
that.
snow warnings from
Very
Pokemon
clever
like
boy.
Abomasnow
Burp.
and Alolan Ninetales. Unlike the old Hail, snow doesn't chip away at non-ice type Pokemon, but instead it grants ice type Pokemon a 50% boost to their defense. This makes previously fragile ice type Pokemon like Alolan Ninetales or Frostmoth far more durable. Plus, Pokemon with Slush Rush like Alolan Sandslash double their speed in the snow, turning them into rapid attackers. Moves like Blizzard also gain perfect accuracy, making it a go-to option for heavy damage output. Even just imagining an Articuno going for Blizzard in the snow is enough to send shivers down your spine. Each weather condition in Pokemon VGC brings a unique set of effects. Whether you're harnessing the raw power of the sun, the relentless surge of rain, the harsh bite of sand, or the icy resilience of snow, understanding weather mechanics is key to mastering competitive battles. Don't forget though, these effects only last naturally for 5 turns on the field, meaning you have to move fast to make the most of them. So next time you build a team, ask yourself, how can weather work in your favor? Thanks for tuning in, and good luck in your future battles.
I would call my partner Rosemary. Well, she'd also be there, so she would know. So I guess the first person I'd call would be my dad and my sister, probably. I have 3 answers for this. So Corviknight's my OG favorite Pokemon from when I started playing. I used him a lot. He was always really good for me in Sword and Shield. Not so good anymore. I've kind of grown to really love Golden Go over the last couple of years. And Kyogre, of course, is my favorite restricted Pokemon. It's given me a lot of success. Probably the World Championships in Yokohama. Or Hawaii. Those are both pretty far located. Or OCIC in Melbourne. I've gone to a lot of places. I look up to people who are just consistently really good players. Obviously, Wolf Glick would be one of those people. Marcus Silva, Joe Ugarte. I really have a lot of admiration for the players who can consistently do super well. And, in a game with this much volatility, those kinds of players prove that even though Pokemon has a lot of elements of things that sometimes feel like they're out of your control, the fact that these players can consistently do so well means that, there's always a higher level of skill to be chasing. I've usually been a night owl, but I'm also getting older now, and I find myself waking up in the morning, and it's weird. So I guess, I'm in the middle of shifting from being a night owl to a morning person. My favorite event food is no food, actually. I think I eat like protein bars and nuts, things that are high in protein, but I don't usually like to have a full meal during a tournament day because I don't want to risk a crash. So usually we end the day pretty early these days, so it's nice. I get through the day, and then I'm real hungry, work up a good appetite to go and just eat some great local food wherever we are. It's a cheap answer to say a legendary Pokemon, so I'm just gonna go with Golden Go. I like my Golden Go. Gimmighoul's such a cute little first form, so I guess we'll go with Gimmighoul. My favorite city to travel to for a Pokemon event has probably been Yokohama. The way that everything around Yokohama was so sort of Pokemon up for the World Championships was just such an amazing experience. Being able to just kind of look around Yokohama and kind of go on this little treasure hunt of finding all the little various Pokemon things, the big murals. There was just so much cool stuff around there. I thought it was an amazing destination. At events, I really like listening to power metal. It kind of gets me focused up. I went to school for musical theater, so I like musical theater. I like everything. But right now, at an event, it's usually going to be power metal. Maybe K-pop, but we'll go with power metal for today. Flying Gyarados, because that thing needs more flying moves. We just need Gyarados to have a little bit more love in the flying department. He's so reliant on the generational mechanics to have same type attack bonus flying moves, so just give him something.
I am here with Flareon's mom, and we are going to be playing Pokemon This or That Fire type edition. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Turtonator or Volcarona?
Volcarona.
Volcarona or Colossal?
Volcarona.
Volcarona or Blacephalon?
Volcarona.
Volcarona or Talonflame?
Talonflame.
Talonflame or Litten?
Talonflame.
Talonflame or Houndoom?
Talonflame.
Talonflame or Armarouge?
Armarouge.
Armarouge or Litwick?
Armarouge.
Armarouge or Braixen?
Armarouge.
Armarouge or Chimchar?
Chimchar.
Chimchar or Charizard?
Charizard.
Charizard wins it. Thank you very much, Flareon's mom. Throw the blush! Oh! We got it. Bye, everybody.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 North America International Championships in this gorgeous city, New Orleans, Louisiana. We are here live to bring you all of the action from the floor of this tournament. My name is Evan Latt, and I am joined by my friend Scott Plaza. We have just finished our first round of Swiss today in actually kind of exciting fashion, as I understand our last match of the day went to sudden death, went from 4-4 to 3-3 to 2-2 to 1-1 before finally being resolved.
Yeah, I'm curious if that's ever happened on the international championship level before. I've certainly never heard of it happening. I was getting worried for a second there that we're gonna have to, send Wolfson Sinner over there with a steel chair and knock out one of the Pokemon so we could move on, but it does seem to have resolved.
The pairings are going to be made and be up shortly, so we will be getting into our next round as soon as possible. But before we get all of our trainers settled, let's take a look at the Pokemon that they have been bringing here in Day 2. These are the top pairs of restricted Pokemon here, and surprisingly to me, Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Miraidon are #1. We have not seen a whole lot of that pair of Pokemon on stream, but it is clearly doing very well here.
Yeah, I mean, it did move down, I believe, in like total representation from Day 1 to Day 2. So kind of wondering if maybe more of that isn't at the 6-3-7-2 sort of level, where we've seen a whole lot of both of the Zamazenta combinations at the upper tables. There's been some Ice Rider for sure. We saw Michael Couch play it, for instance, but yeah, not a whole lot of it. And then we haven't seen a whole lot of the Koraidon either. I think mostly with Weezing on the team, which, wow, what a combination of Pokemon.
But it really has been the Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta, and the Zamazenta and Miraidon that have been really dominating sort of the top of the top tables as we've been seeing them, as we've been following along. And I think we're going to be able to see a little bit more of that coming up in our next couple of rounds. These are the two pairs that we both had decided were going to be the ones that were going to be dominant in this tournament. And we just saw the Zamazenta and Miraidon on Eric Rios' team looking really strong, looking really...
So you may have noticed, everybody, that I was gone for a little bit. That's because we've got a visitor. It's Ruby.
Pokemon, but, Eric has
We've got friends now. Wait, where's my button? There's my button.
Hello.
It's Amma.
Okay, hello.
Look wherever you want, mate. Which dog barked? It was Ruby. Yeah, she already told us. Yeah, I had your mic on before you came, so I muted my mic and walked off, and she went fucking mad.
Getting it in safely,
Mad.
Oh,
Ghostcraft is like Pokemon. Okay, tell me more about Ghostcraft as well. Here we go, look. Amma's making her e-girl debut.
I am making my e-girl
Oh, make sure you talk into your mic.
Oh
they
yeah,
ain't
so
gonna
sorry
shit.
about that. There you go.
There you go.
I love these headphones. Is this what Sophie wears?
Yeah,
Am I
they're
wearing them back
Sophie's.
to front?
No, wait, no, because the mic's facing forward.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. There you go. Amma becoming streamer confirmed.
I know.
Honestly, my advice, don't.
No, I'm sorry, guys. That's not quite my ambition.
Hey, because enough of my audience has been fucking farmed at
yeah,
this point.
Sophie essentially got really sunburnt, and so this is what's kind of.
Is Sophie wearing blackface?
I know, Sophie's,
Disgraceful.
No, but yeah, hello everybody. Nice
Amma was
to
in
see
the
you.
area and was like, figure, pop round.
Yeah,
say hello.
exactly. I wasn't actually intending to be on stream. It was like.
I look away for 20 minutes. How the fuck? I mean, to be fair, that's about how long it took to get her in the door.
Hello.
Hello.
Right,
Are you sure you don't want to use a pro controller?
I've never used Listen, I'm the most
autistic.
Not quite. I'm the stingiest gamer.
Sophie's taking cosplay too far at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
Press home on your Joy-Cons, and then go to controllers. Go to change grip and order, and then maybe is this one dead? It might be dead.
If it's dead, I don't mind because I used to play.
Give me a minute to charge it.
All right.
Then you can play like a real person.
Exactly, I can play like a real person.
What is happening?
I saw that Night Angel, the banana protein pancakes. I'm actually really intrigued.
I want to try them,
yeah.
man.
Alright, thank you. I came,
She sorted food and drink for herself, apparently.
Yeah. I came fed and water.
None of this white food.
No, don't worry. I had KFC. I had a snack box, and I thought they were going to be the normal snack boxes.
I'm not saying anything to that.
And have you seen snack boxes?
Talking to your goddamn mic.
Has anyone seen KFC snack boxes today?
No, like
they.
So like what? Like a 2-piece or?
It was like so. I wanted a popcorn chicken. So I got, I ordered it on the machine and it was £3. I remember when I went to school, it was £2.
Yeah,
so I was like,
when I was at school,
when I was a child,
when I was but a wee. Oh yeah. There should be. I think it's just this. That's the problem. It's fully gotten wrapped.
Oh yeah, okay.
Kind of is a roller coaster.
Yeah, not today, right?
No, when I was at school, those were £2 for like the box of chips and things, and that would keep me full for until like dinner or whatever.
Zishan, did you just call her a warthog? That's horrible.
Wow, Zishan, just because I'm African now.
Whoa! It begins.
No, that's
it took her all of 1 minute to mention, guys. Did you know Amma is African?
Yeah, that's my 1 per minute.
No, mate, you're British.
I am British, not according to.
Not according to the Gammons.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Girl, I'm also Africa. We are family. The whole continent you are.
That's true.
Damn. How's Derby?
Derby, I've had.
It's handsome.
Derby is very nice, but I always have very strange interactions when I come to Derby.
Why?
Like,
what was today?
Today was there were like 3 in succession. The first one was when I was at Hugo Boss. This is for my dad. For Father's Day, I get him socks from there all the time. He
Reggae dad.
Yeah, he loves them. And then so I go to the till with these socks, and the guy starts talking to me, and he's like, "Oh, do you want to become a member?" No, he doesn't even say, "Do you want to become a member?" He goes, "Here, let's sign you up as a member while we're waiting for the till."
Let's do it. Wow.
And I was like, "Okay, like I don't really mind. It was free, whatever." And then he starts going, "A membership card, kind of like the one you will have at Boots."
You will have at Boots.
I don't have, I didn't say to him. He was like, kind of like your Boots membership card.
Bro.
And I was like, okay, so you don't get women in this shop. That's fine. And
is this Amma in person? No, this is a hologram.
Yeah, exactly.
You're a human and not a name in the comments. It's insane. Good to see you. Amma's a friend of the channel.
Yes, hello. Wait, where's that? Oh, the 2 chats.
Oh yeah, Sunny. That's YouTube.
Sunny.
That's Twitch.
Hey, Sunny. Right, I'm actually trying to fill my deck.
Did he assume you had a Boots card? Right?
He assumed, yeah, immediately.
If you want to sit back and be a bit more comfortable, you can move that wherever you like.
I'm a very city-uppy.
Yeah, that's fine then. You city-uppy all you want,
I'm
mate.
a city-uppy person. But yeah, that was one. And then I went to the card shop. This is
all of a sudden Gizmo Metapod pop in. Wait, Metapod's here? Where's my boy? Oh, you're saying into the street.
Into the house.
Oh, you got me well excited then.
He
Amma's old news now. Like she's spinning.
Yeah, exactly. I've been here. It's almost time for me to go. But yeah, and then I popped down to the card shop to get my dad a Father's Day card. I'm doing everything very last minute, whatever.
That's Amma King then.
Yeah, hello. and the person at the till is like saying, "Oh yeah, click here if you wanna, donate whatever to charity." I think it was 10p, and I didn't want to seem like an actual horrible person.
Till is cash register.
Yeah, I was like, I'll donate 10p, and then I'm looking at the thing, and it's saying like press 1.
Valid Gizmo. I would have you around though.
Yeah, of course. Hello, Gizmo. But yeah, I was like, she was like, "Oh yeah, donate this and that, the other," and it was a bit hard for me to read on the register. I think it's because it was like numbers and letters and stuff, and I was just a little bit confused. And then she goes, "Oh, just press 1," and I was like, "Oh, haha."
Cheers, love.
I was like, "Haha, I can't read," and she was like, "That's okay, I can help." And I was like,
"Oh," and she thought you meant I can't read.
I was like, "Hang on, I can read." I was like, "That's very nice." I was merely
dropping some bants.
Yeah, I was like, okay. I was joking, whatever. And then when I was walking here, this woman passes me by, and and I'm just thinking, oh yeah, someone's passing me by on this busy road, whatever. And she goes to me, "Thank you," as she gives me a pamphlet talking about the proof of life after death.
Oh Christ!
And I was just
well, probably yeah.
Yeah, and I was just like, oh, thanks.
Sophie looks and sounds a bit different. It's all an act. It's cosplay.
Exactly. Where's the plus?
This is 2025. You can't be assuming memberships.
Can't be assuming memberships. I'm assuming
Steal the line. Something I'd say to Robin to be. Mate, the Gizmo Robin saga. I'm here for.
This is the person at work he's relentlessly flirting with, right? Yeah.
Yes, but she likes One Piece, so he's gone with Robin.
Oh,
that's
brilliant.
Robin.
Ah,
on that
okay.
G Fuel.
I still haven't watched.
Watch the live
a
action.
second of
It's
One
really
Piece.
good.
I don't want to be like one of those kind of fake fans that starts. Well, actually, you're not a fake fan.
Yeah.
I don't want to be like those people who watch the live action and like it and then start watching the show.
That's what I did. What do you mean? Fucking hell.
Right.
God damn.
I need to.
I can't read, so we start with this letter and move forward. Bird with the same birthday as Gizmo as well.
Oh, that's
Same
so
birth
nice.
year, or is she like a year younger? Lemia says, I've met Amma, although I wish she'd stop growing. I remember when she was a wee lass. Listen, we don't talk about Amma ever being a wee lass, right? There was an Amma in this community for like X amount of years, and she one day stopped turning up, and then one day we all went to a convention. Gizmo was there, we were all there, and then this new woman turned up, and she's a completely different person. That's how I get through the day.
666 2 months.
That's so weird,
Thanks
you guys.
for the gifted at whoever gifted me.
Hey, no worries. Thank you for the 2 months. That's almost a year.
I just heard the alert through my headphones.
It's weird,
so
isn't it?
weird.
This is what I live through every day.
This is.
Hello, Decrepit. I'm Ori. How you doing?
Right,
Same birth year and day. Oh, it's fate, mate.
That's really
You need to
cool.
bump uglies.
Have you actually considered asking her out? Because that's almost.
There definitely seems to be a vibe there, but then it's one of those don't shit where you eat things, isn't it? Where it's like,
No, I get that.
could we both be professional? We weren't born in the same hospital, though. We checked.
Oh, that's a shame.
Actually, on the same ward.
Same ward.
You were actually just reaching over and holding hands as babies. Emma being transported to the other side of the stream is a wild experience to witness.
Oh, yeah. Steve,
Yeah, but remember, Steve witnessed the fitness. Look what I've done. Look what I've done. I've brought you the gift of Whammon.
Hello. Oh, my hair actually looks quite nice on stream.
The gift of Gyat, right?
I'm not sure about Gyat. Not today.
Chat, this is a rare Gyat sighting.
Yeah, they were twins. Switch at birth.
Switched at birth? Yeah, Gizmo's actually Robin, and Robin's actually Gizmo. Still randomly approached you at EUIC 2024, also doing pretty good. Oscar is 7-2. Oscar is, and do you know who else is? Our girl, Emily Parson.
She is.
Get her on stream so we can know who she
I
is.
was gonna say, where is this? Like, why are they not streaming her? I really want to see this.
Switched up both. So what are you doing in your downtime on here?
I am.
What doing,
trying to
Amma?
complete my Kitakami deck.
You're trying to complete the Kitakami deck.
I'm really. You guys.
Check has been redeemed.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Do you take off your headphones?
Oh, I take off all my clothes, mate.
No, don't do that.
Right, so if you shuffle your chair down yon way, you can do your second, mate.
That we've been seeing that's using the Spore and Decorate to get extra boost on the various restricted Pokemon, or even just some of the other, hugely strong partner Pokemon that are.
You shuffle
here
off
in our
down there
cover
because
restricted
Daddy needs the floor,
I'm looking
mate.
at GU, I'm looking at Urshifu, I'm looking at Raging Bolt. All of these are Pokemon that would love to take a
So
Decorate
I'm
boost
wearing
and then just start
the lovely, voluptuous, the lovely Pikachu various emotions shirt thing. I've got
really need a very specific combination
pink
of
shorts
things.
that I've been wearing all fucking week. I've got absolutely no
You need a
arse.
way to disrupt your opponent's side with Spore. You need some
Sometimes I think
redirection
they are on the
to
light.
your partner Pokemon after it gets
They're just
buffed,
body
and you
fit.
need fake out support.
Your
So
turn,
really,
mate.
The Pokemon that does that.
Your turn. This
Nothing too exciting.
This is what the people came to see.
Really forces your opponent to consider a lot of different options where I love the Pokemon are like, okay, well, if I ignore it, something bad happens, but if I target it, something bad happens.
If it gets too warm, we have shorts you can borrow.
No, that's alright.
Wait, do you have an arse?
Oh yeah.
Of course I do. Nah,
It
it's,
doesn't show up nicely.
it's banging, mate. It's banging.
I don't wear the cycling shorts.
Not like me.
No, not quite. But I admire it. I respect
I've dimmed the lights a bit because it's gone back to my regular lighting. There we go. That's better. Oh, it's party time. Beautiful. I was going to say, can't have it too dark in here. Won't see Amma. You can't say that.
That's terrible.
There's Renasha Bliss. And she stopped.
I was gonna say, what's happening?
Oh, Twitch does this sometimes.
I love
ruining the mood.
The dog is my favorite.
Marty loves the dog.
Teresa, I mean, she's just.
Steve said, now flex, mommy. Get the guns out.
I'll do that if you donate £500 to the Amma Foundation.
The Amma Foundation.
The Amma College Fund.
Twitch, why do you hate me? This is why I'm here, not there. Rip. Thank you, though, Sebsa, for the party time. Mate, I can't believe we're still waiting on the round 3. Round 3? Round 2?
Round 2?
Yeah.
Oh my
We've had one
God.
match so far. It was a belter.
Okay.
Spotted the lost bitch. Amma, can you give me money and just do my clothes shopping for me?
You think I can do clothes shopping? If my mum read that, she would laugh in your face. I'm terrible at clothes shopping. I'm too stingy for it. Like.
Don't forget, you can claim it.
Oh, I need to.
You're connected in with LAN connection, so you're wired.
Oh, brilliant.
So you can just connect online easy. Body to zoom. I have 500 to drop. I mean, to be fair, she didn't even request the donation, right? We have a jingle.
I didn't think you still remember the jingle.
Of course I remember the jingle.
It's very strange to do a jingle when you're 21 and not 12.
21?
21.
You were never 12. Shut up.
I was 12.
The code is NA1C25 con perish. Because Pokemon somehow have a sense of humor.
You know what? I think when it comes to Wolf Flick, they're actually really funny.
Yeah.
Like, they're actually really, really
Like,
funny.
on the Play Pokemon account, just like posting pictures of Incineroar looking for Wolf at events and stuff.
Exactly. And
He said G was 12. She actually did say that just then, yeah.
Obviously, all the casters are in on it as well. Like, Wolf Flick is, I mean, not to be some Wolf Glazer or whatever.
She about to glaze all over him.
But, like, Pokemon got so lucky to have a kind of base of competitive
Yeah.
as him and not, I don't know.
Like 10 times, like he's what? 1-time world champion, 2-time international champion, 10 times regional champion, multiple time global challenge winner.
I don't know. I know
He's a
at least
Players
won
Cup winner as
once,
well.
Yeah.
And then he's also a content creator. He's handsome. He's charismatic, and Pokemon's just like eat it up, eat it up.
Yeah. I mean, and why not? Like,
Yeah.
he's perfect.
Because you know most Pokemon competitive players are. I think I did really good. Yeah, and how did you counter like how did you counter those tactics of that Iron Hand switching that really would have thrown anyone else off? I just used a move I thought would be good into Iron Hands, and it took the Iron Hands down. And you're like, oh my god.
That's not even an exaggeration.
It's like pulling teeth, man, with some people.
I remember when Luminosity won Unite.
Steve, I laughed at that.
For the second time in a row, and they were all popping off. One of them was crying, and they go to one of the guys and they're like, "Hey, how do you feel about being 2-time world champion?" This is Zoinks, by the way, the caster, super charismatic guy. And the guy goes, "Yeah, it feels alright."
Feels alright.
And like the audience laughed at him. I was like,
Most VGC players, Wolfie said, "Well done" to an abuser. I'm so proud of you. So he's scumbag. Let's hear it for Wolf Click.
I haven't seen that VT yet. This tournament.
No, they've not played it. I wonder if they're deliberately not.
No, they have to.
Plus, Wolf's out, isn't he?
I know, poor guy. Never mind. He's got 3 Worlds invites this one season.
Yeah, 2-time champs, and it was all right. Oh, mine is louder. Amma's mic is on.
Okay.
But she also has to remember you got to talk at it.
See, I'm so used to being told to be quiet.
Yeah, valid.
So.
But also, my gain was up really high from the fit check, which was making it sound horrible. Hello, Cheyenne. How you doing? Cheyenne, I should say.
Hello, Cheyenne. Cheyenne.
The trick is, my advice, I give this advice to Sophie, is if you look down at your nose, you should be able to see your mic.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Fair.
That general rule of thumb. So if you're ever like, oh shit, am I too far away? But it is really easy to get like to just relax and be like, oh,
yeah,
I'm over here now. Yeah.
When I
be unquiet.
When I start looking like my eyes are all cross, guys, you know what I'm doing now.
Oh no, I've gone cross-eyed. That's all right. That's people who look at my alt account. What is that? Neither Oscar is 2 wins better than Wolf. Yeah. Oscar's going to kill it. Oscar's going to crush it. And if we ever get round 2, well, technically round 10.
Ooh, Francesco lost.
Oh, the pairings are up, so come on, lads.
Ooh, that Federico Comparozzi versus Leonard Kraft, that would be a good one.
Mate, Jody Azarelli.
Ooh, he's still in it.
Jody Azarelli needs a
Christopher
win.
Hahn versus Patrick Connors.
Yeah.
That would be good, but Patrick was already on stream.
Christopher was
so.
just on stream getting his loss.
Oh, shame.
Rip. So he might want to break. Emilio Forbes and Michael Kelsch.
Oh, that would be good.
That's banging.
Emilio Forbes is the guy, I think he was at the last American Regional, and he's basically not played that much this season, so he kind of needs to win.
He's the one called Emilio.
Yeah, perfect. You can tell I've been a bit nerdy about VGC this.
That's good though.
VGC's
baller. More people need to be into VGC. I did not read that as the Pokemon Incin at first. What did you read it as? Slight concern. I'm okay now. What?
Isma, that would be so funny. Have you seen Dill tweet about that Incineroar saying like, "Oh, don't use it against me," or
yeah. Oh. Every time he goes online, it's just Wolf's Incineroar. Yeah. Cheers.
The Incineroar.
Mate, imagine being 9-0. Daniel Tap gets the bye. Go on, Daniel Tap. Up the tap. So we're going to be getting Yuma Kinugawa versus Kazuki Kobayashi. That would be bangerific. You with Liam Loud is almost mandatory. I mean, that's what they say when I'm in the bedroom, isn't
That's
it?
true. You're very right there, actually.
I just love those stories,
What
right?
am I
It's just so easy.
I've taken Dill to game 3 before. Does that make me a good player? It means you had a good day, for sure.
Wow, you can't even give a little bit of credit.
I took Len Duel to a game 3. Does that make me a good player?
Of course, that makes you a good player. I didn't take Eden Bachelor to a game 3. Eden Bachelor stomped on me.
Sounds like a skill issue.
It was a massive skill issue, guys. I used Choice Specs Astral Barrage into Wide Guard Bastiodon when I only had 2 months left, and I knew it had Wide Guard, but I was just so nervous.
Well done, Steve.
It just wasn't.
Matt Menectric was Dill's first official VGC opponent.
Oh, that's so cool.
First win then as well, right? Hey. Yoshi says, it's okay, Amma. I've gone on multiple tirades about VGC, only for the person I'm talking to smile and nod. That's a mood.
How do you think it feels to have a boyfriend who does not know anything about Pokemon? I dragged him to EUIC, not kicking and screaming. He actually wanted to come, but I dragged him to EUIC, and I was like, engage, and he just did not know what was going on.
He was just deer in the headlights. Hello, Chris. How you doing, lad? Smile and wave, boys. Oh, you slapped Dill up, did you? That's rude. I think you slapped them up, not him. How is the boyfriend?
He's good. He's at a festival right now.
Download?
Yeah, he's at Download.
What a greb! Sorry, Jess is there as well on her own.
He's a big, he's with his sister. So yeah.
Poor bloke did look very confused. Surrounded by nerds.
He
nerds.
was surrounded by nerds, but he's also a nerd himself. Like,
I love the idea that after you left the venue with him, he's just like, so those are your mates? And you're like, they're not my mates.
He said you reminded him of someone that we both mutually know from uni called Ethan, who's like this really, and I can say that because Ethan's not on.
Wait, who, Gizmo?
Yeah, no, as in you.
Oh.
Yeah, you.
Someone we both mutually know.
Yeah, and he's a lovely guy, and he's very like, social. He's got like loads of friends. So I was like, are you sure? You mean Liam?
Yeah, Liam, sociable.
Lots of friends. No, of course. I agree. I think.
Are the other needs for your mates?
Charismatic and stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting too. I've kind of been making.
Good, thanks. There's a new face next to you. Yeah. This is my wife. You know what? Because it's Chris.
Oh, Rising Star Chris. Hello.
Chris loves women.
Hello, Chris. You remember me? We met at Sitsi like years ago, like a long time ago. I might have been like 15.
Sorry, I was just looking at something real quick. Hello, Anthony. How you doing? Liam clearly with the sociable mark, the arrogant mark maybe, the pompous mark even better.
Oh, my Paldea Dex is sparse.
Lemia says, I would Sitsi 17. I would Sitsi 2017 too. Oh, you would say, there we go. The Sitsi was the meeting place. Yeah. Liam doesn't have friends. He has people who put up with him because we love Sophie. I'll take it.
Yeah, exactly. Who said that? Whoever said that, you got it. Oliver, you got it. Yeah, hello, Anthony.
That's what it's going to be today. For
Wait,
the
is
next,
that Amma?
For the next 3.5 hours, it's going to be. Is that Amma?
Yeah, I'm not here all day, guys. Unfortunately, I know. I'm so sad.
But she's not text.
But yeah, I've got a train to catch at some point in a couple hours.
Any excuse. Surprised she even turned up, to be honest.
Of course, I was going to turn up.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Gizmo's the pompous mark. You have the tall mark. You're the great.
I did watch your ranking marks videos, but I still don't remember any of the marks besides the ones that you hate.
The ones that I hate. The
Yeah.
sociable.
Yeah.
The sleepy. My Fluttermane's the sleepy, but...
I feel like Fluttermane being the sleepiest.
But Ammo, we'd rather have you than Liam. Oliver likes women.
That's okay. Liam goes to the toilet a lot more than I do.
I do.
So
There'll be some time where Amma has to fly solo.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know, I'll test out
And when I'm stuffing my face with food...
Oh, yeah. What are you going to get?
I don't know. I literally haven't thought about it. I'll see what Soph wants, and then... You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that would be good.
Hear me out for the future, though. Amma and Sophie.
Just dual streaming.
No, you've made it Liam now.
Sophie would hate that.
She would.
I would get over it.
You get over it. Sophie would be like, this is the worst thing ever. Like,
I'd be like, I've done worse.
Sophie might be the straightest woman I've ever known. And there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
I love her.
Say perfect for you.
Different kind of streaming site. I like guys too, but Liam's Liam. Wow! Thank God I have my simps. That's all I'll say.
Oh do.
Yeah, and
Otherwise, I just get bullied by Oliver.
You need to do more of those stories where you get people to say what they like, because I always find it so, like, the response.
Right? Oh, you want to do the tell me my best feature?
Yeah, tell me my best feature, and it'll be like.
And you get the generic, like, love that bulge.
Yeah. And
love
then
that.
It's always one. It's always got to be
Oh,
one.
it's always men. Like, I probably have on my alt account, I think. I used to have 500, but then I got cancelled, so now I only have like 230 on Instagram.
You got to 230 quick though.
Yeah. It's amazing what you Willie will do to attract attention. But no, it's like it's probably out of like 230 people, I think 10 people that follow me are women, and I think about 8 of them are like Sophie and friends of mine that just happen to be women. And then the rest is just all cock. It's all dudes.
Does anyone ever send you anything back?
Someone did send me a picture of them spreading their bum cheeks. And I will say that their bum hole area was very smooth. I was like, you know what? Fair play. You clearly wax or shave. Like, well done, lad. But also, bruv, I was like, you know I'm a straight guy, right?
Yeah. Oh my god.
And he's like, oh, yeah, no, I was just being silly. And I'm like, you got a bit carried away.
Yeah. You know what I've just realized?
Oh shit, there's a fucking battle going on.
You know what I've just realized?
Lol. Well done.
Sorry, guys.
It's okay. It looks like it just started.
Yeah, I think so. See, that is
Imagine
what
being
I'm
that
like
confident with
sheet.
it. Well, it's just an unsolicited arse pick, wasn't it? You know what I mean? Liam being genuinely shocked that I'm hetero. That's because you were one of the first people to follow the ult.
And you seem like a very eager participant, Steve. I can't lie. Like not in like a
straight and engaged, exactly.
By bringing in the Perigraph, which is what
Even being gay, nor could I. Back in my younger years, I feel like I probably would have sent like an unsolicited image, but I don't do that in my modern years, you know.
That's good to know.
I think once you hit like 20 and you get over I can send anything I want, you kind of go, I shouldn't though.
I remember I
should wait for requests.
In school, when you got a Snapchat from a random guy, and it would always be like, are you single? And if you ever responded yes, it was just next.
I'm very covertly straight. I was going to say, I get a little bit of like bi-romantic energy from you sometimes. You know what I mean?
I get that, but I feel like he's just very secure in him.
Yeah, I think Steve's similar to me in the sense that like it's very much like nothing sexy than consent, literally. Someone asking to see it is fucking, oh my god, yes. That's the thing. Hell yeah. You got a sandwich going or anything?
No,
you're fine.
I'm literally just catching.
But also thighs. I mean, yeah, thighs are banging. Not gonna lie. Sophie, oh yes.
Where's this restricted? Humors. I wonder what these two restrictors are. Guys, we were not paying attention at all.
It's okay. We will pick it up on the way. Stupid Smiggle. No spores for you.
No spores now.
Ah, spores for you. Right on breaking the sash, maybe?
Oh, there you go.
Nando's peri peri thighs, banging. There it is.
How fast is the Smiggle?
It got a speed boost from Moody.
Oh, from Moody, okay.
Nice dude.
I run
Gym shorts. I walk through Tesco and just so many forbidden pants. Yes. Like my word.
Forbidden pants in the Tesco's near me are usually pajama bottoms. Like,
off my Instagram feed is male bodybuilders, so I'm always facing the allegations. Valid. Off my Instagram feed is cosplayers and that German girl bouncing because she's got like 3 different accounts.
How's my reg eye been? It's been pretty okay. Actually, okay. I'm selling myself short. I reached 1,400 elo in Showdown, you guys. That was the biggest achievement of my year. Like, I'm very excited about it.
369 in the UK.
I know. I'm bottom in the UK. I'm very excited about it.
No, you're not bottom in the UK. You're on the board. There are people with no points, mate.
That's true, actually.
You're in the top 369 of all
I'm in the
players.
top 369.
Nice. Chris does remember you.
Oh, brilliant. Hello, Chris. No, it has been a while.
You did well on
sure.
a GIF simulator?
Yeah,
Hey, it doesn't simulate GIFs. They're real GIFs.
I don't even think they're GIFs. Are they GIFs if they don't move?
Oh, if they don't move, they're not, no. But the X and Y and like...
That's true.
Ones
Some
move.
of the older ones.
The newer ones don't move, but then when they're next to one that does move, it looks even shitter.
get those.
But yeah, I'm using the Aaron Trailer, Lunala, and CIR team, and because I always thought Lunala and CIR would work, but I thought the typing was bad and no one would actually take it seriously. But someone has, and I'm really happy about it.
PNG. You don't know what a PNG is? Bro, have you used a computer?
What is in the picture? Oh, are they joking?
Oh, it was a joke.
Yeah, they were joking.
Because they did it over 20 fucking lines.
Yes, Dr. Aaron Trailer.
Dr. Aaron Trailer.
Where's Dr. Vixulation?
If anyone comes for Liam to pay attention, they're at the wrong place. I pay attention. To be fair, it depends who I'm looking at. Oh, decorate to Raging Bolt's dirty. Although can't do any thunderclaps at the minute.
That's all right.
But I think a single thunderbolt at that might take out the giraffe.
I don't think you can run anything on Smeagol but Sash in Reg Eye.
Yeah,
I don't think
literally.
it works.
It's not fast enough.
No. It's in this really weird speed tier actually, Smeagol. I think its top is 139. And
it's like Raichu then.
It's faster than most Incineroars, so you can fake out the Incineroar. But then you can't.
It's okay, Lando's going to protect. They always protect turn 1. Always. Using Crydon Showdown looks so weird next to my Incineroar. He's just facing the wrong way. Base 70 speed on Smeagol.
Base 70, but when I, as in max, is it 139? Or am I making that up? Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong one.
Oh,
just Zamazenta.
You're talking in terms of they run max speed. There you go.
Also keep in mind there's still that armor tail on the field.
Big old Zama.
Further complicated, making it
is it normal for people? Because I don't understand Zamazenta. I don't use it. I don't touch it really. I don't bother with it. Is it normal to keep it in the back? Because I always thought it would be you bring it out. And
do you know what? People used to bring it out early, but they've started dropping Iron Defense for wide guard.
Okay.
So now it doesn't really need setting up. It comes in, and whatever its defense is after Dauntless Shield boost, that's it for the battle.
Okay.
So some people tend to keep it in the back now.
Makes sense. Did they just use an electric move into the Landorus? Did they just do that?
Did the Landorus switch in when they used it though?
No, they're predicting a terror, I think.
Oh,
come on, did they actually use
if they predicted the terror, that's baller.
Look, he's smiling, he's laughing. He
knows. Oh, go on, lad.
This is the kind of stuff
this is why Yuma's undefeated.
Look at that.
Yo!
My word. That was brilliant.
Yes.
Look at his face.
Smug little... I nearly said a really bad word. That's the one.
With armor tail on the field, but he hits it and picks up the knockout.
Oh yeah, shit! I forgot. Yeah, the fucking giraffe left the field. And if the giraffe was still on the field, Thunderclap wouldn't have worked.
Really risky play.
That is the bravest play
he had to
all
get both
year.
Of his, wow.
Imagine being able to predict. I bet he terrors the Landorus and switches out the giraffe, and getting both reads right. Yuma for world champion. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that was really good. I really like that.
Absolutely. Instead of being 0-0,
they are still got the Rillaboom as well, so you can keep scoring
into
things.
round 10.
Man.
And you can see Kazuki Kobayashi has to.
This is how you go 9-0 at NAIC. Though.
Apparently so. Yeah. What the fuck? It was about to be 10-0, right?
Well, we've still got quite a bit of this game to go.
And then game 2. Giraffe is still on the field. Raging Bolt is there. Very good. Do you know what? Very good.
Okay. I
see it. Yeah.
I always forget it's a giraffe. I know it's got the long neck, but for some
still
reason I
see
just
it
think
as
dinosaur.
Raikou, right?
Yeah, Raikou dinosaur.
It's just a big long kitty. That was amazing. Being a Zacian user in all of Reg G makes me sad that Zamazenta's the best. He's only the best because you haven't unlocked Zacian's potential.
I was going to say, Swordfish is making a comeback or whatever. Swordfish, Kyogre.
Kyogre Zacian is Swordfish. That's the one. I was there
I'm trying to learn all the stupid names.
I know. It's worse when it's like a name. Like the name of the person, but it will be like a Japanese name, so it's not a word I hear all the time.
Yeah.
And it would be like, it's this rain, and I'm like, I'm not going to remember that. Make it easier, make it improved.
I want a team named after me. I keep using other people's teams, but I want a team.
What, so like Amarachi Kali?
That would be cool.
That sounds like
that ignores my Lunala, and I only started getting into
Amarachi Kali Luna.
Yeah.
Lunarachi Kali. There you go.
Gorgeous.
Luna Ratchikali. People will start thinking you called Ratchy. Rats.
That's what girls at school used to say.
I remember.
Right, so no more thunderclaps, but does it matter?
I mean, a Draco would... Wait, isn't it Assault Vest? Yeah, it's a...
No, it's booster energy.
Oh, so a Draco could... Oh, no Hadron Engine. I don't think a Draco would take out Bolt now. Oh, it's not even weak to Draco anymore. Helping Handle help. Chris!
Yay!
Gifties! I was meant to turn these off during the battle. The Rillaboom's dead. Thank you for the reminder, Chris.
Rizzing Star Chris gifted 5 subs.
He's rizzing. Rizzing Star Chris. There we go. Now the alerts are off.
Yeah. This is decorate. Yeah. It's over. We didn't even see that. Oh, we will see it, I guess.
Miraidon is screwed.
Yeah, decorate Raging Bull.
Oh, it's Zabba in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not looking ideal for big Mirai. Appreciate you, Chris. I do not deserve, but I appreciate.
Oh, Scotty got a gift sub.
Scotty got sub.
Scotty got a gift sub.
Hell yeah. That's hella kink, dude.
Draco Meteor being locked in.
They just forfeit.
Not very
Insire Rizzler. Yep, well done.
Those game cards made me sad.
Oh, just the generic.
Yeah, I spent like ages trying to get pictures from mine.
Yuma's got it. Look at that. Look at the confidence. Kazuki's shook.
Oh, it's a Kali Ice.
Fuck Kali Ice.
Okay.
Don't like Kali Ice.
I love Kali Ice. I've fallen in love with it.
Kali Ice puts a whore in horse.
A lot of like top end players will realize that's an option. Maybe you go.
That play.
That was so good. I hope that
happens again.
I hope that happens again because that would be. To be fair, I would feel really bad for Kazuki if that happened again.
Yeah.
Because then you fell for it twice.
Fool me once. But then that's the mind game, isn't it? Of now, last time I did this play and he predicted it. So this time, does he expect the same to happen again? Because I'll play around that, and then he just Dracos that slot instead.
That's true. We didn't even get to get into like wide guard mind games. I mean, there's not much wide guard potential. What there's Dazzling Gleam and Sandsteel Storm, but
yeah,
that's still. Oh, and Glacial Lance, but I don't think he's bringing the horse.
Yeah, like what does the horse do here?
I mean, it could. I feel like
it could damage the Miraidon.
Like you've got the.
It depends if he's running high horsepower or Leech Seed.
Absolutely glad we got
That's true. It's leftovers, so he's probably running Leech Seed.
Yeah.
Which isn't great into a...
I don't get, right? I really don't get how. I know it's obviously won like regionals and stuff, but I don't get how we went from, oh, the Kalis are back, so wide guard is everywhere, to my only attacking move on my Kali is a spread move.
Yeah.
When did people make that jump to, do you know what? Yeah, wide guard is everywhere, so why don't I just lean into it?
I do get it, because when I saw, like, you know, the way that Kali Ice would just not die, like, I'm like, oh yeah, that's really cool. But, like,
Oscar
I can't...
won! Go on, Oscar.
Oh, did he really?
Holy shit.
Ooh, this is going well. Literally, I don't know Oscar, like, personally at all, but I've been following... Yeah, I've been following this story on the UK VGC Discord.
8-2.
Wow.
Now, where's Emily? We don't know Emily, but also Emily's still playing against Ezekiel Cordero. Ooh, I feel like I know that name. Up the Emily, up the Oscar, up the Emily. Oscar and Emily for the final.
Has Oscar gotten in Top Cut now, or is this a winning in?
What is the cutoff for Top Cut? This can't be a winning in. This is the.
I just saw the animation. It went win and. I don't know what that means, like in this case, because they're both undefeated. Maybe it's like...
Darsh Patel is top 8 at Milwaukee with Leech Seed with it, and Michael Kelch picked up and won the following tour. Yes. That's right.
Yeah, it got...
What's the cutoff for Top Cut, Matt? I assume it's like X and 3, right?
I thought it would be X and 2. Because you know how everyone, whenever they get 2 losses, they all get scared. And
I more meant like X and 3 means you're out.
Oh, yeah. 11 wins for Top Cut.
Yeah.
Then why did they put the winning in animation here? I did see that.
I think production
did anyone else
fucked up.
see that? Yeah. I can't be the only one that saw that.
Because it's not even game 3. So like
his team as the electric seed activates.
There's how many rounds there are. Oh, apparently they did play it.
with this Miraidon out on the field and the
So yeah, well, it'll be a top 16, won't it?
Switch up from Kazuki's team.
Emma's here, Tom.
Hey, Tom.
She's brought her tets in that.
I did. I couldn't leave them at home. It's quite difficult to do that, actually.
Your mother will be proud.
Not if it means its partners are going down.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's sort of the...
I'm vile, it's great. Right, on that note.
It's all right. I'm so used to vile trainer Liam at this point. I had to sit next to this man throughout the entirety of Championship Sunday at EUIC. Can you imagine? And then Gizmo right next to him, you two.
Liam, what's it like being the second fittest on stream? It's an L I'll take. I mean, whenever Sophie's here, I'm the second fittest on stream. Oh, we could put Tom in an awkward position.
What's that?
Do anything because it's
So if I weren't here and Sophie was here, Tom, who's first and second then?
No.
And now he's squirming like, well,
we don't pit women against each other. Oh, then Miraidon's
we're a goated combo. The fuck you mean? Am I right? Me and Gizmo together is nightmare fuel.
It's great. I plead the fifth Gizmo, but there was a lot of high chats. And
misogyny. No, not misogyny.
What was the other thing that you were doing? Maybe I shouldn't do it. Maybe actually.
Yeah,
that was it.
Give us your best.
I'm not doing it.
No, do it, mate. Come on.
All right.
We all know you've done it. When
I have not done it.
I bet you when you're in your room on your own and we're all doing it. It's a character from One Piece does it.
Oh, okay.
And he's really fucking annoying. Go on.
Is it like aha?
I'll take it. That was basically it.
I'd have to really put my all in.
It's got to come from the stomach and the diaphragm. I clipped my tits on the way up then. Can you do that?
Would have made sure that if the Urshifu tried to
just blanks me.
What was that?
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it, you bitch. Gizmo and Liam together sounds like a terror. It's great.
It is a terror, Chris. You're right. Thank you.
Is it Zoro who does it? No. It's a random character that isn't in it for particularly long.
Okay.
But they're fucking hella annoying. Technically, it's 3 characters.
You know what? I'll watch the show.
Watch the show.
Yeah, and
Emily
then I'll
Rudd's
ask
in it.
questions.
She's lovely.
Okay.
It's worth it for Emily Rudd.
Oh, you missed
my
Tom's
comment. I'll do as I like my cream eggs, 2 at a time.
First here, but yeah, I mean,
he's on about you and Sophie.
That was terrible. Although I did like that. That was a good joke. I'm going to keep that.
It's a Skypiea character, yeah. One of the
is
worst
that the arc
arcs.
that you hated?
Yeah, it's so slow. But I insisted on watching it all the way through, and I can't get that time back. But Water 7, banging arc.
How many episodes are you in?
There's 2 more rounds of Swiss after this. There's like 1,000.
Oh,
so it's like Pokemon. Like.
Yeah, that's true. Except, are they 20-minute episodes too?
They're 20-minute episodes, but the first like 5 minutes, I'd say the first like 3 minutes of the episode is the intro. Like the intro is long.
Oh, okay.
And then they have quite a lengthy recap, so you basically get like 10 minutes of actual episode. Yeah. Because then the last like 2 minutes is the end credits, and then one of those annoying thing Japanese cartoons do, where they're just like, here's an in-character preview of what's happening in the next episode.
Yeah.
They're not saying, here's what happens and here's some example scenes. It's them going, wow, how big is this guy? That's great. And you're like, oh, it's fucking cringe, man. I hate it.
No, they do that with Pokemon. That reminds me, I actually need to watch the new Pokemon Horizons episode.
Oh, yeah.
But,
I was wrong. I've lost 9.4 kilos. Skinny bitch incoming. Mate, 9.4 kilos is wild. That's like 20 pounds, right? What's 9.4 kilos in pounds?
Without that, this Landorus is
kilograms is 20.72 pounds.
Wow.
20.72. Go on, lad.
So what's that? That's a stone and.
And that's not even counting the 0.4.
That's crazy.
So that's 21. 21. That's 9 plus 10.
To bring back out the Rillaboom.
It was a big roar. Something must have happened in Go.
I was going to say Unite.
Or TCG. Nothing happens in TCG.
TCG. No, remember at EUIC though when that girl got lost in round 1.
Yeah,
round 1.
she got stopped from playing turn 1.
But in the actual game they played, like that actually went on, she won it. Like I just felt so bad for her.
Jawline by the first local of 2025 season. Watch this space. Well, technically, since Worlds is in 2025, the next season in September will be 2026. So you're too late.
Ooh.
Yo.
She can make those reads too. That's a huge sludge
Bro.
So he used sludge bomb into a steel type.
Into a steel type.
I love these two.
These two are crack.
really
I bet
funny.
they're besties.
Yeah, I wonder if they know each other, like, for real.
Why am I? Because they're both Japanese. Racist.
But the way they were, especially in that first game.
Yeah.
You gotta assume you're not going to get a free
Brass
shot
Terror
to
is
the
interesting.
Landers.
Not anymore, it ain't.
I was gonna say.
Right? It becomes a very interesting read. You
So
know,
not my,
you know,
what is it,
are
Dragon
you aggressive
Terror?
enough to try to go for an
Dragon
Astral Barrage
Terror.
Lander slot? If you're not, a sludge bomb into this Rillaboom slot would be really bad.
Do you reckon that's Astral Barrage, Psychic, Nasty Plot, and Protect?
Or do you think it could be
Dark Pulse?
It could be Dark Pulse.
Some of them are Terra Dark and run Dark Pulse, aren't they?
Does Dark Pulse have 20 PP?
Pokemon for Kobayashi, who's really made this match exciting.
I don't know.
Absolutely.
I'll be honest.
That's the kind of thing Kaylee would know.
I feel like Dark Pulse starts with 16.
If Kazuki can get this turn right,
Maybe.
forcing a game
Dragon D's nuts. Very good. Across your chin.
To get that Urshifu
How
out
wholesome.
and threaten it, or to get rid of the Urshifu on
Okay.
Kinugawa's side before it can just pick up
Yeah, I
all
was going
the
to say
KOs.
sludge bomb onto
Yeah, that
yeah.
straight into it.
Went for the offense, picks up another KO, and that is
Did that Lando move before the Cali or did the Cali protect?
Cali protect.
Oh, okay. I was going to say.
Protected, didn't do
Yeah.
anything, but does protect itself from the foul
But
play.
yeah, I was going to say, you've terrored yourself with another Pokemon, so foul play dunks on you.
Foul play makes it. Oh, so then you can threaten with a thunderclap. But this thunderclap KO.
You can't threaten with
Farigera.
thunderclap.
Oh yeah, of course. Oh.
Probably just go for another attack into the
wanna eat
Calyrex
you
with
out.
Farigera. And unless these Pokemon can somehow knock out Farigera before
No,
it
you want
moves,
KFC?
which I think would probably
Is that just 'cause
require
I
some
had
critical
KFC
hits.
A little bit.
Things looking pretty
I'm a bit
bleak
jelly.
for the odds of this
Or do you want
game being
something
a
else?
two-game set.
Yeah, I do take it
You
back.
want your
There is
usual?
one way I can see, which is getting
You
the
want your
double
usual?
protect here. But that's going to be so risky. But it may be the only option that Kinugawa has to take back this game too, and it does not happen. That is going to be a failure as the Landorus protects this turn. That means that the
Was there like,
Landorus
the
cannot
fuck is
be
that?
targeted down. Here comes
This is
the
off topic, but next year I'm going to be in 12th grade, which is crazy to me. Nah, we're not listening, it's off topic. I'm joking. That is crazy.
This match is over.
You're basically an old man now. How does it feel?
You see Manon's graduation video?
No?
Yeah.
Oh.
Little graduation video in the Discord.
Oh, I'll have a look at that in a bit.
Oh,
If I remember. I
full
won't
fit.
remember. Yeah, that's fair. We're getting a game 3, lads! Hell yeah. I'll piss to that. Probably. And then get a lemon Fanta, brev. Standing ding, good point.
How's Miss Emily doing?
Emily, come on.
Maybe the end of the game is a little bit more interesting, but preserves
Come
exactly.
on,
I think she's still playing. Yeah, still playing. When was it last updated?
Oh, Carson Comfort.
Carson Comfort one 3 minutes ago it was updated.
Medina's one.
Eric Rios
Over
one.
Yuki.
Ruben. Over Yuki.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Absolutely
Justin Tang.
incredible play there.
Andrew Ding.
Riley Factura versus Marco Silva. And they're still going.
Oh, cheeky. Oscar won. Oh yeah, we know Oscar won, don't we?
Ian Campbell won.
Shane Gaffney.
Michael Kelsch won over Emilio. I think Emilio's gone now then.
Yeah,
I don't think there's
7-3.
any- Yeah, I don't think there's any way.
Brian Forbes.
Same with Nikolai. How do you
Nikolai? Yeah, Nikolai.
Yeah. Nielsen.
Hoy.
Over Brian
Nielsen.
Fournier. I don't know. I've never heard of this person, but I've heard of Nicholas.
Flavio's still playing. Patrick Connors is still in it, the reigning champ.
I wouldn't even mind seeing.
Jody
Patrick
Azzarelli's still in it. Let's
Come
go.
on, Jody.
Do it for 2014.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I remember. Whenever I see Jody Azzarelli, I'm like, oh my god, it's Jody. I think it's Jody Azzarelli.
It's the one that lost to the Pachirisu.
Yeah, I was listening to you know, Charlie Merriman has a podcast.
Oh, he's a very merry man. I love
Yeah,
Charlie.
yeah. Have you heard his podcast?
I've seen clips of it on
Yeah.
his Instagram. I've not got a chance to sit down and watch it yet.
I listened to it like quite religiously actually on my way to
Damn.
work, and I was listening to his episode with Jody, and they were talking about how he actually loves it. He lost to Sage Park. Like, he's like, yeah, I am the Pachirisu Luke
Because
guy.
people remember him
Yeah,
for
yeah.
it. Like,
He's
you know
like,
what I mean?
yeah, I am that guy.
He's a named guy, yeah. It's one of the most iconic moments in VGC history, and every
100%.
time it's shown, he is
He's
shown.
there, like,
with his flag on
he's
it.
an icon.
Or those reads wrong, they probably just throw the game
It's an
right
American
there.
flag.
Absolutely. You really want to
Come on,
risk
Yuma.
that, and your
I'm
chance
rooting
to
for
move
Yuma.
on to the top cut as the,
I'll always root for Kali Shadow,
undefeated player
unless it's
at
against me.
10-0.
In which case,
Do you think they make them wear the Play Pokemon shirt?
from what I understand, if you're wearing something that has like a brand on it that isn't Pokemon, they make you wear it. So you know how like
That
Wolf
makes
will wear
sense.
like a shirt that's just plain colors,
Yeah.
or something like that. They'll be like, okay, well you don't have to put play Pokemon shirt
Yeah.
over it. Like Patrick Connors yesterday, he was just wearing that olive green T-shirt.
Oh yeah.
That's just plain. And then yeah. So I think it's if you're just wearing something that they're like, oh, we'd rather you didn't wear that.
I love the thought that an elite player will like, dress because they know they're going to be on stream.
Well, some people as well. Some people suggest that if you want a free T-shirt, wear something that needs to be covered up on stream, because then they'll give you the Play Pokemon shirt, and they're not going to go.
Yeah,
we'll take that back.
oh yeah, take it off.
Yeah.
Sweaty.
Food order. That was quick.
What did you get?
So it doesn't have any way to avoid being spored if the Smeargle kind of.
I am also browsing.
I've given up on Uber Eats. I'm a Deliveroo kind of exclusive. Yeah,
Deliveroo ho.
His
I'm gonna get boneless stuff this time for a change because it's easier to eat, isn't it?
And we saw in that game
they were interviewing someone with an Attack on Titan shirt.
Oh yeah, but it was really like easily. That was, to be fair, that was one of the on the floor interviews. Wasn't it?
Yeah.
They weren't on Strem. Water Cali can fuck off. Actually, I like Water Cali because I can burn it.
I think I used Fire Cali because I was sick of being burned.
Yeah. My favorite is the number of times I've just not terrored my Koraidon in front of something with Will-O-Wisp, and I've just been like, yeah, you know what?
I could have.
You know what? That was really obvious they were going to do that, but fuck it.
To be fair, on the team that I use, Lunala is kind of the Terror Hog, so I just
Deliveroo ho for the win.
Yeah, exactly. Deliveroo is the one. Anyway, near me anyway, because I live near one of those kind of like retail parks where you get like quite a few restaurants.
Oh, like a retail park.
Yeah, exactly.
One of those.
Yeah, one of those
retail
park things. But yeah, oh, you got to pick it up.
Why?
Maybe cheap.
Singapore noodles and a salt and pepper chicken. Damn. Salt and pussy.
Right, what's he gonna do tomorrow?
Dot on KFC had the.
I'm glad I'm spreading the KFC. I don't even rate KFC that high, but I just, like I was just in.
Is it because you were in town and it was fresh?
It was just
fresh KFC hits different.
I mean, yeah. If I was ordering, I'd probably never order a KFC again. Like I've done it enough, and I'm just like. But yeah, I was in town. I didn't fancy a Subway. I didn't want tortilla. I didn't want Popeyes. I'm not a fan.
Popeyes is grim in the UK. Apparently, in America, it's like the fucking most Louisiana shit you've ever had.
It's meant to be the best chicken.
They're in Louisiana now. I wonder what the Popeyes is like in New Orleans.
No,
Popeyes. We are a slave to.
£23 when you run stuff is good. Yeah, I'll give you that. Oh, what did that crit? I must have been the Smeargle.
Probably survives
Gutted.
this knockoff now after the terrestrialization, but it's actually a Flare Blitz coming out
onto
the Smeargle, so no Spore coming
Hella
out
recoil damage though from one hit point. He's going to take one hit point of recoil.
Say, how can Incineroar survive?
Oh, broken his sash. Imagine Sash Incineroar.
Here is a huge Astral Barrage.
Popeyes and Aberdeen fucks. Oh, really?
I have to try it to believe it's good because I've been disappointed in many cities.
Oh no, a trip to Aberdeen? Oh no, that's going to be so fucking wonderful.
In a bit, Gizmo.
I like Aberdeen. In a bit, Gizmo. Remember to wipe your ass before you go out. Why do I say things like that?
It's alright, your brain is broken.
My brain is so fucking broken.
Armor Chill, Stopping Thunderclap, but also just to be completely obliterated by a Glacial Lance. Now, but Trick Room has been activated. But, if there's a way
I couldn't even. I didn't even finish the sentence before I started the next one.
I'm trying to think of what this Zamazenta can do. Because
Yeah.
it will do
body press.
Will it do body press? Will the Incineroar?
I mean, body press will one-shot it.
It will.
Just looking a little bit better here, but there's still two Pokemon that
Liam has a brain in there. It tries.
There are two more Pokemon that Kobayashi has not revealed
Oh.
yet.
Oh, we're under Trick Room. Whoops, I didn't know that.
Oh, I missed that info. Trick Womb.
Shadow Rider Calyrex here. That means that it will be a free switch in for that Rillaboom in the back, but at the cost of losing the Shadow Rider Calyrex and offering over a Chilling Nade boost to the Calyrex Ice Rider. The Flare Blitz coming out from the Incineroar does a little bit of damage, which will start adding up alongside those boosted Glacial Lances. And the Body Press targets the Incineroar, picks up that KO and knocks it out.
That's really interesting. I kind of assumed that the play there was just going to be.
Is fair, like a wildly different level of quality from
As
TGI is
something
valid.
I feel, I assume there is a game plan here, perhaps
People forget
anticipating
TGI
that there
stands
is
for
not a
thank
furry
God.
giraffe in the back.
Oh my
which would
God,
make
it's
this,
Friday.
really
Although
a
they
little
kind
bit
of
more
have,
threatening, but you'd assume if
it's
there
kind
is,
of just
there's
called
still a
like
knee ride on,
Fridays
which
now
would
a
be
lot of
a
the
different
time.
way
Yeah,
of
shut down in
preventing it
Derby.
from
He shut down where I
getting
am as
off
well.
a
Sad, innit?
And the whole
But for now,
building's been
Lander is
graffitied
entering
up.
the
And
battlefield.
Damn.
One thing to keep in mind
It's a
here is that
proper.
even though did not use that in the
We were lucky our
previous
Fridays was
episode,
in the
threat
center,
of
like
the
in the
wide
Derby
guard, I
on.
believe,
I
from
hear.
the
Hate calling it the Derby on because to me it's still the Westfield, but that's so 2007.
It was Westfield. Is that what it was called?
It was Westfield Derby, yeah. And then a kid jumped off it, and then yeah, that was rough. We got on the news for that.
Really?
Yeah, because if you search on Fox News, like shopping centre Derby UK jump, basically there were people in the crowd below shouting up at him. He was on top of the car park.
Oh, trying to make him not do
They were
it.
no, they were shouting, "How far can you bounce?"
What?
Yeah, Derby's a bit of a shithole, but
love that.
yeah, well they found out. So, but then it was for a while. It was Into.
Yeah,
INTU.
I did hear
That's-
it was Into. We had an Into in South London. There was Into Bromley.
Into Bromley
yeah.
sounds.
This match is over.
And unfortunately for Yuma Kinogawa,
Yuma!
that means that it's just going to be this Zamazenta up against the
Did I
Landers
get
in Trick
everything
Room,
Sophie
and
wanted?
that is not going to work out for him.
Do you want
Yeah,
to
this is looking real dark now. There's a very critical play there, right? You
Please go no
guess one
contact.
side
No,
and
when did I
directly.
get on the
think
news?
you
I
wanna
didn't
close
get
the
on
game
the
out.
news
Their
like
lead
properly.
changes really
A
bad.
picture
It's
of me was
again,
on the news
going
with
for
my
the
dad
protect, but fortunately gets the call
as a
wrong,
baby.
loses
I'm friends with my dad.
Because there was a whole issue with
way out of this one is the
my
likelihood
great
of working
grandma
locked in,
and
Suzuki can be
like
the
his
first
side of
player
the
to make it out of
family
top
and
guy.
Oh my god.
Kazuki Kobayashi
hospitals,
is our
and
first
it was just a
player
whole ordeal.
It was a
But
whole
yeah.
thing.
But I got on the news.
Me and Toby almost got on the news talking about Symphonic Evolutions in
Oh, that would've
2015.
been cool.
We got interviewed by ITV for it, and then someone in Belgium ran over a bunch of people in like a terrorist thing. So
that the same-
we got bumped for that, and I was like, I want to be annoyed, but also like that's really sad, and I'm sorry for all the people, but like fucking hell.
That was like my dad was meant to go to the Liverpool victory parade, and he went from London. He went to Birmingham, and it was like, you know,
wow. I mean,
it was horrible at New Street.
Rip.
There was loads of foot traffic, and all the trains were delayed, and he couldn't make it there. Why do I
This
keep
was two
skidding?
players who are clearly playing
Skidding?
top of their
Yeah,
game
whoopsie.
here for this tournament, and there is
But
nothing
yeah,
more
and so then
exciting than
after
that.
3 hours in
I love
Birmingham, he
this
decided
switch
to
up
just
on Kazuki's
leave
side
and come
to
back to
go
London.
for
He
the
was really
icebreaker
upset about it.
mode.
He's been a
It
Liverpool
was
fan
not something that was
forever,
shown
and
in either
he couldn't make
games
it to
one or
parade.
game two,
And then
and
hours
maybe that
later,
got Yuma
we hear
Kinogawa
that
a
a
little
car's
bit,
rammed into everyone. And it
Oh,
was like,
about
yeah.
the potential of
maybe
this
it's
trick
good that
room
he
mode.
didn't go.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Third game after
yeah.
losing game one, where you
horrible.
assume like if you're gonna use
Yeah,
that
Emily's still playing. Emily needs to win.
Emily's still playing. Can she
Yeah.
hurry up?
Wow.
She's making me anxious.
Wow.
absolute final
Fucking
hour, but it really pays
ignorant
off.
Hi,
Amma.
Manon. It's Amma.
On that
That's
note,
me. I really liked your graduation video thing. I was just telling Liam about it. You look very good. Hello, new friend. Hello.
Oh wait.
I was gonna say, do I have to stream now? Oh no.
There you are. Push the girls up.
Yeah, it's me. It's me, Manon. Right.
Final choice. So, you know, always great when you can win a set on stream and still kind of leave.
Yeah, Manon. Congratulations on graduating high school. That looked really cool. I'm graduating. Yeah, believe it, man. But yeah, that's really cool because I'm graduating soon as well. I'm not looking forward to it that much, to be fair. But no, it should be good. It should be good. Did you have to take lots of pictures and stuff? Did your family get lots of pictures of you and stuff? Yeah, new friend. I've been here for years. I have been here for years. I've been here maybe since 2016. Yeah, I've been undigitized. It's like the code. Like I don't get that reference, Steve. I'm sorry. It's either because I'm too young or I'm too uncultured. It's one of those. I'm gonna say the latter.
Yeah, I mean, about 20 to 20, like play 20, 20.
Yeah, no, it's really nice to be on stream, see everyone's names in
some of those players are going to have to play
in
an
front of me
round to get down to 16,
on the monitor and stuff. That's that's very fun.
Record is advantageous because you get to
yeah, there might be like 3 people who got it. Fair enough, Steve.
Huge deal.
Thank you, Manon.
Right,
You're very
and
nice.
these
You're very
trainers were
kind.
1 and 2 going into this round, so both of them still well on
I've
their
been here
way,
since I was a
but,
little child.
yeah,
I wasn't
the
that
next
little,
round's going to be
Oliver.
important.
I was
Don't wanna
like
just turn your
13.
foot off the gas because you know, not only do you want to you know, kind of come in strong.
No, I wasn't
but,
that
I
little.
think it's a much higher stress playing this
Great that mine
elimination rounds
graduated
than
too.
these
Yeah,
first rounds.
thank
If you
you.
get one
I got a
make your whole run
2-1 in my degree, which isn't too bad. Well, it's
so
it's good.
excited to
I'm
hear
too hard on
even
myself.
more
A 2-1
about
is
that
actually
match.
a very
Let's toss it down to the
very
stage
good
where Len is
grade in the
standing by to
UK.
speak with
But
Kobayashi.
but
Take it
yeah,
away, Len.
so
Thanks, Evan. I've got
Maybe you a
Kazuki
code like-
Kobayashi here,
Can
the
someone
last
explain the
undefeated
reference to
player
me
of the North
because
American International
I'm
Championships. Congratulations on the
silly
win.
and
Tell me your
dumb.
immediate reaction.
My
after that
skidoo's
match.
evolving, you guys. I know you can't see it, but I'm trying to fill my Kitakami decks, and I needed a go-go, so I'm very excited about this. Yay, I've got it. It's go-go Kitakami. Either way, I don't have a go-go, so I wanted to get it in. And it wants to learn Aerial Ace.
You played very well
instead of
alongside the luck. Part of that was maybe the adjustment to use Calyrex in the third
I would
game.
call you.
Can you tell me
I
some
would
about
call you
that
very.
adjustment and how you
Hey,
decided
metaphor.
to bring it after not using it in the first two games?
Yeah. So what happened was that Liam, decided that the life of a young black woman would actually be more desirable. So I went through the fastest HRT that you can imagine. Dyed my hair, bit of a perm, couple of jewel things, and then yeah, here I am. I hope you enjoy the makeover. Yeah, how are you? How are you? Yeah, I was just saying I'm trying to fill my decks. I'm not doing very well.
Knocked out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And so
yeah,
I
that's
was gonna
exactly it.
Go with a trick room strategy. With
Oh god, do you
Calyrex.
remember when there was like
Makes a
an
lot of sense.
epidemic
It
of
worked
people
out well.
being transracial?
Both you and your opponents were
and
making
then they
some
were
very
saying
aggressive
that like
plays. The thunderclap
it
in
was
game
equivalent
one,
to
the
being
sludge bomb
don't
into
even.
Zamazenta
We
in
live in a
game
strange
two.
world, you guys.
Can you tell me some about your mindset making those kind of risky plays,
think
trying to
I've got
outthink your opponent and be one step ahead?
Um,
ゲームプレイはちょっと危なかった選択なので、その陣雷のこととか、
I love Ruby. Metapod's in chat now.
Metapod! I'm here.
なんでそういう
Look at me.
選択をし
What
ました
you
か
dickhead?
そうです
Wanna make us
ね
sit pretty?、
そういう選択をしないと勝てないプレイヤーだと分かっているので、まあ強気で、強気でいけば
He's so good.
勝利につながるかなと思ってそれを
Sort me out somewhat. Where did you get this HRT? Hurt? Oh, you're about because I was a girl
yeah,
briefly.
Yeah, we were.
It certainly worked out.
You transitioned in many ways.
Yeah, I was transracial.
Yeah, transracial. God, remember that.
I could never be so hot. Let's be real.
Oh, you're too kind.
I know.
Just in this tournament,
I'm a fucking delight. Oh shit! It's the not that great translator.
Oh, is it him again? The guy from yesterday.
まだ負けなかったので、まあ
Used to just be a joke.
His enunciation sounds great.
Maybe he doesn't. Maybe it's not the Japanese. Maybe it's just like
the pressure,
the memorizing what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Len Duel in a cream suit, fucking rocking it.
What would you wear if you were like?
Mankini. I rock a Mankini.
Yeah, perfect.
Does anyone know? Anyone know how good I rock a Mankini? See? Pretty sure this is his world's guaranteed. It's gotta be, hasn't it?
Here to become the very best, and
Turn him up a
NAIC
bit.
is a
Wait.
great opportunity to make that happen.
You're well on your way. Well, anyone that you'd like to shout out or thank,
Perfect.
For your help in the
Turn it up just for the
preparation
shout
and success
outs.
today.
Matt is out of NAIC. Is that Matt from the UK? Oh, the round 11 pairings are up. Let's search.
Oh, Victor Medina got a loss.
Emily, 7-3.
Oh, did she lose?
Well, she's not out, I guess, because they're still playing.
She went undefeated a lot of day one, so
No,
maybe
she needs 0-2, doesn't she?
And we have Joe Brown ready.
X2,
with an
so-
I don't know
interview
if they get a
with
buy
Nick
for
Navarre,
free.
player
If
who
like
has,
there's
I think,
like the best
successfully earned
of the
his World's
frees.
Championship
Maybe.
invitation
Even
this
then,
weekend.
it doesn't look like she's. If they do it in order.
Yeah.
Then,
Thank you
oh,
very much,
Emily!
Emily, you were the chosen one.
Our North
Riley
American
Factor.
I keep seeing Jeremy Boyd and
And you
thinking
think
Jamie
Jamie
Boyd.
Boyd.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you secured this with your 5th victory yesterday.
Kazuki,
So everything's been
the
gravy
only undefeated
today.
player now.
Yeah. It's just Kazuki. Kazuki Kobayashi, 10-0.
Knowing that you will be in Anaheim.
Oh, wow, I don't have
It
Leafy
just
on.
felt good
I'm
to
really
get it off my
slacking
back.
on
Just secure.
Wait, did I make the sandwich? I think I did.
And just focus on playing Pokemon after that.
I forgot. I forgot.
Yeah, I came here to win 5 games, and now I'm 8-2. So just.
I love it. I came here to win 5 games. I'm just there like, I want to win one. I want to win a match.
In our game with a lot of experience, and you've made some pretty off-the-wall teams as well that you brought.
Is Conkelder
to
a trade
so
either?
was
Yes.
this decision when were you trying to build a team that no matter
I mean,
how
I'm
bad it
literally
goes,
here.
you're gonna
Yeah,
get
no,
at
of
least
course,
5
that we
wins,
can
or
do
are
I
you
can
trying to build a team that
facilitate.
could win the whole
Live
tournament?
score, I need to actually.
Or you can have a look on the Pokeport and see if there's any terror raids for it.
That's true.
Just haven't been able to get
Just
it.
here for the vibes,
So
yeah.
my buddy Gavin Michaels, he messaged
Need a
me
clef
before
Maybe with a
I
good
walked in,
resistance.
said
Did it
he
still
had a
do
fun
resistance? I don't know if they
team.
do.
I was like, yeah, sure,
Shmon
I'll
is
try it out.
facing
I
Luca
did that
Cherubelli.
What's Shmon's record? What's Luca's record, I guess?
Luca's
Well, Tim Edwards is still in this.
Yeah.
But then he won Portland
Where is
with
Luca
it,
Cherubelli?
Is Luca
and so we're
Cherubelli
both
out?
running
Oh,
it
no,
back, and we're both,
UCA. Oh, is that?
and we're just having a good time playing Pokemon.
I always forget Simon Vanderboort is Shmon.
The kind of the environment, the feels in the
8 and
Matthew
2.
Morgan and
this
Patrick
weekend, 'cause
Connors.
obviously there
Give us
is
that
so much
game.
I feel like
on
this is going to be quite a
every
heartbreaking
more and
round.
more players
Shohei Kimura, former world champ, versus
Oh,
Zachary
Shohei's
Reed.
still in it. Zachary Reed is the name I also remember. Gavin Michaels is in this? He just
Yes.
won.
Top range. How does it feel
Against Andrew
in
Ding.
the areas? Does it feel
Yuki
like the stress
Samovich
levels between the tables are more
Gary.
heightened
Kyle
than a normal
Livinghouse
regional
and Shane
or
Gaffney.
normal international? Or does it
Imagine
just feel
being good
business
at
as
VGC
usual?
and you
I
just and
know.
you're just like in these top standings.
People just know your name
like,
and stuff, you know?
oh, man.
And you just win stuff and earn points and win money.
I know, right? How do I not have an Electros? Right.
You don't have an Electros,
Let's
mate.
fix this.
I think there's literally like a wild terror one somewhere.
There's so many. I could have sworn I had that.
I'm
going E-electric, so I'll just evolve it.
People really care about qualifying for Worlds, and
If I can beat
the tighter
Maybe I'll.
just cutoff for Worlds this
Oh,
year.
tighter
means
cutoff. I wonder where it was going with
some
that.
people are
The
going
tighter,
to
the
go
better.
outside, and that's just what it is.
Damn.
Yeah, and you know we just got pairings up, so
Lemon
we don't want
Fanta,
to waste too
please,
much
bro.
of your time. Want to get back to the table before we do.
Oh, I need
you got any
a-
shout outs because I think there seems to be a collective of very intelligent sports fans working together that are still alive at the tournament.
They're intelligent
Yeah, sure.
sports fans?
So,
Way.
all the NA tournaments in this format so far have been won by members of the same fantasy baseball league. Andrew Ding, Gavin Michaels.
I think they have the saturation
are both,
too high.
in the same league.
Yeah,
And,
he
me
looks
and
very
Tommy
yellow.
Colleen are both
Yeah,
alive in the
like it
tournament as
doesn't
well,
do
and
anyone any
also,
favors.
in that league, so I don't know.
I'd be so
Maybe,
paranoid, my
that's
mouth would be
a good
closed the
way
whole
to,
time, even when I'm talking.
Good place to put your Twitch points if we get on stream or something.
I don't know how I could
Exactly.
actually.
They're all on a hot streak right
play.
now. Okay, congratulations on your World's invitation, Nick. We're gonna get you back over.
Knowing everyone's
to our
looking at
contest.
you.
We're
Stage.
gonna take
Knowing
a
everyone's
quick
looking at you,
break.
knowing
When we come
everyone's
back, we'll
in the
have our
audience
round
sitting back
11
going,
coverage of
I wonder if she'll
NAIC.
protect the Kali Shadow instead of. You know, I just.
Oh,
can't-
she misclicked. That means she threw.
Yeah, it's just I can't.
Yeah.
I couldn't do that.
It do be like that.
Bit trainer chips. This is for you.
Resistant might determine seeding, though. Oh. I like
An area
seeding.
Pokemon trainers can focus on in order
Oh, wait,
to
no, I
improve
don't.
is to just remember to work with others while playing. Sometimes when
Nah,
you're by yourself,
I'm a
it's kinda
solo
hard
boy.
to tell maybe where you're doing well, where you're doing bad. And also just playing
I
with
hate
other
being told what I'm
people
doing
makes
wrong.
it a lot easier to
Because then I have to admit defeat.
feel confident, and it just makes it a lot more fun in general.
Just,
one
I
area
hate
that
defeat
Pokemon
in general, and
trainers
that I know
can
that
focus
does
on to
not
be
that's
great
not compatible
is
with
kind of
competitive
just
Pokemon.
It's not a
at all.
healthy
focusing on
mindset.
I
yourself
have
and not
not
on others.
touched
I
the
know a
ladder
lot of times
since I got that
compare
one win.
myself to other
I have not
players.
touched it.
You're so good and all this
too
stuff.
scared.
But really, it's about you.
How do I get King
at the end of
Gambit?
the day and how you feel playing as a
Get
player.
King Gambit.
I think
You
community
need your
building is
bishop
probably one of the
to
biggest
defeat
things. You need a
3
community,
bishops
you need
holding
people to
the
bounce
Leaders
ideas
Crest.
off of,
Yeah.
bounce
Who are the
playstyles
leaders
off,
of the little groups of
bounce all
Pawniard.
types of things off of just
I
to have
can do
really
it.
a
I can.
successful career as a Pokemon trainer.
One area Pokemon trainers could focus on to be great would be kindness. This is my first time at regionals, and everyone here has just been so kind and helping me out, giving me tips on.
It
how
is
to
really
make
hard to find a
deck
rude
even
person at
better
a
and how to
regional.
just play differently.
It would be
Even just,
it would be a bit
supplies,
embarrassing,
like
I think,
card
to
sleeves
be
and other
Yeah.
stuff
kind
to
of an
just
asshole
be
at
a better
Pokemon.
trainer.
Like, come
Focusing
on.
on yourself in
Look
Pokemon
around.
Go is so important.
A lot of players might play the game
Can
differently.
I get a
but
few more
going
eggs,
at your
please?
own pace and finding your own
It's
play
been a really
style,
slow
whether
egg
it's
run.
in grinding, in raids, Stardust, XP, or go battle league.
Come on,
or
Shmon,
just
beat the
stick
world
to your
champ.
format. It's
We
so
get
much
Shmon
fun.
on stream.
And going at your
But,
own
oh,
pace,
Luca Cherubelli's already
learning it
been
your
on
own
stream.
way,
Shmon versus
and
Oscar.
playing your own way is the absolute best thing you can do.
In the final.
We are playing Pokemon
Hey, it's
this
Spraggles.
or that with Aaron here. Grass type edition. You ready?
I'm ready.
All
Oh,
right.
this guy gets it all wrong.
Sunflora or Carnivine?
Oh, I remember this one.
Carnivine or Go-Go?
Where is my bishop?
Oh, have we seen Quillfish
Go-Goat
Girl
or
today? Let me out.
Eldegoss. Eldegoss or
Quillfish.
Obama Snow?
Obama Snow.
Obama Snow
I mean,
or Scogo?
would anyone really want to be remembered as that guy? Yeah,
Obama
literally.
Snow or Meganium?
Obama Snow.
Obama Snow or Victreebel?
Obama Snow.
Victory Bell got
Obama
fucking
Snow.
shafted.
Obama Snow.
Disgusting
Delmise.
scenes.
Justice for Victory Bell.
Delmise
Unbelievable.
or Decidueye?
Decidueye.
Decidueye or Sprigatito?
Sprigatito.
Sprigatito or Bulbasaur?
Bulbasaur.
Bulbasaur wins it all. Drop the plush. Oh, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Surely
Thank
they
you.
didn't drop
All
the
right,
plush. Surely they threw it.
We
Yeah.
did it. You keep it.
It's
Unless
such a
they're really
weird,
tall.
weird plush. Like,
Welcome
they
back,
gave-
y'all.
They gave
Adam
him as
Watson
well.
on the
Yeah.
Like the
floor of
Bidoof,
NAIC, and
kind of
I've
make
got
like Bidoof
Ramsey
is,
to rate
you
the
know,
fire
slightly
type
iconic.
first partner
What?
Pokemon.
Why
Let's see what you
Bastion?
got.
Like, was that
Yeah,
the
do you
only
know what I
one they
mean?
had?
Fuecoco in S tier. I think there's a lot of
Okay,
people
I
in
haven't
the
seen this
audience
guy
that
do
can
it.
agree.
Fuecoco's correct though. Oh wait, did we
What?
see this guy? I thought it was a
Jim
girl last time.
Charancy?
This is exactly what that girl. Oh, that's correct.
Another C tier.
No,
Nothing
Fennekin
can
deserves
compare.
better
Litton
than
and S. No, come on.
Boo. What
I
is
don't know,
this?
folks. Are you agreeing with this?
Torchic I would put
Torchic's a
down
B.
there. Okay,
I can handle Cyndaquil an A, but
Okay, another one making it up to A tier.
Scorbunny's a B at least.
No.
Nothing can compare to
Welcome back,
What
Gizmo.
is going on?
What are you doing?
At least a lie.
Well,
Rev.
there you have it. Fuecoco reigns supreme.
I love that. Well, there you have it.
There you have it. This guy's an asshole.
Where is my bishop? Oh, bishop's in my current party. I'm so.
Dude, look, it's Pokemon Go. Probably. Yeah, that's a raid pass right there, Liam. Can I have more eggs, please?
Can you stop looking at me?
You're talking to me then.
Yeah, can you stop
stop
looking at me
looking.
on your stream? Thank you. Right.
9 tails. It's got 9 of them. That's wild. You have noodles and chicken. God damn.
Ooh.
Skedaddle, skadoodle. Your dick is now a noodle.
Maybe I'll get a Chinese when I'm back in London.
You have the
You've
money?
inspired me. When I'm back in London,
Oh.
and I have the money. I do, in fact, I can afford a Chinese, which is good. Not much else, but a Chinese. I'm due a weekly payment this week though, so.
Oh
For my-
shit, a weekly payment.
For my work.
How the other half live.
At this pupil referral unit. I'm not the.
She's got a shiny! She's got a shiny Stantantala!
Yay!
You gotta catch
That's
it.
so random. Oh dear.
Nice.
That's
The pressure's on. You're being watched with your little
no.
electric. Should have quick balled it.
No, I don't. Look, I don't I don't believe in the quick ball.
You don't believe in the quick ball?
No, but not for a shiny. I like the Pokeball. That's my favorite ball.
Oh, I get
I'm
that.
just
I
like-
get a lot of Pokemon in Pokeballs.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's just
Have I still got
nice.
Nightshade? I do.
I'm not a big fan of Ultra and Great Balls.
Yeah, no,
Dive
neither
ball
am I.
though. Dive ball.
Oh my god, I'm so dumb, guys. The pressure of stream. I just use Nightshade on a normal type.
And you just oh okay. At least it took Flame Body as opposed to Flash Fire. That would have been bad.
No, but I can't use Heat Wave on it anyway. It'll kill it off. I don't even think Energy Balls.
Oh, you're level 92?
Yeah,
Oh
that's
shit.
It's a proper shunt.
Rosemary!
So I'll use Nuzzle on it.
Jake
and just
Muller!
spray balls.
Threshold, which is what you need to progress on from day 2. So
Where
it's a
the
really
fuck is
exciting
my
match. I
dinner?
love getting to see those two Japanese players duke it out here at NAIC, and we've got
Pressure's on,
a lot
Emma.
of
It's
more
your first
international competition
on-stream shiny.
I never get shinies because I don't look for them, so I'm glad. Although I do have free shiny Porygon 2s now because of those because of the outbreak. I was just grinding against them for levels to evolve stuff. Oh my god! It just. Are you guys seeing this madness?
Never seen madness.
National system
Oh,
can come
you know
here
what?
and compete at the international stage. And you got a chance
No,
to
so
hear
I'm
from
gonna go
our
get-
winner in that last round what this
It
could
is.
mean for him.
What
Get
I
a
will
top
do
4, you get to go
is
to
I will do
Worlds,
that and
despite
that,
missing
just
out
in
on
case the
Japan
next match
Nationals.
starts.
So it's really, really tough to qualify through that Japanese qualification
I will
system.
do.
It's a
Although
really,
it's actually kind of
difficult
kicking my butt right
gauntlet to
now.
kind of run through there. And so the opportunity for Kazuki to come here, you know, you can earn championship points if you're competing in that Japanese circuit, but you are
I really like
eligible
Rosemary's
for that
blue
direct
hair
invitation via
going
a
on
top
right now.
4
I knew her as like the
international
pink
championship or a regional
kind of hair
championship win.
person.
So really, really exciting. He's gotten that one step
This
closer.
Stantler
Now
is
just
about
has
to knock
win,
out my
I wanna
level
say,
100.
2 or 3 more matches in top cut, depending on how some of that
This is really
bracket plays out.
embarrassing.
And he'll have a chance to play at Worlds again.
That's going to be so exciting. And don't forget, there's also a lot of prize money on the line. So it's not even just about the World
Hope college goes great.
qualifications,
Oh, I've
trainers.
finished uni, so that's why I'm graduating. I'm graduating from uni.
Which is just so much more.
Oh God, 33.
Even just thinking back to when we had nationals, even just internationals a couple years ago.
I need to
you
get
can't
a
believe
car,
how
actually,
big the
as
game
well.
has
Ace
grown.
Trainer and a
That this
takeover.
is the second
Yeah, of course.
largest Pokemon
It's like a
tournament
royal
for the video
blue.
game,
I feel like
only
she
behind
must have just got
POIC,
that
which
done
was
because
just a
it's
couple of
really
months ago.
popping actually.
And it
like-
crosses over all of the
It's-
Pokemon
it's-
you
it-
know, games we get to show at
it's
these
like
international championships as well.
you know, I feel
Now,
like
the
if you
trading
saw
card
someone in
game
the
had
street with
about
that hair, it
4,500
just wouldn't
trainers
look this
enter in the
good.
Masters division,
She must have got
which
it done
made
for
I
this
want to say
event.
the second largest card game tournament across
Ever.
any game ever. Like not just
Oh yeah, I
Pokemon,
heard
it's
that
a
TCG
franchise,
is
but
really,
any
really
franchise,
busy
we are
this
number 2
weekend at
now,
NAIC.
which is a really,
Who
really
is
cool
it? Chris
turnout.
Brown
It's been a
or
really,
whatever,
really amazing
the
atmosphere
Pokemon event
in
guy.
this venue hall. We all get to
Yeah, he
celebrate
was like
our
they've
love
got
for
a
competitive
massive
Pokemon and our
turnout.
various
What's the?
pillars
Does anyone
across
know
different
the
games. And maybe
VGC
we are a little bit biased
turnout
towards
at
VGC,
NAIC
but
this
it's really
year?
cool to
Like
see
how many
everyone have a good
Masters
time, too.
VG players? Is it
Especially
more
all
than
those people that we've
EUIC,
seen out in
or
the
is
crowd
it
as well. I got a chance
less?
to kind of walk through the hall a little
Yeah.
bit.
Is
this
it the
morning,
biggest tournament
and
ever
everyone's having
still,
fun playing
or
side
no?
events, but you can feel some of that tension in the air that
I'm checking
Navarre
Ultra
was
Balls at
talking
like a
about,
full
where
HP Stantler
there
because I've got
are
nothing
still
to.
a lot of
I've
stakes
got
on the
nothing to
line, despite
damage
the
it.
fact that we get a
NAIC
chance
is
to
usually
celebrate
bigger
all
than
the things that
EUIC.
our
Is it bigger
spectators
this year?
and our
Because if so, then this is
participants
another
can do
biggest
here.
tournament,
It's still
right?
all about that competition at the end of the day, especially for our trainers that are still in it. So
All right, I
these
caught the
rounds are gonna
shiny,
be
you
very
guys. It only
important.
took
We have
God knows how long. And I had to catch it in an Ultra Ball.
rounds of
I
Swiss,
don't even
so
like
as
Ultra
you can see,
Balls.
Kazuki Kobayashi has locked in a spot to play in top
Yeah, I've
cut
got
with
the
that
shiny
10-0
Stantler now.
undefeated record.
I don't know. I never know
But
what
as
to
you
do
start
with the
extend
shinies, to be
downwards,
honest.
9 and
Like,
1, you
I
got a
don't
pretty
really
good
do
shot,
anything.
you know, win one
Can
more,
you guys
but you
hear that
still have
ice
the
cream
wiggle
van
room for
passing
that
by?
12th and final round of Swiss today.
Oh my God.
Just in case
That's
maybe
so
you lose
loud.
the next one. But these trainers that are now starting to sit at that 8-2
Oh, that's
record
where I know that
will
from.
just
Yeah.
from here on out. You have to win these last 2 matches of the day.
We have these 11 trainers in that 2 through 12
I caught the
spot.
Stantler.
Just need that one more win to make it into
my
top
poor
cut.
almost
But trainers
died
like
for
Kyle
it.
Livinghouse, who's had
Jesus
a historic run
There's no
through
hope.
NAIC. I believe the last 6
I need to stop
NAICs
battling.
he's made day 2,
Ah,
which is an insanely
Zion.
good
Chicken.
accomplishment. He's put himself in a position to still be
Chicken
eligible for
dip-off.
that top cut. Justin Knox and Patrick Connors, 2 American
good
players
time.
that have had some great success on the
How about your
international
days been?
stage.
Oh, it's been
And of
all
course,
right.
Ko Sukide, another Japanese
My day
player
has been good,
who
thank
is looking
you.
to
I'm
kind of have
very
a little
efficient
bit of a
today.
breakthrough
I woke
here
up
in
next
North
to a
America
Fitbird,
as well.
and then a Fitbird came
Yeah,
round.
I mean,
It's a
even
good
just
day.
looking at
It's a
our
good day.
random 1 players too,
I've-
I think
What a
it's
life
so
I live.
exciting
I've cleaned
to
my
see
room. I've moved out of
Simone
my house
Sambito, Marco
at uni.
Silva, both coming through from Italy that are
and then I came to
still
Derby. I
well
got
in the
a
competition.
Father's Day
Francesco
gift, and now I'm
Fiocchiaro as well.
here.
We saw a
I've
lot of
gotten a
these
lot
players
done. I'm very happy
yesterday.
with
I was
myself.
gonna say,
And
you're
Ruben
like, you
Bianzini, I
formed
mean, that's why
fresh,
we
aren't
talked
you?
about Italy yesterday being one of the strongest
And I'm back to
regions
London
in the entire world. And
I
really
have to
showing
wake
up
up
here in full
at my
force
house on
at these
Father's
top
Day.
tables.
Yeah.
My little sister's on
Of course, there's some
DOV.
American
My
players
older
to
sister's
shout
in
out there as
Barbados.
well. Behzad
So
Muntazir had a
I will
huge
be the
breakthrough
only
performance
child.
in Vancouver, taking home his first
feel a bit
regional
bad.
championship.
Got a bit of sport
so he's
reggae
already
down.
qualified
Yeah,
for the World
exactly.
Championships.
No, he
but
deserves-
Liam, have you
he
seen the
deserves
last
one.
place
Just
team at
qualified for
NAIC?
Worlds, you wanna
No?
keep
Is that a
having
polyrath
success
on it?
throughout the entire season.
Nishant
They better do.
Doshi is 1 win away from top cut as well here. And
What if it's the Andy La Holly World Tioga team?
Oh, wow.
I think that's his very first international championship.
Oh, here's the
he's
shots.
really
Oh my
been
God. There's,
mostly
like,
focused on the
shots.
Pacific Northwest, so Portland, Vancouver.
Oh, but they won't have the lead
Vancouver
as
being
much.
his
You know where
home,
you want to
and
be.
now
You want to be
he
at Fury
is
Falls.
here. It's just
Oh,
very
Fury
exciting
Falls.
to
Is that
kind of
in
see
Kizikon?
what he's going to do for
It's
the rest
in
of the
Paldea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well,
tournament.
let's take a look at some of our notable matchups for Swiss round
Errors, man.
11. Again, these matches
It's a
from
horrible
the first
sight.
6 rows or so.
Jason
other
says,
than
Amma, how are you?
Kazuki
What delight to
Kobayashi,
see
all
you
the
on
teams-
Oh,
Hi,
hey,
Jason.
Jason. I was literally asking about you. I was like, when's Jason going to come to stream?
We're getting Marco Silva versus James Evans.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, I'm all right, thank you.
How's the Sunflora?
I spoke, by the way, Nishant Joshi.
I need to zoom check on that one.
National championships, that's my bad.
I mean, if they
But
went
this has
9 and
truly
0 or
been
something,
one
8
of
and
the
But they
oh.
might
best
have just
seasons
gotten
ever,
unlucky.
So really
really
Like
excited
they might
to see
they might
Nishan
actually
Joshi
have
finally
they might have
get
actually been
the
cooking.
just
They got
desserts
sunflower
for
and
all
only
that
one
hard work
restricted.
throughout his
Oh,
entire
I assume the
career.
restricted is either Groudon or
Groudon.
Groudon because solar power.
For a spot in top cut. We
In
have
fact,
an
no.
Italian showdown
Now that you
between
say this, I
Francesco
feel
and
like
Simone, who we both
I
saw win on
do.
stream in really exciting matches
I
yesterday.
do remember
Of
this
course, down
team.
at
Oh
8-2,
yeah,
some
I
fantastic
moved
players,
out of my
Carson
house
Harper, Andrew Ding, Gavin
for
Michaels,
uni,
all regional
which
champions
is
here in the
in
North American circuit
Derbyshire
this season,
as well.
all one
But
loss
obviously I
away
can say
from
that now. I don't live there
elimination
anymore.
from top cut.
And then
Hopefully they'll have a chance to fight through.
I came here to
Marco
Derby.
Silva versus
I got a
James
couple
Evans.
Father's Day
We've
gifts
got
for my
two
lovely
international
dad. I
champions
got
here. It is just
gender stereotype,
so
the Hugo
amazing to see
boss.
this level of
Is
competition
that what we're gonna
she
say?
brought
early
lemon
on in
drizzle.
the day. Like,
Oh
this
yeah,
is
I
a
made lemon drizzle
finals
cake last
caliber
night.
match. This is like a
Some for my
world caliber
parents,
match.
some for
And
my
we're gonna have
boyfriend,
these
some for
all
Liam and
day
Sophie.
here for
I've
your
been feeding the
enjoyment at
masses.
home
I
for
thought you
the
were going to say
American
Liam and
International
Sophie
Championships.
next. So when you're
Both
with my
of our
boyfriend, and I'm
trainers
like,
have taken the seats.
it's not me.
James Evans is on your left,
No,
Marco
not
Silva
quite.
on your
I have a
right,
Phi
and
and
you can
CE.
see the teams that they have brought
Phi-
to this
a Phi and
tournament.
CE.
Marco
Yeah, she
Silva,
hates when I
this
say it
team
like
was
that.
so
So does
balanced
everybody, yeah.
yesterday and felt
Yeah,
like
they
it was
do.
just a really great performance.
Look at them.
Maybe
Wait, what
despite
was James
not
Evans doing
having
there?
the result he might have wanted over
I haven't-
all
I
of
feel
the
like I
day,
haven't
but
seen
James
James Evans
Evans,
stream
this has
in
been
a hot
a
minute.
Corey's been working
You
with
have
for
now.
a while in terms of the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Gown or robe, I don't know. Wait,
really
what?
Nice adjustment
Oh, your
to play
graduation
around these
gown.
photosynthesis
Sorry to
Pokemon.
backtrack.
Hearing
But
myself.
Anthony, if you're feeling like there's a problem that is bothering you, there is no harm in talking to a professional. Yeah, absolutely.
Jason, this is as low key as my South Londoniness gets. You know, I've been working in a people referral unit, right? Those kids, these are kids. For people that don't know, these are kids that have basically been kicked out of school, and you know they're some of the worst behaved kids that you can have. And these kids, when they get annoyed, the South London accent is. What are you talking about, fam? What are you on about?
James Evans is giving broccoli hair, hogging the bench at the gym
And
vibes.
Chiyu is rocking
No,
the
he's using
Ruination.
Brute Bonnet,
This is
so we want
another
him to
adjustment
win.
We've seen for almost all of the treasures of
And also,
Very
we want him
irritating.
to win because he's against Marco Silva, and we have to support Metapod.
You guys, I can't get on that anti-Marco Silva train. I quite enjoy his vibe.
No, he's a great player, but it's just because
Yeah, I know,
he's mean
because
to
he
Metapod.
traumatized
to really make sure
Where's
you're
Fury
boosting up your
Force?
damage when you don't
He's
have
not mean
something
to
like the
Metapod,
Life
that's
Orb.
a
Ruination's gonna
outrageous
cut that
statement.
HP in half of your target, so it
Is
makes
Fury
it even
Force over
easier.
here?
Alongside
no,
the
top
fact that
right.
I think you got some really great speed
Northeast.
control options with the Electro Web. I think there is a lot
You
of
do have to zoom
spread
in, I reckon.
damage
I know,
there,
I'm
and
just
I
like-
think that's
I always
actually
forget,
something
oh, that's
going
not
to be
zoom-
quite difficult.
Oh my
When you
Christ.
take a look at Marco's team,
You can tell I
that
do not.
Zamazenta
He's a
have
big
a
meanie,
good
right,
game.
Metapod?
There's a reason why this Pokemon has been so
shattered your
strong
dreams.
since the very beginning of
You'd
this
have won that if it
regulation,
wasn't for him.
and that's because it provides so much utility with that supportive move.
White Guard in general is
Metapod
just
says,
an
"Wait, that's my
incredibly
team.
powerful
Wait,
move
James
right now.
Evans is
Lots
facing
of
Marco
very
Silva
Yeah,
with
I was
your
gonna
team."
say it's got
Especially
it's got the
both of the
Galarian
Calyrex
Weezing, so I was gonna think,
forms
oh,
are
Metapod's gonna
pretty
like that.
damage.
I didn't realize it was
Weezing
your
gang,
exact
he's doing
team.
it for you, Metapod. Metapod about to become the biggest James Evans stan.
I'll come Norwich, Jason. No, I can't promise these things. But no, you have to come to the next event. You need to come EUIC. Hopefully it's in London. Fingers crossed. I feel like London's like the magic secret sauce with EUIC. I feel like if they had it anywhere else, it wouldn't be the biggest.
They're gonna have it in Frankfurt.
You think they're gonna have it in
Not as
Frankfurt?
much right now in Reg I.
I feel like
but that
now
Grassy
would be the
glide's a
time
really
to
cool
move countries,
combination
but I
with
just don't
Rillaboom
want them
get some
to.
extra priority damage out.
Yeah, and I
People in
think
America
just
think
overall
now's the
this
time to move
team
countries.
has so many different
Way!
options that it can use.
I'm not even
One of the
surprised.
reasons
Have you
why
heard
we
all the
see
stuff
Incineroar
about
and Rillaboom
people
so often on these teams is
wanting
because
Worlds
he just really set up
2026 to
those
be
restricted
moved?
Pokemon for
Damn,
success.
no.
It allows
Yeah,
you
they
to
want
make
it to
sure
be
that you
moved
can
away
change
from
up your
San
board
Francisco.
state.
Very good, Guzmo.
Especially when there's going to be something like the Galarian Weezing, that's going to be really
we go.
important to keep in mind so you can
Galarian
actually have
Ensign.
access to your abilities. But we will get started with the first game of this best of three where
I think
both
Liam
of
wants to
these
see me.
Shadow
He's
Rider
scared that he'll
Calyrex
fall
are
in love
on
with
their
me.
field
Is that
for
what
the
it is?
respective players. But it's
He
going to be
will
the
fall in love.
Incineroar next to Marco and the Raging Bolt for
I love
James.
I
everyone,
would say
man.
slight advantage to Marco here. The Incineroar
Anthony,
is a
if
very
you
powerful
if you
lead,
feel like you need to
especially
talk to a
facing down
therapist
a
about
Calyrex
something, you
Shadow
should just
Rider,
go for
one of the
it.
very few
Like,
Pokemon that doesn't
Yeah,
necessarily
literally,
have to
if
worry
you're
about
scared to
taking
talk to a
too much damage
therapist,
from
a
it.
therapist can help
Of
you through that.
They're paid. They're paid to listen to you. Think about it like that. Like they are literally paid to do it.
With parting shot, with knockoff. But
like if they don't listen to you and they don't do their best to help you, they get in trouble.
And when you look at the Terra type differences between both of these Shadow Rider Calyrex, James doesn't have a defensive
Some would say going
option.
to a
His Terra
therapist
goes
is the
to make
best
sure
form
that
of
those
therapy.
Astral Barrages will hit even harder. But Marco's is the Terra Dark, so
I
he
hate
already
Sash
has two resistances
Calyrex.
on
I know
the
it's
field
everywhere, but I
James's
hate
own
it.
Shadow Rider
I just want them to go away.
Think about it, Anthony. Let me put it to you this way. What scares you more? Seeing a therapist or feeling the way you're feeling for the rest of your days?
You can at least guarantee you survive one Astral Astral Barrage.
Because I know which one I think.
The speeds of these Calyrex are going to be very important as well. That comes into a lot of matchups.
Ooh, but the Thunderclap comes out from the Raging Bolt
Nice.
first.
Nice.
You know
Using
that this
knockoff?
Incineroar is going for attack.
Did
If there's a
we
double
turn?
up from
We'll
Marco
party
to
shot.
Live in this
actually
probably.
go into the Shadow Rider
Oh.
Calyrex, then
They just let
you know
that
it would have
happen.
been getting knocked out. But this Shadow Rider Calyrex
Marco,
on
your boy
Marco's end
Marco.
gets knocked out. in
My
the
boy
process.
Marco
No focus
is
sash
letting
on
it
this one
happen.
since it's that life
The
orb.
hair that you
And
love.
that's kind of a surprise
I do
here that
love
Marco would be
Marco's hair.
so willing to give it up
That's
versus
not gonna
this Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Because it's a focus slash.
Yeah. Maybe he anticipated.
We are
No, but
finding
if it was a
out that we're
speed
actually
tie,
gonna
you
have to
wouldn't
pause
be
the
like
game
turn
really
one.
quick.
Let
We
me
had a
bet
little
on the
bit of a
speed tie.
technical
You would
Yeah.
never
issue
do
that
that.
prevented one of the players from seeing some of the action going on the screen. So we're gonna
What's
return
happened?
to that matchup in just a little bit while that gets.
Oh,
sorted out.
there was
Maybe
something
it explains the kind of the
Questionable
Right,
actions in that
exactly.
first turn. That makes a lot of
Wait,
sense.
what?
Something obstructed Marco, they said.
Yeah, we are
Seeing what
Out.
happened on stream.
Right, we are finding out that we're actually going to have to pause the game really quick. We had a little bit of a technical issue which prevented one of the players from seeing some of the action going on the screen. So we're going to
Prevented one of the players.
super shortly. So while we do
Oh.
that, I
It's
think
like-
we can already
So-
talk a little bit more
So
about
Marco
this minute
couldn't see.
differences.
So
I think
Marco's
the
screen just,
terrors
like,
on the
either
Calyrex
paused
shadows
or
were so
disconnected or-
important, and then the
Damn, come on, Elgato,
ability
sort it
for
out.
maybe the
Come on,
Incineroar to have
guys.
gone for that
This is
double up
high
damage.
stakes
You can see
Pokemon.
Maybe Marco, if you Terra there, you actually don't get knocked
someone who's
out.
actually
You
been
double
in
into the
therapy.
Incineroar.
Well, I
and-
think
or
it's
sorry,
only
into the
fair
Shadow
that
Rider
they don't do a
Calyrex from
fresh
James.
game one. They
And so,
do
like,
just click
Astral
the same
Barrage,
buttons then.
knock off. That's going to get
Yeah.
down to the focus sash and take you out of the game. So as we get back into
Well-
it, we are going to see both trainers stick to the same leads when we get the retry here.
This is a full reset. There's no obligation to
Wow.
make any similar choices from that first game. It's as
That-
if we
I
are
hate
starting
that.
from zero right now, but both trainers did opt into
bad
that
term,
same
also we'll do it
exact
again.
lead. It's going to be the Calyrex Shadow Rider Incineroar from Marco.
Right, now
and the
what's
Calyrex
Marco gonna
Shadow
do?
Rider and Raging Bolt from James. And even though that first bit that we saw doesn't count in terms of the score, we at least know that James's Calyrex Shadow Rider attacked before Marco's. Whether or not that means it's
Yeah,
naturally
but
going to
we
be
don't know if
faster,
it's a speed
it still
tie or not.
possibly
Yeah.
could be a speed tie. That's just info that both of these trainers do have at their own disposal now. And so it's going to be, a kind of a choice to see how they play it out. We do see a Terra right off the bat. Maybe Marco realizes,
just
hey,
keep
Yeah, I was gonna
I
say,
see my
Marco
Calyrex
should have
back
just
second.
Terra'd him
Gotta
in.
make sure it doesn't get knocked out
You
immediately
think
first.
James
Yeah, the Terra makes so
runs
much
it
more
back?
sense here.
I don't. I
And
wouldn't
I
run it
think
back.
even
I
still,
would do
we can see
entirely
what
the
James
opposite
is
of
gonna
whatever I
opt to
did.
do on this
Yeah.
turn. Instead
Make
of
out
actually seeing the
Astral
Thunderclap,
Barrage.
we do have that micro
I don't know.
adjustment of the
James was
Incineroar
nodding
taking out
very
the Raging
confidently,
Bolt, so
like
wasn't
as
going
if
for
he's
a
like,
priority
yeah.
attack
I've
either
read
at this
this,
time
but-
around. As the Astral Barrage now
I mean,
from
Marco
Marco
didn't
Silva
Terra
gets a chance
again,
to let
but he's
loose
down to
into
the
those
sash.
targets. You can see how well the Assault Vest from the Raging Bolt is
But he
going to
didn't
help
use
it in this
knockoff it
situation.
this
But
time.
maybe it's actually
No, he
a
stopped Raging
roll
Bolt
to
from
get
doing
the
the
double
Thunderclap.
KO onto this Pokemon despite
I
that.
don't know. I would have.
It might be very close,
I'd be livid if I was James on a lose now, no, right? There are people who I don't see in therapy anymore because the work is done and they don't need it anymore, and I love when they email to give me updates about how things are. Oh, that's
So
wholesome.
nice. Yeah, you should talk to your mum about it. Especially if you have to pay for therapy.
But still not outside the realm of possibility that it is a speed tie. It's gonna have to come down to whether or not
I
this
do love
Calyrex
how
on
like when
Marco's
you
side
go
of
through the
field
VGC
will be
basics,
able to
people are
get
like,
this
don't
Astral
use
Barrage
all
off.
of the same type of move, and then you see a Raging Bolt set up and you go,
See an actual,
except
yeah, you see an
Should be
actual
able to.
VGC.
I don't know if maybe we also see whether or not Marco wants to kind of try to take both of these KOs. It's certainly possible with where.
Oh
the
yeah,
speeds
what Jason
are
said
and
as
to
well. Do you
still
feel safe to
how
share it
much
with your mum?
damage
100%.
both
This is
Calyrex
why
and
Jason's
Incineroar
the
took from
doctor.
that
this is why,
guy.
yeah, doctor
Hand
vixelation.
as well.
Yeah,
So
Jason
even if
is
it
the
wasn't
doctor, you
going to
guys.
if it was going to be a roll onto the Raging Bolt in terms of the Astral Barrage damage, it's definitely not going to
Yeah,
matter
they're both living
anymore
that.
because that Helping Hand is going
Easily.
to boost up the offensive power
Right,
of this Astral
now
Barrage.
So, down
okay,
goes
the
Callie for sure.
difference in both of these
Think it lives
Shadow
on
Rider
1 HP?
Calyrex's abilities
Yeah.
to take these
So that's
attacks.
plus
It's a double
2.
KO here for Marco,
Oh,
and that's
Jade
going to
in
be a
hand.
plus 2 special attack into this Calyrex since it was the one to deliver that final blow.
That's the thing as well. I feel like I'd be
Huge
quite a
here
sore
for
loser.
Marco.
Yeah.
I would be so annoyed.
Yeah, compared to the focus
Which is
sash,
amazing,
you're
I'm just
easily able
scared
to
too.
stomach 2 Astral Barrages on your
I mean,
own
same
Calyrex
as I
Shadow
said
Rider,
before.
as opposed
Are you
to James,
are you more
who
scared of
does have to
asking for
rely on that
help,
focus
or are you
sash, and
more
once it's
scared
gone,
of
it's just gonna
feeling
get
the way you're
knocked out
feeling
immediately.
forever.
We've now seen 3 turns of James's acting first.
Chi
We're getting to the point
'Cause
where
that should help you with
maybe
your
we
decision.
can start to think that James's is a little bit faster.
Oh
than
yeah,
his.
your
Still not
bestie,
guaranteed.
Melboy. Your bestie.
Technically,
It's
a speed tie too if it really comes
The
down
fish
to
can
that.
save the
We can
day.
get the sun
It
set
can
up
actually.
front.
It will
Right
outspeed
on
the
Melody,
Calyrex.
Calcum Pulse is
I could
activated.
scarf.
The attack is boosted.
So
and the
Heat
choice
Wave
scarf
takes out
to
Cali,
you is now the
unless it
only thing
protects.
that is
Unless it
preventing this
protects,
Astral
which is the-
Barrage
it's just got
Calyrex
2
Shadow Rider from
special
running through
seconds.
this game.
Yeah, what's
well,
Marco's
the
other
Incineroar
restricted?
is going to be such a nice piece to have later. You can reset the option for fake out, and especially because
Heat Wave will
you
be pretty gnarly if he's got Heat Wave, which he
especially
should have done.
if he
predicted
this and used and doubled
into that slot.
James
Collision
to
course into
project out later,
Zamazenta.
and
Oh, he used Dark
Oh.
Pulse. Why?
of that
Why?
What switch was he
option to
predicting?
get faked out. But we can see
Because
this
you
is
can't.
Kind of a
Okay, but this is
reset
kill.
turn here. Marco is unfortunately
I don't think
gonna
it
bring
does.
in
I don't
the
think it does
Zamazenta
because,
to
yeah.
take the collision course.
But why would you
know,
look
with
into
that
Dark
defense
Pulse
boost, is
when you
able to
can't
take
switch
that
out your
okay to go
Chi-Yu
into the
against
next
a Dark
turn?
type, a
The
Dark
problem,
type,
though, is
And a
the
and a
Steel
Steel
type.
type?
not nearly as fast
Yeah.
as
That's
the
a confusing
Koraidon
one, I
is.
gotta say.
And the Chi-Yu
I know you
faster as
can't-
Call
well,
a Chi-Yu
but
with
you've
3
got
eyes.
access to Wide Guard now.
You do. I think the Dark
A
Pulse
3U?
was the lock for this.
Oh, that's really good.
Though, and you have to rely on this Dark Pulse.
okay.
Chi-Yu, very
That's
good.
quite good.
I like
Shadow
that.
Rider. It does have a pretty decent special
Acceptable.
defense stat, and the Dark Terra might help you out. The Beads of Ruin might
Alright.
be the difference
What?
maker.
No.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Dark Pulse into the Calyrex
I guess at
is
least it
going
can
to be
flinch
enough
the
to get that.
Zamazenta
Oh, Cali-
potentially.
Cali's gone.
James is starting to even up the Pokemon count
Funny
a
here,
little
what did I
bit.
miss? Anything that
Still
happened when you
down
weren't
one,
here?
Marco has
Is what
a
you missed.
fully healthy,
Smoller-
unrevealed
Smoller
Pokemon
Boil.
in the back.
Smoller Boil is a good
but
name,
you
right?
could also just bring out the Incineroar here and drop
Insane.
the attack stat
Fake
of
out.
this Koraidon.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Body
thinking is
press.
though, maybe
Since it's
flinchy
not going to
flinch.
be the clear amulet that we usually see, you call
Because
that the
Zamazenta
ability shield
fucks
for the
Chi-Yu
Galarian Wheezing.
hard.
It's easy to be able to
Although no
drop
Terra's
one
been
of
used on
those and
James'
then
side, right?
What
make
the
sure
last
that
one
this
is?
Koraidon can't do nearly as much damage.
Yeah,
You
no,
can really
Terry, you're
stall out
right.
the sun
What's
here
what's
now, too, if
Marco's
you're Marco.
other restricted? Is it?
Zamazenta. Calyrex and
Oh yeah, shit, yeah.
If you don't
So his
want it
fourth
to get,
Pokemon will be
faked
like
out and slow you down a little bit. I guess even if the Chi gets faked out, you still
one
have
of the
your
other
Koraidon that
Pokemon.
can finish
No,
off the
neither do I,
Zamazenta in
Metapod.
time,
Like, I
so
get.
maybe
Wolf
that's
and
not
Aaron are
the
both
correct
out.
Oh, I
move
didn't know
there, but
Aaron was out.
it's gonna be
Yeah.
tough,
R.I.P.
right?
Oh,
The
it's Raging
Chi-Yus
Bolt as
now,
well.
the
This is
fastest thing
gonna
on the field
suck
will be for the remainder of
because
the game.
At least
Locked
Chi-Yu
into
can
Dark
damage the
Pulse,
bolt.
which will be
for
pretty
neutral
effective hitting
damage,
this
but
Raging
it's
Bolt.
still
Not
Could
very
flinch it
effective
unless
into the
it's
Incineroar and
under
Zamazenta, but
Incin
luckily you have
resists
this
both
Koraidon
types,
with
but
very
then
powerful
also
fighting type attacks that can handle them
Zamazenta
at the same
and
time.
Zamazenta was weak to it.
yeah, and then you had
Especially in the sun.
because I know that you've got maybe it's because overheat
And with Beads of Ruin.
overheat drops your special attack, but I don't know. In the sun, by then.
Oh, maybe to avoid wide guard.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
Zamba was switching in. I think a collision course and a heat wave would have dominated Zamazenta.
The sun is active, but we still do get that photosynthesis boost in special
That was an odd
which
choice
might also
by
be
our
very
James
handy
Evans.
in
Boost Terror
taking
Ring.
advantage
Okay.
of those
Has
Beads
to
of
be
Ruin too.
Yeah, so there's the terrestrialization.
Yeah,
Makes a
'cause
lot of sense too, just for body presses.
You gotta
against
avoid the
this
body presses. He's
Zamazenta.
Terra Ghost.
And
They all are,
this
aren't
Chi-Yu
they?
Yeah.
really
Unless
wants
he's
to
Terra
stick around,
Fire.
so it's
Terra
going
Ghost,
to
yeah.
be one of the final
Terra
pieces
Fire
of
Dark
offense
Pulse.
that James has here along
Oh, but I
with
guess that
Koraidon.
protects against
But if the
body press.
Koraidon is not
Yeah, yeah.
terrestrializing, then it's going to be
Not-
a little bit more
not
vulnerable
completely.
to things like that Dragon Pulse from the
Okay,
Raging
cheeky
Bolt.
protect.
That- you know what? Marco says
Go for the
maybe you're
flinch.
going
Go-
to be
oh, he
attacking
should've gone for the
this
flinch.
slot, and that's correct. Raging Bolt does go
They're
for the
all
protect
Terra
here.
Ghost.
And
Yours
then
is
maybe
Terra
Zamazenta
Fire.
gets a chance to get away with something since
Oh,
the
this
Koraidon
is-
is going to double attack into this
Oh,
protect
bruv.
onto the Raging
Metapod,
Bolt.
you
So
spoke it into
Zamazenta is free and
existence. I
clear
think
to go for a
James
move. It's
might
gonna be
not
a
have
heavy
this.
slam down to the
James, there's a
Chi-Yu. What great
Zamazenta
call
on the
there.
field, James.
Chi-Yu not
Please.
the strongest of Pokemon, so Zamazenta
Focus.
really gets a chance
No, but
to
Raging
take
Bolt
advantage of that
has,
quick difference and that Terra.
Incredible call there from
Underclap
Marco. That heavy
and
slam means that
can
now this
Draco
Thunderclap
Meteor.
will be able to
Brev,
reset
James, what are we
Chi-Yu.
doing,
And Marco,
Brev?
if they
I think
agree
that
to
I
line
think
a
that
Pokemon
disconnect
lead,
threw him off.
really huge call there
Maybe,
because the heavy
but
slam
it was-
into a non-terrestrialized
Is
Chi-Yu
one
would not
turn,
have
you
been
guys
enough,
compete
but
more
reading
than I
directly
do,
through
obviously.
that
Is one turn
terrestrialization,
really
just like
that
we've seen in earlier games today,
impactful? To see your
really
mental?
First turn though.
Collision course into the Raging Bolt is still going to be pretty good,
Maybe.
but we're getting to the point now.
You're not
where
saying
the body
James
press for the
through,
Koraidon
However,
but
he was definitely
easier. You can only
distracted.
use Collision Course to
James
knock out one of
could
these
have
Pokemon.
Oh,
done
Anthony,
something
that's
different.
cool,
Should
dude.
have enough
That's
gas in the
cool.
tank
Funny
to
waking
be
out of bed.
able
I have a
to
sneaking
deal
suspicion that's
one
not actually
final attack
Sophie
to this
next to
Koraidon
you.
to knock it out.
And and it was earlier, like it was earlier, like you said it was earlier.
choose
Oh, there, mate, that took me ages to read. I'm getting old.
Doesn't actually have
It's
enough
alright,
attack
Liam.
behind it to get the knockout on
He would have been
this
fully
Scarlet,
hyped
but
after that
with the
initial
Dragon
turn
Balls,
1, then to have that taken
it's
away.
going to
Yeah,
be
the
good for
drain.
the
Imagine
KO,
being like,
and
oh my
Marco
god, I
Silva
took his
wins
Skelly
game
out
number
immediately.
one of this best of 3 for Swiss round number 11.
I mean,
Marco's now
I
one
could only
game
be
away
so
from
mad.
clinching a
These
spot in the
stream
top
matches
cut
are so
portion
intense.
of
We've
NAIC
seen
this
how bad the
season.
judging can
Sending
be in
games
terms of
Yeah.
how
here.
harsh they are.
Of course,
So it's not like
still
Marco
has another
was,
chance next
you know,
round if he
playing
does
There's a
about.
reason we
game,
don't
but
watch
you
the stream
really
chat
wanna
on
take
these.
Your
Yeah.
chance right now, to make sure you're in that top cut, maybe try and win a next game.
Damn.
I love this
afterwards
judge with
to
what's
maybe
the
get
other
that round
Pokemon?
one
Oh,
buy in top cut as
Jirachi.
well.
The
Really
Azoth
get
and
feeling
Jirachi
there.
on her
Ah.
You really
shoulders.
saw the difference being this Calyrex Shadow Rider Terra type. Early on, the
God
Calyrex
damn.
Shadow Rider from Marco is able to survive a couple Astral Barrages, which unfortunately James's was just not
Nice
able to.
asshole
And even though
barrage.
the Calyrex was knocked
Riolu
out
would have won
before
that
it
for
could attack with those +2,
Thanks to Riolu with
special
coaching.
attack
Don't
boost,
fuck about, man.
it
It's
really
good.
did too much damage, and
I need to run
really
that
hard
back
for James to come back
with my Koraidon.
I think it's rough as well
Koraidon.
because I think James does have some speed options, but the
Don't
speed
let
doesn't
Liam
matter
cook.
if you
It's
don't
not.
have that defensive Terra, as you said.
Use a good
Electro with the
team.
Raging Bolt would be good to
Terra
just
fighting Terra Blast
give at
CSR
least
would
a
have
little
carried
bit more
that.
speed to
Yeah,
something like
yeah,
that
definitely.
Koraidon.
No,
But, like,
definitely.
Do you want to bring out the Koraidon instead in front of the Shadow Rider Calyrex?
Yeah, it is
I
Sophie.
think
I
you
am
still
Sophie,
have
that's
that
fine.
same
You guys,
issue where
just
you don't really
because-
have a very good defensive
Just because
type
I speak
versus
differently,
the
look differently, have
opposing
different
Shadow
hair.
Rider.
You do have something like the Brute
And
Bonnet,
yeah,
one of the best
just because
Pokemon
of those
into
doesn't mean
Shadow
I'm
Rider
not
in this
Sophie.
format that has access
Like,
to Sucker
there's no
Punch.
need to be
You can put it
so
just like with Spore if
ignorant.
you want.
Yeah,
That
that's
dark
true.
typing is really valuable. Just looking at
A
Marco's
kid,
team, the
obviously.
Brute Bonnet is also pretty difficult to use against Zamazenta.
Tropius is staring
against the Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon,
Guys, where do I
which
find
can even
Bishop
get a critical
in
hit to
Paldea?
get through that photosynthesis
I'm not good at
defense
this
boost that
game,
most of the
just
Brute
in
Bonnets are
case
running these days.
you
Even,
haven't
like,
clocked that
Utran
yet.
from
I'm
Rillaboom does a
alright
good
at the
chunk.
VGC
It's a
part,
really
but
difficult
actually
Pokemon to
playing
bring
Scarlet
into
and
this matchup
Violet,
despite
I'm
being so
not
into
good at
Calyrex
it.
Shadow Rider.
Also,
Thank
just to
you,
clarify,
Anthony. That's
both
very
of these
nice of you to
players
say.
are playing on a Switch too. So before that game one, we just kind of had
Puppy
a minor
yoga.
monitor issue that caused us to have to restart the game. But we are all good
Ooh,
now,
Krogan,
and it
I
looks
need
like
that.
we are ready to go for that game two.
Is
Let's
Paldea
go
in the
right
bamboo
into
area?
it.
Thank you,
Marco is going
Gizmo.
to lead this time with the Ogerpon, Heartflame, and the Incineroar. So not his own Shadow Rider Calyrex this time, and
White
maybe
Liam.
that gives James enough room to get enough mileage.
He
out of
said,
his
sorry
own
if you
Shadow
guys didn't hear
Rider
that. He
next to
said
this Raging
Black
Bolt this time
Sophie, but I
around.
like a
This is a much better
Solera.
place for this Raging
And I
Bolt
said
to
no,
be
thank
in.
you,
Being
White
a
Liam.
dragon type, it's going to shrug off any attacks from this
I don't have a
Heartflame.
Krogunk yet.
Of
You
course, the
guys,
Incineroar
I'm terrible
being
at
such a
filling my
bulky
decks.
set, probably not going to be
I'm
able
not
to
good
do
at
too
this.
much damage to it right
It's
off the bat
all the
either.
bamboo
So now
and
your
by the
Calyrex
river in
Shadow
Area
Rider
0.
is free to
Thank
start
you.
firing off some all-important Astral Barrages.
I will get a
before it
King
can start being
Gambit by
threatened
the
by
end
an
of this
Astral Barrage
stream,
of
or by the time I
Marco's
have to
own.
leave.
This Hearthflame Ogerpon, though, I really do like as a mix-up here, especially if you're thinking James is going to be bringing the Koraidon, which you usually expect someone to be bringing both of those restricted Pokemon. It can take really good advantage of the Sun, especially if it opts for a Fire Terrestrialization of its own, between Embody Aspect for the +1 boost, the power boost from Terra, the Sun boost. Those Ivy Cudgels are going to be really terrifying.
Yeah, but can you
3-1
actually
in rank
survive?
today. Well done,
I
Anthony.
think that's the hard thing about this Ogerpon is do you actually have enough HP or enough defenses to be able to deal with this Calyrex, especially because now we're going to see this Chiyu hit the field. So the Beads of Ruin is going to drop the special defense capabilities of this Ogerpon as well. Astral Barrage now coming out from James. You can see it. He's ready to send it into the Ogerpon and the Incineroar.
Ooh,
And despite that
Ogerpon's
Beads of
joined.
Ruin, it is going to make sure that this Ogerpon is alive.
Ooh.
And so is this
Hello,
Shadow
White
Rider
Liam.
Calyrex.
Listen, right? I didn't want to be like, oi, Amma, do you want a Solero? Because Amma was running the ruse of being Sophie. So I played into it.
From Ogerpon, if Marco does have that
Not a
Rillaboom in the back,
racist,
you do
far
have
from
access
it.
to priority attack. But if
It's one of
Marco
my
does
favorite
have
Peep Show
Rillaboom, that means
quotes.
he doesn't bring one of his restricted
Oh, there's a
Pokemon.
Dark Pulse
So I
of
don't know if
Chiyu
that's the trade
again.
you really want to be making for Marco here, giving up one of those two very powerful Pokemon
Click.
that got you through that
Heat
first
wave.
game.
But it is nice to know
Whatever
that
you
Into
do.
Ogerpon and Incin. I mean, Ogerpon will die.
Ogerpon will take neutral, it'd be gone.
Yeah, Ogerpon.
Incin's switching out into Zamazenta right now. Just like every time Chiyu joins the field.
You can't really follow me away the Astral Barrage, but you know, what if Chiyu does go for some
my God,
sort
I'm
of
goated.
single
I'm
target
goated. I
attack?
told you it was switching out.
So it's much
Into
better to be able to go
Rillaboom.
for
That's
both.
fine.
alright.
That takes a heat wave
It's a Rillaboom
terribly.
that's in the back.
Okay,
Did he
so
use
one of
Heat
those
Wave,
different
though? I didn't
Pokemon
actually
isn't
see.
Here from Marco, but if we do see the grassy
James, you
slide,
better
it's
be
gonna
fucking Heat Waving.
Once it is Calyrex, which could be really a big spot, a big swing for Marco at the
Oh,
beginning.
Yeah, switch Koraidon in a
So
Heat
now
Wave.
it's really about this Ogerpon
It's
getting
no
enough
longer neutral.
mileage into something like
I'll still
the
die to a Heat
Chiyu.
Wave. Beads of Ruin Heat Wave.
And you've got this terrestrialization
Why
on
am I not
top
here?
to ensure that you're going to be doing as much damage as possible.
Next season,
But
Metapod. Next
wow,
season.
with the the
Oh,
grassy
okay.
glide is plenty.
But next
and then
turn-
Did he
now
not see that
on the
coming?
defensive
James
part
doesn't
of
look
this
very happy
fire
at that.
type
Thank Liam for that. I'm
terrestrialization
replacing.
for this Chiyu.
Oh, he
Incin
went
with
Dark
Riolu.
Pulse.
Dark Pulse now is
James,
going to
I
be
missed
activated,
up.
which was something that Marco could anticipate.
I shouldn't laugh. Like, he's
because
clearly a
of
much
the
better player than me.
before.
But this
And
Dark
the choice
Pulse
scarf
is
now, you're
killing me.
locked
I'm
into that
sorry.
Dark Pulse.
Bro,
It is a nice thing to be locked into Dark Pulse here for James.
he's really
because now you
hoping
still
that
have a
the guy hasn't brought, Marco hasn't brought Zamazenta.
That is a big swing in momentum in Marco's favor here because you were able to knock out that Astral Barrage Calyrex Shadow Rider, which was threatening a lot of damage over the
Marco's
course
dropped
of
the
this
restricted.
game.
I mean, Raging Bolt can knock out
4 Pokemon to 3,
Ogerpon
you
from
can
this
start to
range.
kind of whittle away at some of James's more offensive resources.
Oh no, unless it grassy
The Calyrex
glides.
in this case, you know,
Yeah,
once
but
you
then-
use
Grassy glides,
protective
the
barrier,
Thunderclap
Koraidon,
will
you
fail.
still have to
Oh,
deal
I
with.
didn't know that's how that
Yeah,
works.
if you use a priority move
Ogerpon
faster than
pretty
someone
low.
using Thunderclap or
Incineroar
Sucker
doesn't
Punch,
want
then
to
it
be
fails,
down that
yeah.
collision course, especially if it can't
Alright.
terrestrialize itself. And now Rillaboom.
Bro's done his face,
Those
says
are
it all a
Pokemon
little
that
bit.
Koraidon actually is very strong
What do you
against, so
think
despite
he's,
having the Pokemon advantage,
Gizmo thinks he's done.
It might be still a little bit difficult.
I'm not
for
sure. I
Marco
feel
to
like he's
navigate this game.
James Evans is such a seasoned player. I feel like a little setback won't.
Hello, Marty.
Hi, Marty.
You have to go for the ghost terror fake.
I told you I had black friends.
You
didn't believe me.
But maybe James is anticipating that. That's something that
You can
I
tell
love
between
to
the rounds.
see
You
out of our
think?
trainers is, did you
Yeah.
condition in that first game? And now is that something that your
His
opponent
head's not
is
in
gonna
it
play
now.
around?
At the same time, too, though, Chiyu is in a very good defensive spot.
How dare he not be wheezing?
Maybe if you did bring Reason, maybe this would be different. No embody aspect, no grassy terrain.
That's tasty.
We
We didn't believe you had friends, to be fair. That's a fucking zinger. I will give you that one. That was fucking beautiful. Applause for Gizmo in chat, please. That was
Yeah, it
solid.
is. So a switch up here from
Fucking-
James in this game
Your
too.
friends. I can hear it in your voice.
More emphasis on this Koraidon this time around with that Terra
Wheezing
Fire.
doesn't
He's
benefit
got
too much here
access
now. Like, what's
now
it going to
to
do? Turn off embody aspect?
Said by the
boosted power
Wheezing
for the Flare
expert,
Blitz, the
by the
flame
way.
charge, since the sun is active. But as this Rillaboom just turned onto the field,
Man,
you can
wouldn't
go
it be
for the
great
takedown
if
and
you were
least
locked
stop
into a
this
move that
Koraidon
was
for one
boosted
turn.
by the
And
sun,
then
James?
Incineroar that actually does take that Dark Pulse. So
James,
much
what
better
happened? I was
Pokemon
rooting
to
for
be
you,
able to
mate.
play against, and you saw how much that
You were
is
supposed to do this for
matter now
Metapod.
for the Koraidon as well, dropping
Nowhere came back to this absolute heater from Gizmo.
Remains active for Marco,
Expert is pushing it.
nice
All right,
to kind of
Tom.
reposition
All right,
Saber.
Barraskewda
I
expert.
think the Fire Terror
Don't
on the
leave it to
Koraidon
make me
was a
so
really good option here
mad.
because it also prevents this Koraidon from immediately getting knocked out by a
Insinu's
Psychic
fake
from
out. Oh
Marco's
my
Calyrex
god.
Calyrex
There's
Shadow
been a
Rider.
tutorial multiple times this stream that tells you how sun works.
Really?
Yeah.
Here, and Dark Pulse does have a chance to flinch, but it's not going to. The U-turn is enough to
Okay.
get into the Chi-Yu. And
Oh my
that's one
god,
of the nice
Marco
things
hasn't
about
lost a
having
mon
Rillaboom
yet.
that's going to
I
be
didn't even
one of the
realize.
slower things on the field.
All right,
You
Anthony.
can
If
use
this
the
is a
offense of your
Calyrex taking a
opponent,
Dark
have the
Pulse,
ability to
okay.
U-turn out, and whatever comes into its place doesn't take any damage this
You
turn.
are, Anthony.
It's a hard choice.
It doesn't mean much, but you are, yeah. You've definitely got the most experience using it. Because no one else has.
That's true, that's true. Oh, it's Raging Bolt. Nah.
He didn't bring a restricted at all.
He didn't bring a
The
restricted.
fucking flex. I can beat you without my restricted.
He said, you need 2, I need 0.
He benched both of these restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, hi Marty. I hope you're doing well. I love the little selfie you and Joe put on Twitter.
cute, right?
Yes,
I
it was
wish you were
so
there.
cute. Yeah, it was really cute.
Calyrex Shadow Rider were both like not safe in this position. You had to deal with the fire, like the Flare Blitz, or
Oh,
the
and
Vision
I
Force if you're Zamazenta.
listen. I've been
You deal with
listening
the
to this
Choice Scarf Dark
podcast
Pulse if you're the
relentlessly.
Calyrex
Marty,
Shadow
I
Rider.
listened to
But
your
Raging Bolt here, actually one of the things that
your
can deal with both of these
Chizinja
Pokemon
chats
pretty well.
episode
You've got
last
access
week
to
on the
Oh,
train.
you were
Yeah.
telling me about
With the Beads of
Chizinja
Ruin,
earlier.
we'll do a lot of
Yeah,
damage
yeah,
to
I was-
Koraidon,
yeah, I was
especially
listening-
with
I've
the
listened to
Protoss into special attack boost. You're
I've really
pretty
been
bulky, so
binging
you
that
can probably
podcast.
take an
I'm
attack
gonna
from
listen
most
to
of these
more on the way
Pokemon
home.
and be able
He
to
just did
fire
one with
off some
Aaron
really
Zeng.
important damage.
Oh, I need to
Then
watch
you've
that
got
one.
the helping
Yeah,
hand
literally
from
Metapod. There's now there was no reason not to put Heat
That
Wave.
an additional modifier
That is the
to
that's
go
the best
for
part
this
about
Raging
WoW.
Bolt.
Ooh, flinch
They
it,
got
flinch
the
it.
Pulse first, as well as a collision
Incin goes
course
down.
that actually goes into the Incineroar here. So a knockout there. Incineroar did at least get
No,
a
but
chance
if he
to do
glitches now,
something
then
with
I think it
this
does
helping
turn.
hand, but
Well,
can this
actually,
Raging
still
That
Bolt
gets to the
attack
game
on
3, I
this
think.
turn?
It
It
still
really
happens.
Charlie's
was
lovely. Had a
trying
few
to secure
people
a
come up to me,
knockout with some big
EOIC,
damage
that heard it.
there.
Glad people
Oh,
enjoyed it.
Flinch, the
Aw.
Dark Pulse, it only
Nice.
has a sliver of a chance to do that. And
Oh,
now
and it's
Marco,
not
who
gonna live
was
this.
in a position to really
It
get
should have
a
been
big
CC rather than CC.
swing in this turn.
On the clock body is
denied.
Chiyu. That's
That would have been a huge
true.
turn for Marco. I think the Thunderbolt coming out from this Raging Bolt would have been
Only
able
if
to
Chiyu
KO either of
attacks.
these
Oh, wait,
Pokemon
Scarf.
with that helping hand
Rip.
and photosynthesis boost. But
Okay,
Dark Pulse,
so
while
you
doing a good
thunderclap.
amount of damage,
Let's say
also
Chiyu
does
goes
have
down.
that flinch chance.
Koraidon
Very handy for James
takes
here.
out
I do like
one of
targeting
these
down
mons.
that Incineroar with the
Can
course.
the
You're tempted
remaining
to go
two?
for that double
Can that
target there into
Ogerpon
the,
take out a
Raging Bolt,
Koraidon?
just to
I
get
don't
it a
know
little bit
because it's
closer to
quite
knocked
low
out.
on
But
HP.
removing the Incineroar removes
moves, the Intimidate. If you want to swap your Koraidon out, you have the ability to bring it back in later with a not...
Where's he scrolling through his moves? On the Chi-Yu. I know what he's doing. He's obviously thinking.
But like... team for the ability to kind of pivot and fake out.
You're not going to attack.
It's like when you see those people who are encored into protect or something, click another move, even though they know.
Yeah. Gizmo, you may not have seen it, but Rising Star Chris clapped for you.
That probably
for your
means
zinger.
sacrificing your own Ogre Pawn and just kind of
Mochi has a cool bowl and Joe throws it full of ice. Mochi walked to the living room with a chunk of ice about 10 centimeters around, proceeded to munch
free and clear to
And
go
let it
for this flare
melt on the
blitz
sofa.
into
Nice.
Sun. That is definitely
That's the
enough
boy.
damage
That's
to get
me
this
as a dog.
Rillaboom KO. And
Can't
so
switch
Marco has
Chi-Yu.
no
He can switch
grasping
Chi-Yu.
at
He could
this
switch it out to
turn.
change move.
Only that Ogerpon and 2 Pokemon in front of him that
I mean, to be
are
fair,
faster.
that's one way of getting around it.
Thunderbolt
But he didn't do it.
Thunderbolt.
We'll do a good
Oh!
one. Is enough for the KO thanks to that
I appreciate my greatness being applauded.
So we're now down to
It's the
2
first time for
Pokemon
everything.
remaining for both trainers. It's going to be Raging Bolt and Chi-Yu versus Raging Bolt and Hearthflame Ogerpon.
Now we can't switch Chi-Yu.
It's pretty low on HP. Could possibly
Yeah,
just be
switching
in
Chi-Yu would have been
Thunderclap
great,
range.
I
Is
suppose.
certainly in range for a Dark Pulse from this Chi-Yu. And of course,
Ogerpon's
the
coming
Assault
back.
Vest on James's Raging Bolt will be
Dark
a
Pulse the
huge
Ogerpon,
boost
who's
here.
probably spiky
It will take a
shielded.
little bit less
Oh no, but
damage
you're going to get
from Marco's
Thunderclapped
Raging
anyway.
Bolt. You know, it still has the same photosynthesis special attack.
Although,
thanks to the sun being
Ogerpon
up
against Raging
for, I
Bolt is
think,
quite
maybe
I was
difficult.
one
gonna
or
say
two
that's
more
a full
turns,
HP
and then it will go
fresh
away.
Raging.
Marco's
Yeah.
booster energy
Well,
will
not
actually
fresh, but it's
reactivate
not
to
taking
preserve
anything.
that special
That-
attack boost.
obviously,
The
you're going to
attack
have to
boost
Dark Pulse
coming
with
out
Chi-Yu,
from
so I
the
reckon Dark
aspect
Pulse the
Ogerpon will
Ogerpon.
come in handy here, but Ogerpon will only be hitting for resisted
Because I'm
damage. Only
expecting a
has
double
fire
up. I'm
damage.
expecting a
Ogerpon
Draco.
both resisted by both the Chi-Yu and
I'm
Raging
predicting
Bolt.
Draco
I think if you can
and
get rid of Marco
Ogerpon
Silva's Raging
attacking
Bolt, you're in a really good spot if
Raging
you're
Bolt.
Does
Feels like it's
Chi-Yu
really good information
in any
on
world
this
live this
turn about which
Thunderclap?
Raging Bolt
Like
is
anyone who-
faster.
okay.
If you don't go for the Thunderclap, then we get a little bit more insight on whether or not maybe one of these Pokemon can be confirmed to be the faster Raging Bolt in this situation, and then you can kind of go from there.
Standard.
Marco
Why did
does
James
play it
react like
safe,
that?
though. This Ogerpon is certainly under some threat of a
Because he
knockout by
attacks into
either
the
of these
Ogerpon.
Pokemon. And so the Chi-Yu is going
he
to
double
target
into
its
the
attack
Ogerpon?
into that spiky
There was no
shield.
Thunderclap.
It's going to be Marco's Raging
Oh!
one-hit knockout. That's incredible.
Was that
Beads of
a
Ruin
crit or just
No.
oh, Beads of Ruin?
Oh, Beads of Ruin, your own Beads of Ruin. This Chi-Yu has been James's up from the start.
James is never using Chi-Yu again.
This Chi-Yu
Now
needs
following on
to,
this Ogerpon to direct
I don't
away
know,
this
get
single target attack that James
cooked or
hasn't been able to
something.
switch up because it's Toy Scarf.
That was a really smart spiky shield to
Nay.
preserve that follow me. Now you
I
have
reckon it could take
guaranteed
a
two attacks
Thunderclap.
from Your own Raging Bolt. Even if the first Thunderbolt doesn't
Yeah, now
KO
it can use
you,
follow
you have
me.
to follow up
Well
Thunderclap
played,
to seal
Marco.
it
Oh,
out.
you can't have a Thunderbolt.
If James's Raging Bolt had
Well
survived
played.
here, it might have looked like a different story. But
Oh
Marco,
my
at the
God.
end of the day, is going to be able to get the knockout on the Chi-Yu and win this game 2-0
Yeah.
to move on. Let's see it, Thunderbolt, do your thing, and this poor Chi-Yu is
Damn,
out here.
James.
Congratulations, Marco. He's going to make it into the top cut with a record of
That
10
was,
and
uh,
1.
Dragon
You're
Pulse
allowed
was
to
quite
bring two
heartbreaking. That was an
restricted
assault
Pokemon to your
vest.
battles, but Marco said, I
Raging
don't
Bolt
need
that
any
went down
Nay.
like
She
that.
was
Like,
just my support Pokemon.
that really
That
sucks
is-
because I didn't expect
so much
that to
work
happen.
for Marco. The
Well, that's
special
yours.
attack boosting on the
That's my screen. I got a
Oh, shit, I
Ganky,
wasted
guys.
I wasted
Using
my
the booster
thingy bot.
energy item instead of the
My
assault
sandwich.
vest, you're probably training it to be a little bit more offensive. a
How
little
do
bit
you
faster
evolve
in
Pogo
nature.
Official ready.
into
You
top
said James's own
Level
Beads
up.
of Ruin as well.
Okay,
I think
now.
that might have been the difference maker.
When was Ruby's
Knowing that
birthday?
the Beads of Ruin
Yesterday.
was
We all
lowering
forgot.
Raging Bolt's special defense.
Not gonna
Despite
lie.
it being James's
NAIC
own
day,
Pokemon,
isn't
does
it?
affect all three Pokemon next to
Yeah,
the
that
Chi-Yu
was
on
that
the
was
field.
rough for
And
Metapod.
It's just a huge
Sorry,
swing for
Metapod.
Marco there. It's so impressive that you can.
Bad dog dad.
Is
Oh, I've always been a
James
bad
still
dog
in
dad.
it?
Look at
Very
me.
powerful, like team defining restricted
Is James
Pokemon
Evans still in it,
into
or is that
James's
it now?
two- like, he
I
dropped both.
genuinely have no
The
idea.
Calyrex and the Koraidon were both there, and he said I could just win anyway. And
I
he
mean,
did.
he's
Yeah.
9-1.
That is
He's 9-2,
the mark of
so
an
I think he is. Yeah.
Well, I think that is a great
Yeah, I think you have to be 10 and 2
Marco Silva
to make
is
it
a
through to top
two-time
16.
international
Oh, here's a
champion.
Toxicroak. I didn't even
Could
have
you
to avoid.
imagine
Maybe.
if, yeah, oh, you're right. Oh my god, he just needs NAIC, doesn't he?
True. Yeah.
If Marco Silva
Well,
wins
guess what? Now he
NAIC,
actually gets a chance to do just
That's
that.
that would be
Moving on
Or-
to our top
that would be
cut, brings him one
he's
step
won
closer. He's able to
LAIC,
grab that gauntlet
NAIC,
of
EUIC,
wins.
EUIC,
and then another
Yeah, I
LAIC.
mean, just like going through
Has he won a
this,
UIC?
I think Marco put on such
Maybe
a good performance
not.
with that first.
I just
I think he's won
remember
LAIC
Shadow
3
Rider
times.
Calyrex.
was it
And so I love that he
NAIC
said, well,
this
maybe
year
James
or
is
this
expecting
season?
that.
Where
Maybe
his
realizes
brother
that my
won
Shadow
in
Rider
seniors.
It was
Calyrex
this
is
season,
Then he
yeah.
won.
Him and his brother.
I can
Marco's
see
never won a
some
UIC.
of
There
the
you go.
changes
What
that he's going
terrors.
to make to his gameplay
But he is a
to try
two-time,
and
isn't he?
counteract that.
Yeah, two-time
And you saw right away
LAIC.
with
So he'd be up to 3 times.
Raging Bolt this time, next
And
to
OCIC.
He did back-to-back
Like,
LAICs,
that was
didn't
already
he?
a big deal.
As well.
I do think that James
Like,
makes
he won
some
it
nice
with his
fun
brother
adjustments
last
in that
year, but the
second
year
game.
before he
It's just
also
really
won
hard
it.
to anticipate. Okay,
Is
Marco
it?
led.
Right, I'm gonna look
the
for these
Harpoon
Bishops now,
Loggerpon
you
and the
guys, after
Incineroar.
all your
So the Rillaboom probably
gorgeous
isn't in the back
advice.
because he probably
I'm
bought
going
both of his
to the
restricted.
bamboo
And
place
Marco was able to
near
get
Area
that huge
0.
Grassy Glide KO by revealing the Rillaboom.
Let's see if I
Then
can
if you're
find it
James, you're
on the
thinking,
map.
okay, surely he's got either the Calyrex or Zamazenta. So the
Maybe
Raging
one
Bolt's
without
probably not
restricted in
there,
a double
so I don't really
restricted
need to plan
format.
the
That was a
game
dirty
around it.
flex.
And all of a
You
sudden,
know
the Raging
what?
Bolt's there, and
That
you have
was
Also,
this
not
Emily's
bringing-
out.
lap, and
It
they're
appears Emily didn't do
no.
round
all of
11.
a sudden, all of your kind of game plans just fly out the window. They become
Damn.
Wow, look at how few
useless
people
when
there
you're-
are
you're
now.
not, you know,
Yeah.
planning with all the right pieces, and Marco
For
just
us, it's
making
gonna be a shorty today,
kind
then,
of
isn't it?
masterclass and just adjusting on the fly.
Well, they'll do all of the
Really,
top
really
cut
smart
matches, won't they?
choices
They'll do
made
like,
throughout
here's
that
top
entire
16-1, top 16-2.
Yeah, absolutely.
Topless darts.
I mean,
Oh, we could
it's
play
just
topless
such a
darts.
pleasure
I'm
both of these
good.
trainers. James is
Oh, I
out of
bet
the
you're
net,
really good at it.
taking that
Oh,
second
dear. The
Wait.
one time I did
does
throw a
mean
dart,
that
I
he
got
needs
a
to win
high
out the
score.
match in
I don't know.
The
I
one
don't
time
remember. The
I
one
did throw a
time I
dart.
threw
He's
a
the type
single
of player
dart.
that I feel like we
That is the
always
sentence
see.
you have chosen
We
to
always
say.
see there. I know that he can do it, but we've
It's not
got an
tag tree
interview on
thicket, is it,
stage with
guys?
Lou. So let's hear from Marco about
bamboo.
how he's feeling
It's not tag tree
making it into the
thicket.
top cut of
Okay, Matt.
NAIC.
Thank you, casters, and
He's gonna
thank
say,
you so
"Oh,
much, Marco
Wolfie
Silva, for
perished."
that incredible match. It is an honor to be joined by you on the stage again. We keep meeting like this, huh?
Hello, Lou.
Yeah. I hope we're gonna meet also
Oh, Lou looks
like,
so
in the
nice.
next couple of rounds in Top Cut as well.
Imagine if we meet tomorrow, Championship Sunday. That could mean a win for you. But let's focus a little bit more
That
on
could
this
mean a
match.
win
You
for
were
you.
up against James Evans, and in game one, there seemed to be this really critical moment with the Protect where he doubled into you. Do you think that was one of the pivotal moments for game one for you?
So I feel like
Northeast
it
of
was
Tag
probably
Tree.
more important, like the fact
Okay.
that he went for executive lead.
What are you
of
looking
Raging
for?
Bolt and
I'm looking
Calyrex.
for- I'm looking for
previous
bishops in
tournaments, they
Valdea.
already played
Oh,
against a
mate.
similar team. I remember
Why have you got your map like that?
He played against
Like
Cameron,
what?
a really strong
Rotating
player,
and shit.
he decided
Oh,
to go
because
for
I was
Bolt and
using the wrong
Calyrex,
controls,
so
'cause
I
I'm-
figure out that's probably
go
Incineroar
up.
Yeah, I'm
like
going-
one position.
up,
So
up,
Incineroar
up.
and Calyrex was
See that?
like giving a really
There,
good advantage.
there, no,
I
there,
believe
see
from
that little
turn,
lake?
even if he doesn't
Yeah.
double into it,
Yeah.
I have a really good shot at
That.
winning. So
It's
I
so
just need to
funny.
make
Center.
sure that I was able
Okay.
to cut out
You haven't been to the
Tera,
sign
and
that
then
says
also
Fury
just
Falls.
take out the attack the
Ah,
next
okay.
turn,
I
in
haven't.
the case
I
where
played
it's
this game
gonna
one
KO on
time,
Sama.
Wow.
and then
Good. Well,
I
convincing game one
never
win there.
touched
And
it
then in
until
game
this
two,
year.
as your Pokemon were coming out, backstage we were kind of saying, oh, he's only brought one restricted. And then the Raging Bolt
Yeah,
came
one
out, and we were
singular
like, there
dart.
are
Never
no
been touched, that's the
restricteds
story
here.
of my
Talk
life.
us
That's
through
not-
how you made that decision
Imagine.
to bring no restricteds into that match.
So where's all these
in
storms
the
we're meant to be
round
having? I
one
know,
of the
right?
tournament,
I'm
I
all right with
played,
no
like,
storm. I
actually
have
this
no
was one of
hood
the
Doing
right
okay
now.
here.
Yeah,
We're
I
only
would-
27.1
In fact, I
degrees
was-
in here, so it's
I'm
not too
actually
bad.
quite cool.
We got a lovely cross breeze going
In
through.
the round one, I played against the same exact team. I kept getting
But
the
today
lead
in
wrong.
general's
fact,
a
like,
much
the first
nicer
game, I
day
lost
in
because they
terms
let
of-
Bourbonnais and I went Incineroar.
There are
Oh,
wild
here
King
we
Gambit in the
are.
Timeless
Second
Woods, but
game,
not with the
I
leader
was really
crest.
able to like clutch it
I
because
found
my
pro
opponent lived the double
wrestling.
attack. I didn't really expect it
Right,
to live.
I'm
And then game
gonna
3 I was
pull it.
like, well, if they keep
Does
going
Need like
for this,
6
I probably
Tauros,
should
brev.
Does
have,
the
like,
bishop
like,
have to
I was
deliver
trying to
like the
think about,
killing
like,
blow, or
how
can I
would, like,
just?
try
Oh,
to approach
really?
it? And I was like, yeah, well, if I go Incineroar,
So
I'll
light
probably
hard.
go in the back.
Oh,
You
I
need to
need
teach
to
it
give
like
it.
low kick
Yeah, I
or
need to
something.
give
I'm
it some
wondering,
moves.
Which was
Right.
supposed to be
Win
my
with
last
slash,
Pokemon.
obviously.
I feel like Calyrex is a little bit too
just
weak
gonna
into
Terra Steel.
Slash Calyrex, especially if I'm combining the Terra early onto Ogerpon. So at that point I was like, well, it looks really strange.
Let's
because of course,
go.
like, you can bring 2 restricted. Like, bringing 0 is kind of crazy. But yeah, like I brought Bolt and
There's
I
a Wild
I
King
won,
Gambit
like,
in the
a pretty
Timeless
convincing
Woods?
way.
That,
And
like,
then I
as in
thought about
King
a little bit,
Gambit,
like, with
or-
the-
Wait, there's a wild King
about this
Gambit.
and,
I never saw that.
then
I actually had a
realized
good
it
look
was
in the
actually pretty
It
time.
definitely worked out
Yeah, I
for
don't-
you. And
I don't
sometimes
remember
those
that.
high risk, high reward strategies to pay off, and your expertise and wisdom
King
definitely
toilet.
came through
Oh,
there.
it's
There was one
using-
turn that
it's
we
using
unfortunately didn't really get to see
stupid,
because of the flinch.
iron
You'd really
defense.
set up with the helping
Can
hand
we
onto
not
your
do
Raging
this,
Bolt. Can you talk us
please?
through what you were trying to do in that moment?
So in that tournament was
You know what, I think I
just
might
trying to make
actually
sure
run
that
and
the
teach it
slot of
something,
Chiyu would have
because
been
that'll
gone.
probably be
In fact, I
quicker.
Oh,
went
Jody has
for,
a rallies out
Dragon
as well.
Pulse with
No!
the
Mate,
Hulking
what's
Gambit. I
happening?
also respect the play of going for
Uh,
Hulking against
Yuma
Thunderclap.
confirmed
It
cut
was a
now?
little bit
What,
borderline,
Yuma's
so
made it
was
through, or?
fair that he just stayed there. But I feel like
Oscar's
going for
out.
Dragon Pulse was, like,
No! Oh, the Twitch site says day one. Watch along, Rip. Can't say number one to send some love and join the stream. Thank you. Katsu, appreciate you.
Is Oscar confirmed for Worlds now?
Yeah, has Oscar made Worlds?
Raging
At
Bolt was
least.
a superstar for sure. Do you think your opponent's Chi-Yu kind of helped you out a little bit with Beads of Ruin on the field?
Oh yeah, definitely. Without the Chi-Yu, Beads of Ruin, I would definitely not gotten the KO. So I'm glad that she was there.
Fucking
well,
hell.
We'll talk in just a moment about
Insult to injury.
into Top Cup, but
Oh, I'm glad he brought Chi-Yu, fucking idiot.
Probably the relief that you have.
You didn't say that, Liam. He basically said
on
that.
social media, you kind of set yourself a challenge about day
Brick Break will do it.
Talk to us about that.
I've only got one
so after missing day 2 in
You can make one, mate. I have faith in you.
I said that, I mean, in the past, I also already went bald, so I was like, well, I don't really mind that much. Like, I don't really care about my hair. And I was like, yeah, if I just lose, like if I don't make day 2, I'm gonna go bald. And luckily I went 7-1, but yeah.
Well, the hair
Oh, he's
is
gonna
still
go
here
bold
in
if he
day 2,
loses.
And you will be advancing through into top
Don't do
cut. How are
that,
you feeling
Marco.
about
Oh
that?
wait, he said if he doesn't
Confident
make
that
day
you can
2
keep
or
going
something.
every step
Yeah.
of the way in this competition?
That's fair enough,
So,
actually.
I
When
mean,
you're
I will try
when
to
you're
take,
Marco
a
Silva.
match,
That's hair
one-
enough.
One game at a
That's,
time.
yeah, that's hair enough.
Last time
Would
I played
you
this team,
ever
of
go
course, I
bold
was able
again?
to make it to top cut.
I don't
in,
want to.
awards,
Mm.
and unfortunately,
If
I
you
lost top 16,
if you
so,
saw it all,
like, I hope
If I see myself receding to
Yeah.
a
I know a lot
hairline
of
like an
people out there
elderly
are gonna
man,
be
then I'll be
rooting for
like,
you and
okay, I
looking
guess
forward
I'm
to seeing
bald
how you
now.
advance through top
Would you get a
cut. We'll
hairpiece?
go let you get ready and prepared. But
I don't know about a
before we go,
hairpiece, but
any
I'm not
shout-outs
against like a
you wanna
hair
give?
transplant.
Yeah, I want to shout out again.
Some people look at hair
Hair
transplants like,
then
ooh, you got a
also
hair.
my
I'm
family
like,
members.
It's like,
that is
if I want to
unashamed,
look good, then let me look good. Like,
Yeah, let me look the way I wanna look.
Day one and also for all the practice.
right, yeah, this
Well,
is
thank
much
you so much
better.
once again.
Oh,
for
you know what would be
an
nice? A
incredible
fly
Pokemon plays.
point
We'll
in
definitely be
Timeless
watching
Woods,
for the rest
yeah.
of the tournament. Pokemon trainers,
That'd be
we have
lovely.
another round coming up very shortly, so don't go anywhere as we
who's
kick it to a quick break.
Not shortly enough. Come on. I want to see the semis.
I want to hear them talk. Are they gonna
Hey, if
talk?
you guys want to see a semi, too easy.
Expose at Instagram.
You're right. To be fair.
Yeah, exactly.
Well done. Someone's seen some things and some stuff.
How you play the game. just
Hello,
to have
Amlian.
fun.
We good? How you
I've
doing?
made so many
Hi,
friends in
Amlian.
this community, and I'm currently
Can they interview that
a
Meowth again now?
VGC judge, and it's
For
the
reasons?
best experience that I've
Hair
honestly
transplant's
ever
extremely
had.
well
And as
done,
long
from
as
what
you're
I've seen at
having
least.
fun,
Oh yeah.
it really
I'm sure there are
doesn't matter what
places that do
happens
them
throughout
badly,
the
but
The best.
yeah, they
piece
are
of
expensive as
advice
fuck, and apparently
I
they're
was
really
given from my
painful, and
friends
apparently you have
They
to basically
look
shave your head
painful.
first.
Relax.
Yeah,
So
no,
yeah,
you have to
believe in
shave your head
yourself.
for a lot.
It's just tapping.
Yeah,
on
you
the
have to go
screen,
bold
you know, like,
to
don't
then grow it all
To then
back.
get it back.
Just calm down.
I wonder how
relax,
long they take to
that
grow.
deep breath,
Hmm.
and tap away.
Set a tangible goal for your first time and stick with meeting
No,
that and allow
yeah,
yourself
Dre,
to
I'm
be,
not gonna set a
you know,
tangible goal. I'm
Tangible
gonna say I'm
goal.
gonna. I'm saying gonna say I'm gonna win.
My tangible goal is I'd like to win a
It's just
game.
cherry
Yeah.
on top, but
Oh,
at
shit.
least you know that
Too many
you
eggs.
came here, you did what you came to do, and you can just kind of leave knowing
Oh,
that
that's
you
enough.
accomplished something that you
How
can be proud of.
about-
These are lone
So the best
bishops,
piece of
though.
advice
Well,
I've been
they
given by
won't
a
have
friend
the
when
thing. will
playing
They
they?
might not have the leader's crest.
being
No, they
okay
need
with
to be
losses.
surrounded by their
Something
babies.
that's really helped me
Oh,
out.
But remember, you can
my
always
Like,
open a
it's not
picnic
really
and
truly a loss unless
close
you
it immediately
can't learn
to
from it. And so even
reset
through
the
your
area.
losses, like, oh man, my attack didn't do as
I'm
much
gonna
damage.
keep- I'm
Great,
gonna
now
keep
you can
the-
use that for
Turkey
the next
supposedly
game.
have great
Or
hair
like,
transplants.
oh, man,
Yeah,
this
like
opponent used a really
there's
good
horror
Pokemon.
stories about
And
like
actually, I've
turkey
been
surgery,
inspired by my
but
losses to use some of my favorite Pokemon of all
yeah,
time.
surgery to
So,
make you into a
yeah,
turkey.
Be okay
Yeah,
with winning,
exactly.
be okay
But-
with losing, because at the end of the day,
like
it's
Sophie's
about
mum's got
learning
turkey
and
teeth,
evolving.
and they're fine.
Oh, she got.
She's been fine with them.
turkey teeth.
The problem is whenever someone's always got a story of like my mate had his teeth done in Turkey, and they all fell out in a week, and they didn't even replace them, so now he's just got pins for teeth and stuff, and you're like, okay, reset the round. Oh, it's an annoying kid again.
We've got I found a daddy bishop.
That's the daddy. That's the one you got to kill.
There we go.
Imagine you accidentally click the pawnyard.
I'd be. Well, oh wait, don't they all run away as well? Like,
You'd hope so.
in Gambit soon. In
Eevee!
Gambit
I
soon.
fucking hate this kid. I don't know who he is, but I want to deck him.
I
harsh.
wonder who this kid is actually. Like,
Nepotism is what he is.
do you,
Probably Wolf Glick's son or something.
Wolf Glick's son.
Something to go next season, Liam? Mine is to win a singular set. Nice. Just sitting on the
wanna-
balcony trying to finish my crochet project for my birthday. On the balcony. How the other half live.
That sounds nice. What are you crocheting?
Cub Glick. Very good, Hoovy. Can you deck me, please? I don't work at B&Q.
shiny Porygon 2. Nice.
I thought it was part 2.
Uh,
No, it is P2. You're right. But
Yeah, no.
I read it as I found a shiny part 2, and I was like, I mean, this kid's spoiled. They bought him A plush.
he met Pikachu. I didn't meet Pikachu at EUIC this time around.
Oh, you got shafted.
I was so upset because I didn't go to the Pokemon Center because I didn't get in, even though I checked like an hour after the thing.
Pokemon Center was broken last time.
Yeah, like, I couldn't get it. I was so upset.
Apparently, Oscar can still bubble cut if he wins this last round. Oh.
Does he have to like win it?
NAIC
bubble
Pokemon
cup,
fans,
bubble cut.
Skarzik Watson here with Gazer Beam, who's going to rate the
Gazer Beam.
fire
Isn't
type
that a name
first-parter
from The
Pokemon
Incredibles?
for us. Let's show me what
Someone,
you got.
someone confirm.
I don't think it is,
Right
but
Okay, Charmander and S tier, I love it.
I'm wondering if it's Gazer Beam like gazing, like eyes, or if it's Gazer Beam as in like
gay.
Score Bunny A, I think that's one of our highest ratings so far.
No issue either way. Just I
love
like some
Torchic
clarification.
myself, Blaziken. I
Might
played a ton
actually
of
have
Gen
to
3.
reset the area. Oh, wait, no, I found another one.
Chimchar, Char. Okay, getting a little bit of bonus love
Wait,
there.
how can Oscar bubble if he wins this next round when he's not in this round?
Oh man,
He's
people
not
in the audience. I don't
he's
know
not
if they
in the
agree with
te-
you on
the
this
parents.
one.
You sure it didn't drop?
Everybody loves him. We love
Let me
it.
see. He might have.
Although to be fair,
can
no,
hear the
Oscar.
furious
Oh,
comments
I get
right
what you
now
mean.
being typed.
The next round.
Oh, don't do it to him.
He lost this round, but he could bubble if he wins like the next round, the final round of Swiss.
My Chansey's evolving.
Into Blissey.
Yeah, I didn't have a
you have
Blissey
it,
either.
folks.
I've really slacked on this.
Damn. Gazerbeam is
So
an
the
incredible
final
character.
regional in the North American 2025
From
competitive
The Incredibles.
circuit,
Yes,
he
yes,
traveled to
I
Portland,
am right.
Oregon.
He's one of the
450
characters
Masters
that gets
Division
killed
trainers
off
pulled out all
by
of his
Syndrome
stops.
in
For
the
some,
progressive
this was their final chance to
superhero
earn
genocide
championship
thing.
points to qualify for the World Championships.
I know my
Meta development for the double
That's
restricted
Gazerbeam.
regulation
Yeah.
I format was in full force, as we saw a lot of different pairs of legendary Pokemon at this event. While
Hell
we saw
yeah.
the usual suspects of Ice Rider
Usual
Calyrex, Shadow Rider Calyrex, and Rhydon,
Yo, I didn't like that
the
blur.
big winners for this event were Terrapagos, Kyogre, and
Fuck
Groudon,
Terrapagos.
making their presence
Yeah,
known
Mr.
yeah.
Incredible hides
in the
behind his
field.
body.
Top
You-
cut
I-
consisted of
I-
26
I only
players, where
rewatched
at
The
the end we
Incredibles
saw
like a couple
Jay
years
Shong
ago,
and
and I
Gavin
forgot how
Michaels, both at the
horrifying
precipice of adding
that
another
whole
regional
plotline
title
was.
win.
Blue
to their
Zoro
list of
says, I thought that
and
Toro.
what a way to end the season with
Cool.
a good
Me
old-fashioned
too.
weather war. Jay used a team with Koraidon and Photosynthesis Pokemon, featuring Walking Wake and Brute Bonnet to
I think I
steamroll
just need
his
to find one
competition.
more,
While
Daddy.
Gavin
You
Michaels
think one of
had
them was
a
shiny?
unique
Did
take
I
on
not pay
Kyogre
attention?
Rain with Basculegion.
You're wrong.
In Game 1, Kyogre
You're
put on
wrong.
a dominating performance, and in Game 2 survived a
be fair, they look
critical
exactly
sucker
the
punch
same.
to deal the final blow. Gavin
There ain't
Michaels won
much.
his 4th regional championship and qualified to compete at the 2025 Pokemon
looks
World
Just find another one, mate. Just find another one.
I'll find
Number 4 for Gavin Michaels. He is going to be your Portland Regional Champion.
Gavin Michaels has
With
good
this
hair.
thrilling end to the 2025 VGC
Is Gavin Michaels
season,
the one
we
who was
now
like,
look
"I'm the
towards
best
the North American
player"?
International
Maybe.
Championships and the World Championships.
Well, to be
finish
fair,
strong. Check
he
out
said that and then he won the
Pokemon.com/compete
regionals.
Yeah.
So
how
you have
you
to
can
give
get
it
started
to
on your
him.
own
I know
journey
some
for the
people were really.
2020
He's the Kyogre King, right?
Yeah, some people were really like
We are
anti
here
that.
at the side
Oh,
of the
yeah.
barrier
Anti-confidence.
at the NAIC.
I
There's
think
a lot
people
of
are
fun
allowed to
stuff
say when
for
they're
VGC
People are
fans
anti-self-awareness.
to take
Yeah.
a part in this weekend. We're with Jordan, one of our side event judges.
Hi, Jordan.
We have this perfect mixture here of blending
long did you say
VGC and TCG with this side event.
4 whole
Yeah,
minutes.
absolutely.
Ooh, I
so
didn't
with the
think I
VG
caught it
booster,
yet.
specifically what I'm doing,
Or an
basically there's 3 phases to it
They call
where
it.
the first phase is that players will sit down, they'll
Thank
open
you.
packs.
Did I ever tell you about
and
Gavin Michaels?
then
I never
they
met
will
him,
basically
and he was a good
draft
friend.
Cards out of that pack until the
Are the
pack is
water and
completely
regular
drafted.
Paldean Taurus
And
is
then
the only
once
ones you need
it's
shiny
completely
yet?
drafted, they will
No,
take what they
Anthony, I
drafted,
didn't get the
and
Switch
they will
2.
build a team
I
in
because
Otherwise, I'd be
Pokemon,
hunting the others, wouldn't I?
based off of
yeah,
what
I
they
don't
drafted.
have
And then
Switch
they
2
will
money.
battle that
Well, I
out
do,
once
but
they're
I
done
don't.
there.
And
it's a really
then
cool mixture of the
You're
two,
more
both
responsible, is
TCG
what you're
and
saying.
it's more that I
it's a lot
don't.
of fun, and then
The only game I
players get
play
to
is
keep the
Mario
cards
Kart,
that
and I
they pick,
love
so,
Mario
you know,
Kart
it's
so
just-
much,
it's a really
but
cool thing to
like
get,
it wasn't worth
you
the
know,
entire
involved
Switch
with.
2.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Just
I
a
think,
Mario Kart.
yeah, I think
Not
I'll
only
wait
you
and then
can
I'll
be
hopefully
Closer to ZA, right?
Yeah,
You're
I'll
also hoping
hopefully I'll
good
get it for
Pokemon,
Christmas,
right? If you
which
get-
means
if you
I'll
get,
get
you
all
know,
the
kinda
ZA
stuck
spoilers
in a
back.
draft with
Yeah,
a-
I
Oh.
can make
low-power
do.
Pokemon,
That's how I
it's
that's
gonna
how
be
I
tough to
game.
build around.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, the entire thing.
To
be fair, even though I
fun because
set your
basically
dock
what
up
you're
for you,
building is
I
completely
didn't
random.
even
It's gonna be
notice that
whatever
you
comes out
weren't
of the
playing.
pack. So it can be a lot of fun. And
Updated
it really
Scarlet
gets
and Violet.
the gears
The
turning
shop's
on what you
evolving.
can make.
It
based
just
on
shows how
what you're
bad my
able to
eyes
get.
are.
So it's a lot of fun.
Can I be a
Now,
bitch?
is
What's
this,
wrong,
have you
Kaylee?
run
I
this
assume you want to
draft
change one of your
at
Champmons?
prior, events for side events, regionals, internationals, or is this our first time?
You've never needed to ask that before, Kaylee. Well done, Newbie. Hello, Dragonair. I made a goof and forgot about an appointment I have today, so I've got to leave NAIC already. Oops.
Gizmo, you're so right.
Come on, can I be more of a bitch? It depends what it is, Kaylee. Just tell me what you want.
Yeah, I think it's also important for all the.
Should I let
for
my
all the
King
video
Gambit
game
learn
fans
Kowtow,
out there,
please?
because I feel like a lot of times you come to a live event and many of the side events are
retaliate.
TCG
What even is
related,
that?
So maybe the VG
I
A
always-
move that a
feel like
Pokemon
there's
can
not
do.
I just
as many
remember
options
from
for them,
X and
but
Y,
look
I
at
really
the
liked
whole-
its
listen to the
animation.
whole
I was going to ask if
schedule
anyone wanted to
every day
BP
at
farm.
what time,
That's not
what
being a
all the
bitch.
video game side
Oh,
events
I could
are.
People love to BP
And,
farm.
Hopefully that's going to convince a lot of
I'm
VG
down with
players
that.
when they're done with their rounds.
Emma's
so
down with that.
in these side events, right?
And she has an internet connection and everything.
I know.
Cracking nooks as well.
Oh, so kind.
So kind. You can still attend tomorrow. Hey, Championship Sunday's banging. Just remember, get into Championship Sunday late because no one wants to watch TCG.
Or get there early if you want a seat.
And do what I did, and while TCG's on, play Metal Gear 1 from the 1984 Nintendo Entertainment System.
I'm sure they're hoping to pull a
It's hard.
Koraidon or Koraidon or something. They might get stuck with Scoville.
I'm a DM me if you didn't SOS for Liam.
Oh, Jason, check your phone.
It's always
Jason, you're
fun
forgetting,
to
right?
get that kind of stuff too.
Emma's known what
Even if
Liam's
they
like for a
can't
long
use it, they
time.
were-
She
they're
thrives
excited
off
to pull
it.
the card.
I wouldn't say thrives.
She thrives off
Looking
it.
at the card,
She said
I'm
it.
gonna
She
get
said
to
the
keep it.
word.
So there's
It's part
a
of that
lot of fun
sentence.
in the
So that
pack
counts.
open
We take those.
of the event,
Kaylee,
but
do you
also,
want to
in
PB farm?
battling
I don't know
in
actually
PvP
how to
after.
do it as a
So-
group.
What you wanted to ask was, hey friends, would anyone like to play some games with me? No part that was being a bitch, right? Yeah, she tolerates it.
Tournaments locally.
Yeah,
Sometimes it gives little flutters of like, oh, thanks. Most of the time it's an eye roll, and then a cardigan just pulled together like, okay.
No, the only advice I'd really
What am I,
have
just
is
eye candy?
Keep doing what you're doing at the local level.
And to that I
and
say,
then,
not just.
If you were able to get
Like
in at any of the
partially.
larger events,
There's an
take what
element.
You learned those
Right.
larger
I'm
events
at
and bring it back
one of
to
the
Just
local
like
events
all good friends.
so that people can have fun at those because there's so
Bye,
much
Night
going
Angel. Have a
on
good
these-
wedding.
Bye,
Slay.
Night Angel.
that
I mean, obviously,
it's a
don't have
blast
too
to
good a
bring
wedding.
Take pictures
your
of
local
yourself in the
people so
wedding
that
Enjoy
clothes.
the wedding you were
stuff to
attending.
learn here as well.
That's the one.
I think that's great advice. Hey,
Me too.
Oh, King of Dance says
There's
Amma's a
side events
cutie.
all weekend for
You
video
just,
game
oh,
players
thank you.
right here at the side event
If you
area
just drop the
in
code in chat, you might have to
in
help
the
me with
hall
this,
in
Liam.
New Orleans. Let us know
All
if you
right.
pull any crazy
I am-
Pokemon.
First come,
Probably
first serve.
use them
Sounds
pretty
good.
well in the
Join a
battle
group.
as well.
I'm on
We're gonna take a
antidepressants.
quick
I
break.
never
We'll be
first
back
come.
with
There
more
we go.
Pokemon
I need their
action
link
right after
code.
this.
I pressed yes. Union circle connection. Yada 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 yada.
What's everyone's opinion on swallowing chewing gum? Deadly or not?
I would avoid it.
I don't think it is deadly. I think it
I
just
don't think it's
stays in you
dead-
for a bit.
I don't think it's deadly. I think it's ill-advised.
Ill-advised.
For me, ill-advised is we'll kill you the next day. But
Not the next day. Jason, I know you swallow, but what about the gum?
So many side events, so many fun
yeah, it
things to
is.
do
Thank you,
here
Metapod.
in New
Thank
Orleans,
you.
Louisiana.
Gum is
For
grim in
2025
general.
There
No,
was-
because
there
now
was-
my breath smells of minty goodness.
To be
and
fair,
not
if
chicken.
you were doing, like, I don't mind mint, but if it was bubblegum, I would have had to leave the room. It literally.
No, bubblegum doesn't smell nice.
It
Bubblegum
smells
tastes
awful.
alright, but it's not. It's got to be spearmint. Spearmint is the best mint. Fuck peppermint. It's spearmint all day, every day.
Alright, I'm ready for a link code when you're ready.
Metal Gear was on the SNES. I only ever played it on PS1. That's because you played Metal Gear Solid, the third game in the series, which came out on the PlayStation 1.
Oh, do you
Followed
want
by
me
Metal
to
Gear
make the
Solid
code?
2 and 3 on the PS2, Metal Gear Solid 4 on the PS3, and Metal Gear Solid 5 on the PS.
You guys,
Three soft
you guys are too cute. Thank you, Amia. You guys are very sweet. Haley, am I making the code or are you? I would suggest you because I'm not good at this.
Too relatable on the antidepressants.
I'm not good at this. I don't know how to play the game. I don't know how to play Scarlet Violet.
Oh, Abba looks even more cute than her photos. Look at her, Emily. Look at her.
Stop! I can't do this.
I can watch this back later.
You can.
For reasons.
Don't say that. You're trying to find me on DMs.
Yeah, that's it. I'm trying to make sure you're framed correctly. Your body doesn't digest the gum, but it passes through your stool. Obviously, if you swallow a lot of gum, then it causes constipation. Bro, with my IBS, I would fucking bow down to constipation. I'd be like, yes, please. I don't think I've ever been constipated in my life. I don't think it's possible. Yeah, man, I got the opposite, haven't I?
I know this.
That's why I tend to ruin some of my gay simps. I tend to ruin their day because they're like, God, I'd love to eat your whole out. And I'm like, not with my IBS, you wouldn't. That's a risky game. I think the worst is when I say don't open those floodgates.
Don't worry,
they go,
Anthony. I think Kaylee's on it.
Should I make the code? No, don't make the code when Kaylee's just said I'm making a code and I'm going to put it in chat. Didn't tell you, went to get my IBS meds yesterday, out of stock for the foreseeable future. Pharmacist says I need to ask for a new prescription for something else. Oh my God.
I'm on the poker portal. Join a group. We'd like to join some friends. I'll leave their link code. Damn it. Online mode. Connect to
press
internet.
L1. I said L1 like a PlayStation boy.
L.
No, IVF is test tube, baby, you silly Billy. Matt Pat is going into politics?
Oh, yeah. He's
a
like...
politics theory!
He's like,
I mean, you can't be any worse than Trump, right? One far younger and more influential.
Did I just hear knocking out Shohei Kamira?
Oh, yeah, Zachary.
To look forward to going into the last round, Swiss. Let's not waste any
Oh,
more time.
Shohei
Cassis,
Danzo
take it
then?
away.
I think so.
Oh.
World champion, Shohei Kimura.
Amazing update of what's
Well,
happening.
no, Shohei Kimura has a placement for round 12, so...
I'm just typing it in now, Kaylee.
Zach Weed taking down Shohei Kimura. I would have loved to see
All
what
right,
happened in that match. That's wild.
You know what? This is very fun to just sit on stream. I was worried that it would be like very high pressure or like I don't know.
Unfortunately, had to.
But it's very chill.
I think it's because you enjoy the co-host vibe of like,
yeah,
you don't have to control.
Yeah,
everything.
exactly.
You
This
don't
is
have
your
to-
stream, and then I can have an unsolicited comment.
Exactly. If you fuck up, it's not you that's affected.
Exactly. Brilliant, isn't it?
All those slurs.
Yeah.
Sitting at that X2 record.
Yeah, you call me a cracker.
We've still got like 2 hours for me to drop a slur.
That's true. To be fair, I looked at the clock earlier and I was like, how the fuck is it 6 or 8?
I know. Because you guys, I've got to leave probably around just after 8. Depends how close you are.
You got
Round of Swiss.
I was like,
and I wonder who might have been
Who else
unlucky
is
enough to
joining?
have to go face him now in that final
more guest starring Amma
Swiss
streams,
round.
please.
But we also have a lot
I
of
mean,
other
one
trainers that
time
locked
I'd like to
in.
hang out with Amma
Anyone that has
not
10
on
minutes
stream.
now
Yeah,
or
yeah.
more
Amma
is
really
going
looked
to
out
be
today,
moving
given that she's
on to
arriving
our
during
top
stream
cut
and leaving during
phase
stream, because
later
obviously
on
I have to be a lot
after
less
this
Liam.
final round of Swiss concludes.
That's even
and
a thing.
everybody that's sitting at that 9-2 record, they have to
No,
win
no.
this
I think if we
last
weren't
one.
streaming,
That's
Amma's
what
worried
makes
that,
it
you know,
into
I'd be a
top
lot more
cut.
intense.
No, I don't think so.
Do you think you can handle me?
I've hung out with you in enough on stream.
True. The vibes are immaculate at the Moxie.
Still very much up for
definitely.
grabs. And a lot of trainers that are so close, just one win away, like Kyle Livinghouse, James Evans, who we just saw.
Years ago, before as big as he is, both him and his
You're
wife,
friends
I
with
added him
Matt
accepting his
Pat?
wife added me, never spoken. Wait, who?
So funny.
So many
It's
players
Matt
are gonna
Pat.
have the
Oh,
chance
Matt
to make it
Pat.
in, but at the same
Matrick
time,
Patrick.
unfortunately, a lot of those trainers
Is anyone
will
else
fall
joining
just
this
one
union
round short.
circle? Katie's put the code in chat.
Anthony's in it.
Yeah.
I thought Gizmo was joining. I don't remember if he was.
Today
Don't get me started on All Bar 1.
Oh, I wasn't at All Bar 1.
Yeah, you missed
I feel
nothing.
like I was gonna say I feel like I avoid all the
shit
not
times.
so good nights. I was gonna
Maybe, Amma. Maybe that's sign you're the common denominator. Every time you turn up, we all have a great time.
I love meeting Shiny and Cecily as well, actually, and Gabby. I didn't realize I was speaking to Gabby Snyder until she was like, "Oh yeah, here's my world sticker," and I was like,
Oh, it's Gabby Snyder. That's who this lovely person is.
Nice.
Listen, Marco, I get it, but you have to take up the whole fucking row.
I want to
Look at him taking up the entire row with his name.
When I
Bro.
when I get back into competing, maybe I'll shove my middle name in, just for the fun of it.
I want to know your middle name. Tell me off stream.
Yeah, yeah. I
Like
would.
this one that is so heavily
It's not
stacked with
Nigerian
former
like my other
champions
names.
and
Is it just
titans of our
British?
game. This
No,
means that
no.
it's gonna feel
It's
that
like
much better.
If I shared my postcode, I'd just end myself?
All
What?
these incredible trainers. You were the one that made it all the way through.
Postcode?
Oh,
You won
Zishan said,
NAIC.
"Oh, I watched
But to get
Kaylee was
there,
showing
you
her
do have to
postcode."
get
Why would
Oh.
Kaylee share her
first,
postcode?
And that's what we're going to be deciding here in this last round of Swiss.
You got to remember, Zishan's entire humor is, "I'll pretend I've misheard you." That's funny. And sometimes it is. To give him credit, sometimes it is. Other times you're like,
We've got
all right.
Nick Navarre.
Don't listen, Zishan. I'm laughing on the inside.
Wow. Well, then tell your face.
Going once, yeah. Let's get started.
Locked in his
You were in the same hotel as Wolf.
So
while Gabby just turned up, and she wasn't even there to see Wolf.
No, Gabby was there. Imagine if Wolf came and sat with us. I'd have been so stupid.
Hey guys, you got chicken? You got Wingstop?
We had cookies. I had cookies there.
I had Wingstop. Wingstop was alright. I do feel it was a bit overhyped.
Okay, so I've eaten Wingstop in Croydon, in Stratford.
Oh damn, here we
in
go.
Nottingham. In
I was at the
Birmingham.
same wedding. I met Wolf at Duncan's wedding in
Oh, I
2018.
didn't know he went.
does not remember me because when I then saw him at EUIC and shook his hand, he was like, "Hey buddy, how are you?" And I'm like, "You don't know."
Oh,
That's all
we
who I am.
assert that yes, I won Worlds last year, but I am still one of the best trainers out on the floor.
Yeah, Maddie Morgan versus James Evans.
Matt
So
Pat.
Maddie from
Yeah, you're
Ireland
never allowed to
is the
accidentally
final opponent for
un-add him.
James
Yeah, you
here
have to keep
after
it.
taking
That's
that
why I
loss
won't delete Twitter,
just
because
now on stream.
Jada Essence
And then
Hall,
we've
the
got
winner of
Victor
RuPaul's
Medina,
Drag
who's
Race
kind of
season
always
12,
in top
Yeah.
follows me.
and
That
able
was
to get
Rock'em
to these
Sakura's
finalist
season.
performances.
Rock'em
Was a
Sakura loves me.
finalist at one of our
All right.
ICs last
She loves
year, and now
she loves my
has
alt
to
account
look
as
at
well,
maybe
as does Heidi.
being able to get back to that
So,
position and then
Kaylee,
some.
how
And I
doth
think
one VP farm in a
Gabriel Legati
group?
is one of those players that falls under that
Y'all got
umbrella
pizza?
as well as we
I was at the
turn
same
our
wedding as
attention
Wolf. I
to
just read
Michael
that. Why am I reading it again?
versus
I
Gabriel
didn't mean to.
Agati
What is it doing?
Oh!
final
What is
match
it doing?
For our Swiss round number 12 here.
He flies.
Why does King Gambit move like
He
that?
moves like fucking Charles
So
Xavier.
weird.
in his first year of competition.
We're getting Mikhail Kelch on stream.
Oh, nice. I'm glad he's still in it.
Multi-regional champion.
Right, yeah,
from
how does
this
this work?
Year alone, being able to win 2
Right, give
regionals,
myself.
I'm not saying he looks like McLovin, but he
and then
does.
Gabriel Legati, like that
Oh, we
player
each
that
get our
has really
own
put
BP
Brazil
missions.
on the
Okay, so
map.
I need to make
And
a
there's been
TM.
so
But you can
many
do
other
anyone's
incredible
missions, it's
players
fine.
in
Oh,
Brazil
okay.
that have
Catch a
now
ghost type.
followed in his
Give your
footsteps.
Pokemon a nice
But I
washing
feel
is
like
really easy.
Gabriel is
Yeah,
still
that's
that one
just,
player that we look at that
set
really
the
led the
kitchen.
charge.
Has he not
with
won enough? Do you know what I
Gabriel on
mean?
that global stage, or
I had to dad
Brazil on
mode to
that
get
global
Kaylee a
stage,
pick of
sorry.
Wolf. That's
Oh,
true.
he's got
With Wolf.
Ogre now.
Rock'em follows you, that's crazy. Rock'em once did a video with Erica Clash listing the 5 hottest PokeTubers, and Rock'em Sakura was my biggest advocate for Ace Train Liam should be higher in this list. If it was just me doing this list, Liam would be
I
higher.
remember that list. Who else was on it? Was it M&J?
M&J was the top one, I think. I think Luke might have been on it. Nappy was on it.
No stranger to being second and fourth at Worlds in your first 2 attempts. But I don't know.
I like that woman on TikTok who's the only person followed by Microsoft. Damn.
I can do really well.
A bull hatching from an egg seems legit. This is Pokemon, Sonny. Come on. They all hatch from eggs.
I mean, it's tough nowadays because we had
Do not pull it that way.
1,132 competitors to kick off our first
he's
day
just
of
come to say
competition
hello.
at the North America International Championships. So think about how many different
What are you
potential
sneaking about for,
matchups
boy?
you could possibly have.
Those
And it's
expensive
just a
Hugo
different
Boss socks,
size
please.
to what you see at a regional championship
I think
versus
that
even
might
at
be
the World
much.
Championships.
I
We
wanna go
still
out.
have a World's Caliber match as we look at Michael Kelch
Yeah, go
on
ahead.
your left and Gabriel Legati on your right. Only one of these trainers
Out of the
can
3,
make
you
it
guys, my
into
favorite
our
is.
top cut
Actually,
here
no,
at
I love
NAIC.
Essie. Essie
And
is
let's go
so
ahead and
sweet.
dive into those
Ruby-
teams.
We've got the battle of the counterparts here. The Ice Rider Calyrex versus the Shadow Rider Calyrex, and then Miraidon versus the
Ruby's here,
Koraidon.
you guys.
It'll be really fun
love
to
her.
see the interaction between these two kind of competing iterations of very similar types of Pokemon.
Should be the first
Plus
person
a lot of similar supports
from the
as well.
community
The
that's not
Incineroar
like,
match
you know,
for
you know,
each
someone who
player.
was like
But
viewer
it differs.
first,
We have a couple
who's met
different
Ruby.
grass type redirectors, and then
Because no one comes
a little
here,
bit of
like-
damage coming out from some of those.
No one's welcome.
I think Gabriel's team is
Well, to be
especially
fair,
very
I wouldn't have
intriguing,
come if
but
I
Michael
didn't
first
literally
will
live in
have this
Derby.
Calyrex
At the time,
Ice
yeah.
Rider
Yeah.
combo we saw yesterday alongside
No,
Incineroar
no
versus
Ice
the
Rider,
Rapid
no
Strike
Lando.
and Landorus.
The Landorus
I,
is so interesting.
sorry,
because I feel
Kaylee,
like with how many
I'm very
Miraidon
distracted.
have been
I've
running
given
around,
my
Do
Pokemon
Vivian hunting from
Rillaboom,
Pokemon Go postcards
and
of
if you were
Violet
able
soon.
to
Should be
those
nice on
usage
Switch
stats
too.
that you've been looking at
Yes.
Whimsicott, you've
It
got
will
great
be, 'cause
power
they'll be able to
slug
flap
bomb.
their wings
There's
and
so much
everything.
great coverage on this
Right,
Pokemon,
what else do I need
and
to
this
Oscar's
is
up
one
against
that
American
really
Jamie
could
Boyd,
hang
Jeremy
with the
Boyd.
big dogs that were restricted.
Jeremy
And
Beadle.
even just in that single restricted
Right,
format,
I
I
need
felt
to
like
catch
Landorus
Ghost
is
type.
really
What was
starting
Kaylee's
to creep
mission?
Oh yeah,
up in
Liam, we should full
popularity.
screen now, Liam. Oh yeah.
This is going
Wait,
to
I
be
gave
a
my
really great
Pokemon a nice
I think,
washing.
in
Why
this
is it not
match.
done
I
it?
mean, you just
Did
have
you
the
wash them for long
option
enough?
to deal with some
Is it still on there?
Fluttermane.
Wait, press the
I'm
right
even just
button
looking
again.
at how the
Yeah,
Landorus is
Oh,
going
belly
to
ball.
match up
Shiny
into
belly ball.
something like the Scream Tail.
Do it again.
Oh, I don't want to. I'm going to make a TM.
I just think it's
Wow.
a really
I'm
great
gonna make a
call here
TM.
Alongside, of course, this.
Hello,
I
I'm a
think
TM.
well, the Urshifu
Just make
might
like
struggle a little
helping
bit
hand.
because
I
of
think it's like
Miraidon, but,
one
you
Eevee
know,
fur or
everything
something
else is pretty
stupid.
good.
I'll use
Agility, wow. I can't visit Derby not after Liam got that restraining order. Apparently surprising him from under the bed wasn't welcomed. Fancy being under the bed when someone's got IBS and a weak fucking kidney.
Horsepower version, which gives you a little bit more offensive potential. There's no possibility for something like an Intimidate or Parting Shot to be lowering your damage output, whereas the leftovers on the lead
Okay,
speed
I've made
sets
a
do not
TM.
protect you from that. And high horsepower
I've
gives
contributed
you some
to the
really solid
BP
coverage
effort.
into a couple
Insane,
types of Pokemon that might give Glacial Lance a little bit of pause, like Fire and Steel type
Great.
Pokemon. Choice Scarf Miraidon, also something that's been picking up a little bit of steam here this weekend. You trade a little bit
smell
of power on the
chicken
choice
batter.
specs for the speed of the choice scarf.
I
which also
just
enables
made
you
a
to
TM.
switch
Why
He does
is
look
there
a
a
bit
way?
like
and even
McLovin,
further
doesn't he?
boost up your Electrodrift
I could see
and Volt
that.
switches. So you
He's
kinda
got that
trade off
vibe.
The choice specs for the Terra
I am
Electric,
glad
but
he
being a little
shaved
bit faster at the
recently.
same time.
And that's why you don't
He
see
was rocking a little bit of a
dazzling
very
on particular
slim
Pokemon
tash
either.
thing,
You
and
really
I think
need to
I
tear
remember it,
theory
yeah.
in
It
order to
wasn't
make
the
sure
vibe
that
for
that
me.
clean is
Some
actually
people
doing
just don't
meaningful amounts of
put it on.
damage.
That's okay.
So you
Yeah,
have
that's
that
all right, you know.
instead
It's
that's
nice to
gonna really
experiment.
help out this Shadow Rider Calyrex matchup, and even against this Fluttermane.
I remember nominating Liam for Hidden Gem for Streamer Awards. I wonder if that even did something. Well, I didn't hear about it, so probably not.
from Fluttermane and Scream.
Come on, Gabriella Gatti. Her ride on Callie with Scream Tail. Let's go. Cheese.
Calyrex Eyes, what is it doing on my screen
very
with
difficult.
the Shadow Rider?
We traded one Leech
Oh,
Seed Calyrex for another, so it's not on the Ice Rider this
Come on then,
time.
come on.
But Leech Seed
Aye.
substitute Calyrex Shadow Rider, a really cool set coming
You wanna
out from
offer a
Gabriel
one
here.
Yes, of
Leech Seed and
course.
substitute are
Feel the
a fun
cheese.
combination of
Cheese
attacks
mama.
that see a lot of play
Let's go
in
the other way, then.
singles
Yeah, I always
formats where it's
thought
only one
cheese would
Pokemon
be,
against another. You can set up the Leech Seed, maybe stall out some
I am
turns with
so
some
sorry.
Lazy
get some
dog.
of that HP recovery from the Leech
What
Seed.
should I make her
Protect
do?
helps a lot with that as well, but not
She can't
something
really
we
sit
see too much
Hello.
in VGC in this 2v2 kind of format, and especially
She's
not
trying.
on
Sorry,
Calyrex Calyrex Shadow Rider. I don't know that I've ever seen one with either Leech Seed or a substitute. There's so many moves there that painters have opted to use.
She can do it.
Going just for the one Astral Barrage.
Come on, Gabrielle.
To boost up that damage
Seriously, what are they doing with the saturation?
When you really don't need the boost on like a second attack like Psychic instead.
Don't know if you could say
you're not
that,
trading your HP for power, especially with that Leech Seed. You don't really want to be giving up as much HP as
Take it with management.
I
think it's the combination of his green shirt as well.
Yeah, no, it does, and the yellow background.
There's so much. Yeah,
it will help a lot with some really disruptive tactics like Encore and
Pokemon, just the saturation dial just down just a little bit.
Sorry, I'm a terrible BP assistant.
Tell me you wanted to use Ice Rider without telling me you don't have Glastria? Wait, why?
Yeah, the Talonflame. So another cool to see.
I was using Leech Seed, Kali Shadow. Interesting. Kali Shadow not known for its longevity.
Particularly popular Pokemon in Europe.
When a Pokemon goes down,
European regional
does it still,
championships.
Leech Seed stays in.
Yeah,
like if the Pokemon receiving the HP goes down, Leech Seed continues. But once the Pokemon that's seeded goes down, then it's the end of the seed.
Okay. So maybe it can be a last ditch.
Have any women been on VGC streams yet? There was Zoe Liu in Oceania 2017.
No, but not
this weekend.
No, not this weekend.
We were rooting for a girl called Emily Parson. We all have no idea who she is, but she was doing really well yesterday.
So well, and she didn't even get
Pokemon in this matchup.
Yeah.
Might be shut
They didn't
off.
even do.
Might
I'm still annoyed they didn't do a winning in yesterday.
Yeah,
They did a match between two people who were guaranteed to day 2 already anyway, so there was no stakes.
I think especially in Regulation G alongside Terrapagos, is one of those things that helped it set up those Calm Minds really well. And there's no Calm Mind. There's no kind of
like Wolf Flick even. I know Wolf Flick is super overexposed, but even Wolf Flick had been in and they did say that moves. That's kind of mad.
This is what I've done though, Jason. We didn't get any women on stream, so I brought you one.
Which provides a lot of safety.
You're putting a triangle block into like a circle hole.
Amma, what's it like being a whammon?
I'm gonna give it to you. Let's get into the Swiss
It's a
round
struggle.
number 12, our final round of Swiss here at the 2025 Pokemon North America International Championships. And
Swiss round 12, baby.
Oh, and both of these people actually, they go.
It is a stare down. We had them all looking at each other in
Okay,
that
we've got
preview, and
stakes
they were
now.
doing
This
so
is a
like
winning in. Let's go.
Again, the choice scarf
Women don't
Maridon is going to
exist.
be attacking first out of
Oh
everything
no,
on
I
the
can see
field,
two reasons.
which does
Women
give
definitely
Michael
exist.
A little bit of an advantage here. It gives them the chance to go for some.
Obviously, I mean Amma and
Pivot
Sophie.
around.
That's what I mean.
You could even snarl, maybe lower the special attack.
So Liam, what are you doing with these women?
These women.
Actually, will come in handy too if the color.
Not everything I'd like to stop
Snarl
this.
being a sound move will bypass
That's
that
vile.
Still deal
But
damage to
still funny.
Calyrex and lower its special attack. It is the Terra normal, so you can maybe Terra
The
away
Shinx is
from
just
that.
smiling away like, thank you for punching me, daddy.
Damage. Maybe not the best use of that resource.
So do I exist? I haven't started HRT yet. Yeah, until you start, then you start fading away like Peter Parker.
Yeah. Before we get into our first turn of attacks and onto that Koraidon,
Mr. Stark, I don't feel so masculine anymore.
Just because it is really good at being able
Quit
to
while you're
boost
ahead,
up
Liam.
those
I will.
other
I will.
attacks,
Yeah,
and
good
now
idea.
You also don't have to deal with taking that super effective ice type
Pretty sure my age here, but a rice cooker is a top tier purchase. I hear that.
I've got two.
It used to be air fryers, and now it's, by the way, we've got a fucking rice cooker.
I've
Fuck
got
the air
two
fryer.
rice cookers.
Just making sure
You know what I want? I want one of them air fryers where the drawers are vertical.
Oh yeah,
That's hot.
That
gets me rigid. That's good for my alt account.
We've got an air fryer, but it's not very sophisticated.
Is it a bit deggy? Not a ninja.
Yeah, it's tiny.
If you're gonna get an air fryer, get a ninja or don't bother.
Yeah, my sister got it in lockdown.
Fortnite? Ninja? Don't get the vertical ones? Why? Do they break?
It is not going to get a same type attack bonus because Calyrex Ice is
The heat
not
doesn't distribute well.
Ah,
because the convection's wrong. Nice. Thank you for that advice.
Shadow Rider is going to use the
Can you get a
Astral
triple
Barrage
one
first.
yet?
Sarah
I'd love
makes
that.
a great switch in there to be able to
Liam,
resist
just
that
get a row
damage.
of
The
8.
Flare Blitz is now going
8
to
air
follow
fryers.
up
Yeah,
into
get a
his
bunch of
Ice
air
Bear
fryers.
Calyrex.
sorted.
And that's actually going to take it quite low. Another Astral Barrage.
I'm still amazed they
Looks like it
both
will
started
be
with
able
both
to
their
finish it
restricteds.
off
That was a
as
wild
Calyrex
turn
just
one.
tries to go for the Glacial
Let's go to
Lance
family
here.
get together with my
Not going
grandparents the
that
day before
horsepower
Joe's
because it
birthday, and
doesn't
that's like
Koraidon
3
actually
trains
gets
and
to
then an
hold
hour
on for
bus.
next turn.
Fuck that. You got a wedding to go to this year.
The trick room was not set up. You know, if that wasn't
And that's
for
a
him, this is
million
really powerful
trains.
position to be in, having
Because
the
you
two
live in the
slowest
arse
on
end of
field.
nowhere.
But because, you know, we still have
It's alright, we did the same
corrected
trip for their
speed
wedding, so
orders.
they owe us.
Yeah, this Calyrex Ice Rider for Michael did take a lot of
Well,
damage.
Spring,
in
I
that
know,
turn.
right?
The Terrestrialization was completely necessary for making sure it didn't get knocked out. But it is very, very low. One more attack from either of these Pokemon will be able to knock it out. We have
Yeah,
the
that Ice
Shadow
Rider's
Rider
screwed.
Calyrex from Gabriel at the same
3
time,
trains,
able to
5.5
knock out
hours for that
Barrage,
wedding.
get some more damage
Oh,
onto
I feel so
Incineroar,
bad for you.
because it is that
I'll be
assault
waking
vest.
up
You
at
don't
the
have anything
venue.
like the helping
Ah.
hand or protects even to make
Be
sure it doesn't
lovely.
attack off
I've got a
first.
wedding this.
Yeah,
this
so you're
August.
really just looking
Oh,
at
damn.
raw
My
cousin
damage. At
is
least
getting
both of
married
these
to his
Pokemon are
girlfriend that
fairly
you're
low on
Not gonna miss
Gabriel's
Worlds, are
side
you?
that you will be able to get the KO,
Alright.
even if it's just going to be a fake
If,
out.
like,
If
I'm
Rhydon
gonna
goes
watch
down
Worlds
to
at the
it,
wedding.
you're
Found out you
at
can put the
least
bottom
able to
tray in the
get a
dishwasher. That's
KO at the
revolutionary.
end
I'm
of
never
the
too
day,
old
no
or
matter how you
stupid.
get the job
Been
done.
scrubbing by
Gabriel
hand.
still has a Shadow Rider
Oh,
counter, so
I never
damn.
thought that actually. Maybe I should try.
I'm old
going
enough to remember
switch
Woolies.
in to take this Astral Barrage. It
Used to
is
go down
still going
Woolies.
to be there for the next turn, but the critical
Woolies.
hit onto the Incineroar does make
Oh,
this
Woolworths.
a
Okay,
7-hit knockout
never
now
heard anything.
instead of maybe like an 8.
That Astral Barrage is really important damage on Miraidon as well. If Gabriel does
make
have the
myself a
Flutter Maiden
TM.
in the back,
I
Hello, I'm a
once it
TM.
comes in,
I
it should
fucking
be
hate
able
that
to knock out Miraidon with 1 Moonblast, whereas, potentially, depending on how Miraidon's trained, it might be able to stomach 1 from full.
Like a little.
In this situation, Gabrielle now has the Incineroar in for free, can just go for the fake out into the
Well, she
Miraidon,
likes you.
and based on that astral damage, should just be a knockout.
I've had
from
an
here.
offer
You
of a
don't
lift,
need to
4.5
think
hours in a
about
car
that
instead.
Pokemon in the
Is that
back.
loot?
You don't, but if you do opt to go straight for that Astral Barrage, you're probably giving up your Calyrex Shadow Rider at the same time.
It depends.
Do an
Is it
attack
4.5
from
hours in a
Michael's
car
own
with
Incineroar.
Toby? Because
At that point,
that's
you'd be
more
losing
like
both
8
of your
hours.
restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, but look
Like,
at
I love the
that.
guy,
Gabrielle
but-
is really excited
Is
about
he
the fact
a
that
card game
Tom,
player?
see, that'll be
the
fine.
fake
Tom's a
out
quiet
work
lad.
into this Miraidon, and so this should be a KO.
I'd say
onto
take
it,
that.
and then you're still going to have to whittle through this
Wanna see
Incineroar.
him?
But after that KO, this
did.
Calyrex Shadow does get a nice
Miraidon
boost to
gone.
its special attack, but can it keep it?
Michael
Because
Kelch
it
is
really
kind of
does
on the
depend
ropes.
on what this Incineroar is going for.
Oh, no,
and
he's
it
all
does
right,
seem
actually.
Like this should have been a likely turn of events here, but maybe Gabrielle is
Surprised
just very
about
confident
something,
about what he
but
has
due
in
to what
the
it is, I
back
don't know
end
if we
to
can share
deal
it.
with this. Now that both of his restricted Pokemon are KO'd.
I think
Well,
he's
don't
gotta
know
be
then.
pretty confident given his reaction.
I'd
there,
say
right? He's
err on the
very
side of
happy
probably not
that
then,
the
if it's
Miraidon
not
was
something you're
able
sure
to
you can
knock out
share.
this turn,
That's
which
what I
means
need
that
to
there is
learn.
No more Choice Scarf Miraidon able to
Is
threaten
if you
a lot of
don't think
damage
you should say
into that
it,
team. It will be the
if you're not
Ogerpon
sure if you should
Wellspring
say it,
form. I do
it's
kinda
about
like this
energy
position
drink.
for Gabriel now. The sun being up means
Maybe
that
maybe
Firebolt
just put
from his own
redacted
Incineroar
instead of the
might
name
even
of the
be able
drink.
to take a one-hit
Did you
KO
say
onto
what-
Michael's
it's not cheap.
Amoonguss. And despite the sun being up,
Woolies is still a
Ivy
thing in
Cudgel
Australia
still
and
very
here in South
strong.
Africa.
Might come
Damn.
pretty close to a knockout on Incineroar here. Even if
I've
it doesn't
made
knock
myself
out
a
though,
TM.
thankfully being the water typing means it's less vulnerable to
So
the Flare
annoying.
Blitz. I think you're
What
in a
TM did
spot
you make?
now where
I
because
made
that Calyrex Ice
scary
Rider
face
from
this
Michael's
time.
end is
Maybe
so
it
low,
replaced make
might
yourself a
actually be in
TM
strong
with make
position
yourself a
here
TM.
despite the 2 to 3 Pokemon
Maybe,
deficit.
but
When
that
you
would've
did
been
it,
the
did you get
second
it?
I
time.
really do
I didn't
agree with
see
you. I
one.
think Gabrielle
Do it
is
again.
in a
Do it
great
again.
position versus this Amoonguss, and
a
especially
lovely
because
can of
this electric
caffeinated
terrain
beverage.
is still active. It's not like Gabrielle's Incineroar can get put to
Why don't you
sleep.
make agility?
And
You
you
haven't got
still
many
have that
agilities.
natural grass typing on the Ogerpon
I've
that's
got
going
two.
to keep you safe from
I'll
those
make it
spores
up.
as well. And the Ivy Cudgel, let's see if it's able to get the job done in the sun, and it
Cool,
is.
and then back out,
Super
and then-
effective. Don't forget that Ivy Cudgel also has an increased chance to get those critical hits.
It
So
pops.
felt
Now
like
there you
a
go.
Really
Okay, now what?
good job well
Now
done
what are you
here
gonna give
for
me?
this Ogerpon. And
Make
now
myself
Oh my
TM.
god, it just keeps giving Amma make yourself a TM over and over.
Oh my
Calyrex
word.
Ice left against
Not saying things when I shouldn't is my biggest
Incineroar and
weakness.
Ogerpon combo.
You know
This is a
what?
really
I'm not even going to
powerful
deny
position
that.
to be in
You
if
have
you're
your
Gabriel
moments.
Now. This Calyrex Ice Rider will be knocked out by a single Ivy Cudgel.
Especially with
terrain
training.
being up still means that Incineroar cannot be put to sleep.
Hello,
Now,
I'm
you
a TM.
possibly, if the electric terrain wasn't here,
I
have the
love-
option
look at
to
chat just
protect
being
the
like,
Calyrex,
making
maybe try and
themselves
put
TMs.
Incineroar to sleep and go from there.
Proud of
But
y'all.
because electric terrain
A Woolworths
remains,
advert with a
nothing can
certain
be put to
Australian
sleep
man
if
didn't
it
age
touches
well.
the ground. Your Ogerpon
It's the
cannot be
Australian
redirected by
man. Is
Rage
it,
Powder, given
Steve
that
Owen?
it is a grass
Is it,
type. So now you
is
have
it
a
the
pretty clear road to
pedophile?
victory here. You just go for that Ivy Cudgel into Calyrex
Need to
and
be more
Flare Blitz
specific.
into Amoonguss.
The paedophile man.
sense,
The king
though. I
nap.
think
No,
Michael
don't say his name.
protect on both the Calyrex and the Amoonguss. It's buying him some time.
Lord Huggies. Oh, Rolf Harris. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
Oh,
what I was
shit. I
gonna
forgot
say
Rolf
Rory.
existed.
Yeah.
I was living such a good time right
The
there.
damage calculation.
Oh, it's a
there,
shame because Animal
and you're
Hospital
also getting
slapped.
rid of the
See, I didn't
terrain
know
pretty soon,
Rolf
too.
Harris until
Oh.
he became
Amoonguss,
Pedophile.
It's
Well,
not going to
until
be
he
able
got
to
out.
Until he
get
became
through it.
one.
Yeah, with the
Then I was
came
really
out.
acquainted with him.
Yeah, until we came out.
Came to my school.
So, you know, the second part of what I was going to say.
Oh, Animal
is
Hospital
that
was mint though.
now Michael has time to think about what to do for game two.
What a banger.
Seeing how much recoil damage between the Flare Blitz and the Rocky Helmet.
Banger?
is wild
She's just a
too.
friend.
Even though the Calyrex did protect itself last turn, it doesn't really have
Right, I'll sneak.
much respite
Long time
anymore
since I've heard
against
that
these
name,
two
and
remaining
let's hope
Pokemon
it's a
for
long
Gabriel,
time until you hear it
put himself
again.
in a position to be one game up, one game away from top cut, and another kind of showing that.
Go on, Gabrielle! Smash him!
Here, much like we
Go
saw
on!
with Marco last
Sorry,
time.
it's
We
just
saw
'cause I-
Gabrielle
use
had
them
a-
very
had a
well at
big
the beginning
win
of the
this
game.
season.
I don't
That was some
know,
really important
actually.
Damage. Even with that Calyrex Ice Rider turning into
I'm
a
gonna
fire
go back
type
to
by
his
a Crash
achievements
Civilization,
earlier on.
You got that really important.
Because we got
Astral
time.
Barrage
You do have maybe some of the.
Do they show achievements on?
They do, I think so.
and
I
attack
know
like
that they're kind of
VGC. One lead.
I have broken.
Solid coverage into a couple types of.
I think they normally do it right at the start. Oh,
to
Rosemary's
kick
hair dye's
off
leaked,
our
look.
first day of competition.
Oh, imagine.
Sorry, Rosemary, love you.
Yeah, sometimes they just don't do it.
I think Gabriel's team especially is really intriguing.
Yeah, straight.
Oh, they just go straight to it.
So much restricted.
We don't give a fuck about your achievements. Oh, do you know why? I think it's his top
a little
cut.
bit better for Gabriel.
Like, it's... Because they've probably already been on stream before, maybe, and like, I don't know.
Pivot out this Miraidon. I don't think it
Hello, RLKGH. I'm not going to try and pronounce it. Just ... Don't really know what that means, but okay.
To grab onto the Miraidon before it was dealing some pretty significant damage to you. And so I wonder if you decide to.
Oh, Kelsh is sweating. Oh,
you know what? I couldn't wear. I would never wear a non-white or black. You know, a top that shows.
Yeah, literally, like.
Now the bikes
it's
are
gonna
gone,
happen.
So we've
You're in a
got
convention
now
center.
Like,
not when I'm on stream.
Instead of horse and bike, it's horse and cat.
Yeah.
Love me some ellipses.
The whole zoo is unleashed.
Oh, do you know what's funny,
The
Mitch?
Intimidate order here will be Michael's Intimidate.
It's one of the
activating
shoots that I did the other day.
So possibly
You know
the
the black
advantage in
thing
kind
with
of fake out
the
speed
hole in the
war
back?
here between the two Incineroar.
Yeah.
Incineroar speed interaction is always interesting because
that has like a purple underneath here, like a strip of purple. I was just like, I was so warm that day.
For Michael here,
I took some pictures and I was like,
but if they both go for either
see that I sweat a bit.
you kind of want your.
And that's not a region you want to be like, look how sweaty I got. Yeah. That was a nice TMI moment for everyone.
You don't want to be taking
You're welcome.
too much damage.
If you want to know what I'm talking
whatever
about, go to
switches in.
instagram.com/.
We will just see no switches actually this turn.
Xbox.ace now.
Both, all 4 Pokemon are going to stay in.
I got suspended. My first ever suspension from the social media site.
Type Calyrex. And we're going to see a fake out from
Oh, he's such a good boy.
At least be able to delay this.
Emma, where do I recognize you from? You got your own channel I might have seen, but not subbed on
Nice to
YouTube.
have this fire typing because
well,
You might recognize her from chat in here.
Maybe. Or maybe you've seen me if you've gone to events.
Doesn't feel good. Ice Rider Calyrex in response.
Or it's really awkward and it's like, hey Liam, have I seen you in this movie?
A pretty neutral turn, all things considered. The damage.
Hey, you in that show
even.
with the black girl?
Neutral
yeah,
turn,
I'm in the
critical
black girl
hit
show.
on the Astral Barrage. Could
yeah,
be a
if
big deal here. We saw
you might
in the
have seen
first
me at
game
a
one Astral Barrage do just.
My brain couldn't decide when you said the black girl show. Then my brain couldn't decide whether to do the theme song for Sister Sister or Moesha.
Even possibly a damage roll to get that.
I bet you haven't. You're far too young to watch Sister Sister.
I feel like, but I know I need
Sister Sister. Mate, do you know what's even better than Sister Sister?
Or do you want to go on the offensive? Maybe bank on
Smart Guy, the kid who plays the main kid in Smart Guy, who is the smart guy, is the brother of the two sisters from Sister Sister. Yeah. Like they're twins IRL, and he's their younger brother. And he's in an episode of Friends. The episode where Phoebe's playing really awkward songs for kids, and he runs into the coffee shop just like, "Are you the lady that does the music?" Like whatever. That's TJ Henderson.
Brought to this game, and I don't think it's too much of a surprise.
Charlie Porygon 2, well done.
Restricted Pokemon in the Miraidon. And now you get to kind
I
of
wonder
really
how many
loose
people have,
here
like,
with that
tried
Choice Scarf. You're going to be faster than this
I know.
Shadow Rider.
Michael Kelch has 3 worlds invites. It's fucking wild, man.
We were talking about before, and now you're seeing the Miraidon. You get a chance to say,
I know you want to get as many points as possible because you want the Travel Award. There's a little part of me that's like, you know, by virtue of like winning some regionals, you're also denying other people the chance to go to Worlds. A guaranteed place.
Protect this Astral Barrage Calyrex Shadow Rider from possibly
because you want the, but the thing is as well, you want the Travel Award because like X amount of people can qualify for Worlds, but only like 20 something I think from each region get their travel paid for, which for some people can be a clincher. Because like let's say I'd qualified for Anaheim this year, I couldn't go. I'd have to just be like, I can't go.
Still have all 4 of your Pokemon, which kind of makes
I could probably do a stream goal, but
especially given that
they don't do so well nowadays.
Still threatening huge damage into pretty much everything left on Michael's team.
Not over there. Over there.
Pokemon from Michael instead of the Amoonguss in this game, which
there.
Really doesn't want to be taking
I'm pointing at that, you dickhead.
And also somewhat disincentivizes a possible trick room option.
With Beggarbutt.
Still seeing Michael
Yeah, start packing for Worlds because you're weird when you do it. I'd co-stream Worlds, but what? You're there. Oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna co-stream it and I'm gonna look for you on the camera. Someone wins a second invite. I think they should add another slot onto the 75-point qualifiers. Yeah, I think so.
Because that Urshifu is going to be a bit more naturally speedy.
Let's say Michael Kelch wins a regional, and then he wins another one. I think the runner-up should still get the world's invite.
Sometimes these Ogrepons, they really do drop a lot of their speed for bulk. So you really
If it's
just never know
top 4
if
at an
they
international,
have
why
both
is it
of
not
those
top
Pokemon
2
will
at
match up.
regional?
It's going to be tough here. Calyrex Shadow
number
Rider
one
will
at
leave the
regionals
field, though,
is
does not want to be
quite
knocked
Yeah.
out just yet. And it's going to be replaced by
15k
the
sort. Oh yeah, true. If you want a regional, yeah, that is a very good point. Yeah.
Regional is only item to have to increase your special
Yeah,
defense
regional
versus
6k.
this incoming Bolt Switch.
Second place at a regional is 5k.
Unfortunately, Incineroar, though,
He has done that. He won Stockholm and then won another 2 months later. No, I know he has. I'm just saying. I've just meant for the purposes of my example, let's use just a name that we know. I know he has. He's done it 3 times.
You are getting a free trick room.
Wow,
setup
Matt,
here.
pay attention, Matt.
will certainly go up. It just
I mean,
depends
it
on
is.
what you
Mate,
want.
I'm living in this
Ice Rider
twisted
to
world.
take
It's alright,
advantage
Matt, I
of
know you
that
are.
Where
trick room.
6k
If
is
you
not
bring in your
enough.
Incineroar,
Do you know what I mean?
I think they should
now has the
double
slower
every
pivot because
one
of
of
trick
them.
room, but unfortunately
Double it and
has
pass it to the next
slower
one.
fake out as well. So Gabriel
But no,
would
I
have
think
fake out
regional
advantage
win
going
should
into
be
this
like-
trick room.
maybe not
It is
full- I
set
think a
up. We
regional
still
win
have
could be
fake
like
out available
10K.
for Gabriel here.
I think an
Now this
IC win
Coretta
for
will be
VGC
attacking last.
I know for cards.
I assume it's all dependent on the profit that they make from it. Because they still have to do the travel and the production. And they have to pay all of the fucking staff, and they've got to maintain all their equipment and shit. So I wonder how much of that. Then again, it is Pokemon. So if they wanted to go, shall we maybe use 1 more % of our profits towards the VG thing, since it's kind of popped off thanks to Wolf?
And the trick room going out better for your Incineroar if you're Gabriel, but this now
yeah, I
Calyrex
would- I
Ice
think
Rider
regional
kind of
should
has
be
control over this
I'm
game.
sorry,
It's not
Kaylee, I didn't mean to give you
your,
flashbacks.
Calyrex Shadow Rider here. If the Ogerpon is the
should
4th
be
Pokemon for
25.
Gabriel again, a couple of Glacial Lances and Trick
No,
Room are
World
really
is 50
scary.
for cards.
Yeah, but I think because
World should be in
of
London
the
again, that was
fake out
baller.
potential, this is
More
why
for
we
cards
see,
than a
despite the fact that this trick room is set up, Calyrex Ice is going to go for the Protect.
They are varying the battle
And
music.
Urshifu just goes for the close combat, so not terastalizing here actually ends up being
What's
a
this
pretty
one,
good
Ace
thing,
Academy
but what does
Tournament?
Koraidon decide to do?
Think so.
You can take advantage of this defense drop, but the
Do-do-do-do-do.
collision force goes into this Ice Rider
My
Calyrex.
favorite is
So
still,
what
and
a
I've
great
learned what it's
protected
called
turn
now.
for
I think it's the
Michael.
loyal
In a great spot to be in now, you pretty freely
Yeah, and there's the slightly
Incineroar
ravier
and
version
close
of it, which is the
combat into
Petulant one.
Koraidon should be
Yeah.
2 knockouts, which is
Yeah.
exactly what you want to see going into
Treasure
Trick
of
Room.
Ruin
This
is
only the
overplayed on
second
this.
turn, so I think there's going to be a couple more turns after this one to make advantage of it, which means that if you do get 2 knockouts here, this Calyrex Shadow Rider the field with a couple turns of Trick Room.
9-3 for Oscar?
A double protect
Oh.
to
So that
survive
means
those.
he can
Now,
still...
much more.
Did he
maybe an
win then?
offensive position
Or did
for
he
Michael than we saw him in
lose?
game
That's a
1.
win, yeah,
Now
because he
has
was 8-3
control.
and...
This Ice Rider,
Yeah.
despite taking a lot of damage,
Yeah.
that
I
critical
really
hit
wish we
actual
could have entire
barrage has been
championship series
now
without restricted
just
mons.
really face
Please,
the threat
you,
of something like
please.
those
That's what I
fast
want
attacks
so much.
from Gabriel
Regulation
after
H
game
all
one.
season.
When was the last world?
You have to kind of find a way if you're Gabriel
was
to stall
restricted
as a
last
trick
year, 'cause
room,
Luke
and
Cherry
it does
barely
get
won
a
with
little bit
Koraidon.
harder.
There was
when
restricted
you
the year
are
before, because I
starting
think
to
that
run
was
out of
Shohei
turns
Kimura,
on
right?
protects.
Yeah.
You also can't protect in front of this
that's a shame.
Urshifu.
Pretty sure
because
9-3
of
won't
its
make it.
9-3 must be
unstability, and
enough
that
for
does
his
make
worlds,
things way
right?
harder.
Usually index
So I
2. Maybe
see
there's a
Gabriel
bubble though.
actually
If they're
pivot
going for a
off
top
this
16,
Koraidon,
maybe there's a
and I
bubble.
think
There aren't that many
recognizes
players
this
still
will be a
playing.
very key piece later. And you've got
Probably.
the U-turn as well. So
How many
if you
tables are
want
there?
to, I think you can bring something
Oh, to be
in
fair,
that
there's
you
78
sacrifice, but
tables,
I
which
take a
is
look at some of these options and maybe
140,
you see, like, Ogerpon would be quite nice
156
here.
players.
You still have water
Okay, yeah,
absorb
so they're
because
getting
you
down to a
have
top
not
32, so yeah,
actually,
actually maybe.
or, you know, terrestrialized
So for
here,
top
but
32,
Calyrex Shadow
there
Rider has to
are,
get
let's
knocked
say
out,
there
and then
are 16
depending on
tables.
what this Urshifu pick, this poor Ogerpon
Oh, yeah,
is going to
definitely
get knocked
Yeah,
out
not
too.
like
This was a really, really good turn.
there's
for
16
Gabriel.
tables
If
of
Michael
9 and
decided
2 and
to go for
above.
high horsepower
So I
into
feel
his,
like, yeah, you got to be 10 and 2.
Incineroar and close combat into
I don't think
Shadow
9 and 3 is going to
Rider.
cut
I
it.
think Michael made a really good choice
UIC,
here.
UIC
Instead
deal
of
was 3 and
leaving
2
open,
and had to go
leaving open the
unbeaten for the rest of the
possibility
tournament
of
to
having
top
your moves
cut.
read. He went
That's
straight for
fucking
moves
horrible,
I remember
right?
when they
to
talked
get
about it,
damage
they were
out.
like,
I think the
Dill
Calyrex,
has
if it
gone
was to swap in,
undefeated
was certainly going to be in that Koraidon slot. So close
Crazy.
combat into Incineroar is very safe.
Hey, that
Like
math
you said,
checks
you really
out.
don't want to be using Surging Strikes with the opportunity for the Ogerpon to swap in, mitigate that damage entirely. So the Glacial Landslayer is a really solid option. You're going to knock out the Calyrex. May even knock
Michael
out the
is
Incineroar,
on fire
especially
in
now
this
with
one.
the boost from Grimnay, but it was a
Pun not
looking a little
intended.
bit close already, and now you've put yourself at a 4-2 Pokemon advantage. It's gonna be
I'm not
pretty
used to
hard
this.
come
Just
back
at
from
my
that, to
feet.
be
I'll
real.
turn the doggo cam off
still
then,
a
you
couple of
bitch.
turns of
Whoops.
that Trick Room as well. So even if the
Cactua cam.
Incineroar can go for a fake out onto one of these Pokemon, and you can probably secure a knockout onto
Still a win for Dill.
either
Oh,
with
mate,
the
Dill's still got,
damage,
like,
you know
what,
that this
10K?
Calyrex
10K.
Ice is going to knock you out first.
Notoriety.
And Michael Cowles
Immortalized.
with this game win ties up
Yeah,
our
the Trick Room
series.
difference.
We go down down to the third and final game in this set to decide who between
Michael
Michael and
McLovin.
Gabrielle moves on to our top cut.
Really
No pressure,
impressive
Gabrielle,
rebound
but
from
you need
Michael
to
there
fucking
after
win,
game
mate. Come
one
on.
that Gabriel had pretty much full control of.
I feel like I would seriously
this game during our match.
I don't know.
Kind
I
of
would really
indicative of his
struggle
run
with
through this
like,
tournament as
everyone's
well. I
like
believe he
take one match
started
at a
yesterday
time.
6-0.
Yeah,
How do you
how?
expect me to take one match at a time?
Every match is the most tense match I've had since the last match.
Yeah, exactly.
The cheering will forever be in a stream.
I remember the regional after in like America where someone won with like
but now finds himself
Lunala,
in
I think.
position to be
All
one
the
game
people in
away.
the audience were
Of
going,
course, Gabriel in the
let's
same
go,
spot,
and then
though.
that
Now
person
Gabriel
said.
having
And
so
I
much
remember thinking,
experience
obviously you
at
guys
the
would
international
make
level,
up,
knows
yeah. It's not
exactly
made up.
how to turn around
But
from
it's like
maybe
I was
letting
like,
a
I
little
think
bit of a
they've
lead
been
early
tired,
on slip.
you know?
I brought pro wrestling chants to Pokemon. That was fucking me. And my favorite thing was when we were at locals after, and we were talking about Dill and all that and the chanting, and more than one person said to me, "Hey, let's not forget you fucking started that," and I was like, "I fucking did, thank you," because normally people will just go, "Yeah, we did that." I'm like, "I fucking did that."
After that first turn, after
Yeah.
that critical hit Astral Barrage, it looked a
It's
little
like
bit
they've
in
used that
Gabriel's
chant in
favor,
wrestling
but
for
as soon as
years.
that triple
Daniel
went up, it
Bryan,
seemed like Michael knew exactly how to
etc.
close out that game.
Let's
Gabriel
go
needs to find
Cena.
another game
That was the
plan
old one.
despite having the same exact lead.
It was always the
That might
kids
even
and the
play out
girls in the
same exact
audience
way.
chanting,
Wouldn't be
"Let's
surprised
go
to see that
Cena,"
fake out
and then
Astral
immediately
Barrage
all the
versus
men in the
Lance,
audience,
get some damage
"Cena
going,
sucks."
and then readjust your game
Dueling
plans
chants are
from
mint.
there. We do see the Among Us and the Urshifu.
You can't really
so
do
there is,
negative chants in
no more
Pokemon.
ride-on this time around from
Oh my
Michael.
God, they
Maybe
would kick you
indicates
out
that he wants to
Shoes
lead
off
even
if you
further
hate
into
Wolfie.
that Pokemon
Shoes
mode.
off.
You don't have to worry about your choice
Everyone's
scarf
shoes
or
are on
ride-on
because
getting in
everyone
the
loves
way.
Wolfie.
Ride-on being gone too
I
means
mean,
that there's
when
never going to be electric
Wolf
fire.
won,
Furless is there with his shoes off.
when Wolf won,
Yeah,
I
that's
was
kind of
devastated.
counterintuitive when you've got the
Right.
Amogus on your Rhydon
But I was
team,
also like,
but-
yay!
Yeah, yeah, you're literally there like, "He's so good."
I got to watch Wolf Blink win.
Was it one isn't enough?
Here,
So,
just keep it
yeah.
safe. You don't want to take any super effective damage from either this Incineroar or
Will forever
this
be in a
Shadow
stream.
Rider.
Forever.
Knock-off, you actually do get rid of this Assault Vest. So these Astral Barrages, they're still not going to be doing too much damage.
It's actual
because you
Astral
do have that
Barrage.
Resist, but it is kind of nice. Oh, fake out, I'm
Barrage.
sorry. I thought that I thought the Assault Vest was gone. I was like, wow, that actually moved quite fast.
Yeah, I think that Michael opted not to go for the fake out there, which meant that the Incineroar
No
didn't
one
get
has
to
finished
top
their
off.
battles.
It did take a little bit of damage from that Astral
When
Barrage.
did they update
but
them
Trick
last?
Room going up immediately, no opting for
39
that initial
minutes
glacial
ago,
lance
come on.
means that the speed advantage will be
There's
Michael's
no way
for the
all
next
of these
few
games are
turns.
going to game
And
threes.
I believe that Michael's Incineroar, I guess, now has a slower pivot.
Fuck
which really is
me.
exactly what
It's
he
the best of the
wanted.
best, Liam. That's what,
You
yeah,
get to see
true.
what Gabriel's Incineroar opts to do
Not the
before
best
you
of the
attack
best,
with
you
your
know.
own Incineroar. And depending
Some of them are
on
the best.
if it's a U-turn and knock
Some
off,
people
you
aren't
get to
there.
kinda readjust if you want
Right,
to do that
Wahlberg.
instead.
But we aren't going to see any
Hi,
switches.
Wolfgang.
I feel like this Incineroar
Still
is
annoyed I wasn't at day 3 of the EYC. Still salty I didn't have those cookies. I've got lemon drizzle.
You, Kaylee, should have come on Championship Sunday. I don't even feel bad.
But it
You
wasn't
should have
enough
been
goes
there.
hard, right?
Oh.
On game 3 now, when did that happen? About the start of game 3, I think.
But also bring down this Ice Rider Calyrex.
Oh,
It's
shit.
low HP. This Ice Rider Calyrex is going to try to fight back.
Trick
as
room's up.
hard as
Oh, the Terra Normal helping. Spooky plate. That's because you're not running spell tag. Ice Rider's gone.
Calyrex Ice goes down, and this Trick Room, it's not going to be something that Michael's able to use for this Ice Rider anymore.
I do like. It's going to do big damage to both Pokemon. Incineroar went. Bro, did you do something? New Soph podded? Tell Gizmo's typing one handed. Hey, Instagram or Twitter? Twitter? To be fair.
Moving that 20% boost
It's
to
not
Ghost
far
Rider
off.
back. The Astral Barrage is able to KO that Calyrex
Adolf
Ice
Twitter.
Rider because of that critical hit boosted damage. A really strong position for Gabriel to be in now, despite Trick Room being up, despite some of your Pokemon not having the speed advantage for the next few turns. If you are able to get out of Trick Room, without
Metapod
losing
sent me
too many
this.
important resources,
We missed
you're gonna
Battle
be
of
in
the
a much
Century
better
yesterday.
spot. And the
Zach
fourth Pokemon
Robinson
from
versus
Michael
Zachary
is
Robinson. That's
Amogus.
amazing.
So if Trick Room ends, Amogus is now very
Oh, that's
vulnerable to
nice.
some very powerful
I was
attacks.
so excited for your
The good
win.
thing for Michael here is that he does have two of the slower Pokemon. I mean, the Urshifu.
You get
is
loads of
going to be,
gift
I think,
vouchers for
just
your
a little
Amazon.
bit
To be
faster
fair, you get
than
loads of
Incineroar,
Amazon
but
Do
delays.
you
do see Gabriel
complain?
make a
No, or
pivot.
do they just
This
do
Shadow
it?
Rider
Because maybe I
Calyrex,
just need to
despite
stop.
getting that boost, knows it will be the fastest thing.
I don't remember the
once
last time I've had an
trigger
Amazon
expires.
thing
So
delayed.
Rhydon's gonna come in. It's
honest.
gonna set
I've
the
had a
sun.
delay. I
Might
think my
help
ukulele
make
was-
this Rapid Strike Urshifu a little bit better to deal with.
Oh, you complain.
U-turn
All
from
right.
Gabrielle
Noted.
means that there can be another pivot
yeah, he's
on
a
the
real
board
bitch
here
for
for him
complaining all the
outside of
time.
that manual switch
It's
that he
great.
just did. And we'll have to see what comes in to take
Oh,
that
Instagram?
Silver's place. It is going to be that Calyrex.
I'm going to start calling it
it's
Twitter
already a
now.
low HP.
Yo,
it's
it's
a better target to
mommy.
have to
It's mommy
sacrifice here
Cynthia
than
Rocket.
letting your
love
Incineroar go
Cynthia.
down. Once you get rid of this Shadow Rider Calyrex,
Although I will say, because I'm Liam, I wish you'd have flipped it horizontally, but ours the wrong way around.
And then it puts this Koraidon from Gabriel
But
in
it's
a
fucking
commanding
perf. It's going on my story. Let's go straight in my basket.
The Calyrex Shadow Rider is
Oh,
knocked out by the
Ruby.
Incineroar on this turn.
You don't know
give
how bad
yourself
she
the
wants to
option
jump up and cuddle.
swap into that Ogerpon Wellspring, if that's your fourth Pokemon, to now redirect any
Oh, she
spores
coming.
away from
Oh,
this Koraidon,
no.
which will have a hard time being
Oh,
damaged.
she does the
by
lean,
this.
right?
Close combat do a decent chunk. But
He
because
leans
the
in.
of those surging strikes
Someone once told us
is
dogs hate
useless.
being
Especially
cuddled because they
nice
feel
that U-turn
stressed when
from
you wrap your
Gabriel
arms
going
around them. It's
into
like,
the
no,
Urshifu, so the focus
not
action is now
Ruby.
broken. The Urshifu no longer has any protection of, kind of that
I mean, she's
one-hit
doing what I
KO,
do.
factor, and so whatever comes in for Gabriel is going to be really important.
Oh, no, I
Getting
wouldn't do
rid of
that, but
Astral Barrage,
I might have a
Calyrex,
lean
Shadow
later.
Rider. Also, I think makes a lot of sense. We talked about maybe stalling out
You
Trick Room
funny,
and then using
Brev.
it later on. But knowing that Urshifu now is on the field, you're going to have a hard time stalling out Trick Room with Protects because it can just break right through them with that Unseen Fist.
Well, this is going to be
Fix
the
your audio?
Intimidate, and while
Sweet.
we do usually see critical hits from the
Oh, she
surging
does
strikes,
that.
Intimidate is still helpful for all of these close combats that the Urshifu can dish out.
It
you
is.
now still have that fake up pressure.
I need
We
a
talked
new
about
holder,
that with
though.
allowing this
The
Shadow
holders I
Rider
bought
Calyrex
aren't very
to go
good
down.
because I reached
and
my PlayStation controller,
maybe you just
right?
kind of deal with
And
the
it just falls.
I
That
don't
one's
know if
fine
you
'cause I've
really
stuck
care
it.
too much
It's
about
got
what
like a
Pokemon
sticky
going
pad,
to
but
see
then I'm
if
like,
you're
what if I
able
go on
to
holiday?
actually
I'm gonna have to
get
unstick the sticky and then it's
KO
ruined.
onto the Urshifu or
Unstick the
Samuka
sticky.
because the
As a
Urshifu's
dog owner,
going
it
to
depends on the
check.
mood of the dog.
You kinda
Sometimes my
just
dog
have
loves a
to
cuddle,
go
sometimes
for
he
the
pushes me
fake
off.
out
Yeah,
into
of course.
Mungus
Like,
and
it's
But like to
just
say that they
Koraidon
like
does.
Ruby is a
Fortunately,
cuddler.
with
Like
the
she
collision
literally,
force into
you don't have to
this
pull her towards you.
Urshifu,
She
kind of
literally
an
leans ahead.
unfortunate missed
I mean, you can
opportunity
see it
here
in
for
her little
Gabrielle
face.
to have gone for something like the
cute
Flare
little
Blade.
Who are these
instead,
cool kids?
Knowing this Amoongus cannot terrestrialize
Paul
anymore,
though,
since that was
I'm
extremely close to
Liam. I don't know if you know me.
It is
Hello,
tough now
Paul.
here.
I'm
Mungus
Amma.
will have the
I'm not
opportunity
a
to put one of these
This
two
is Black
Pokemon
Sophie.
If the Wellspring Ogerpon is
Mine's a
Gabriel's
husky.
fourth
Doesn't push
Pokemon,
me.
he
I
needs
get
twice
kicked
to
into the
catch
wall.
four
Valid
of those
husky
slots.
behavior.
But both Pokemon also threaten very heavy
love
damage
Urshifu's,
into Amoongus with a
Gemini.
Flare Blitz. And the
I love
Incineroar coming in from
Urshifu
Michael
when it
hopes
faints.
to mitigate some of that damage, though.
Only a couple
I'm sorry,
more
Katie.
turns
I've
of
really
Trick
left
Room
you
are
to the
left,
wolves with these
though,
BP
and this
missions.
Incineroar is not gonna help
I'm
out
just
with the
here
damage
eating up all
output
your
of this
BP effort.
Koraidon.
PP.
With the spore
Half of the
from
time, I feel like
Amoongus,
it's
the
not going
first
through
thing
when
on
I do
this
it.
turn, we will see this Incineroar
Do,
from
do,
Gabriel get put
do,
to sleep.
do.
There's only one
How you
fire
doing,
type
Paul? How's your
attacker
day
that
treating
is
you?
off the board.
Wish could have
It
extra.
takes its
Oh, I've read
mandatory
this.
turn,
I've
but
read
now it
this.
is time for this
Be
Koraidon
polite.
to do
Okay, I
something,
was going to
and
take
the
it the other way
Incineroar
and
is
just be
going to
so
have to be
angry
on the
all the
receiving
time.
end of
When
that
my train was
collision
delayed
course.
30
It gets
minutes
knocked
on
down, and
Tuesday,
so Michael,
I was
down
almost
to his
going to pull
final
the
two
emergency
Pokemon.
level.
The
I was like,
Urshifu
you know
and
what?
the
There's no
Amoongus
need.
has
And
got
then
to be
when I got off the
Gabriel's
train,
Pokemon
and
Miss
Oh.
like, I was going to get back on it, and someone on the train behind us had pulled the emergency lever and delayed the whole system even more. Because
Rip.
it was awful.
Trick Room has ended, so Koraidon is speed.
Koraidon is speed. Is Koraidon more speed than Urshifu?
It's Sash Urshifu, so yes.
Oh, yeah.
Urshifu's got 97 base speed.
Yeah.
If he really wants to, can
Koraidon is
get your attack
135
back to neutral for the
base
remainder of
speed.
this game. And of course, Trick Room expiring makes this Koraidon
Sure it
even
is, yeah.
more of a threat. Should be the
Let's go with
fastest
that.
Pokemon on the field, and if the sun runs
I
out,
drive
this
everywhere
one,
if the train is
swapping
quicker,
out
yeah.
that Koraidon will double in use
Alright,
in
I've got
being
the
able to read and set up
auto
that
battle
sun.
Once Amma gets on the road, the world will
Maintain
end.
that attack boost from your
The world
ability
will
for
not
the next
end.
two
You will have a
turns,
great rest of
while
stream.
also clearing out
I'll
that
be on
intimidate.
stream on the train probably
I think
if
that's
I
why
get
you
Wi-Fi.
actually
Oh,
saw
no,
Michael
we're on
go
about
for
when you get a
double
car.
attack
Oh, when I
Because
get a
Jason
car.
says,
If it
I drive
is
everywhere, even if
Ogerpon,
the
it
train would
may
be quicker.
be our-
And I agree.
It might be getting-
And I said, you're going to be
might able
dangerous when you get on the
knocked
road.
out here.
No, I don't.
The Amoongus actually
The reason
does
I
go
didn't
for
learn
the
to drive when I
protect.
was 17,
Knows
like my
that
older sister,
there
was just
is
because
still
I
this
enjoy
flare
taking
blitz
public
as
transport,
the
and
rest
it's
of
so
this Amoongus
because
to
I'm
stick
such a
around, and it
germaphobe.
gives
Like
this
even on the
Such an
train today,
environmentalist.
away
Not,
at this
I'm not even
Koraidon.
environmentalist. Like I I couldn't care. Well, I could care, but in terms of like driving a long distance, I just enjoy walking about. But today on the coach was hell though. Every time someone flushed us away, look, the smell of came wafting from. It was really bad today.
I get the train if parking costs more than a train ticket. Yeah.
Of course, now you know that you have
Can
the
you
option to go for
excel?
those 2 attacks on this turn.
What can cost more than a train
respect
ticket?
the Incineroar's Flare Blitz
I'm
and
not going to
possibly
do that.
£25 a day.
£25 a day.
Oh, wow. Which
The
means
Excel,
it
yeah.
won't be free to target this
But
Koraidon.
no, I didn't
However,
mean you'd be
there's these two
dangerous
very
on the
powerful
road. I
Flare
meant
Blitzes
like
being
you
threatened
with
in the
freedom
sun
to go
into the
wherever
Zeronius.
you want.
And if
That's
you lose
true.
this
I
game,
mean,
That's
it's gone down to
dangerous.
just
I've already
one
kind of,
Pokemon
I already
remaining.
feel kind of
We
like
still
that.
have
But
yet to
yeah,
see
with
Gabriel's
driving,
work
I'd
as
be able
well.
to.
It could be
I don't know.
that
Yeah, get
Pokemon
around a
again.
lot.
Because there are some places you want to go and you're like, oh yeah, I can
Unlikely
get the train there. Oh, but then
Steam
it's an
Tail,
hour
but Flurry
walk to
may
where I
be a
actually
solid
want to
option
be.
here.
And you're like,
Yeah.
nah.
Some big damage.
But to be fair, like I walked here from where I was, and that was like
very good wallbang.
Almost half an hour. I don't mind, like 40 minutes to me is a short.
Is going to be able to get the knockout into that
yeah,
Pokemon with that
I would like to be able to.
Wait,
Does
what?
get a little bit of recoil from the
I'm helping
helmet,
now. I'm done shiny hunting. Oh yeah, don't worry. Like
well done for this
everyone in the group's slacking.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm doing the auto battle one, and it's not registering the Pokemon that I'm.
At the end there, Gabrielle is going to be down to Jussie and Cinnamon, whatever this fourth Pokemon is. But this Urshifu, it gets the second KO. 1v1 here. It comes down to Jake. It's
Kelsh with the comeback.
Against whatever Gabrielle has thought of for the back for this final game of this set.
Look at him, he's all leaned forward.
Gabrielle's in a really strong spot.
What if it was Ogerpon?
Which Ogerpon?
The water one.
Oh.
So we can only use close combat.
Okay. Out with Dazzling Gleam, but as long as close combat does not
Hornleech goes hard here.
Gabriel will win.
Let's find out. Oh, close combat. It's just not going to get
look at it. Look at Michael's pained face.
Oh, no. This chance to make it to the top.
He's like, if only it was Power Whip and it missed. Yeah, boy! Up the Gabrielle.
Top cut of the North America International Championships.
Really impressive stuff.
Little Yaris.
Oh. Despite that Trick Room going up early, he knew exactly what he needed to change from that second game to be able to come out on top. But Koraidon threatened way too much damage at all times.
Just being nosy of like, where's Essie? Why did she bark?
Koraidon, which is kind of the biggest threat outside
She
of
loves to
Trick
tell
Room.
Essie off.
Michael was able
Little
to
shit.
hold it off a little bit, just not
She's a
at
proper
that
snitch.
time when Trick Room ended.
Oh,
the
hell yeah,
Koraidon was
Trick
a
Room did
huge
end, you
threat.
bitch.
Both that Urshifu with the
I can
lower
play my
defense stat
Pokemon
from
game.
close combat, and of course that Amoonguss
I've definitely
is
knocked
very
out.
aggressively
See, it's
targeting
not
down the
even
Amoonguss at the end of that third game. I think Gabriel knew that as soon as Amoonguss went down, the Ogerpon would be able to 1v1.
Let's have a look at the
Urshifu
scores
if
on the
they needed
doors.
to, and that's exactly how it ended.
Kazuki is now 11-1. Nobody's undefeated now. Bezard Montazir won. Yuma got another win against Eric Rios. Marco lost to Francesco Piopero. Italians losing to Italians. You love to see it. Thomas Irwin beat Dylan Salvanera. Carson Confer won. Marcus Dion won. Giovanni Kish. Zachary Weed won again. Matty Morgan won again. Victor Medina. Federico Camporesi. Justin Tang. That's a name I know. Ruben. Justin Knox. Thomas Colleen. David Kubiak. Ernesto Verdugo.
Tola Webb, I know that name.
Tola Webb, yes.
It seems like
Shohei Kimura got another win this round, so 9-3.
We saw the use of Trick Room
Christopher
also was really
Han.
great for Michael, maybe catching Gabriel a little bit off guard. A lot of times the
Jody Azzarelli got another win.
Nice.
It's a shame that
but trainers are more tempted
I guess
to
they're
go
hoping to
straight for those
bubble then,
lances,
because
get some
Oscar
more
won this round as
consistent
well.
damage going. That is what
So I
Michael
guess
did
it just
game one.
it may go on
Caught
resistance for
Gabriel,
seeding,
you know,
maybe.
unaware of the Trick Room option going into game 2, and that's how he's able to lock it up so easily.
Wolf was out day 1 went 5-3. True. True that.
In that third game,
You know who didn't go 5-3? Emily Parson.
And
But I
Emily,
think also that game looks so different.
I'm excited to
if
watch
Michael's able to
Unite
actually
because
preserve the focus
there's a
sack
team
on Urshifu.
in Unite
The fact it was not
got like 3
available
women on
for
it,
the final
and when
turn
they
of that
won one of
game,
their
that the
matches,
Hornleech was
one of them
able to finish the job up, no problem.
For the
He
women.
didn't have that.
Good for the
extra
girlies.
that focus sash guarantee
People 9-3 will be playing for money.
So
Top
it's
32
just
wins money. Oh, fair.
unfortunate end here for Michael
Do you think
Kelch.
Top
I
Cut's going to be
know
a top
he
16
really
then?
wants to be able to get
Not a top
back
32.
onto that
Yes.
big international
It's an
top cut
international. Wouldn't
stage.
they do
But
top
for
32?
Gabrielle, this is
I thought
another
they would,
chance
but
for him.
I don't know nothing, to be fair. That's
the
the more I learn
NAIC
about
kind of
VGC, the
ended
more
for
I
him,
realise
or
I
his
know
life
fucking
didn't end
nothing.
the way that he would have wanted it to. And
Look
so
in my
having
eyes, what do
another
you see?
shot to make it to the
Pitties.
finals.
Right, I need to
Oh wait,
make
I was
a
looking
bit
into
of
the
sound.
I was looking at the
Let's
video
hear what
screen
he
again.
has to say with Evan on the stage.
I need to make a bit of sound.
Thank you so much. I am here on stage with our latest entry in our top cut, Gabriel Legati. Congratulations! You are now officially in our top cut. How does it feel to top cut NAIC?
Hang on, I'm kidding.
Feels amazing to be back.
It's so good to have you here. It's so good to see your incredible team. I was actually talking with Len backstage when we
Ruby
saw the
suddenly got
Calyrex
very
with the,
Ruby suddenly
VGC
got very
substitute come
excited.
up, and Len that sort of
water bottle,
hollered,
which is quite.
That's where I started. He made it
You guys-
work. Gabriel figured it out. Tell me about that Pokemon.
She's right there.
I've been
She's
using
absolutely-
Darling Shadow for a while.
This isn't to share.
And I was always struggling to find the last two moves because obviously you need Protect and Barrage. I wasn't clicking Psych that
I've
much.
never seen a dog get so excited over a water bottle.
I figured that.
How's Sophie doing? She's doing okay. She's
maybe
She's
without
resting today.
Certain matchups, it's just in general like a super powerful move to
Ruby's
have.
like, I'm not. Ruby's like, I'm not coming up here until
in this tournament I
until you give me your water
Rashid
bottle.
with
But
single
yeah,
strike,
Sophie's
which
doing
would be
okay.
really problematic for me. But with subs, it makes things easier. People need to think twice before clicking Sucker Punch, before setting up Trick Room, before using Spore.
Do you think Liam will notice if I put Ruby in my bag and go home?
The best move.
You like that idea,
two
don't you?
uncommon moves.
You do.
Let's see.
He's so cute, you
I
guys.
was really debating.
Very
on
smiley
whether
as
I
well.
would run,
You can't see it on
Shadow
camera.
Ball
It's just
or
out of
Pollen
shot,
Puff
and I'm
or
not going to
Lead
touch
Seed.
Liam's camera. But
And in the end,
oh no, of course,
I
I'm
thought
sure she
Lead
does.
Seed would be better for me.
Sure, yeah, I'll tell her that,
Nala
Jason.
Calmine, which was something I expected.
I might get away with
didn't
taking
face
Max.
at all.
Max was nice to me.
We've kind
Apparently
of lost
he's not nice to
Lunala
everyone.
in the mix here.
But I don't think he would enjoy that. Ruby,
I didn't face a single Lunala with him.
I think
That's
I think
kind of
Ruby would
incredible
enjoy
to me,
it.
thinking about where I expected this to come
Did you
from.
enjoy a trip to
Yeah,
London,
just
Ruby?
one, got one. Okay. Well, let's talk about this match that you just played with Michael. I
think
believe
you
this is
would.
the first time you two
I
have
think
faced
Ruby could be a
off.
Londoner.
What was it like going down,
Me
coming
an
up
accent.
on stage?
Can you say in it?
seeing, Oh, I have to play
You say
against Michael,
fam.
who has made it to the finals of Worlds and semifinals of Worlds, and now here we are for the winning in for top cut.
You say mums.
What were you feeling in that moment?
She's
I was really
she's looking.
happy
She's looking at me
with
like we're
Michael.
crazy.
It's always a pleasure to face strong opponents.
You're getting a side eye from a dog.
One of the best players in the world right now.
Ruby, can you say Bally?
So when I knew I had to play aggressive game one because I knew
Hey, this has
that
been fun, you guys.
Koraidon Kali Shadow.
Don't get used to this. I'm not back in Derby
and
for
you can put on a lot of
a
pressure
long
against the
time,
team.
but Mum's life. No, Katie, they don't even say Mum's life anymore. They go, Mum's,
I was playing very
Mum's,
aggressive
Mum's.
as well, and then there was a turn. There was
Oh, stupid.
with Koraidon in front of Miraidon and Kali Eyes.
Didn't nick your dog, fam.
And I was always playing very aggressive, so I was like, okay, so this time I can go protect.
It's like she knows. She's looking
Everything
at me
went
like,
terrible because he predicted, and I just lost the game at his spot. And to be honest, on game 3 I got lucky with the critical hit.
oh, you guys, while Liam's making a cup of tea, I'm gonna tell you
After
guys
the crit, I know the game was
a story.
over,
I'm gonna tell you
especially
guys
after I
about
saw
my
moves, 'cause
about the
Overpawn
people referral
is
unit
just
that I'm
really
working at.
strong
Obviously, not
against
many
Lee Sin
details
and
because
Roshan.
I'm professional. But
And I think that's what's really
these
interesting
kids
about this
these
team
days,
as well.
Gen
We've
Alpha.
seen a little bit of Wellspring Ogerpon in the past few formats.
She's gonna sound
and a little bit in some of the past
Gen Alpha,
dual
if you will.
restricted,
And again, these are the
regionals
worst of
and
the worst
special
kids.
events,
Like my little
but it
sister's
hasn't
Gen
had quite
Alpha.
as much success
Like
and
whatever.
definitely nowhere near
These
as much
are
success as when
bad
it first
kids.
was released.
But
How is Ogerpon
it's
Wellspring form been
astounding how
treating
bad
you,
some of them are
over the
actually.
course
Because I
of
did
this
the same job last year.
It's been
And
like
they
super good. Like,
I don't
can't
know. They
describe
were
all
bad
the
kids, but
Ogerpon
they
in
could
this team.
see that they needed to do a little bit
Initially,
better.
I had
Like I had a
Fire
girl who's in
Ogerpon,
year 10. She came up to me.
which on
So
theory
I
makes a
teach
lot of
GCSE
sense because
English,
you know, you
language,
have sun, you do a
literature,
lot of damage in
chemistry,
sun,
biology,
but on
physics, and
practice,
maths. So
it's
those
kinda
are what I
bad
teach.
because,
One of the girls
if
came
you
up to
have-
me
if you
with a
already
maths
have Terra
paper
Fire Koraidon,
and
you
was
don't need
like,
another Terra Fire
"Oh,
attacker."
can you miss?" They call me Miss as well. I'm 21 and I'm getting called
I
Miss.
wanted to
But
try
they
out
they
other
said to me,
Ogerpons.
"Miss, can you help me with
The
this
water
maths
one is
question?"
really
She's asking me for
strong.
help with her maths
There's
because she
Kyogre
wants to do
among
well
these
in her
teams that are
GCSEs. I
popping
respect
up
that.
Because
Kids this year,
usually in this
they
matchup,
either
they
think
want
they've
to
passed
Terra,
already, which they
Kyogre
definitely
Ice,
haven't. They
but
they
if
definitely
they
haven't.
don't Terra the
And
Kyogre,
they
so
don't see the
Ogerpon
future.
is
They don't have
really
any
good against
foresight.
that.
Not even
And
foresight to the end of the day.
it's also
So we
very
had one kid
against Terra
that
Fire
had
Kali
that was
Ice,
bad that
which
day, and
is
so got told he was
really
going to have a
problematic
half an hour
for
detention.
Koraidon.
He then
So,
goes. This is on a Thursday, by the way. He gets told on a
That's
Thursday he's going
awesome.
to have a
Well,
half
you
an
are
hour.
now qualified for the top cut.
He then goes,
How
I
are
can't
you
do that today.
feeling
I don't
going
want
into
to
Top
be
Cut?
here
What
for
are
half an
your
hour today.
expectations for
And then
yourself in this
the
tournament?
person in charge was like,
I
fine, you
wanna
can
win.
leave. If
You're
you
gonna win?
leave, you get an hour detention
I have
Friday.
so
And he
much
goes,
faith
fine,
in
fine,
you
I'll take the
because
hour, I'll
after
take the
watching
hour.
that
So he
match,
leaves.
You looked
And on Friday,
incredible
the
and
next
definitely
day,
in really good
he
form.
comes in,
So
we get through the
congratulations
day,
on that
and then
last
it's like,
match. I'm going to go
right,
ahead
kid,
and let
you've
you
got
get
an hour
ready for
detention
the
now.
top cut. But
And
do
he
you have
goes,
anyone
what?
that you'd like
What
to
do you
shout out
mean?
who's been
You
here
never
to
told me
support
that.
you along your journey?
Like,
I was very lucky
it's like
to
they
have
think
many
we're
friends
stupid.
supporting me,
It's
my
like they
family, my
actually think we're
girlfriend as
stupid.
well.
And then he's like, and this is the day before half term as well. So all the other kids that have actually been good that day, you know, they saunter out, bye, 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 have a good half term. But this kid's got to be there an hour because he's, you know, he acted cool. and he didn't think about his actions. And you know, it's crazy. It's crazy how they really don't think about their actions. Like it's a millennial parenting, my generation overcorrected.
Awesome, Gabrielle, congratulations.
You do kind of have spoiled, entitled kids with no attention.
Gotta make sure we get that in there.
They got their laptops taken away last week for bad behavior. The laptops are a privilege, right? Like they can use them during their break lunch to watch shows and play music.
Don't go anywhere because we are getting ready for the final rounds of our tournament. Stay tuned.
They yeah, what? No, I never knew that. Yeah, exactly that. So they got their laptops taken away. And let me tell you, 15 minutes without a laptop, and I had a boy rolling about on the floor going, "Oh, give me a laptop, man. Just give me a laptop, man.
So
I just need something to do, man. Give me a laptop."
Tip for new players, as this is also my first regional.
We're
Make friends with everyone who's here. Everyone's super friendly.
They've been given the option to go to the park. Bye, Anthony.
Just so happy to be
been
here.
given the option to go to
and
the
they just really want to
park.
help everyone
Like
who
it's
wants to play
crazy,
Pokemon.
and these aren't little
If I had
children.
one tip
Guys,
for a new
these are
player, it'd be to practice, to scrim a lot of people and just keep practicing.
Remember,
A tip
I
I
was
would
in
have
this
for
community
new players
before I
would
was
be
15. Like these
if you just pick a deck and you practice it a
GCSEs
ton
next year.
and you just
Like,
play it.
I'm astounded. I'm astounded.
It's a game that
Like,
you learn by doing.
yeah,
So getting
crazy.
in as many matches
Napoleon.
as you
I'll have a
can
look.
and learning from your mistakes, making note of any misplays,
But
any
yeah,
ways that you could have played better.
yeah, it's
One of the
crazy.
things that I did
They're-
to prep for this tournament was
They're mad.
practicing with my
They're
friends.
actually mad. And I worry for them because I finished
work.
work.
Sharing feedback with each other.
I
And so
finished
really
work
having that community
next
helps
week
a lot.
because I'm
Practice is the biggest
abroad,
thing, really.
to
If you're not
do
practicing your
veterinary
events, you're not
stuff.
going to know your matchups, you're not going to know what to play,
And
and you're going to have a
like,
bad
I
day. But
wish
if you
I could
pick
stay
good
longer,
decks,
even though I
practice
really don't
lots,
want to stay longer. I kind
you'll
of wish
do
I could
well
stay longer
eventually.
to help
Watch
turn them around. The kids
streamers
like me.
and
They're actually okay
play
with me
popular
because
teams.
my main job
A tip I'd have
isn't
for new
disciplining
players
them.
to play
My
whatever
main job
deck you're
is
comfortable
teaching
with and
other
what deck
kids
you like the
online,
most, 'cause you'll have the most
who
fun that way.
aren't in school, period. So that's my main job, and then when I'm done with that, I help with them.
The
So
furthest
I don't
traveled
have to
for
do a lot
Pokemon
of their
event
discipline,
is
so they don't hate me.
Yokohama, Japan.
Because I
it was a
don't
great
have to be the mean.
experience. I'd
And I
always
talk
wanted to
to
go to
them
Japan
earnestly.
again. I have been as a kid, but
And sometimes they
didn't
don't
really
know what I'm
remember
saying.
that much. And
So
made a whole
if any
trip
of you
out
follow me on
spent 2 weeks there,
Instagram,
and,
I showed a
Yokohama's
picture
just,
of.
amazing.
Let me try and get it up. I don't know how
Pokemon
to
Diamond and Pearl.
But
Probably
basically,
Hydreigon.
in South
I don't know, I just think he
London,
looks really
a
cool.
bus
I really
crashed
look up
into a
to
bridge,
Alex
and it
Underhill.
was a
He's
big thing.
a good friend of
It
mine,
was,
and
you
he
know,
really got me
I've got it on my phone, I don't
to
know.
take competition a lot more seriously. I had been kind of, here and there with Pokemon, like
And
treating it as a casual game.
So
but,
obviously
seeing
the
him work
bridge
so hard,
is what
I
trains
think
go
he's,
over.
been a
All the
big
trains have
inspiration
to
for me.
stop, so a
I guess it
mechanic
would
comes out.
probably
And one of the
be
kids asked
Cynthia,
me, "Miss,
because I
why have they stopped the
respect
trains?"
her.
And I
I
say,
love,
"We have to wait for a
trying the
mechanic
local
to come out to
cuisines
test
anywhere I
the
go, I think.
structural
Pokemon
integrity
events are
of
a
the
great
bridge."
excuse
Those are
to
my
travel,
words.
so having
And this
the
15-year-old boy
ability to
turns to me and
try
goes,
a bunch of
"What?
different
What are you
things is what
talking
I,
about? What do
enjoy
you mean?"
about traveling.
And the other
I like
teacher
fruit
says to
the
me,
most, probably.
"You're
I
using
don't really
too
like
big
sweets
words.
that much in
Using
general,
words
but
that are too
I
big
like,
for him."
after dinner, just
And
having
another
a nice piece of fruit.
asked me what
and
time it was
it's
one
just,
day, and I said 10 to 4, and she goes,
a little bit healthier.
"What does that mean?"
Peaches are my favorite.
It's just
but
like,
they're a
it's
little
so
bit,
bad.
they
It's
only
so
are
bad. I'm just
in
ranting
season during
about
the
my
winter,
job.
so I think for sure
So
it would be
bad.
Yokohama and
Like,
Japan.
I
New
fear for
Orleans
the
has been a
kids.
great,
Like,
city
my little
last
sister
year
is
at
Einstein
NAIC.
in comparison
The food
to
in
my
New
sister.
Orleans was amazing, and
Yeah,
that was the highlight of
gnarly.
the trip for me. I listen to a
It's
lot
always
of
like-
J-pop
there's always
for the
something
most
in
part,
South
so
It's always gonna be
probably my favorite artist right now is Otto. In general, I've been most partial to the fire
Well,
type,
mate.
but
Right. I
I've switched between them.
gonna come
just
back to
depends
some
on the
people from
generation.
it.
What are
I've
the
applied to all
pairings
3 types of
now?
players.
Not up.
I'm here with
Are there any
Flarion's
incomplete
mom,
matches?
and
there
we
are.
going to be
Oh,
playing
wow.
Pokemon.
There are
Alex
matches still going.
Underhill.
Alex Underhill, all
Are you
caps.
ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Turtonator or Volcarona?
Volcarona.
Volcarona or Colossal?
Colossal.
Volcarona.
Oh.
Volcarona
You would
or
choose
Blacephalon?
Volcarona.
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 Volcarona or Talonflame?
Talonflame.
Volcarona.
Talonflame or Litten?
Litten.
Talonflame.
Talonflame or Houndoom?
Houndoom.
Talonflame.
Talonflame or Armarouge?
Armarouge.
Armarouge.
Armarouge or Litwick?
Litwick.
Armarouge or Braixen?
Ooh,
Armarouge.
Armarouge or Chimchar?
Chimchar.
Chimchar or Charizard?
Charizard.
Charizard.
Oh, Charizard.
Charizard
I love how she
wins
was
it. Thank you
disappointed
very
in
much.
herself.
Yeah, just like, I kind of have to.
We got it.
But she got a Greninja.
Oh, Oh, of
Because-
course.
right?
Not even a fire type. Come on.
Not even a fire type. In my case, it's not even really kids, grown-ass adults like 19 to 21. Damn. Grown-ass
What?
adults.
What work are you in, Subs?
Hello, Sparrow. I'm doing good. How you doing? This is baller.
It says claim a victory in Terra raids. Where are you guys? Can we like do a raid?
You can do a solo raid.
I can do a solo raid, but I've never been able to do a black one on my own.
Where are you? You're in Paldea.
I am in Paldea.
That's why some of the things aren't popping for you.
What?
You have to do them in the terrarium.
No way!
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! I didn't even realize.
That's so. You guys, I can't play this game. I'm so.
You fucking Egypt.
I
Hey,
cannot.
Pokemon trainers.
I
Welcome to
cannot
Pokemon
even.
Unbelievable
This is
scenes.
terrible.
Yeah, eating a sandwich looks bizarre at 60
important
frames.
matches throughout the history
Frames
of
per second,
competitive Pokemon.
60
Alright.
FPS.
Let's flash
Okay.
back to the 2015 World Championships. in
I wonder why the
Boston,
BP wasn't going up very quickly.
This classic
I'm like,
moment
why is
happened
this
in
not
the Seniors
working?
Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from
Look, they've
Great
had to
Britain
blur the logo
and
on his
Koki
hat.
Honda from
Not
Japan.
him. That's just his hair.
VGC 2015
I've
was
got-
the season most remembered for two things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers
short
dominating the
explanation
metagame.
video.
Japan this year came.
We had
Alright.
this one yesterday.
Really did.
Look, Shady Penguin though.
The junior division.
Oh yeah.
Championship.
Daddy Penguin.
What's he doing now?
Jonathan Indovino. He still does YouTube.
Okay.
I remember he was making like a gaming bar thing at one point, but I think that was years ago.
Guys, I
Where's
am,
Celesteela's last chance, right?
I am in
Mega
the
Kangaskhan was the queen
terrarium.
of
Yeah, just not Pokemon. He went to
Nearly
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links for a long
67%
time.
of all top cut teams across all three
I am
age
currently
divisions
in the
had Mega
terrarium.
Kangaskhan on their team.
I
Mark
am
was the
ready
last
to
trainer who
actually
could stand in the
contribute
way
to the
of
war
Japan
effort.
claiming all three VGC titles in
Oh
Boston.
yeah.
Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016
Don't like the phrase
season.
aging
So this
up
would be
into the
his
Masters
final
division.
match in
I
seniors
don't- what else can
and
I
his
say?
final
Graduating?
redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before.
It gives me
At
that
the
same
2014
ick as,
World
this girl's
Championships,
just
he
turned
fought through the
18,
tournament
she's
only to
barely
lose in the
legal.
seniors
And you're like,
finals match. So
oh,
with the
you
weight
couldn't
of
be
the
selling
world
it to
on
be
his
any less,
shoulders
to be
and the
honest.
fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to
Tell me
find
this
a
girl's been
solution
18 for
Kangaskhan,
18
and
years.
his
Then I'm
answer
like,
was
oh
the
yeah,
same.
cool. So
But
she's my
before
age.
game one could
Oh,
start,
that sucks.
Mark had
I
one
mean,
simple
us
question.
Kaylee, it's Kaylee's
Mark
group.
M.
But I would be down. If you've
You
still
join
got
a group
space.
in
Mark
progress.
felt
I don't know.
incredibly confident.
I
in
mean,
this
I didn't even
matchup.
know you
He
needed to
even
be in the
winked at
terrarium to
camera
be
when he
Pokemon.
was
So-
ready
fucking
for the
bird.
finger switching.
You're collecting
disrupted
blueberry
much of
points.
Koki's gameplay by
I
setting
know,
up
but I
trick
thought
room
it might
and
just
skill
carry
swapping
over the
away
same way
capability.
Koraidon can fly.
It should
When
do,
he
but-
finally knocked
Yeah.
out, it was time for the
That'd be
crowd
too easy
favorite
for
to
Pokemon.
join the
That's
fray.
true.
Daddy's home. All tasers at Mum Waters.
Ooh.
So we're gonna hear lots of sexual
Hey,
words.
Mum Water.
Disregards accuracy and ensures that all
Got
attacks
about,
hit
I would
without
say,
fail.
maybe an hour,
Mark
I
used
would say.
dynamic punches.
Yeah,
to
well,
land
you've got
attack
about 50
because
minutes
without
on
his
How long
dubious
is it?
50% accuracy, it
Station
is
from
now
here.
100% a problem.
It's
for
like
Kangaskhan.
10 minutes, but I always give myself like half an hour just to be
Yeah,
safe
yeah.
because Saturday afternoon.
Yeah,
innit?
probably about
Never
50
gonna
minutes.
miss.
You guys, it's gone
Mark
by so
finished
quick.
up game
It's gone by
one in
way
convincing
too quick.
fashion,
Gone by
and
so
was
I've not
now
been nearly
one
half
win
as
away
lecherous
from
as I was
fulfilling
gonna
his
be.
dream of becoming world champion.
Maybe
That's
for
the nature of the
best.
stream, though. I've had to behave.
Oh, because it's a
Realizing they were the
Pokemon
ideal brains
stream.
and brawn
Well, no, just 'cause I'm on
combination
stream
that
in
was
general.
capable of
Oh,
defeating
fair. Wait, you
Kangaskhan in a
behave on
format
stream, guys?
ultimately
I know,
defined
right?
by
This is the
its
first time hearing
You've
it.
heard me off stream.
I have.
How worse I can be.
That's
That's why you timed it so perfectly. You're like, I'll definitely go before the stream ends because then
As game two progressed,
Liam can't be
Mark
Liam.
built up momentum by making
Oh, I need
all
to
the
bake
right
again
plays.
tonight.
The will of
Hell
the
yeah.
crowd had been determined.
for my-
What's Liam like off stream? It's like I've never seen a woman before in my life.
Yes.
He's just horn all day. Valid though, you know, present company and all that.
I'm glad Taze is good.
Gizmo's like, can confirm. I am ADHD off stream. Liam off stream was just, aha!
That's
Fucking
true.
true.
I think you got it,
by
Hoovy.
showing that no Pokemon can exist
I'm more
without
hands. That's
counters.
not true.
Hoovy, are you going to be like competing in stuff
Hoovy's
next
sick
season?
at VGC.
Yeah, are you going to be doing stuff next season?
Big mouth types of humor is what I'm imagining Liam is like, a little bit.
Because I want to say that I
I
know.
might have said bubble bath a few
Flawless
times.
set in the finals and brought a
Oh my God, I
title
want
back home
eggs.
to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his
Egg.
2014 loss.
Give me a
and gave
shiny, you
VGC
bitch.
Trainers around the world one of the most
Emma's had more
dominant
shinies than me today.
memorable Pokemon
Oh yeah,
matches
I
of
did.
all
I got a
time.
shiny.
Thank you for watching.
You're gonna
and
evolve
let
it
us
into
know some
Weird
of your
Ear.
favorite
I
moments in
forget
VGC
that Pokemon
history by
exists,
using the hashtag
but I might as
#PlayPokemon.
well, right?
You have to
I
move it
don't-
into Legends Arceus to do that.
I don't know.
Because it needs to use Psy Shield Bash in the Agile style, I think.
Oh, then maybe maybe.
I will if I can. You can, so do it.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, I would love that. Especially if EUIC's in London. Imagine all of us competing. That would be so probably a bit disastrous.
Very good,
We'd
Gizmo.
probably be all
Round round 13 should be up soon. All round 12 matches are over. Hey, that is how that works.
To get excited to take our crop
Round 12, no.
here in the
There are no round 12 left. There we go. Everyone's played. Last uploaded 5 minutes ago. Upload them sooner.
Take a photo of the Pokemon.
This is what you've got to look forward to when you do VGC at regional. Is this page? Everybody on their phones on this page.
To be fair,
trying to get it to refresh.
I clocked that this year because I feel like the last couple of years I went to UIC, I just went straight to spectator.
I was just, you know,
Running up to people and just going, "Have you got signal? Can you check Arcanine for me?" Because
I did see a little bit of that this year. Of people just going, can you tell me my match?
Yeah.
It's really cool to see how these trainers have
Unless they're doing a 13th round. Well, no, but on Arcanine Labs, it will be listed as round 13.
Yeah, absolutely. Congrats to Gabrielle there.
Because technically, it's still the 13th round of play. Just not the 13th round of Swiss. British venues are shocking for getting a signal.
The
Metapod.
Excel is horrifying.
The worst one was Liverpool.
Really?
The Liverpool regional was the fucking worst. Like, there was like a smoking area where people could get signal.
Yeah.
So there was so many people just lining this wall of windows, holding their phones up to the window. Sierra was there though, and Rosemary. That's when I met them for the first time. They're lovely.
That's nice. I'm on water. Tagging me won't work in this,
pull a sickie.
in this scenario.
She's just so used to putting at Amma.
It's true.
So what are you guys looking forward to?
Except Bologna.
Was that good signal?
I think there's going to be more.
Maybe it was the
matches.
pasta just enhancing.
Really cool teams that we haven't gotten to showcase
Switch 2 has sold more units than the Steam Deck has in its entire lifetime.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
wild.
Personally, I'm very happy for my DFW.
Who was it the other day that said that the CEO of PlayStation is like, yeah, in the forefront of our mind right now is the PlayStation 6.
Really exciting.
Even though the PS5 like just came out, it feels like. Even though it didn't, it's been out like
It feels like it's
5 years.
Because last year we had that amazing Cinderella story with Patrick Connors.
Get a Steam Deck. All the people that said, I'm just going to get a Steam Deck and download pirated versions of the Nintendo games. Joke's on you, Nintendo Switch 2 has no games.
Yeah, I was going to say, what games?
I've got so close before, and so now is the time to really be able
I'm bringing a pasta pot to all future regionals to test that.
Maybe it's just the UK, you guys.
I've been watching Rube in the little dog camera, and she's been sat just staring at you.
Yeah, she's been very attentive.
She loves you.
I don't quite know what I've done. Maybe she knows that I'm that.
If somebody who's not even in the competitive
Daddy, why is this lady covered in chocolate?
She wouldn't say that.
To be fair, do you know what though? Ruby's a brown dog.
Exactly.
So I wonder if she's like, wait a minute, your fur's like mine.
I always say that about like black labs. I'm always like, oh yeah, we get on because we're like cousins.
Distant cousins.
Does flying count as traveling 500 yards?
Nah.
Oh, okay.
You're cheating. Get on foot.
Oh.
I'm not actually sure how it works, but as I understand it, we get 4 weeks off, but we have to take it as part of the summer holiday. Oh.
So I feel like I get really excited about
So an absolute clown who made 3 videos bashing the Switch 2 and they won't buy one. Why they won't buy one? They got it midnight release, and the reason was I wanted to see if they had one. But you could have done that without buying it. You could have been like, you got Switch 2 in, and then they bring it out, and you go, oh yeah, they had one. You don't have to go, oh, I guess I'll pay £400 then. I saw a video of someone saying that the Switch 2, like, is going to break automatically if you, like, charge it with the wrong charger and stuff like that. And someone did a TikTok just going through every claim that they made and then proving it wrong.
That's good.
And I was like, that's the kind of petty I love.
People are very weird about Nintendo though. Like, I'm not that like psyched about the Switch 2. Like, not as in I don't like it, but it's just not something that makes me very
It's not like an essential need.
Yeah.
It's like the OLED, isn't it?
Yeah,
where it was
exactly.
like, it's good if you need a Switch, but if you have a Switch, you don't really need to change it.
Yeah, but I was just a bit like, oh yeah, Switch 2's out, that's cool. I like looking at the tracks in Mario Kart World. I was like, ooh, I'll maybe get it for Pokemon, maybe I'll get an exclusive. And then I just kind of, you know, closed my phone and went about my life. But people were just so obsessed with the idea that it's not good. Like, it's very strange to me.
Fair enough to their viewers who all clowned on them. Nice.
My group has been
Solid
disbanded.
Viewers. What happened? Wow, you've been kicked. How does it feel to be a scrub? Now you got to do them on your own.
I feel like such a scrub.
I believe out of 22 teams, right? So
Forming a new one so Metapod can get in.
Oh, okay.
Well, isn't it a quarter?
I actually need to.
Let's break this out. 12 out of 22. So,
Man, this section's wild fun. I do feel bad for when the casters have to vamp.
I know.
I'm no good at vamping, even though that's like my entire job at the moment, is vamp for 4 hours at a
I
time.
feel like if you, because it's not like they have no prompts.
Yeah.
So I feel like if you were given the prompts, then maybe you could come up with something.
It's an
Especially
Amber, I tried to tell you
what?
that they're changing.
Oh, so sorry. Listen, I can't even say
A
I
few
have
9 and
ADHD
3s
in
missed
one
it. Oh, the
eye.
pairings are up. Yes, please. Oh, it's top 64. We were all wrong then.
So if you have something that you think is really good, maybe you've been saving
Look at all
it,
these
bringing it
buys. Wait, are these all buys? Yeah. Oh, certain people get to skip straight to top 16.
That makes sense.
Right.
This is
Yeah.
the time to do it.
Everybody who's like 11 and 2 or higher,
From more standard stuff.
and then other people have
Bye,
to play.
Gizmo.
Top cut being one
See
of
you in a
those
bit, Gizmo.
features means that a lot of
Literally
trainers
look
were
on
very
Twitch side. Oh,
conservative in
that's
knowing
my
that
fault. I've got the
I'm
Arcanine thing
really
over the
good at
Twitch side.
Pokemon. I always think of
There you
Dustin
go.
Burns
It's not
in that
my
regard.
fault.
I know that a lot of
Yeah.
his events, he says, I'm going to be the best Calyrex
Okay,
Ice Rider
I'm
player
having- I'm
there.
gonna-
And then he is, and that means
Just having a
he's
look at the
in top
pairings,
cut,
you
in
see,
top four,
darling.
winning the event. So if you're very confident
Oh,
against
so
very good
like
Pokemon,
these are the basically this round, whoever wins. Basically, it's all the 10 and 2s they have to win. You said some 9 and 3s made it, but there's no 9 and 3s in the pairings. So not a few 9 and 3s missed it. It looks like all of them missed it. Yeah, it's like a qualifier. Victor Medina and Giovanni Quiche. Thomas Coolin versus Zachary
Sorry, do you
Weed.
mind switching to Twitch chat? And see this code.
It's not there. Oh, it is. NQ FF 49. That is not an F, mate.
Oh my god! Wait.
Thinking about that D, are you?
Great point that you could argue, okay, I need top 256. I need
49.
Right?
Okay.
And you go 5 and 3 and I get my world's invite.
Hello, Southern Torrent.
Hello, Southern Torrent. I'm Amma.
Look,
Do you remember
Torrent.
me?
This is Amma.
Hello.
Ain't she purdy?
Hello, nice to meet you.
Look at them.
I am person
norks.
next to
I
Liam.
think that's a fantastic point. So any other
We should have got you a safe word.
don't lie, right? So are there any,
Blink
are there
thrice.
Any other numbers that stand out to you? What's the story that
Need
the
to see
numbers are
Thomas
telling?
Coolin on stream. He's the guy that made the famous play of Sacred Sorting his own stack attacker. What was the benefit there? Nick Navarre versus Thomas Irwin, Marcus Dion versus Federico Camporesi, and Justin Tang versus Matty Morgan. And then already through the top cut are Francesco Piopero, Eric Rios, Carson Confer, Marco Silva, Bezard Montazir, Yuma Kinugawa, Justin Knox, Luca Ceribelli, reigning world champion, Ruben Gianzini, and Kazuki Kobayashi. Wolf has a short on it. He needed fake out. He needed fake out. Both opponent mons had protect. So he switched Incin into his stack attacker and attacked himself so that he could get Incin back in to get fake out pressure. Oh, that's kind of baller.
At least in cut numbers.
Because it's cooler. That's actually a false statement because I think Koraidon is truly the cooler design.
Yes, Rosemary. Rosemary's on our side. Koraidon is cooler than Miraidon.
But don't the engines get hot? From like
Maybe an electric engine.
He also give an attack boost because it was also a Kartana. I assume so.
Every 200 miles.
Beast boost.
See, I feel like if you were friends with the other
surprising
classes,
though.
you'd be
Miraidon's
able
always
to
been like a step ahead of
Yeah.
Koraidon.
Like, if you're friends with all the other classes.
Yeah.
You can do all your
Far and away.
Bants,
Maybe
mate.
not far and
Yeah, you
away,
can do
but
your
it's proven itself to be
Archbishop
one
of
if not the
Banterbury.
best restricted Pokemon
Isn't that like
in
an
this
Instagram
metagame.
account?
But Koraidon's
I don't know,
always
but it
up
was
there.
in
It's
between
always
us.
paired pretty well with Pokemon
That's probably where they got the
like
name.
Lunala and Calyrex Shadow Rider.
No one's
Maybe
original
the,
these
like,
days, Amma.
Lunala's kind of dropped off a cliff, and maybe that's why
Oh,
Koraidon used
did
Apply
Metal
Thunder
Raiders.
Armor and you can't lose. Job done. Job done.
People are willing to take more risks when coming down.
Well,
to
that's
the
Ash
movesets
Ketchum
as well as
strat,
the
and he's a
item
nonce.
choices. When it was a single restricted format,
Why is Ash
Miraidon
catching
was the centerpiece
strays?
for a lot of these teams.
Straight from the
Ashton.
path.
Miraidon really full
He retired from
power, you
Pokemon
know?
and joined the Nonce
High
Academy.
horsepower, if you
Oh,
will,
it's a
like,
Terra
Go Drio.
Pokemon.
You got that. I'll allow it.
Mate.
Terrible
Drizzle.
battery, I have no idea. No, but now
That bad
we
boy goes
see
wild.
instead of things
It's
like
not going to enjoy that now close combat is super
Is
effective.
it Assault Vest?
You
There's
didn't
also
use close
Focus
combat.
Sash Miraidon
It's
running out
Terra
there. I think it may
Stella.
be Day 2,
So
but
isn't
I
it
don't know
still
if it made
flying
top cut. I
type?
haven't
Oh, it
gotten
is.
that
You're
far.
right.
But
Well, I don't think it was Terra Normal.
the moveset,
Damn.
even on
Look at me
just Selfish
mansplaining.
Rhydon, or the Choice Scarf from Rhydon. Now we have Snarl.
Wolf is not in the top cut. He didn't make the second day.
Ruby's also come to Rosalie.
Oh,
There's more
Ruby.
options I think that you can go for that allows this Pokemon to be successful.
Oh.
You're sort of locked into having
You know what it is?
Terra
It's
Fire. I
because
don't
you've
think
got a
many people
bottle.
have really found
Yeah,
other ways to
She
get
is
a little
staring
bit
at
more
you and looking back at the
flavorful
bottle
with this Pokemon,
because she
and
thinks
you
it's
still
for
have
her.
a pretty
And I
standard
opened my
moveset,
bottle.
too.
She did.
Yeah, and I think like one
Yeah,
of the
she's
phrases
mad for
that
bottles
should
for some
be
reason.
Yeah,
that there
do
is
you know
no,
what that is?
there is no special
Autism.
attack intimidation.
That's what we
talk
boiled it
about,
down
right?
to.
So
We think she's a very
Miraidon,
autistic
before
dog.
Snarl, before
She thinks
any
it's a
other
toy,
ways, before
but she's
light
like, oh, so
screen
that's for
getting
me
set up,
then.
Miraidon is always
get it up my
able
bag.
to do such strong special attacking damage. Where
I'm sorry,
Miraidon
this has
is,
been torture
if you're
for
not
you,
holding
hasn't
clear
it?
amulet, you're suspect
Oh my
to the
God.
intimidate.
Yeah, right.
You're subject to the
The
intimidate.
eye, look at the fucking dilated pupils.
Get parting shotted, right? Like there's a lot of ways to mitigate Miraidon's
But she
damage.
kind of
Also
knows
the
that
fact
if it's got
that,
liquid
that
in it, she's
fighting
not
type
allowed
into
it.
so many
Which is
ghost
why
types
she's
in
not
the
tried to
format,
snatch it or
like all
anything.
the Coward Shadow Riders on
I want to
all
put
the
it back in
teams,
my bag.
Compared to, Miraidon doesn't even
You
care
can
if
do.
it
She's
clicks
not going to
your
go in your
bow
bag.
into a Terra Fire. Like, okay,
Dogs are
well, I'm just
stereotypically
gonna-
autistic.
I'm
My
gonna
dog
click
can't
it.
stand
I'll do
change
it.
yet.
Right. You're
Give
forcing
Ruby the
your
bottle. It's got
terrestrialization
water
out,
in it.
where They're already naturally ghost
She's got
types
her own
that
bowl
are
of water.
already immune to that fighting typing.
Ruby, you're such a
Do you want to know something
loser.
else?
Yes, please.
They're 14.
Out of sight, out of mind. She might sniff,
Also
but she
traps.
ain't going to try and get in it. If she does, I'm going to beat her up.
No.
That's more than half.
It's like
right?
2/3, right?
That's like saying the
She'll give
sky
up.
is blue.
Yeah.
And Cinnamon is the most used Pokemon in our top cut.
Yeah, I mean, it even went up from usage from, I know day one it was right under 50%. I haven't seen the day
Ruby.
2 percentage just yet, but I'm guessing it's maybe...
14 out of
Just sit and stare at it for a
Well,
bit.
the 22 and cut is like
for the day
67 or
two?
something, 70%.
Never done
That's
it.
what I have that for you.
Ruby.
48.15%.
Okay, so it even went up significantly
I'm pretending
from
I'm
day two
checking
as a
on
whole
Ruby,
just
but
to
hell
top
of a
cut.
view.
I don't really think that's surprising at all, you know.
Liam.
In the right
Sensory
hands,
overone from
very, very
Fireworks and
powerful.
Thunder
It can do a
too.
lot of
Eevee's
things all
autistic for
within
sure,
one
yeah.
game, and if you're getting the most use
Ruby,
out
do you
of
want
all
a
the things
cheese?
it can do. That's something a top trainer can do, and a
See
top
that
trainer is
face?
going to make top cut. And so you see a
Oh.
bunch of Vincent Roar there.
What's better, cheese or
Nobody's
bottle?
messing around at this
No.
point. All these players are serious,
Yeah.
and if you're serious about winning in competitive competition,
go.
you throw Incineroar.
That's
at
better.
them. And maybe they're also thinking, hey,
like, but the
maybe
bottle's
I
in
can get
where?
I get a silly Incineroar distribution.
No,
Pokemon
she's cut down now. She dropped
for
a
if
couple of
I win
kilos.
NAIC, like Wolf has there. I think
can
that
give her
last
cheese.
round with Gabrielle, like, just everything we love about the international
wanna-
matches,
Try and get her
everybody
spin.
coming together, seeing the different metagames develop.
Hey, she did it.
This weekend that you weren't expecting, as we are in North
There you go.
America.
Yeah,
Dog
Rube.
whisperer.
We all teamed up with our North American friends. We
No
attend our
bottle
North
then.
American regionals. Was there anything from a?
She's like, but you
another
keep
region that
saying
really
it.
surprised you?
Well, it's not, I think, I don't know if it's just kind of singled out to a specific region.
Let's
but
go.
Sneasler?
Yeah.
Right.
Fuck
My
Sneasler.
trio.
At least 2 of them in top cut I saw.
Yeah, what's this whole
I,
thing?
I don't get
Sneasler
this
was
whole
so
Sneasler
good when
thing.
we had lower power levels of Pokemon. Because we were saying, oh, you know, a Sneasler, pretty good attack stat. Very similar
Yeah,
to
you better
Urshifu.
sit down.
Yeah.
So,
It wrecked my
when
2022
Urshifu's
world.
back, why are you using
I saw it in a
Sneasler?
card shop.
I mean, if
But
she keeps
it
going
kinda
for it,
makes
just
a
put it
lot
on the
of
other
sense.
side of
You
the
still
gate.
have poison type coverage.
I saw it in a
although
card
the
shop,
one that we saw
£90.
on
£90.
Someone was selling
didn't
it for
even
us.
Has Ruby
have
done
Dire
sit pretty yet?
Claw.
She
It
did
had
for Amma.
Dark
She
Shock.
did. She
I think
did.
The difference in
You
power
know,
level
me and
between
Ruby, we're
us
just
is
close
So
second.
I saw.
It was
okay,
brief. She
some
didn't hold it
back
very long,
row
though.
back
No,
here.
but she-
One of the, I've watched
considering
every
she
round
doesn't
out
know who
there.
I am.
So when they
Sneasler
meet their
isn't
winning
real.
yesterday, and they were using
I'd love
the
to believe
with
Sneasler isn't
Gunshot.
real, but that's the only
Before it was
reason
like,
Salty
"Alright,
beat
I
me.
have faith."
He 2-0'd me
And he
both
just looked
times
at
because his Sneasler put my Pokemon to sleep before I
Oh,
hit the killing blow.
Oh, with
Fire Claw, yeah. It
That,
really was dire.
I think that happened on stream yesterday too. Someone needed to hit a gunk shot and it missed,
So
unfortunately.
Well, it's only 80%
broken.
accurate, so
Right.
it's really hard to argue with the accuracy of Dire Claw.
Yeah.
And then you
Dire
get to play
Claw.
the fun mini game of which status condition am I gonna get.
Yeah.
But with Gunk Shot, it does have that chance to miss, and I think it's tough because in formats like
Whack.
this too, in order to keep up with some of the more powerful Pokemon, you do have to have moves that are just a bit more powerful.
Yep.
And I don't know if Dire
Switch one
Claw's
and switch
base
two.
actually does enough to actually
Oh,
put itself in
mate.
the line of some of these, more
Switch to the
tankier
Switch
Pokemon.
1.
My word.
Oh Oh my! It's so not smooth. It don't like those particle physics.
Oh my
And it comes at
goodness.
the downside of a mischance. You
I need
can't
to
put
take-
something to sleep
what was
and
it,
maybe
take-
steal a game.
Ruby's
away
adorable
that
when
way,
we can
but
see her.
it's
She's
working for a
currently
few trainers,
perfectly
obviously. I
aligned
think
with
that-
Emma's
I know
bag.
at least two, maybe a third have made it into top
She knows
cut.
what she's
Seeing
and
Switch
it's
1
just
after
a
seeing
really nice
Switch,
way to
having Switch 2 just
get
hurts me,
Pokemon.
right?
It's really fast. Most
The
of them are on Burden,
pain.
I think with the electric seed next to Miraidon, which means it's attacking first, maybe getting some big damage off, and kind of.
I love how earlier I was like, I didn't even realize you weren't playing the Switch one. And then now I'm like, no, I realize.
Take flight in Blueberry Academy.
Yeah.
50% accurate.
They really want me to catch these
If
guys.
it hits, it hits. So, and if it doesn't, that was the 50%.
Yeah, exactly. Gungshot either hits or misses. So it's not 80%, it's 50%. Jake gets so Jake, he doesn't get mad at me, he gets disappointed.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Jake is disappointed in my math skills.
Let's go.
So we
Get
are
me some
getting prepared
Tauros
for
action.
Our first round, our asymmetrical top cut, as because there are 22 trainers in top cut. All
there you go.
And 2 record or better. So I think if you're some of the players on that top end, right?
Right.
You're
Asymmetrical top cut,
right
baby.
You're waiting. You're maybe grabbing a drink at the concession stand or you know,
Oh
eating some
shit.
food, relaxing because you know there's no stress right now. Everyone else is trying to get onto the level that you've already achieved.
Yeah, because there is that asymmetrical top cut, there will be some trainers that don't have to play this first round. They've already essentially locked themselves into the top 16 round, whereas some trainers are going to play kind of a top 30. Like if you lose, you're going to end up top 32.
1,
if you win, you do progress
3,
in the top
4,
16.
5, 6,
top cut
7,
all the same, but there is a big
9,
difference
10.
in rewards there.
I love that you were talking
Yeah, 10
about
buys and then
competition,
1,
'cause I think
2,
that was
3,
another thing I
4,
was
5.
looking
Yeah,
at
and then
with
6
people.
matches to.
Top
Yeah.
players, We have 10 from the United States.
So these are
We
big
have
stakes
1
matches
from
coming
Canada,
up.
So Marcus Dion is the only representative
Who
there.
started
but,
02. 02
Yeah,
to
that's
10.
crazy.
Mate.
What a comeback, right?
Imagine coming back from 02. Is there a list of who's left in NAIC? I'll put a link in the chat to the standings.
Pretty big European representation.
There you go.
And,
And also for anyone on the YouTube, finals will be tomorrow. Because what they do with the internationals and with worlds is they do up to the semi-finals. Like they do just the semi-finals on day 2. And then on the finals, you get to watch the juniors final, the seniors final, and then the VGC, like the Masters final.
Latin America as well, being a Brazil representative.
And the juniors finals will make you go, how the fuck are they this good at Pokemon? They're like 8. They barely look like they can string a thought together, but they're like, oh yeah, no, I'll fucking batter you, lad.
Evolving throughout the years is that before
some of the kids are genuinely
Amma's leaving in
sick.
about 30 minutes.
But then they would have to.
It's big sad. We're not done looking at her.
No,
Wow.
if Derby was closer to London, then I
She'd be here all the time. They'd be like,
no,
Ammo, you
I actually do need to get a trainer.
Region tournaments, you could win a North American event like NAIC and get
Here
that
we go.
qualification. So it gives Japanese players more incentive to travel abroad, and it gives the rest of the world that
UIC
level
in
up playing against a
2024
different region that it usually
with that
do
one
not
kid
have
who was just
access to.
massively stalling Trick Room, and you're like, what? Yeah. I can't stall Trick Room to save my life. And then there's these kids that's just like, oh yeah, I'll just stall it out.
Or is it going to be
You doing some eggoos?
and actually is able to kind of
Are you egging?
set the
No, I
competition,
just-
if you will, in that way. And I feel like for
everything I'm doing is for BB.
Is it a sandwich with 3 ingredients?
Yeah.
You only put banana on it.
But the sauces look kind of
outside of the home region.
I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, let's
has
see.
one, so maybe
I think
it
they're
is
condiments.
Here comes time to shine, or Japan's,
True.
or LATAM's to take the North American.
I mean, you can't leave us with him. Liam can't be in charge.
I'm sorry, Oliver, but I only have so much power.
I'm in charge of my
I should
alt
just
account,
move
and people
in.
love that, right?
Nah, Jason.
And you vouch. Do people love it?
People love your alt account.
People.
I've seen the stories.
I love that, Emma. People love it, not me.
No, not me.
I couldn't possibly.
No, I think it's great.
I've never seen it.
No, in fact, I'm gonna make another song.
I'm hopeful for our North
Oh, that's all right. That's all right, mate. Don't you worry. Enjoy those stand-ins. Scooby-Doo.
We found one.
Yes,
we did it.
We did it. We did it, Jake. We found a
I like that
fifth
Slurpuff
division
cup
of
in the
North
corner.
American winning the North America International Championships. We will be able
Yeah.
to discuss some of the trainers as well.
Liam was in charge of the G Fuel stream. Well, look how that worked out. It went well. They liked
It
it.
looked like it went well.
I was told that since they started doing YouTube streams, we had the biggest YouTube turnout.
Oh, that's great.
So I don't know if I meant to tell you that, but I have done.
Well, I don't know what else what they could say.
Yeah.
Feel happy with how
They could say, well done. Nice part.
Everybody's favorite. Jody
That is a spicy Urban Mystica.
Maybe I shouldn't use my Herba
It says
Mystica
you have it.
just for
Nice part about war, if you can call it nice, is that I don't have to work tomorrow, so I'm free to watch the finals.
With that invitation right
I
at
mean,
the end of the bar.
I guess that's a positive spin on it.
The last event
Oh damn, you know,
of the season.
country's
I
at
couldn't
war,
even
but at least I can watch the
imagine
VGC
how much stress
finals.
right now. So congrats to Jody.
Oh, amazing.
I respect the optimism.
You know, yeah. Do you know what? Because I wouldn't do well in a wartime situation.
Oh, well, thank you, Jason. That's really nice of you to say.
Goodness.
You fit right in. So, you know, like you've always streamed, said it won't be a regular thing.
Having played in some past,
Well, I might be
fit, right?
I might be back around
the
the area.
It was much more cut and dry. Like, okay, if I win this round, I know I'm gonna get enough points to have an invitation.
Yeah.
And when I was playing in those events,
You can
like,
see, but obviously,
I played in
if
the
I'm coming up to see my
regional
boyfriend, I'm not
championship,
just
and I
gonna
got 6 wins.
Bail on him.
and be like, I'm gonna go play some Pokemon.
You might have to find some time to make a dedicated actual visit.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, this
But then also, we'd very much like you to come on a day when we're not streaming.
Yeah. Oh, definitely not. Yeah.
The stress of that.
Oh,
Must have
no,
been
I can make.
That's more of
time.
my
I've
own
got a
selfish
year
benefit because, you know, as much as I've enjoyed talking to Amma through this screen,
One more, please.
I like seeing the real deal, you know.
It's such a big tournament. This would be so
No,
amazing.
but yeah, because I've got a year free, not free, because I'm gonna be
free. You're gonna be working hardcore.
Yeah, I'm gonna be working and making money.
But as soon as I knew, I was like, I locked the
and
game.
applying
I
for
got
things.
it. I couldn't believe it.
And my mum wants me to start a business.
Start a business, just like that.
Just start a business. You know, that's what happens when you've got an
How many
account.
businesses has your mum started? Oh well, there you go. That's fair then, because I was about to be like, Mum, how many have you done? Oh well, none. But
No, she's.
I wish I would have.
She's one of them people who does. Is Derby worth visiting? I think it's all right. I mean, I visit Derby with always some sort of goal in mind. So, like, obviously, this is my first time at Liam's, but I come up here to skate. I come here to shop because I don't like Nottingham shopping. You guys. It's pretty middle of the road. Like the Nottingham Victoria.
It's my mate Lou, and it's my first ever loss in VGC.
How are you feeling right now ahead of Top Cut?
I'm so excited. This is where
Fucking honestly, yeah, Len Dool is my ex. We had such a good love, but he just couldn't handle me. Actually, he could apparently, because he beat me.
I mean, that type
He
of
didn't
pressure, I
beat
don't
me.
know if I could tolerate
It was
it.
just
so I
play
really
fight.
do not have a lot of
Stop,
energy
Liam, while you're
right
ahead.
now. They're gonna have to
I'm
really
never ahead.
keep themselves focused
But
and
no,
ready as they go
Jason,
into
I
the
think the
knockout
parks here are
stages of
quite
the
nice.
tournament. And that really is a different
That means you've not
balance
been on
that you have
Chad
to
Park,
adjust
then.
for in
No.
that big
You've been Darley Park.
Yeah, some players have
Probably.
been
I've
on
been to
kind of the
two.
knockout
I've been
phase
to
for a long
Alveston
time. One of our
and
competitors are
Oh,
about to
Alveston's
start
fine.
the tournament.
Melbourne.
And has been in the knockout
And then
phase
I've been
since,
to
you
the
know, a
shopping
couple
centre,
hours into the day
and that's like really
yesterday.
big.
So maybe
Well,
has built
it's
some
big. It's big. It's bigger
resiliency
than Nottingham's
against
one.
the knockout
Like,
phase.
Is it?
Some players
Yes.
just
It's
get
not
to
bigger
it
than
now,
Victoria's
had a bit of
Centre.
a
Yes,
push, but
Are
now
you
it's into that
joking? What the
I'm not
Derby
joking.
on?
elimination
The Derby
phase.
on.
You have a giraffe.
If it's
And
not
it's all
bigger, then
alive.
it's got better
Yes,
things.
Oh,
Straight
okay.
to the stage,
That probably is
One
right.
doesn't even have a
Marcus
food
Dion
court,
versus
like, or a proper
Federico
food court. It's
Camparisi.
got-
Marcus Dion
It's got that upstairs bit with all the food court, hasn't
Yeah,
it?
but like,
early on yesterday and has just been
Oh,
on
no,
top
wait, I'm
of
thinking of
everyone
Westfield in
ever
London.
since. And
No,
what's
Westfield
very
in London is
interesting to
obviously
Yeah, yeah.
his opponent,
But the Nottingham
however,
Victoria
Federico,
Centre.
again,
Oh, yeah,
veteran
Victoria Centre, maybe it is a bit
regional
mid.
It's not
champion
that good.
From,
Like,
across
when
from
you
Europe
go
in
there and
Gdańsk,
you're like,
as
right, I
well as
wanna
being
buy
able to win the Grand
Yeah.
You're
Challenge
like, okay, I'll
multiple
take
times.
H&M.
Yeah, the thing I'm visualizing right now is literally.
With a few picks that we don't see very
Yeah,
often.
it's Westfield,
The Steeler
Stratford.
picked up a little bit in
Yeah.
this tournament, it seems
Or,
like.
No,
And
Stratford.
then Ditto, always
Stratford.
an interesting one to
Oh,
see.
wow.
For Federico
I'm
has
surprised that that's the first one you think
the
of.
Lunala.
When I thought of shopping centre that isn't in Derby.
Barcelona that we
Uh,
have
the
not
fuck?
seen as much this weekend. But like
Well,
early
of course
on
that was
in
Stratford,
regulation
'cause I
high,
hung
they
out
were
with
a very
Tempest
common
that day, and he
pairing
literally
that a lot
lives
of
in
players
London.
were relying on.
Yeah.
But over this weekend and some of the
Stratford
last
Westfield is
regionals
known
for
as the Deggy one.
leading into this tournament.
Where you
their
from
usage
originally,
was not
Amma?
nearly as high.
Huh?
Where are you from originally? That's not me asking.
Where am I from originally? I'm from
Britain.
I'm from Dulwich in London because that's where I was born near there, and now I've moved a bit further south.
I'm gonna go back to where you came from, London.
Look at you always shopping centres. My water, you just gotta, you know, live in a good area.
You've just got to move.
You just gotta move.
Ditto is one of those really unique Pokemon.
Where does
Here we
Taylor
go.
live?
Here we go.
Oh yeah,
Ditto.
Marcus Dion. I'm not a Ditto believer. I know a bunch of these top players.
Nah, you're a shithead.
I'm not a believer.
More
I'm not a
offensive team
believer.
when it's got the Sneasler with the acid spray
Take
to
a
lower
photo with
special
my
defense
friends
to
in the
help this
canyon
assault
bar.
vest Marion do damage to the
Oh, meet
Cruiser
up in
resembles
Canyon.
a
Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
I just realised
more
bro's
defensive
Team
or more
Instinct. No
defensive team
thanks.
With the reflect and the light
Where's
screen on
Canyon?
Bird
Fuck Team
Control,
Instinct.
tries to
It's all about
assault
Team
Marion
Valor.
with the leech seed from
I'm
Calyrex,
coming
so a lot
Canyon.
of kind of
Oh, you need to
dynamic
meet up in the
options
canyon, mate.
for
Yeah,
the pace
that's
to play
coastal,
at
that's
within
not
this
canyon.
team. And then
Canyon
Ditto gives you that
is-
Ruby, you're not
ultimate
having
bit
it,
of
sweetheart.
transformation, being able to turn into the right Pokemon on
She's
the
still
other
looking
side
for
as
it.
needed.
Oh, Ruby.
Yes, and of course we've got
There's
utility
the canyon.
Pokemon as well, like that Grimmsnarl setting up the light screen. And
Where are you in the
reflect,
canyon
providing a little
biome?
bit of defensive
Where are you
capability
from? My
support on
mum's
Marcus' side of the
pussy.
field. That will enable Pokemon like Calyrex
That's a very
and
Amma
the
line. I heard she was teaching my dog to say in it.
We were teaching him to we were teaching her to say lots of things.
South London.
South London.
South London.
In the sense we've got this Miraidon and Cineroar, but you've also
Ruby,
got
say
some key
Deggy.
supportive Pokemon in the form of Whimsicott.
That's an Amma special, to be honest. Like, no one else says it except like
has the trick
It's
room
proper.
along with
It's
Ursaluna that can
for
really
lack of a better
threaten
term, rubbed
if you
off
have
on
too
me
fast of offensive
because
Pokemon
I've
out
started
there, but you
saying
also
it.
have Whimsicott
But
and
it's
Tailwind
like,
that can push
I don't know, whenever my
Miraidon
mum
speed
would
up
say
or
it when I
even
was a
Lunala
kid, you
speed
just
up.
knew
Well,
exactly
there
what
you
she
go.
meant.
Yeah,
But
like
can
It's
it
like, it's
find
not
the offense
necessarily
to break
bad.
through the defense
It's
and
similar
the
to,
Choice Band or
like,
Shoot
in the
Magic
northern
Ball.
areas of England, you have
Such
Detty.
damage surging strike
Yeah, when you
also
have a
helps
Oh, that's
dirty,
well
like,
Detty, that is.
Yeah.
And, you know,
It could
Deggy.
come from that because
Damage
it's my
lands
parents who were
safely.
saying that. My parents
And
are both
again,
scouts.
this
Yeah.
Miraidon in this side is
Where
that
are
one that
you
we've
guys?
seen
Is that Togemon on the floor? No, it's Cactua. Check your privilege. Togemon has boxing gloves. Come on, I thought you liked Digimon.
Where are you in
Oh!
Canyon?
Where are you what?
Where are these not in the Canyon biome? Are you at the rest
If you go
stop?
on your map once you're on the ground.
Oh, I didn't know you
They've
could
partnered
find
up
people.
with an
Guys,
Incineroar
I'm
apiece.
so many new
Right,
things.
one Incineroar
That's
on
not
either
the
side,
map.
one Miraidon on either side, one Assault Vest on either side, but that's where the similarities end. Miraidon on the near side for Marcus has the Assault Vest is going to play a little bit
No, if
differently
you
from
wiggle the
Miraidon on
thing,
the
it
other
might.
side, is able to stand up to
No,
more
no,
hits, but doesn't have quite the
softer.
same damage potential. For
Ease
instance,
it.
isn't threatening a KO
you
onto
move
the
it around a
Incineroar on the
little
other
bit,
side, but
it
itself
may
then
get
has the
fly
Assault
point.
Vest and is more bulky. Whereas Marcus's Incineroar much more threatened by
You know,
Miraidon on
I
the
might
other
just
side.
fly
Both
here.
players
Yeah,
have
let's go there.
fake
That'll
out
put you in a
available
cave.
to go after
Will it put me in
the
the
respective
cave?
I think so.
Miraidons to try to keep them from getting the attacks off this turn.
No.
Yes,
No,
on the boxer side as well, you do have
I'm
some
out of the
variations on that
cave.
Incineroar,
No, I'm in
but
the
we're going to be
cave.
kicking things off straight away
Imagine
with
being
the
in a cave.
specialization out of the blocks here.
Hello, you London cheesehead.
You guys,
Never thought I'd see sneeze like an Ursaluna in Regulation I.
I'm making my way as
It's
fast as I
painful.
can.
And turning into that fairy type so that it will take no damage.
We can meet up and show them all how our multicultural London English accent is the best accent.
Same thing happening across the field here. Federico and Marcus both locking into this on their Miraidons, making sure that
A good place to meet up with Amma would be on a beach.
This one is that electric terror type. So this one is
I'm
going
going
to
to go to the beach as
all out on
much
the
as I can when
offensive.
I'm in Barbados.
Pixar, it doesn't happen.
Helps
Ninky
fill in
Minjaj.
some of that offensive
Ninky
gap.
Minjaj.
How much can it get
Oh,
done,
there's an
though, with
exit to
fake
the
out coming
cave.
in, but it's after the other Incineroar.
It just
and
looks like
not
a
going
bigger
to be able
hole
to flinch
deeper into the
Miraidon.
cave.
I really
The
hope
Rocky
not.
Helmet going to do
I
a little
really
bit
Oh,
of
no,
damage
that's an
here.
exit.
Of course,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
Federico's Miraidon cannot move here,
Ew,
but
Miraidon's going to
Marcus
electro drift into the Miraidon that just teared away from its electric weakness.
Is it definitely into the Miraidon?
Nah, it's Insane. But that is a one-shot. Well, a bit of a...
Oh, I've just appeared in a polar biome, you guys.
Well done, Liam. Well done, Jason. Jason. Liam works well. Really? Can he come and do my work for me then? Because I don't work really well at the moment. Could see Liam's dirty mind trying to work there. Listen, right? I've got fit mates. I can't help it. It's honestly, it's more of a problem for me than for anyone else. You lot have to hear it. I have to live it. Honestly, the temptation everywhere is just insane.
Right, I'm almost there. I'm almost there.
I was like, they're not cancelling enough noise.
No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get there fast because I'm so... I'm dragging the BP farming down. I'm dragging the team down.
Just remember, guys, Emma's a grown woman, and if she couldn't handle me, she wouldn't come round.
Where are you?
She chose to walk into the lion's den.
That's not going to affect it in front of the special attack.
And the lion's den is
but it
very
now
nice.
does leave Lunala a lot
It's
more
got
vulnerable
dogs,
going
so-
Aw.
Lunala, however, just throws chaos into the realm.
You finally
and
got
goes
to
for
meet
a
the
trick
dogs
I got to
that you
meet
used to
the
rap about.
dog.
The dimensions have been twisted. Should mean that
Rap is a
Lunala
strong
would be
word.
the
Do you
fastest
like
of
dogs?
the
What that
three
was?
things to move, but Marcus can counter that. Just
well.
bring in this
Must be
color
tough having
effect
such
for
fit
Now
mates,
be the
honestly.
fastest
I'm
thing
just
to move
rigid
off.
all the time.
The main defensive
gonna set it as
transformation
a
against
guest.
Calyrex Accelerator are already in play, though.
But people know
Miraidon
that
is
when
very
they follow
tight
my...
to
Oh,
weak
stop
to
bringing it
Glacial
up.
Lance.
Can't
And
help
Lunala on
it.
the other
You
side
can bring
that
it
has
up,
wide
it's your
guard to
stream.
further
Hey!
Glacial Lance.
But-
Lunala can
Phrasing.
also threaten Calyrex
It's
back,
your
so
stream.
you have a little bit of
Different
push or
type of
pull. Do you
stream.
want
Oh,
Would
no,
you
I
ever
meant
do
bring it
streams?
up.
to do significant
Oh.
damage
You
to
can bring it
Calyrex, or
up.
do you want to use it to stop the Glacial Lance
Inflate my
from the
ego.
other
Would you
side.
ever stream on
Meanwhile,
your
the
own?
Miraidon on Federico's
Oh,
side
yeah.
has used Draco
Really?
already lowered his
Oh,
Glacial
mate,
Lance
I've had
despite the
ideas.
same
Oh my
damage
God.
potential.
Yeah.
It has to worry that an
Think
electric
about it,
Draco
right?
We've
No,
been
think
doing
about it,
research.
it's
right?
now, but
So-
no longer resists it. It's also probably
You remember the Halloween stream I
fastest on
did?
the field.
Yeah.
We've seen it
Yeah,
move
basically
before the
something
Miraidon
like
on
that.
Marcus's side
One of
twice,
my lovely risque
and pretty
outfits.
typical for a choice specs versus
Yeah.
assault vest training.
And then,
So
say,
probably in the
a
trick room this has the
$50 or
disadvantage for
£50
now staying on
donation
the field.
gets like
Yeah,
a
no
stand-up,
switches,
show it
instead,
off,
just the
you
Glacial
know,
Lance gonna
like a
come through
fit
and
check,
connect on both
but
of Federico's
you gotta earn
Pokemon.
it.
Moving
Yeah.
second in the
If
trick room
in
environment
one
can
particular
go
stream
for
that's
this
like a
move,
couple of
guys,
hours
being
long,
minded smart down on the opposing Calyrex,
those
despite being super effective, though,
donations get up
stays
to
in the game as
$1,000.
Marcus is able to retaliate
Comes
with
off.
this Electro Drift. Using that
And
Electro
then
Train
from that
has
point
on
on,
engine
any
to
of those
boost
fit
itself up. It
checks.
can connect down into Lunala
Just
and get
nutty.
a knockout onto one of Federico's restricted. But
Isn't
you've got to
that
remember,
smart,
Federico
right?
did keep the Miraidon in play. We know that it's
I
locked
think
into
you
the
do it on
Strength
OF.
media, so it's not going to be doing a huge amount
You
of
can stream
damage.
to direct to
But still,
OF.
a little bit
You
of
just
shift
have to remember
can
to
be
not do what that
devastating.
one girl did
Counteract
that time.
particularly considering it didn't
She
have a
didn't
lot
change
of
the stream
damage,
key
a
over,
lot
so
of
she
HP
streamed to
remaining.
Twitch.
It will secure a
She
knockout.
was recording some customs, but she
Players are both
accidentally
playing
clicked
this
go
with
live
pace, just
on
going
Twitch.
out for KOs,
Did you take the
exchange
picture,
incinerators early on, and there it's not a wide guard to stop
And she
the glacial
didn't just
lance
show the bum
coming
ult.
down. It's accepting the glacial
Proper
lance
pussy and
in
everything.
order to get the moon guy's
Yeah.
enables Draco Meteor to then pick up that KO.
Classic.
Well, Ditto joins the field, so we're going to see 3 Miraidons in play. Urshifu clearly didn't get the memo to the party here, but again,
No, I think that's a good idea because the way I said the way I was explaining it to Soph as well, I was like, the plus side is as well. Realistically, you're not going to hit 1,000 in donos every week in that segment anyway. So really, I'll make a bit of dollar from it, but I won't constantly have to be like, right, here's that stream where I get my dick out. You know? We've all made that mistake. I've never made that mistake. I've never streamed my bumhole and pussy on Twitch.
Drift picks up the KO there into the Heat Terraform Miraidon. Choice Band Urshifu now just vulnerable to the Ditto on the other side.
If my school bullies are anything to go by, this is a pussy.
Ditto is able to go for the Electro Drift, will be able to find his mark down into the opposing Urshifu and get that one hit KO.
But you can't imagine being bullied.
Anybody was doubting that wasn't going to be able to get the
Oh,
knockout,
no, you got to remember, right, when I was at school, I was not this. This that you love so much, this is not me at school. Me at school is no contact lenses, so thick-ass eye magnifying glasses, so I had like fucking frog eyes. Long hair, but not like my mullet. I mean long hair where, like, you know when teenagers grow their hair out and they have no idea what to do with it? It's just there, yep.
I think all those early traits ended up working.
And I didn't have my tattoos, and I didn't have my muscles. I was scrawny as all hell. Yeah, same cunt though, right? No, I didn't even have this band, you know what I mean, at school. I had... Yeah, when you have no confidence, you can't banter. Because you're constantly second-guessing what you're about to say in case it comes across the wrong way. Whereas the day I stopped giving a fuck, I became this. For better, for worse. For Sophie's, for richer, for poorer. How you doing, moo boy moo? Wait, so I just missed that because I was too busy talking about my knob. Streamer's puss. Not just the bar.
Damaged at some point, then maybe Urshifu has that KO available to it. But because it just stayed untargeted for so long, putting out so much damage, it can eventually easily close out that game. And part of the reason that it was never targeted is the Assault Vest kind of dissuaded the
oh no, he looks like McLovin.
Into the Assault Vest. The Moonlight beam into the Assault Vest, they aren't going to do
the
damage.
Oh my god, no, yeah.
Marcus was still finding the necessary damage from his own side.
And the Trick Room as well made it a little bit difficult for Federico to utilize, but looks like we're going to have an
right?
here of game 1. Incineroar and Miraidon out front and center.
Holy shit.
Trainers, but whether or not they're going to be able to
what is it with VGC and looking like McLovin? Like, apparently that's what makes you a good player.
The Intimidate comes from Marcus's Incineroar first. This
Wolf
time
does not look like McLovin.
Do
do well, how are you? I'm all good.
Both Terastallizations ended up getting used on turn 1 in Miraidons in the first game. Wouldn't be surprised to see a repeat of that. Both
I think
Miraidons
Chopper
are
Cross is quite
available
handsome.
as long as they stay a dragon
Jamie
type.
Boyd's handsome.
But if you can kind of
but it's been a while since he's... Actually, to be fair, he top 4'd Toronto recently. He's still on that upper level.
Well, I'm not
Aaron Traylor's a good handsome lad, isn't he?
These trainers once again.
Dr. Aaron Traylor.
He wouldn't be Marcus here. In the previous game, though, we did see the opposing Miraidon.
Not familiar with that menu item, McLovin. Oh, you've not seen Superbad? Don't go out your way to watch it. It's aged. Liam showed Bumhole. It was super effective. I've never shown Hole, but on my ult you can see nearly.
Exact same place. So no big
what can I see on my ult,
Emma? But at least from Frederico's side, you can see that Marcus has played the terrestrialization card.
You can see. I think you can see enough. Although, if you want to show Hole.
Kind of an interesting
I don't know if I want to show Hole.
That was. I mean,
I'm not going
to. You have to put in a lot of effort.
I'm not going to show that on Insta. Plus, I've worked very hard on these cheeks, and I like to show them more than anything. And when you're showing Hole, you have to spread them, and it really doesn't give them the shape that they have. This is important. This is.
In this game too, because it can capitalize on the fact that there isn't a Miraidon on the.
I've shown hella front though. A little bit. Listen to how disappointed she sounds. You have shown hella front.
You have.
I definitely know the length, the width. You can't tell. You can't tell. Oh, you're thinking circumference. No, I just meant general thickness. Like widthways, length and width. Yeah, you don't know the circumference. It's like a fucking biscuit barrel. Sophie finished Expedition 33! Hell yeah.
We see the same offense from
32, is that the sequel? He was top 4 at Stockholm. Nah. Jamie boy. Jamie boy. Plus, I like watching his team building and stuff. Yes. Hello, Dean. How you doing?
The Incineroar stays relatively healthy, gets off the field, and now Lunala is in.
Dean, look, I've got a black one now.
Excuse me.
I'm gonna get hit
That was right.
when she leaves the stream.
That was my teacher.
Liam, you're playing with fire. Miss! No point playing a 33 if they've made a 32.
Very happy to see this play, possibly indicating that the Lunala, not the Lunala, the Maridon with the
Oh my, I know, right? Do you want another look? Let's give him another look.
Hello, Dean. How are you doing?
Electro drift. You're going to be able to find your mark
Right,
using
fit,
the
right?
into that
We're on
shadow
Play
shield
Expedition
broken
1.
Lunala, so much damage on the board, and it will secure the knockout. That's exactly what Marcus wanted from this turn.
Has it been a good day having everyone's sympathy today?
It's
nice, isn't it?
Not necessarily having people's sympathy.
It's nice being ogled now and again.
For Marcus there to win the speed tie, the Ditto had transformed into exactly
I meant your comment, Liam, but also yes.
On the other side, but still gets to move first and put.
That's how you know me and Am are good friends, is because I don't even blink when I make those jokes now.
On Federico's side now is at -4 special attack.
There's still that little 1% of fear of whoops.
Is going to need to go off the field.
I'm not here to say the N-word, you know.
Federico down.
That's later.
Here, but also down in pace. I guess even in Pokemon, but down in the significance of those Pokemon with Lunala already gone. But then down in pace because Maridon's going to need to leave the field. That means kind of the fake out coverage that you have this turn can only protect
But
that
you've
switch.
just said it.
Meanwhile, Marcus is free to continue to.
It is Amma.
Federico with the Electro Drift with attacks from his own Incineroar.
Well, this is something
It's like a bed. Gizmo, have you seen that fucking... I don't know if I shared it with you, where that guy is talking to that girl and she's like, I really just want to date loads of 18-year-olds? And he just goes, she's a nonce, brev. This conversation's got mad noncy, brev.
I'm going to catch one more Pokemon and then I'm going to...
If not, I'll send it you in a bit.
Log off? Is that what you say? Save and...
Two significant
quit.
things here. First, in game 1, we saw the Trick Room from Lunala, but there was not much follow-through.
It's so good.
The
Sophie, when I showed it, I watched it back about 5 times.
Never got a chance. Just got doubled up in
This
KO.
conversation's got mad noncy, bro.
Even more stuck here because it takes
Soon when I
the
change to
knockoff
Ace
which
Trainer,
because of
Amma,
that pace
guest starring
advantage that
Amazing
Federico had
Liam.
After needing to switch the
Wow.
-4 Maridon out. So Ursaluna pays the cost for that.
You know what? I'm down to swap outfits with Amma. Because that means I get to see the in-between.
Offensive
Literally.
wow.
Wow, that's disgusting.
I think the Incineroar to trade fake outs like I was anticipating. Could have been great for Federico, free switching, getting that burn up.
She got good legs. Like, there are people in the chat that can vouch. They saw Nessa.
I do have nice legs.
But bringing that
does.
Maridon back into the fray.
But,
Maridon on Marcus' side is able to go for the volt switch. So again, Marcus able to get a pivot out of the
You're gonna say, I'm sorry, Liam, I promised you shorts,
but... as well.
I'm not that
chip
sorry.
constantly into the opposing Pokemon on Federico's side. It now gives him the
Yeah, I
opportunity to bring in a Pokemon like Calyrex that can threaten with those glacial lances.
Alright, you guys, I am coming off the Union Circle. I don't want to wreck the Union Circle. How do I do
Is
that?
it Ronnie Blue?
How do I
Oh,
not
Bonnie Blue being a nonce. Oh. What were you going to say before?
Ursaluna, you know, unfortunately, is going to have
It was about
impact load
swapping
and a
to
little bit of
Amazing
insult
Liam.
To injury, as Incineroar also takes a leaf
Oh,
out
I
of
was
this
going to say, oh
adaptation
yeah,
book
this
and
is
able to
actually
rotate off the field.
the
Maridon's
backdoor
able to
pilot for
rejoin
my
now, and again, Marcus
streaming
in a position where you
career.
can
Don't do it to me. Don't, it makes my heart worry. The number of people that have been big fans of Liam's streams and then have started streaming and never come back, and also taken a chunk of my audience with them.
Kaylee, can you release me from the Union Circle?
Is going to be forced to come through and support this Calyrex.
Oh, it was that girl. Oh.
Oh
I mean,
my
fair
God.
play to her, but
No, not fair play to her. It sounds like it sounds like a biosecurity risk. What do you mean 1,000 men in a day? Like, are you?
Did they not wear protection?
Some of them do.
Oh.
Like, apparently they're advised to.
I mean, how do you stay wet for 24 hours? I know lube exists, but like,
I just leave. How do I leave?
Amma's there, like, I can barely handle one. Like,
I can handle one.
I bet you can.
Leave my group. Oh, okay. Thank you, Kaylee.
Might have been 100. I feel like 1,000.
No, it was
is
1,000.
right, yeah.
It was 1,000. There was one where she did 100 in a day, like months ago.
And then she went, let's up the ante. So the next step is 10,000. I don't think you could do that in a day. That would be like an average of one pump and then you walk on.
Like 100 in a day.
Imagine signing up to be number 994.
Just not even enjoying it. What are you even doing?
For Federico, and once again, it is going to be
like, I'm not a body count person.
Its weakness to the dragon types, turning into a fairy.
Dean, thank you. Alerts are off during the battles, but thank you very much for the £100.
Oh, you did.
I will play it at the end of the round, just so that the screen isn't covered.
I'm gonna take my cut after the stream.
Your cut.
My cut.
I don't know, man. You gotta show me something of that.
Yeah, apparently that that's been cancelled or something.
She wants to be put in a box and people can do whatever they want to her.
Yeah, I've heard this as well, but
managed to
apparently,
keep both
like,
Pokemon
it's
around
being,
with that play.
like,
But significant that Electric Terrain's not around here.
The thing is, there was an artist that did that, and she got horrendously abused. Like,
but no, but she's doing it for the sake
Well, Marco's switching things onto the defensive now, going for the protect with the Calyrex as Miraidon just
I don't know about that though.
into the opposing Incineroar. Now that it was able to reset those drops from earlier, it gets a
Because
solid
people will
one-hit
not
KO
just
of
put
damage,
what she thinks
leaving
they'll
Marcus
put
with
in.
just the Calyrex on
People
the
will
field. I think
put
Marcus
like
was shocked to
broken
see that,
glass and
judging by
things.
his expression,
And
Incineroar trying to pivot off, but to no avail.
it's not a good idea. Like, it's already been shown there's a precedent that when humans are shown, here's something without consequences, they go, well, fucking let's go.
Yeah,
if it wants to. Otherwise, maybe it's just enough damage.
Dean wants Champmons, that's it. He's going to take away the Pride, Pokemon during Pride Month. Dean, what Champmon would you like, my friend?
And so, yeah, you need to preserve the Miraidon to make sure you have the full power
That's
of an electric drain boosted Electro Drift to follow through.
Exactly, and you can bring the Ursaluna back in.
the
It
Switch
could be
or the baby?
detrimental for it, but as you said, the
Both.
key thing is keeping that Miraidon nice and safe in the back. You can bring that electric train back to the field as well.
Oh,
Glacial
boy.
Lance will come through,
That's
however,
gonna
it is
kill the
gonna get
Ursaluna.
knockout onto the Incineroar,
It's
but
not.
Ursaluna actually able to hang on as well. Those intimidates
she
from
sounds-
Incineroar earlier, really
Selena
weakening the
actually
offensive
able to-
capabilities of this Calyrex.
It's going to a
I
game
think
3
that's
though,
going
which
to
you're going to have to
great
watch
position to
on the
close out this game.
train. Well,
maybe
on the
actually, I
platform.
might be able to
with
stay for a
Electro
game.
Drift from the other side. Like you mentioned, the Intimidate. Without the Clear Amulet, this more defensive set that both has leftovers
For like
instead of
10
Clear
passes
Amulet
or something.
and is trained to be
There
more
should be enough
defensive,
time,
doesn't
20
have the
minutes.
offense to just get the KO and Miraidon, but it wouldn't
It's
have mattered
technically
if
the
it did,
station's like
because
5 minutes
Miraidon was
away.
just going to finish through with Electro Drift.
Well, Marcus sees what's
Although,
happening, locks
if you
in that
do-
forfeit.
oh, no,
Federico's
you've got
gonna
the
take
address in
game
DM,
two,
so you don't
even
need
the
to.
score, and once again, Len,
It's gonna be like, don't go out loud, like 56.
Grumble
Grumble Bumble Road. Oh shit, I doxed myself.
Oh, no, where do you think Marcus
Oh
lost
shit,
the
now everyone knows I love a Grumble Bumble.
momentum in this game
Où allez-vous? My
Yeah, it felt like
entire
things were
phone's in
just
French.
flying
Où
back
allez-vous?
and forth so quickly. But I think at the
I'm trying
position
to
where
learn
even though it
French.
felt like Ursaluna came on the field,
So that when you go to Paris,
relatively
you can
poorly
avoid the
positioned,
hostels where
because those two
all the
targets on
assaulters
other
live.
side were
Yeah, well,
weak,
I'm not
you didn't have
living
to
in a
rely on
hostel.
facade
Hotels,
for
yeah.
that.
Yeah, yeah,
Smart
exactly.
girl.
Yeah.
Can we take a moment to
enough
applaud Amma
targets
for
that they're
not
going to
staying
go
in
down
hostels when she
headlong
goes to
rush,
France?
and then
Literally,
with
not
headlong rush
alone.
target
I would
correctly
never.
so that
Yeah.
they can
Never,
actually KO
ever.
onto Miraidon, things really
These
I
guys
thought we were watching
both look
Masters. These
well.
guys both look 12. Do you not think the guy on the right hand side of the screen looks like McLovin?
Yeah, he definitely does. Marcus Dion,
kind of the missing protects
he
across
looks
both
like
of
an
these
older.
teams. The being
He
down to
looks
only
older,
two
but
Pokemon
with a
can be
baby
so
face.
Yeah, that I was gonna say babyface. Give me my Victini. Oh, sorry, shiny Victini or regular Victini, or teeny Victini. There's no such thing. I know, Liam. Why don't you just put the OBS screen over the chat so you can't read the response? Good point.
It was like, this is devastating.
Cheeny.
It's not the strategy you normally want to go for. But as you mentioned, just having that ground typing, you can still apply so much pressure, particularly when Ditto keeps wanting to turn into Miraidons as well. But I think I've seen this story before. Miraidon Incineroar lead for both.
Plenty we can do in 10 minutes.
Cup.
Not me. I mean,
We've seen it
obviously.
a couple times. We'll see it probably some more. The Miraidons up against each other.
You'll have to ask Sophie where she got them from.
Immediately used Terrestrialization. In game 2, Federico preserved the Terrestrialization and probably did a thing significant because the Miraidon then later switched into a Volt Switch and 4 times resisted it as an Electric and Dragon type. If it had been a Fairy type instead, that would have been the damage to let Glacial Lance later KO in that same game.
Got to keep thinking about where these damage stacks up, whether it's set earlier in the game or whether it's a double target in a particular turn.
I get to
You
see
have
the
get
magic,
those
you
damage
guys.
Magic.
behind the
Now you see
scenes.
what I'm doing when I'm
It
fidgeting.
looks like Marcus is committing with the Terrestrialization on this Miraidon 3 times in a row.
Dean, thank you for the 50 gifties. What do you want as your gift chat, man? Damn. Get out of my way. Oh, also, there's a mirror in that room over there. If you want to leave your clothes in here and go take some selfies, I'll appreciate the hell out of that.
Very slow turn one here.
So
I mean, just
far,
watching
we're
you
on
leave the
game
room
two
then,
script.
that's,
This
you know.
is exactly how we started the last game.
Man, this man knows what he
See
likes.
Both players kind of where they deviate from that script. Last time it was
You know what? Not many people do, so thanks for that, mate.
The
So many people are like
I'm down here.
lecherous,
But this time the same
disgusting,
play
man.
isn't available.
I can
Incineroar is
respect,
opposite Incineroar.
open
So if you switch the
disgust,
Incineroar out to
disgust.
Ditto, you'll
Literally.
just have a second
Open
Incineroar on the field
degeneracy.
instead of a
I
third Miraidon
honestly,
on the
open
field, which is
degeneracy.
much
That's the
more
way.
difficult to play with. So
It's because
for
I'm
those
so
who-
I'm always so fucking
Meanwhile,
open for being an
Federico
advocate
showed
for
a high
if you've got
propensity to
hot
throw the
friends,
Draco Meteor
let
at
them know they're
Incineroar
hot.
for the
Because
KO.
some
Got it in
people
game
never
one.
hear that they're
Didn't
hot.
get it the first try, game 2, but then eventually got the
Case
KO.
in point is a
If
friend of
this time
mine.
Draco Meteor on the other
Shan't
side,
name
not
her, but I
the
think
KO
everyone knows who she is.
I mean, it's got his glasses
Literally
on,
was
where
like,
it's able to connect
I never
these
get
Draco
this from
Meteors,
people.
but this time, as you mentioned,
This is
not able
nice.
to get
Yes,
the knockout.
please. I am
Miraidon
fucking
alongside
slaying
However
right
is
now.
gonna
And I'm
try
like,
and
yeah,
show
you
the
are,
Draco
mate.
Miraidon how it's done with this electric drift
I'm
into
doing
the
such a
Incineroar, but
public
again,
service.
Not able to get the knockout without a little bit of additional
really
damage.
said game time is
Incineroar tries
over.
to get that with the U-turn.
Dean!
No avail, both of the Miraidons able to
Dean
take
really
this
said,
damage,
fuck your
and
pride.
Federico able
You
to
want
go
a shiny
for that
Jirachi,
switching
okie
that
dokie.
Incineroar into the
I mean,
back.
thank you for the
Gives
gifties, because I need the
Rico
dollar,
some
because I'm
maybe
dirt
like
poor,
us
and
to
like
move
weddings
onto the
draining
field.
every
It's in a
fund we
position now,
have.
unless a knockoff is going that way.
Studio
Which
mode.
it was
Down
behind
to
that
the
slot.
Champmons.
It's able to this time get
YouTube
the
gifts.
burn
Bye,
boost
bird. Go
Oh,
bye bye.
no, the bisexual bird.
Just need to see
Sheeny
the knockoff go
Jirichi.
into the Miraidon, maybe
Gen
expecting
3,
to
Liam.
switch
End of Gen
spot.
3.
Does some good damage in the Miraidon, but does open up
Oh, I don't
switching
like shiny
moves.
nozzles.
Means the Miraidon could just try to volt.
Yeah,
Why has it
it's
got
just
orange?
sunburn
Why
with
is it like
nips.
that?
Sheeny. Do you remember when the forms of cast form didn't have shinies?
I don't remember that.
It's because of Pokemon Go they got shinies.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Because when you encounter cast form, it doesn't change form. It's just
Oh, it's just.
it's in the form it happens to be in. So when you got rainy form, people are like, "Hey, I got a shiny, but nothing happened." And Pokemon Go was like, "Can we give it shinies now?"
Kind of a poor target for Ditto because while you'll copy
There
the
we
abilities and
go.
moves, you won't copy the flame work, so you don't end up burnt and you don't have that same offensive boost.
I
Right
think as
then.
well, there's some advantages to losing your choice specs. Yes, you're not dealing as much damage, but at least you have some flexibility.
Freedom to
between
vault
moves.
switch and
That could be
stuff.
something that could be helpful to Federico. But we're going to see Marcus bring in this Calyrex Ice Rider. So again, trying to bring the restricted onto the field to apply pressure with these Glacial Lances. So I think it's a very wise
You booked your
crystallization coming
taxi
through
off.
on the
I have
Miraidon
not,
once
because it
again
said it
here
was
for
gonna be
Federico.
two.
Dropping that
Oh,
Dragon
okay, yeah,
Force
yeah,
to the
valid.
So I'm
ice
just
move,
like,
turning into
know-
a Fairy type does give it a lot more capabilities on the field to stay in the game. It also enables a boost to this Dazzling Gleam.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be able to hit
Unless
both
this
of
game
Marcus'
goes on
Pokemon.
for 30
Significant
minutes.
damage on the Incineroar.
Which
Thanks
I
to that
don't
critical hit
see
and
it
a little bit of
doing.
chip
Yeah.
into Calyrex. Incineroar, you know, saying you did get your burn guts activation here.
Is it
but
safe
I'm
to
gonna
message
still
here now?
lower the
Has
attack by
YouTube
one
found
stage
the
to try and
50
neutralize
people?
you as best they can.
No.
Really significant.
The fuck you mean no?
You know, the
I haven't been around for a bit. Felt like I needed champ spots as usual.
Finish off Miraidon
If I'm here in
and summon
champ,
chip into whatever switches
if I'm here, I'm champ. Them's the rules. I like those rules.
Are a very valuable Pokemon in this match. Valuable enough that Federico's been willing to commit Draco.
It's not
Meteor
even
to
on
it
the
3
YouTube side
times
champ.
so far. Is
What?
down to 58 health, just about a quarter of its
What,
health.
the gift?
It's going to not have nearly
Oh.
the same thing for us to come in and fight something like the Lunala later on.
No,
Looks like the Miraidon might be on borrowed time though on Marcus'
What are you on
side.
about,
Manages to
Kaylee?
avoid the facade. That goes into the Calyrex. Does a significant chunk of damage.
Is that
to it,
Cortex
and
I see?
Calyrex
It
is
is.
that bulkier
In the
one where it's got the leftovers.
Big
It has
boy.
the potential to even go for Elite Seed
Even though
later
there's a
on, but
battle
at the
happening.
pace these trainers are playing at, I don't think it's going to be
He's
able
up
to
there.
have the time
Wait.
granted to it to set that up.
Big boy.
Right, Miraidon may be meant to come in sacrificially.
Well, we could zoom in
just
on
to
them.
take whatever Ursulina was doing, but because it's stuck on the field, we know slower than the Miraidon against
Nothing. I didn't say
And,
nothing.
Dra-
I would
Dazzling
never
Gleam will just
disrespect.
pick up that
Right,
KO
the
and
rest
means
of
that
us
slot
poros
can
will
attack.
just-
Calyrex might then be able to get the attack off.
You
But to
povos.
what target and how quickly
Povos.
will it be
Asbos.
that Incineroar comes back in.
Yep, Luna just switching out. It can reset the.
Amy, you missed
missed
it, but Hugo Boss socks, really? Socks, Hugo Boss?
Yeah, socks, Hugo Boss, because that's the only thing I can afford in that shop.
Reggae Boss.
My dad likes socks. I don't know. I got him.
Who doesn't like socks?
I got him hotel chocolate, chocolate shortbread as well. So
When I graduated, my father didn't show up to my graduation. My grandmother asked my father, "How do you feel?" He responded, "How do you think I feel?" And then she told me he's crying. Let him fucking cry. Like a butch. Like a bitch, I assume. Butch. And Cassidy.
All of the adjustments in game 2.
Little bit no
Incineroar
incentive.
pivot out into a full health Incineroar and just
I love socks. I can
just-
sleep in
or rather,
socks.
the
It's
Incineroar
apparently a
pivot out
gift.
into full health Miraidon and just lost
I
it. This time
I
it was the Incineroar
sleep in
pivot out
socks
to a
at
very
uni
low
because it's
health
too
Miraidon,
cold and
maybe
no one
hoping the
wants to
same
turn
play
on the
would
heating
happen.
Ned
because they're gonna
Climax, yeah.
pay.
The positioning
So,
loss when the
I
KO
respect
didn't go into Miraidon, instead damage.
That Ditto's a Lunala now.
was really devastating.
Lunala.
This is Marcus's chance to convince me of it.
With Shadow Shield in play now.
This full HP, we know it's got that focus attack
Going
as
for the
well,
number
so
one
it has some
all-time
flexibility.
spot. We appreciate.
Shadow Shield, now focus that Shadow Shield a little
I'll take
bit,
breaks then, Gizmo.
is not as vulnerable.
Little bit no incentive.
If it can
No,
again win the
what's
speed
no
fight,
incentive?
target down Lunala on the other side,
Oh, you mean like
grab
there's no
Lunala,
incentive to beat Dean because Dean will always be the champ? No, there's incentive.
damage, but there are two good
Just
resistances
it's just
in the
more
back
expensive.
on the slot, but no switches.
Well, I think with Shadow Shield Focus Sash, you want to try and make sure that this Lunala is going to
I mean, I appreciate everything, Dean, so keep doing it. Directly benefits me, and I need the benefit.
focus sash in combination.
Can I at least swap my AG spot to be Sylveon? Yeah.
Successfully reduce the
I'll do that for you.
Of the Lunala, but it allows you this pivot into the
Manon, I hope you are.
Intimidates going down against his Calyrex.
And like I said, I'm glad that
being
you
able
got
to
your
apply pressure with the fake out in the next turn. As Ditto can move here, go for the Moon Guy speed, taking to the skies, and we'll find his mark.
Shiny Pokemon number 700.
And absolutely remove it from play.
One of the few Pokemon numbers I remember. I remember that Sylveon 700 and Vivian is 666.
There's no protect, no switch to Ursaluna.
It is. It's the devil Pokemon.
And takes a Moon Guy's team from its duplicate.
There we
over
go.
Yep, Miraidon able to rejoin the field.
Chat-Daru, welcome back, Daru.
Using the Hadron engine again to apply a lot of
Funny how they still have sympathy for the guy who put me through all this, especially since they're not taking sides. I was talking to Sophie about this yesterday. It's fucking wild that your family are going, oh, your dad that hits you and your sister? Well, we don't want to take sides.
And no Pokemon on Marcus's side.
People are willing to stand up to family.
It's so weird.
Some kind of
thank you,
retransformation into Miraidon happens. That makes it really difficult to safely get an attack off.
Back to our pop into our after work.
All times. Incineroar also has fake out available this turn, further limiting.
That's cool. I'm going to take that out because it just sounds a little
Shadows
bit
Broken, we saw the
self-promo-y.
an actual Lunala earlier. The
Hey guys, did you know I?
Did
you know I also?
Yeah, literally, Jason. Oh, excuse me.
Well, the seconds were ticking down.
Arcanine is 59, Bellsprout is 69, Poliwrath. Poliwag Wrath us 60 to 62.
Pikachu 25,
but
Meow
Incineroar's going to be in a prime position to try and deal damage
Oh,
to it with that Flare Blitz.
Raichu 26.
When you know you outspeed, no fake out needed.
Bulbasaur number 1.
Get the job done. Meaning that Marcus only has that Incineroar in the back to deal with the 3 remaining Pokemon on Federico.
It's vindication.
Yeah, that's just it.
You're seeing someone get what they deserve and reaping what they sow. I wouldn't just be fucking happy to see him cry. I'd be salivating at the thought.
So, Marcus has not been able to prove Ditto to me.
Yeah, Ditto is suffering.
Marcus is not.
But you made it to the end of the battle.
And is knocked out of the tournament as Federico moves into the top 16.
Incredible play.
So everyone say bye to Amma because she's going to order a taxi, which means that me and Sophie...
Federico knew a way to work around it, even when
bye everybody!
And the feeling, the hugging.
Federico had a way to deal with it, constantly looking at the speed interactions, constantly looking at the ball position. His adaptations through games 2 and 3 make him a worthy victor in this set.
Really strong play.
Bye everyone.
Despite losing those
bye Hoobie, bye Rilla, bye Gizmo, bye Jason, bye Mamorta, bye Yuki, bye Metaphor.
Yeah, and I really like the way, particularly in that game 3, there were adaptations on both sides. You know, Ursaluna was able to actually come in and get the Flame Wall boost up. That made it immediately a lot more threatening. I like the way that the Ditto this time became the Lunala and was able to deal with the opposing Lunala. It just, I think, gave it a little bit more intensity in certain places. But for me, this Miraidon, the fact that you had this late game Terra Fairy in games 2 and 3 just gave it a lot more flexibility throughout the set.
It was doing so much damage and had the staying power. It was able to get through Glacial Lance in both of those games because of the Fairy Terastallization. The protection of the Flame War, making sure that Ursaluna stayed burnt, also opened up the option for Facade, which is what chipped most of the damage down onto this really bulky Calyrex and meant that it was always feeling a little bit vulnerable to Federico on the other side.
I think that's definitely been the tale of this entire set from both of our trainers, as well as constantly calculating what it's going to take to be able to get that eventual knockout. We saw a lot of damage being done here, there, and everywhere, but not necessarily KOs, but they were then followed up in later turns. And as we saw, I think it was one of the Miraidons from games 1 and 2, we saw that without that additional bit of damage, it wasn't able to get the knockout. So I think teamwork really made the dream work here.
Yeah, knowing all of your calculations is so important, especially when a match is going to play out in that way, where it feels like every turn some decisive attack is happening, and you're just trying to hope that you've built the right house of cards, the right bit of damage to make sure that your opponent's team collapses before yours does.
Exactly, and of course Marcus Dion has had a tremendous event here. Yes, they have been knocked out of the competition, but as we were saying earlier, starting the tournament 0-2 and then advancing all the way to top cut at the North American International Championships, that's still an awesome achievement.
Yeah, just an incredible run to be on the edge that entire time, but make it through all the way here to the top cut to a really respectable top 32 finish.
Yes, and of course Federico Campriosi will be advancing into the next round of competition, into the next top cut match. And I think that's where things get even more intense. You know, we had over 1,000 players here that started the tournament yesterday, and we are whittling it down to a top 16, which is absolutely incredible. One of those trainers will be our champion tomorrow.
Yeah, just 16 candidates left for the title of North American International Champion, and candidates representing regions all over the world, Japanese players, European players, American players. We just lost our last Canadian player, unfortunately, but still lots of international representation here.
It happens to the best of them, doesn't it? But all of these trainers, you know, with every round of Top Cut as well, they're getting one move closer to becoming the champion, to being able to lock in potential Worlds invites, to be able to feel that gold rush of the prizes as well that could come through. So there's so much still at stake for them to play. They've got to keep calm and composed and just take it one game at a time.
Yeah, and it just means the pressure mounts round by round. You feel like you're making it so far and you just are so close to the end there, and it just means that every round, every turn, every input becomes so stressful.
And it's not just our Masters divisions battling it out as well. We have our juniors and seniors competing today as well in their tournament runs. And for them as well, you know, they are the future generation of our Master Pokemon players as well. They have different meta games, but they have to still go through the same hoops, the same intensity, and just out there on the floor, there's so much amazing competitive action to soak up and enjoy.
Well, to hear a little bit about that intensity, let's go over to Evan, who has Federico ready for an interview.
Thanks, Len. I am here on stage with our first top 16 competitor to qualify through the play-in round, Federico Camporisi. Federico, congratulations. How are you feeling after that win?
I'm feeling very good. Game 1 was weird because our Incineroar were speed dyings, and this just showed up in turn 1, and some friends of us, like both Chappa playing Marco's team and Luca playing my team, played each other before in the tournament. And Luca told me my Incineroar would have been faster, and then I saw the Intimidate going first, so I was like, okay, I can fake out the Incin. And then the third one was really, really bad, and game 1 was pretty funny, but I'm feeling very good. That's also my first time getting more than top 32 in international. I always had really good finishes at Worlds and Regionals, but never got more than top 32 in international, so I feel very good.
Yeah, it's really exciting. This is actually your best placement in the Masters division so far in the International Championships. How far do you think you can take it?
I'm just gonna aim to win.
Yeah, you just have to win right now. How are you feeling? You know, you had that first game 1. How do you bounce back from something like that to then take those next 2 games as cleanly as you did?
So I knew I could have played safer turn 1, like as I always did in the next 2 games. I could just fake out the Maridon. And that was a risky play, knowing Incineroar were in speed dies, of course. In game 1, I fake out the Incin because I wanted to take more immediate pressure, and it made sense in my head, assuming that my Incin was faster. Then I also decided to go for the Ursaluna. I would expected the game to develop in a bit different way, and Urshifu didn't work as I expected in game 1, because also I would have actually won game 1 if I had Ursaluna in the back in the end, despite having a really bad start. So this made me understand in a really easy way how good Ursaluna would have been. Since it would have still won me a game that was really bad, it was pretty easy to understand it was the right thing to adapt. And then I just decided to keep calm because I knew the matchup was on my side, and I definitely could have won it. I just lost one game in a way I didn't expect it, but it feels great.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so important to stay calm in those situations, and that's what helps get you to this knockout stage and beyond, especially. And I'm really interested in your team because we've been seeing Maridon and Lunala kind of falling off as a duo over the course of this regulation, but you still believe in it. What is it about that combo that you still believe in?
So Maridon is just my favorite restricted. I think it's just the strongest Pokemon in the format. So I played Maridon for all the late regulation G, and also started playing regulation high with that. So I just felt like I'm gonna stick with Maridon and try to find out what's the best comp.
left.
I started playing
There's
this
only
even
Liam
before
now.
Milwaukee. So
It's not
after
fair.
Milwaukee, I
Why
saw
did my
that,
friend go home?
The team was doing very great.
McLovin!
I was like,
Stop
okay,
saying
I'm
McLovin.
just gonna stick with
You
that.
can't do
That's
it.
the first time ever I play a
But
single team
her
for
lemon
a
drizzle
long time,
remains.
and
Phrasing.
I got top 16 in Bologna. I'm top 16.
Baffles me that I'm number
16 here.
1. Guys, don't
So it's
obsess
feeling,
over the number 1
it's
thing.
feeling
It just
great.
means
It's
you've
feeling
said a
like
few words in chat.
high amount of practice is
Hate to
paying off.
burst
I
your
think the team
bubble.
is still good. Definitely not as good as how good it was in the first weeks.
That's
but
some
it was
good
just
lemon
the
drizzle.
team I was the best at. So I just
Oh,
felt
it's
like the team
good.
still had it, and I wanted to give the team a really
Yeah, it's
good
per
last
stream,
run
innit?
here. So that's pretty much why I'm using it.
Yeah, well, definitely already giving that team a
Toros.
really good last run so far.
I can
I'm gonna
turn
go
it
ahead and
off.
let
Oh,
you get
please.
started
What's?
so you can
Oh,
start getting ready
I didn't
for
know.
your next match in the top 16.
Oh, I need
but is there
to.
anyone you'd like to shout out? Anyone you'd like to thank who's helped you get this far?
Yeah, sure. I would like to start out, first of all, my team, Novo Esports, and all my friends from each server.
I'm going to turn it off. I can't wait. That's the best thing you said all day, Gizmo.
Who always support me. Of course, my family as well. And especially
how many more rounds today? I think there's top 16, top 8, top 4.
Also in top 16. He just has been my prep partner for this entire time in this format. So
YouTube
definitely big shout out to
dashboard.
him.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again on making it into the top 16
settings.
and hopefully beyond.
Is it community,
We'll let you go
probably?
get sorted
Yeah,
for that.
community setting, surely.
But right now, though, we have even more action
Nope.
here in New Orleans at the Louisiana at the North American
mentions.
International Championships.
On
And I'm
10,
looking for him, but
no.
I think Joe's out there somewhere.
Settings.
Who's got some updates for us. Joe, where are you?
Community moderation, creative graphics, promotions, agreements. Oh
One of our
my
Top
god.
Cut members, Mr. Tommy Coolin. Congratulations, you won the asymmetrical round of Top Cut. You were in the top 16 for the
Yeah,
first
people
time
are
in
getting
over
weirdly obsessive over it.
7 years. You're at the top cut of an international championship, brother. How are you feeling?
I wonder if it's in the
really
live
awesome. It's been
dashboard
so long
itself.
since I've
Hang
been
on.
able to, you know, make it back here, make it all the way to the top. I've had a couple, you know, near misses, some
Customization,
D2s,
redirect,
some heartbreak in the end, but
live chat
so it finally showed
summary,
that I
live
can, you know,
chat,
compete at the top level with all
live
these great players
reactions
against
are
awesome.
off.
Yeah, honestly, you know, you're a trainer that I talk to a lot for advice on team building and ideas
on.
and concepts. So I always know that you're always bringing the heat.
Turn
You know the best
off
moves. So
chat ranking
talk us through your
YouTube.
team. Why has your team been so successful this weekend?
Honestly, Miraidon has just been
Enable
an
live chat
amazing
leaderboard,
Pokemon.
chat
I've
ranking.
been
A
running
user needs to
Miraidon
navigate
Color
their
Site
settings to the
Fighter,
YouTube
which
app or
is not my
website,
normal
toggle
style.
off the
I'm usually
leaderboard participation.
a hyper offense, an aggro player, but I
This
decided
action
to
needs to
try
be performed by the
something
user
new,
viewing
try
the
and, like,
live
make up
stream.
for some of my
As
faults
streamers
that I
cannot
might have
directly
had in the
disable it
past.
for all
So,
viewers, according to a user
of
on
course,
X.
Our best buddy Justin Burns helped me through the process.
PSA, you can
and,
turn off
we're
community
here now.
leaderboards.
Yeah, that's just, couldn't rely on Ultra Necrozma this
Okay.
time around for the job there. So, what was your toughest match the whole weekend so far? And don't say the upcoming top 16, because we know that's the real answer, obviously. Besides top 16, what was your toughest matchup the whole weekend?
Oh, Swordfish is definitely the toughest matchup. Kyogre Zacian is so oppressive. Zacian can do so much damage.
Apparently
to both of our
streamers can't
restricted.
turn it off. Apparently
Really hard to play
you
safe
turn it
with,
off
so
in your
that was
own
one of our losses
settings.
in day one, and I'm
It's
really
so
not surprised that I
dumb.
lost to it, and,
Oh, there you go. I didn't
the
click
goal is
done
to
on
not play
day
it
2.
again.
That's why it still says day 2.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Day
We'll
1.
see what happens
Hello, Scott.
there.
I'm
So,
alright.
you need a top 4 to get your
Bro said
qualification for the World
salivating. I said that a
Championship.
while
There were
ago.
A lot of players
Where have you been?
in your shoes that needed that top 16, top 32. win.
Very
You
good,
had to
Sewell.
go for broke.
Miles
you're
Juniors.
here, you're in a great spot with
Lemon
that chance to earn a
drizzle.
World Championship qualification. What's your mentality been like all weekend, knowing you essentially had to be one
This
of
is
the
the
4
Switch 2
best
version,
trainers
yes.
in the room, or you weren't going to
That's
get
why
a
it's
world
smooth as
qualification?
silk.
I think I'm just playing with house money at this point.
Welcome
think
back,
that
Scotty.
No matter what, as long as I am winning the game in front of me, I'm going to be happy. And you know, if I do happen to go all the way, that'll be awesome.
Oh,
But
you got
even
full
if I don't,
Taurus, hang on.
I'm just really proud to be back here, back competing again after, like you said, I think it's been over 7 years since the last time I top cut a tournament. So, or top cut a NAIC. So, yeah, I'm
Hell
just,
yeah.
regardless of what happens, I am just so proud with how I've played so far. So
Okay,
proud
we
of
got
my
5
support
to go in
system
this
that has
batch.
given
We're
me
not
so
getting a
much
Sheen
help,
today,
and,
are we?
I'm going to try and do
Let's
it for
be
them,
real.
but no matter what happens, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah,
But that was a nice change of pace, right? We had Amber for here for a bit.
Let's talk about the rest of that support system. Last question for you, so you can get ready for your match. Who are some
Now when I'm being vile, you guys can understand.
Supporting you here this weekend.
Oh, I've been playing this game for over 13 years now.
13
I've
years.
had so many people help me along the way. All the guys from Tub, Justin Burns, of
Let's
course.
go.
Even my day ones from all the way back in the day.
Oh
Jen
shit!
and
It's
Ava
between
and
rounds,
Jade.
which means
my parents have always been so
we got
supportive. I
alerts to
have
replay.
Probably the best support system in the entire world. I can
Also,
pretty
thank
confidently say that I
you,
have so many people in my corner that care about me a
5-bit
lot.
Della,
I am
for the
beyond
follow.
grateful for all the
In
support
here,
they give me.
granted, it does smell.
Coolly, no ducks, no buzzwall, no problem. Top
Oh,
cut.
that was
2025 NAIC. We're gonna take a quick
that
break.
will that.
We come back. We'll have our first top 16 match here.
Get
for
some
the
hype for
Championships.
Dean in the chat. He did some giftying. Didn't he just? Big hype.
Actually, work for a major airline.
go.
So we do double, so 16-hour shifts. So I'll do a double and then have like 2 weeks off, which I'm doing right now.
Let's
and then I will
go.
just play Pokemon on my time off. and then
Amber's
play
lovely.
with
We knew it's
friends.
already, but she just to be reminded, right?
And make sure Pokemon Go is like
What a ledge.
really
And she's a good friend.
instead of like a chore or liability. And
Oh, the guys in my way.
Balance and I enjoy the game the most.
Big hype for Dean. Dean fucking smashed it once again.
I'll do all my homework, I'll go to work and all that. And then if I have any extra time, I'll just sit around and play.
Bum,
It's a lot harder than it looks. But as long as you focus and just keep your goals in line, you can definitely like achieve it. But also don't be afraid that like every now and then you can take a break.
No Sheen. No, no Sheen. No. No. Sheen.
It's mostly trying to find direct time in between
Oh, hell yeah.
I work at night and when I work at
Hope
night.
Trainer Dean donated £100.
I've just been
Woo.
trying to at least
Loud
find, little
noises
moments here and
back
there
in
to at
my
least
spot.
practice on
Loud
live
noises.
and
Yes,
at
granted,
least try and get
it
some
does
practice
smell.
Ashton Kerr, thank you for
events
the
like this,
subscribe.
or try to find some local leagues, at least at on the
Thank
Pokemon
you.
website. It should be
And there's
okay.
Dean's 50 gifties.
The
God
balance for
damn.
me is, this is a thing I only do once in a while, and I do
Amazing.
it socially. I don't lose my mind over it.
Welcome back out to the floor of NAIC. My name is Adam Watson, and I've
Uh-oh,
got
another
Paul
tier
to
list.
Rate the first partner Pokemon, the grass types. Let's see how he does.
Probably better in a bit because my eyesight hurt. That's all right, mate. If you're tired, get some EPE. What time is it? Oh, it's a shiny then. Yeah, 20 past 8. Oh, yeah. Oh, Sebster, thank you. At it like rabbits.
Okay.
Give him the microphone. He's trying to say his opinions and you're not giving him the mic. Oh, the new glasses aren't right? Ooh, yeah, no. Eye strain headaches fucking hurt. Oh, these lights are up way too bright. Good lord. Why were they that
A
bright?
little bit of fake out there, folks. What do you think about the Church Week rating?
Thank you, dude. He's trying to speak. Give him the microphone. Sebster!
Sebster Fluffy Cup 28 months.
28 months, that's almost a year.
Let us know. We'll get back to some Pokemon action shortly.
Left lens blurry at distance.
There you all are, just as I left you.
I'd have loved to hear the other guys speak.
Hello, NAIC. I hope you've been having an incredible weekend so far. I'm Brian David Gilbert, longtime Pokemon
Brian
fan,
David Gilbert.
Poké Rap enthusiast,
Who's Brian David
and
Gilbert?
believe it or not, the host of the very first official Pokemon game show. Today, I'm so excited to share with you all some details about the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show, like how the game is played, and also how you can get involved in the chaos from home.
Oh, do you have people do
The team has
social
been
media posts
working
daily?
so hard
That's
behind
rough,
the scenes
man.
to make something unique and fun, and we really hope you come check it out.
Give me 15.
All right.
Give
Roll
me
the clip.
15 Portal in the Nintendo Switch 2. I'm getting a
Gotta Catch 'Em
Nintendo
All
Switch 2 for
game
Christmas.
show is a multiple choice
What?
trivia quiz with a
Okay.
twist. Each question has a Pokemon attached to it. To win the game, you need to have all 4 of these victory Pokemon in your collection
Yume?
at the same time. Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, and of course
Oh,
Pikachu.
mate, this game got too
Pokemon
confusing
you
for me
collect in the
yesterday.
quiz each have a one-time effect, which can be broken into 4 categories.
Yume.
There are supportive Pokemon, which have positive effects that
Well,
help
wash
you shape
down
the
that
game,
lovely,
and there are disruptive Pokemon, which
expertly
bring a
made lemon
bunch
drizzle
of
cake
negative effects
with
that
some
aggravate your
lemonade G
opponents.
Fuel.
Both groups
Use
only
code
require
ACE.
a single copy
Get
of
20%
a certain
off.
Pokemon
I
in
dare
your
you.
collection to use its effect. Then we have victory Pokemon, the main win condition of the game, with effects so powerful that they require 2 of the same Pokemon in your collection to use
Oh, yeah.
them. And finally,
I feel so amorous
Magikarp,
now. I'm so sorry
which
that I
does
can't
nothing
compete
actually?
with
That can't be right.
Amma.
Maybe we should try.
I was going to
collecting
say
as many
something
as we
rude
can to
about her
see
having
what
nice
happens.
boobs, but
Once an
I
effect
thought
has
for
been
once,
activated, it
for
can't
once I
be
won't
used again,
mention them.
But the Pokemon remains
Although
in your
technically I did.
collection until you reach
But
a
still.
maximum of 6. From there, you can
She
choose to
knew
swap
what she
new
was getting
Pokemon
into when
in
she
to
came
get
around.
access to more one-time effects. Each question will have one of these Pokemon attached to
She's
it.
a smart
and
cookie.
Players will have to quickly
She's known me
buzz
long
in
enough.
to answer and catch that Pokemon. If the
When
first
FK
buzz
midway
gets it
through,
wrong,
rip.
the other 2
Won't
can
try to
buzz
do
in.
special
If no
thanks
one gets the
post, just
question
stressing
right,
because I don't
we
want to
move
put
on, and the
anyone's
Pokemon
noses out of
returns
joint.
to the
Yeah.
tall grass. And the fun isn't just in the studio.
Just add
You can
something
play
like,
along at
so many
home
people to
live
thank.
on Twitch. Answer our questions
Can't-
and get ready to
there's
make your
there's
mark.
inevitably
You'll
someone
have
I'm
chances to
missing,
vote on
but
key
fuck
moments
you
and
all.
even help us with some
Sophie
sneaky
did a
secrets
new
that could
post on
completely shake up the
Twitter.
game. Got all that? No? Well,
Holy,
the best way to learn
holy
is to do.
moly.
So join us live
Them
on Twitch on the
eyes.
27th of June and find out more.
I know what I'm reacting with.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. Lou and Len here to take
Oh,
you through the
yeah.
next round of our Top Cut here at the North American International
Top Cut,
Championship.
baby!
In those knockout
Don't forget to feed
phases,
your
things are
Snorlaxes,
getting even more
baby!
intense for our trainers because they have no
Such a tease
room
having her
for
for
error.
one
They have to win
time.
each set to advance and try
Being
and get
teased
that
by
champion
Anna, you'd be
title.
so
Yeah,
lucky.
it's win or go
You'd be
home,
so
and at this
lucky.
point, 16 players remaining vying for that title.
And that's the thing, we had over 1,000
Here we go.
players yesterday, now we only
Give
have
me
16.
sandwich.
It doesn't feel like we've had enough time to whittle the competition down to that amount of trainers.
Hey, look, it's
right?
another one of my fit
People are
mates.
getting eliminated
Lendl.
left and right. We sent another 6 home in the
It's
last
Lou.
round, but still, who had a very strong tournament.
I love how we say it's we like we had a hand in this.
We.
The trainers out there have been the ones working their magic out there on the field. But we can have a little bit of an overview of the bracket here. You can see
let's look at the
some of the trainers that
brackets.
have kind of been able to advance through already. They had a good enough
actually,
standing off
enlarging the brackets did nothing. They're still barely readable.
to be joined by their competitors.
Right, they did well enough to earn buys and move on. Players like Kazuki, who almost went undefeated until Bizod took them out in the last round of Swiss. And we've even, looks like, already had the result of one top 16 match with Ruben winning the Bologna Finals mirror match up against Luca and moving into the top 8.
Luca Cherubelli, the world champion, is out.
Cherubelli going home at top 16, but
Brev.
able to advance into the top 8. And we wonder who their opponent's going to be out of Kazuki and Maddie. In the rest of the top 16 as well, we've got Justin Knox and Federico Camperosi that we're able to see victorious over Marcus Dion in that last
I'm
game.
rooting
sure
for
is gonna be a
Yuma.
phenomenal match, as well as Thomas
Yuma
Irwin
Kinagawa.
and Yuma Kingawa. That's going to be, again, a really interesting one. We've got to see
Oh,
Yuma
she
play
called
a
him
little bit earlier,
Kingawa.
but
It's
we're gonna focus
Kinugawa.
a little bit on this part of the bracket for our next match.
Yeah, our next matchup on stream will be Bezad versus Gabriel. Should be another
Gabriel!
very interesting teams. Lots of other great names here. We just saw the interview with Thomas coming back.
To be thanked first or last, but absolutely not least. Type of this proper shows how riddled my brain is.
Yeah, he said he hasn't top cut in a while. I do remember.
I think last but not least is the best, I think. Because it's the name people remember at the end.
So it's great to see him back in action, but he's definitely got a formidable opponent in the form of Marco.
She all took it out from a day hanging out with Amma.
International champions as well. That's going to be a fantastic match if you can catch that somewhere around the venue, as well as Francesco Piopero, the trainer we got to see earlier yesterday, advancing into top 16, and they have to still find out if it's going to be Victor or Giovanni that they will face to try and advance into top 8.
Yeah, one top 32
Egg
match
power.
Out
Egg
the
power.
Field, so Francesco waiting to see who his opponent will be.
Well, I'm looking forward to our match indeed. You know, Berzad
Indeedy.
versus Gabriel. Both of these trainers are regional champions from this season alone.
I need to do picnic. Ruby is very cute.
Berzad being able to win.
Oh damn!
Earlier this year.
Do that shit later.
At San Antonio. Gabriel Agati has, been a double-time regional champion, winning Joinville earlier this year.
We got an Iron Treads.
Ew. But 2
nah,
international
Gabriel, come on, Gabriel.
Columbus NAIC in 2022. He's going to want to try and go one step better this time.
Right, trying to complete
Giga Chad Gabriel, let's go.
A few years later, Bezod having one of the strongest runs at this tournament, one of just a few players who have only taken one loss so far, made it into the top cut at 11.
Let's do it.
And both of these trainers have some really interesting teams. Berzad running that Iron Treads that we've seen cropping up a little bit over the past couple of months, but having great success here. I'm looking forward to diving a little bit deeper into how that team is composed. And Gabriel Agati, we got to showcase earlier today on the broadcast as well. Rocking Pokemon like
anyone undefeated? Not now, no.
Screamtail that we haven't really seen in popularity this
I think
weekend,
someone's 12-1.
Really
Yeah,
demonstrating that
Kazuki Kobayashi is 12-1. That's the closest to undefeated.
Unusual picks, like
but obviously not undefeated.
It really feels like the Rapid Strike has
running Koraidon, I'm automatically wanted to win. Mate, he's running Screamtail. It's fucking great.
One of 3 in the top 16 of
I mean, I normally hate facing Screamtail, but
for Iron
it's nice to see something
a
different.
little bit differently, but otherwise we see some common pieces.
I'm friends with my dad. I'm friends with my Gabriel. I'm actually not. I don't know him, but
is something we saw a couple times already in this tournament. But this Calyrex kind of sitting in between a lot of the other Calyrex. Still has the Leech Seed rather than a coverage move in that slot, but rather the leftovers or the Clear Amulet has never melt ice to really amplify the damage when it hasn't been intimidated.
And it's also running that fairy terrestrialization. That's not something we commonly see on a Calyrex. We often see that with Miraidon, for example, to drop its
a fairly high-profile player was playing at NAIC and needed 128 for their invite. It was revealed a few weeks ago that they are not a good person. So can we all celebrate they've come 129th? Oh!
Still keep that speed stable on the field, as well as
what do we mean by not a good person?
Offensive pressure.
right? And it can shift some important speed matchups, like against Calyrex Shadow Rider that's out on the other side. There are some very fast Pokemon on both of these teams. This Choice Scarf from Miraidon, the Iron Trides, which we expect has a speed-boosting Quark Drive, and then on the other side, you have 2 speed-boosting Photosynthesis with Screamtail and Fluttermane, and then the Calyrex Shadow Rider. It means that Miraidon is the 6th fastest Pokemon in this match. Not something you see all the time. But then there's also some slow mode here. The Trick Room on Calyrex could be pretty important to this match. With all that speed out on the other side, a well-timed Trick Room that maybe also enables a Mungus to have an impact. Might be difficult to do with Miraidon setting the Electric Train, but that's at least something that's in Bezod's control of when that Electric Train goes up. None on the other side to stop the spore.
Yes, I'm really looking forward to seeing how the speed interactions are going to evolve.
If car goes vroom vroom, they go groom groom. Oh! How are they even allowed to compete?
But the one thing I like about Berzard's team is the flexibility it can offer in the face of speed. You have those speedier Pokemon, as you mentioned, but you have the slower ones with the Amoonguss and Calyrex that can potentially go for something like a Trick Room. And if we take a look at Gabriel Agati's team, if a Trick Room does potentially go up, this could be difficult for Gabriel, but he has a few ways to be able to try and deal with it. You have the Taunt on the Fluttermane, for example, and you certainly have some heavy hitters in the form of the Koraidon that can deal with a potential Calyrex.
Right, you mentioned the Taunt on the Fluttermane could be helpful. It's being fit by not having to protect. You know, Fluttermane has a lot of moves it would like to run in this
Fluttermane,
dropping different ones. Gabriel has
you have to remember saying it like that, yeah. Only world champ I know is Wolf. I follow his YouTube channel too. Mostly watch his collaboration videos with PM7MJ TV. You should look at more of the world champs, like Luca Cherubelli and Shohei Kimura and Sajin Park. I'm now looking at the rankings to see who was 129.
For a Miraidon. And so if we're playing very fast, Screamtail is impactful, much less impactful in Trick Room. Unlike something like an Encore from Whimsicott, you can't use it.
Did they have a girl's name?
That it can be a very vulnerable Pokemon once Trick Room goes up, especially given there's the Urshifu single strike.
DMs were leaked by the victim saying, I don't care if being with the victim makes them being with me makes them a
on the other side faster than Calyrex. 2 dark types on the other team, an unusual problem for Calyrex.
Oh.
So it'll be interesting to see which Pokemon
they do, yeah.
thinks can
okay, I know it is
fit in this matchup.
Well, let's see what our trainers are going to serve up for their top 16 match here at NAIC. You can see the Pokemon.
They needed 128 for Worlds and got 129. That's very funny though.
And that Calyrex Shadow Rider out there for Gabriel Agati.
Calyrex hits the field immediately, has the Spooky Plate to get a little bit stronger as well, but is at a speed disadvantage compared to Miraidon. And if it went out on the offense, it'd have to worry about a Sucker Punch coming in as well. So definitely a little bit back-footed here. Incineroar, on the other hand, can offer a fake out against either of these Pokemon, but has to watch out for the offense coming its way. A close combat or a big electric drift could be a problem, or even just a Volt Switch to get off the field and get some chip damage in on that Incineroar.
Incineroar certainly has a choice to make. Do you want to try and stop the Urshifu from dealing big damage into the opposing Calyrex? It has opted for the Terrestrialization, so it's not going to be as weak to Dark-type moves, but now it's going to be super-duper weak to any Fighting-type moves that come its way. Incineroar has decided to target down into that Miraidon, stop it going for an attack on this turn, as Astral Barrage will come through and connect on both of Berzard's Pokemon. Significant damage down into the Miraidon, but Urshifu able to take this and retaliate with a wicked blow. Thanks to the Terrestrialization, though, Calyrex able to hang on into turn 2.
Well, Gabriel gets a lot of damage down. Gets an Astral Barrage that does more than 50% of Miraidon
into
Urshifu, but it pays a pretty high cost for it. Both using the Terrestrialization, using a bunch of Calyrex's health, but also in the positioning. Calyrex now very vulnerable here. Should move after Miraidon on the other side, means that it could just go down if it doesn't protect. Urshifu also threatening a Sucker Punch or an attack in that slot if Calyrex does protect. So really a difficult position for the Calyrex to be in, maybe forces a switch out of Gabriel, can try to give some pace advantage to Bezod. Meanwhile, Incineroar doesn't take any damage out of the
Mate, the fact that so many people are still... Oh no, wait, that's someone else. Never mind.
Gabriel gets too focused on
Never mind.
The Calyrex here, the Incineroar is very vulnerable.
And I think the Urshifu is really sitting in a position where it doesn't have to worry too much about taking any damage here. So a great adaptation here by Gabriel to get that Calyrex out of the field, bringing the Ogerpon in instead. But Urshifu actually going to switch out. I think Berzard may be thinking that the Calyrex is going to leave the field and needs to keep that Urshifu.
Oh, I thought I found something about it, but I just can't.
Is able to join. So Berzard locking in both restricted onto the field in this moment of play. This could be a nice turn of events where you can try and deal with something like the opposing Ogerpon with a Glacial Lance. You've got that Never Melt Ice, but at the same time, you don't have a huge utility against it. And Gabriel is going to switch things up completely. Going to be bringing Koraidon onto the field. So a double switch here for Gabriel. Volt Switch will come through into this Ogerpon, does do a significant amount of damage. It is, you know, a water and grass type, so it's not going to be able to fully resist those attacks. And this again allows Burzad to position. And Len, one thing I've really taken away from this turn
Jesus,
is
that's
a lot
dark.
We have 4 completely different Pokemon on the field to what we had in turn 1.
A complete shift up. Incineroar comes out, gets the Intimidate out onto Ogerpon. Calyrex looks for the opportunity to come on the field. We talked before the match that Trick Room could be pretty impactful. This is a much easier couple of Pokemon to get Trick Room up against than the Calyrex and the Incineroar were a moment ago. Ogerpon also takes a huge amount of damage for that.
World champ was caught out cheating in the game at the finals, I heard too. Were they?
Ogerpon switching
Don't remember that.
You know, as you said, it was already in a very vulnerable position.
You can't say world champion quotations, because if they won the world championship, they're a world champion.
Intimidate,
not.
I think, works really nicely here. You can intimidate 2 physical attackers. You know, there's no clear amulet.
Why am I holding my controller like I'm going to play?
To stay around on the field, as we are going to see the Terrestrialization come through on Burzad.
I really want Gabrielle to push it through.
That Calyrex Ice Rider.
Amazing.
This is a fairy Terrestrialization.
Fairy
Fairy
Calyrex.
Terrestrialization will help make sure that there's no.
One world champ lost the title for shitting all over the hotel room.
Less damage, but it's just a collision course coming out.
Yes, Collision Course is going to connect down into the opposing Incineroar. That's
Big
going
damage
to
to
do
the
a huge
Incin.
amount of damage and completely remove it from the field with a one-hit KO, meaning that Bezos is down 1 Pokemon at this point in time. Calyrex can retaliate with this Glacial Lance.
That's not nice for Koraidon.
But not going to be putting it into the KO range here.
Significant damage coming out, but no.
Still wild. Honestly, what a weird story. Yeah, Matt did tell us that
stick
one.
with the speeds as they are, which can be helpful for keeping this Urshifu moving faster than Incineroar on the other side, but means that Koraidon is still the Pokemon moving the fastest. We saw how much damage it can put out, picking up that KO against Incineroar last turn. Urshifu just as vulnerable here.
Yes, and you can see Bezos really considering what to do with this Calyrex. It's in a position where you don't want to have it take any unnecessary damage. Urshifu on the field, though, again, this is a Pokemon that can apply decent damage into Incineroar with something like a close combat, but you really want it to try and deal with that opposing Calyrex that you know is in the back for Gabrielle.
Right, there's a decision to be made here about what to protect. And you can see Bezos really thinking it through, because if Urshifu gets called, then a lot of damage could be coming into Calyrex right now.
Yep, just a defensive play coming through on this Calyrex.
So I know B stories. I saw B stories.
Scouting out what Gabrielle wants to do in this turn with the Incineroar on the field. The fake out has
I replied to one of them with, respectfully, a wooga.
And Koraidon was just trying to follow up with a Flare Blitz into the counterpart of the Calyrex here, but no damage.
She's a good egg as B. We love B in here.
No damage with the double protect, but now the protects are burnt. You would have to double protect in order to get them again. Means that for Gabrielle, there's much easier thought process here. You don't.
You think it sounds like a fun idea? They get back to the hotel. When they get back to the hotel, just want to have a bath and then sleep. Yeah, the last thing I want to do is pick up shit and throw it everywhere.
But the Miraidon likely very vulnerable to no switch, just damage, just the collision course into Urshifu and the KO.
Yep, Koraidon taking advantage that it is the most fast.
Gizmo 1 millimeter to the fucking left, and you would see a fucking areola.
Into the Urshifu and remove it from play thanks to the focus dash having been broken earlier. Calyrex can return with this Glacial Lance that will get the knockout on Koraidon and give it a Chilling Day boost, but Incineroar still in a prime position. Incineroar can also capitalize on the fact that the sun is in the sky and make something like a Flare Blitz do a decent amount of damage, but you can also try and pivot off, go for that U-turn so you can intimidate and reduce that Chilling Day boost that it just got later on.
Reset fake out this way as well. Koraidon gets a lot of work done. Ends up going down to that Glacial Lance and picks up 2 KOs onto both Dark Pokemon. With both Dark Pokemon missing, that makes the
the one with red hair.
That shows back up immediately, much more impactful. The problem for Calyrex is still the speeds, though. With 2 KOs, that means
the one with red hair is good.
Back out onto the field.
But no,
right
I'm on
now,
about the fourth one.
The Choice Scarf.
The one with black hair.
That means you can just bring Incineroar back out, get fake out position.
Who thinks it sounds like a fun idea? It's so stupid, right? It's so dumb.
At these 2 Pokemon, and there's no
it's
way
so
to save
dumb.
Miraidon.
That's true, because Miraidon holding that Choice Scarf doesn't have
all of them are kind of,
hey,
you simps.
In the face
you
of this
simpy
fake out. And,
simps.
you know, Gabrielle does still also have that Ogerpon in the back, so it is a 3v2 situation we've got on the field right now.
You have to decide if you can get that KO.
Valid, yeah.
Into Calyrex, how impactful is a Glacial Lance or a Trick Room coming back the other way? You know that Calyrex would go down to it. That would give up another Chilling Day boost. But Incineroar probably doesn't take too much damage. And at that point, Calyrex is quite low, moving slower than both Incineroar and Ogerpon should be. A pretty tidy way to wrap this up for Gabrielle.
Well, the fake out does go down into the Miraidon. I think that's a very wise choice from Gabrielle's side, just slowing down that Pokemon as Calyrex can follow up with this Astral Barrage. It will find its mark on both of Bezos. Pokemon will be able to get the knockout onto the
Nicely
Miraidon.
done.
Calyrex in a position where it has the capability to respond, but there's just so much pressure on
Cali on its own.
Grimnay also being given a boost onto that Calyrex.
But down goes Cali Shadow.
For too long as Glacial Lance comes through and will remove it from the field, but Incineroar being
So it's a case of can Ogerpon Wellspring do it? Which maybe.
Now it's down to 2v1. It's down to Calyrex to stand up against Ogerpon.
It's Never Melt Ice Calyrex, so it's not Clear Amulet.
No leftovers to help. That health is all Calyrex has, and so it's just the task to take it down. And the sun expiring here, even though Gabrielle's the one who set the sun, is helpful for Gabrielle. It means the Ivy Cudgel is back to full strength. So even though the next Glacial Lance is going to take out Ogerpon,
I don't know that Leech Seed is the play.
Is there enough damage to close it out? Let's see the first Ivy Cudgel.
Ivy Cudgel.
Ivy Cudgel connects a significant amount of damage into that Calyrex that can go for the Leech Seed. So
I don't know why.
It is that more defensive variant where it has
just gone Glacial Lance.
of taking a lot of damage, but it really
Yeah,
needs
Flare
a little
Blitz.
bit more in the tank here as Flare
GG.
Blitz is able to get the knockout with a
Round
cheeky
one,
critical hit for
round
Star Point,
gone.
meaning that
Love it.
Gabrielle Agati is going to be able to take
I
game
love
one in
that.
this set.
I think that's great.
A little bit of key speed information right there. And again, I'm not sure if we'd seen it before, but the Calyrex moves before the Incineroar gets the Leech Seed off could be important to note going into the next game. Maybe disrupts Trick Room game plans even more. Maybe a bad sign if you're Bezod and already down a game and learning that information. Meanwhile, Gabrielle, seems like you paid a really high cost for that first Astral Barrage at the beginning, but the repositions that happened afterwards just meant that Crydon had such a massive impact.
That kick will lush that.
His first collision course into Incineroar, the clean one-hit KO to take.
Come on, Gabrielle, just one more, lad.
And then the vulnerability of the Calyrex over the next turn meant that protective
just
use
one
of both
Mua.
Pokemon. And then Urshifu.
Where did Amma go? Amma went home.
Go down to this second.
She's got to go back to London.
Limit Bezod to just the two
It's
Pokemon,
far.
just the Miraidon that could not protect itself, could not switch, and had to go down.
But I think one of the reasons why Crydon was set up for so much
been
success was the
really
fact
good.
that Gabrielle was
really
able
nice
to
to
have
have her.
this move where so many Pokemon changed. I think all 4 Pokemon changed in one particular turn.
Oh,
and suddenly
she
Crydon was
wants
the
some
fastest thing on the
pets.
field. And that just enabled it to start steamrolling through Bezod's
You're doing
Pokemon,
happy
getting
squids.
those collision courses down, getting a lot of damage, getting KOs onto the field. Whereas at the beginning with the Choice Scarf Miraidon, it made things a little bit more difficult for Gabrielle.
Oops.
Right, the Choice Scarf Miraidon is a big threat. It's a delicate game to do what Gabrielle did.
Yeah, baby.
Except that you're going to trade some damage onto that Miraidon for damage onto the Calyrex and hope that you can follow through.
Yeah, she
fake
checks
out at
if
the
she's
right
weird
moment
or
to
not.
be able to capitalize on the damage.
Oh, baby.
Bezod just may have to find
Oh,
the difference in the
baby.
positioning to not let that fake out go down. If it was the Incineroar on the other side going down quickly instead of the Incineroar on Bezod's side, that
I
makes the
did
whole
until your bra
difference
popped out.
in that. But then if you could also find other
Bra
speed
left
advantage
thing.
options,
Yeah. Oh, we're
like
good.
Trick Room, or like having
Played it
the
safe.
Iron Treads down on the field, then maybe you're not even less vulnerable to the Calyrex.
Elisos popped in
Iron
briefly.
Treads do a lot of damage in the past, but that
Yeah,
Trick Room, as you
British,
mentioned, could be a way for
I have
Bezod to
those.
swing momentum back into his
nice.
favor. We're going to see an adaptation on Gabrielle Agati's side, however. It's going to be that beautiful Flutter Mane paired up with the Crydon, and such beautiful synergy amongst these Pokemon. When the sun is in the sky, photosynthesis is allowed to shine.
I do care about your booty
One
shorts.
team has gone full speed. Flutter Mane with its speed.
I'll have another slice of lemon
Here is
drizzle.
The fastest Pokemon in this match and has Icy Wind to slow down
You've
the
had
other
yours.
side further. Crydon also moving
You're
before
good.
either of Bezod's Pokemon.
Yeah, really-
Meanwhile, Bezod's got the slow
It's
ones
really
out
good,
there.
right? I
It's
know,
Incineroar
but like she
and
said,
Calyrex
look,
classic
my
from
parents
Reggie.
often
The
will just
threat
say
of
it's
fake
nice
out
even
and
if
Trick
it's
Room's
not.
around,
So
but it's
tell
something
me
you
honestly,
touched
and
on
I was like,
before the match. It's not so easy to fake out in Trick Room when there's a ghost with taunt on the other side. That taunt could
I'm
just be coming
EP,
out.
but
So
we
then
got
you
whole
just
of Top
sit
Cut
with
to
damage.
go.
Glacial Lance could be
I'm in
very
here
good
for the
but it could
long
just be
haul. I'm drinking some G
coming out
Fuel.
from Crydon on the other side. You at least get it
Oh,
into
yeah.
Flutter Mane, but then you're starting to think, oh, those trades, is that enough in that
You
position?
will
Because a
pretty
taunted
lean.
Calyrex maybe then is just quite vulnerable. You have to worry about Flare Blitz coming out, especially
That's
if the
true.
Fire Terrestrialization has been used.
Well, it looks like Flutter Mane's going to leave the field as quickly as it's joined, not going to be able to threaten with the taunts or any potential icy winds here. Instead, Incineroar joining the fray from Gabrielle's side, maybe hoping that Bezod isn't going to be tempted to go for that Trick Room button, considering Flutter Mane was on the field. Now you can take and intimidate for your troubles and lower the offensive pressure that these two physical attackers were capable of dealing. Crydon is going to go for the Terrestrialization. We've seen this time and time again,
I get that.
enabling it to go
You've
for
done
that
it.
fire
You've done what
typing.
I
Even
did with
saying
Expedition
the sun is in
33.
the
You
sky,
finished it, and now
can
you're
give
like, I
extra
want to
damage
put that
your
down
fire
for a
type
while.
moves with this fire Terrestrialization, meaning the Flare Blitzes are going to be
Cult of
minimal.
Lamb.
but Bearzard also going to activate that Terrestrialization button onto the Calyrex Ice
Cool with
Rider.
Lamb.
This now is going to be that Fairy type once again.
Gonna hang out in here, watch
Fairy
some
type
Pokemon?
helps to stand up to Flare Blitz, but it doesn't
Never
resist
look
the
at
Flare Blitz. It's still a lot of damage if that's what happens, but it's not what's happening.
The
Fake
offer
Out's
was
going to
there.
be able to stop that for this turn at least.
Yep, slow
There's a
and steady
tweet
can
from Tom
sometimes win
Winter
in
that
the
implies
race.
tournament
Maybe
winners
slowing
are
down this Miraidon
bypassed
is a strategy
during the
that
top
Bearzard
75
uses at this
count.
moment.
He needs
As
2
you can see,
EU
however,
players
Glacial
in
Lances
top
are
4 to
incredibly
qualify for
underwhelming
Worlds.
into both of
Yeah,
these
I
Fly
think
type
that's
Pokemon.
true. So, like,
With the training
let's
to be very
say
bulky,
in the
to be
top
able to
75,
Leech Seed,
there are
a
like
little bit less on the offense, and so Incineroar
5
and Cryogon
tournament
both
winners.
resisting
It
Glacial
means
Lance,
that
and then
technically the
Intimidate
top
coming down as well
80
means that
get counted as the top
Glacial Lance really
75.
isn't that impactful.
So that
Incineroar
what
now
you're saying from
got
Tom
Fake Out
Winter,
on
I
the
assume that
side
means
for
that if
Gabriel
2
not,
EU
because
players
obviously
are in
the
top
threat-
4,
the threat of Fake Out going to force
then
the
it
switch
will
here. Incineroar just
push
out the back, doesn't want to take
the
collision
cut
course,
down.
So instead, it's Miraidon coming out into the field.
I would hope it
Yes,
would be,
because
though.
we know the
What's what?
Calyrex has the capability to go for a Protect, doesn't have to play that fake out game if it wants to, but no Protects coming through straight away.
I
Koraidon
really
going straight on
like
the offensive
Metal
with the
Gear
collision course.
Solid and
Will
Metal
be able
Gear
to find
Solid
its mark
2.
onto that Miraidon, do a significant amount of damage for it switching into the field as Calyrex retaliates once
True.
again with the Glacial Lance, but we know this is only going to be a tiny little bit of chip onto both of these
true. You should probably start
Pokemon.
with 1 and
Incineroar
2,
adding
to
a
be
little
fair.
bit more insult to injury to that Miraidon,
Hello.
going for the U-turn, putting it into the red zone and allowing Gabrielle to switch up the ball position to try and gain favor.
Right, and if it's Flutter Mane coming in,
I'll have some
Here it
raspberries
is.
as
there's
well.
no speed advantage for that Choice Scarf Miraidon. You often run it to expect it to be the fastest thing moving, to be going faster than that.
Flutter Mane's
Koraidon on
gonna
the
eat
other
you up.
side, But Flutter Mane just undoes that.
Yeah,
It
I
can
love a
target down
Koraidon and fucking Kali
Miraidon
Shadow team. I
before it
prefer
can
not
possibly
Kali
move. It's got
Shadow,
low
but
enough health in Miraidon that it can just finish
it's the only
off the
fucking
Miraidon,
thing
or if
worth
Icy
using at
Wind
the
is slowed
moment, isn't
down.
it?
Even the Icy Wind might pick up the KO though. Meanwhile, the Calyrex is staying on the field, throwing out
Holy
Glacial
shit,
Lances.
I've
They're
proper
not
got the
doing much damage.
yawns.
Flutter Mane is a better target
Come on, Liam.
for it, but the Focus Sash means that you're not threatening a KO.
Get that
So it's
G Fuel
easy for
in
Gabrielle to
me.
continue to press that
To be
advantage.
fair, I
Something
went to
like
bed
a
late.
Moonblast
I
into
got up
the
early.
Miraidon slot and a big Flare Blitz coming
And
into
all
the
I've done all
Calyrex
day
lineup.
yesterday is
Are you
talk
getting enough
constantly.
back if you're just throwing out these Glacial Lances?
I think the speed controls you were mentioning is just so critical here. The fact that this Flutter Mane is really fast does make it very difficult for Bearzard to have to adapt here, constantly on the back foot. You're going to see the Moonblast come through. That is going to be able to get the knockout straight away onto that Miraidon. Unfortunately for Bearzard, we're not going to see the Miraidon.
G Fuel is
take any
always
role in
needed.
this
G Fuel is
particular
the
match here.
bestest.
Koraidon celebrating that
We
fact.
stan.
Unfortunately for it, it's not going to be able to do a collision course either, thanks to the defensive play on Bearzard's side.
I'll show you a collision
Maybe that
course.
collision course targeted also
It's me
with
having a
Miraidon, trying to see
No,
if it would
stop
switch
it.
And to take that Moonblast. But Bearzard says no, nothing can come in and take that Moonblast. Miraidon is going to have to go down.
What flavor? I got lemonade today, baby. Lemonade
Meanwhile,
good.
Incineroar just comes back out onto the field. It can fake out for a turn, keep itself safe for a turn, but then ultimately
yeah.
is going to be just as threatened by collision course as it was a few turns ago when it fled.
Nice fake
The
out.
fake out has to go down into the Koraidon. You cannot
Nice
go for that fake out
taunt,
into
no
the
trick
Flutter Mane
rooms.
That can now utilize that taunt, saying if you're thinking of doing a trick room Calyrex, just don't. That's not going to happen on
Right
line
on
one.
flinched.
Koraidon unable to move as
Oh,
Calyrex didn't
that's
fall
not
for the taunt,
bad.
Goes for the Glacial Lance. This is going to be able to do a significant amount. To
Didn't
the
even get
opposing
Flutter
Flutter
down
Mane,
to the
critically
sash.
breaking that focus sash, making it more vulnerable.
Impressive that you're able to keep up the
Flutter
chat
Mane
energy. I
is
get burnt
vulnerable.
out if I yap for a
It's
few
outside
hours.
of KO'd Miraidon.
Honestly,
Landed a taunt into Calyrex. What
it's
more
all
does he need to do
practice,
in this
and I
match?
still get knackered,
Meanwhile,
you know.
Miraidon is continuing to put
I
out
get
huge
tired,
damage.
but it's
Incineroar
okay.
has no fake out this turn.
Because the thing
It's
is,
just
if I wasn't
vulnerable
streaming,
to
I'd just be
collision
watching
course
this
coming in. No
anyway.
Trustful
So
to save it. Do you
I'm
have
all
one in the
all
back? Do you want to
Gucci.
come in and take it more? Maybe, but you're just
Hope
still
Rach
giving
is
up
alright. We haven't
pieces,
seen
still giving
Rachel
up
like
so
weekend.
much damage.
Flutter Mane's in a prime position. As you said, it can go down now. It would be very
Banana,
advantageous for Gabrielle to try and bring in a Pokemon from the back. But you can always still utilize it to try and get some damage on the board, and Moonblast just chipping away at something like the Incineroar could be in play. But
Papi,
honestly,
she
Gabrielle's in the
drinking.
driving seat. This Koraidon once again in a prime position to just get
Oh,
some
Flutter
big
Mane
damage
out
off it,
for
try and target that down into the Incineroar and remove it from
Incinewawa.
the but that only protects
Drop
it
the
against
attack stat.
special
Nice.
The Incineroar
That
can
means
intimidate
Koraidon
again,
can live
but
another
this is
Glacial
focus on
Lance.
Bearzard's side. This is really
Been reposting on the
detrimental to
socials.
the
Oh, so she's probably looking at her phone now and
Calyrex
again.
out as Koraidon takes the dive.
Incineroar is gone.
That's another solid one-hit KO of damage down into it.
Damn. Gabrielle is crushing it, bruv.
Of KOs, and meanwhile, Calyrex is having no impact.
Oh, that's tragic.
Can't do anything but click Glacial Lance because of the taunt. Now can't even switch. There's no Pokemon in the back to go to. Just going to have to.
What items the Ice Rider got?
These two fire types.
Never melt ice.
All down to Urshifu. Now, the bright side is the last time when we were in this position and Urshifu just got KO'd, the Crydon on the
so 20% boost to Glacial Lance.
At risk to Sucker Punch. No longer the case. It could go.
To be fair, I would love it watching the VGC stuff. I've said plenty. I have no chance of VGC, but I love the skill that goes into it. It's so fun to watch. Like people are cracked. It is small. Phrasing.
At least there's some
Sorry,
glimmer
it's
there
small.
still being able to get a KO on this Crydon. Miraidon before it lands even more damage.
Sucker Punch definitely causes some celebration problems for that
I know.
Miraidon in this match, just being able to have that priority and, as you say, capitalize on the low HP that it's got. But Gabrielle seeing that opportunity switches
you
out.
liked your
so if
friend,
Sucker Punch
didn't you?
comes through into that mark, it will indeed fail. You can bring the Calyrex into the fray now, knowing that Miraidon's safe from the back, but Urshifu not even going to try and Sucker Punch his way through this team right now, instead just going straight up for the protect. Because Incineroar has that potential fake out, it does not want to lose its focus sash for nothing in this turn. Calyrex, of course, free to just go for another Glacial Lance. We know it's going to do barely any damage to the Incineroar, but Calyrex, it could chip away at a little bit as it shakes off that taunt it took earlier.
Boy.
It can chip away, but
she always looks so happy. She got the smile face.
It's going to be a 2-hit KO on the Calyrex on the other side, who can freely go out for damage. Urshifu's still the really impactful Pokemon here.
She being cute.
Too many resources.
Couldn't be me. Oh! Well, I'm happy you're here.
As long as you deal something big back to Urshifu.
No disconnect. Who stepped on a wire?
Gabrielle has all 4 remaining Pokemon here, so as you mentioned, you can take one Pokemon down as long as you're making
Urshifu Dark?
on the side, because Gabrielle has that one.
It is Urshifu Dark. That's so weird.
Top 8 here at NAIC. Looks like he's taking every second he can to make sure he's calculating the move and not slipping up at this important stage. Incineroar leaves the field.
New console bugs? Yeah, I bet.
You want to be able to intimidate them later on, as the Flutter Mane is going to be
able to
amount of HP, and it's
Astral Barrage in the garage.
Astral Barrage will come through from this Calyrex Shadow Rider. It will bring Focus Sash on Urshifu and do a significant chunk to both.
Oh, the close combat. What a good switch.
Into the ghost type of that Flutter Mane.
Oh shit, free Trick Room.
Trick Room off for the first time in this set.
The Trick Room was the glimmer here. Now with the speed advantage for Calyrex, even weakened, it's enough to clearly KO the Flutter Mane. Urshifu can threaten down the Calyrex.
Switch in the Incin.
Flutter Mane can't protect itself. Calyrex can't protect itself.
Switch the Cali for Incin.
Quite low in the back and take some
or
Coridon. Nothing from Urshifu. Incineroar, though, we've seen that it is going to move in this Trick Room even faster than Calyrex does. It'll be the first thing to move. Yeah. But it's got an uphill battle. There's a lot of
I'd switch Cali for Incin here.
Maybe even doing almost no damage.
Because the temptation, actually, is it a choice?
Also go for a Leech Seed in condition. If you can get
Focus Sash
Urshifu Pokemon using the Trick Room.
So Urshi would be tempted to go for a Wicked Blow, I reckon.
That's a really good observation, because the Calyrex Ice Rider on Basil's side, it has taken a few Intimidates. We've seen how little damage those Glacial Lances are doing.
Protect just so the Cali doesn't get the KO. Brutal.
Then it can keep doing a little bit of chip with some Glacial Lance, but also with the Leech Seed, and try and storm away through this match, allowing the Urshifu to maybe try and get the damage on the board. Incineroar does what it does best, brings that Intimidate to the field, really trying to stop Bezod from being able to capitalize on this trick.
That might actually be doing that, Metapod.
Calyrex Shadow Rider on Gabrielle's side just going straight for the Protect, does not want to have to take a potential Leech Seed, but Calyrex still just sticking with the offensive mode here and going for the Glacial Lance. He's going to be able to come through, connect a little bit of chip. See how little it is doing. It already falls to the Urshifu to try and find a smart, but the close combat was going down into
so my play was wrong.
Really interesting. Calyrex
they tried to predict the switch.
An Astral Barrage there, protected in front of the Urshifu, but it's not the Wicked Blow coming in that would have just KO'd Calyrex. It was the close combat, trying to find the Miraidon coming in, possibly or the Incineroar coming into that.
You never guessed a bit of video game nerd. Is it Robin?
Still sticking around. The Flutter Mane had to switch.
She must have cracking knocks, mate. You are besotted.
Finds its way back on, and now has Fake Out to try to pressure it down.
And you've got to keep an eye on those Glacial Lances as well. There's only 2 remaining on that Calyrex.
Only 2 remaining to try to pick up that KO.
Is it Gizmo?
Going to help
it's Hoovy.
But it's going to be slow going to KO 4 Pokemon with Leech Seed. So you find some KOs in the meantime, but for this turn, just Urshifu protecting itself, can't afford to take a Fake Out and an attack from Calyrex.
I mean, the Pokemon that has to find the KOs for Bezod is going to be that Urshifu. Unfortunately, it keeps having to protect in the face of these Fake Outs, and it keeps being faced down by Ghost Pokemon. There it's unable
Leech
to
Seed makes my bum bleed. It's the friends I made along the way.
And is going to start
come aboard and bring along you boy. That's the one. Astral Barrage in the garage. Yes. Yes.
Whittling away at it and forcing these Leech Seed to be less effective than the Calyrex had hoped it would be.
Oh dear.
Leech still valuable here. Probably does more to Incineroar.
It's because we're doing the old Simpy.
Glacial Lance would have, and undoes a little bit of that.
She's telling me about Zelda games she's played, and she was upset there's no GameCube emulator.
Because Fake Out could be important down the stretch.
Is she stupid? There is a GameCube emulator. It's called Pokemon. No, it's called Nintendo Online Expansion Pass.
It could just be a problem. Last time it was
on the Switch too.
Combat, that just meant the Protect worked.
You can play Sweet Garden. Actually, I don't think you can, but.
Well, let's have a look. The sunlight is back in the sky as well, so this is going to help Koraidon and the Incineroar if it wants to go for that Flare Blitz. That's exactly
2 more
what it's
Lancers
done.
left. Urshifu is dead.
Urshifu wants to go for forcing Berzad to have only 1 Pokemon remaining on the field. And
Gabrielle's
2
killing it.
Fire-type Pokemon that can do some strong Fire-type damage. It's going to be one epic uphill climb for this Calyrex.
Ooh, +1 though.
The KO onto that opposing Incineroar, but that Koraidon is in play, and you still have to deal with Fluttermane and the Calyrex.
Trick Room is ending soon. The
Coliseum games are on there. I think so. I believe so, and that's all anyone want to play on it, right?
Anyway, and give you back a little bit of
help. Got the HP.
Now Calyrex is just low and vulnerable.
Play Metal Gear Solid the Twins. Was that GameCube? Or was that Dreamcast?
Urshifu had its window, had its
I think it
moment
was
to possibly
GameCube.
KO Calyrex.
I can't make anything
Before it actually
good.
got to swing, there was a fake out threat. And
GG! Well done, Gabrielle. Win the whole thing with your Stream Tail.
Yeah, Berzad sees the writing on the wall,
Yes.
throws in the forfeit, and Gabriel Agati, that smile on his face, because he knows he has advanced into our top.
Yeah, I meant switch to expansion pass. What did I say?
Huge congratulations to him. Commiserations to Berzad as well. I really thoroughly enjoyed watching that set.
Cheese is yummy.
Quite differently, but the consistency
Eat the
part
beef.
of it was Koraidon out on the offense.
If your tummy will allow it.
A really crucial collision course KO into Incineroar that took away so much of the flexibility for Berzad.
Less simpy and more damn. You're making it so difficult to not want to be more than friends. That's simpy. That's simpy, you boy. You bloody, you man. Such a man.
And I love the adaptation from Gabrielle to bring this Fluttermane to the match. It
Oh,
so
yeah!
the blocks,
Give me some of that.
Quim. Or an icy wind.
Ooh, bit of
So much
Quim.
work in this match.
Right, we need to leave him there to farm.
1 KO after another
Some
KO.
Egu.
It was just so formidable
Egu
throughout,
farm.
as well as having this really neat terrestrialization, stopping these Glacial Lancers from really putting in any work at all.
Right, those Glacial Lances
I'm
looked
friends with
so
my dad.
small. The glimmer of hope was the Calyrex stayed so bulky, it didn't take any hits throughout, but because it was not accomplishing anything back, ended up being stuck on the field 1v4.
What's going on, Brev?
Get it to KO in that 1v4, but just a little bit too late.
Yeah, Calyrex did put up a valiant effort, and you know, I do think in the past where we've seen the clear amulet
Being a little bit
Calyrex
besotted,
does present
yep,
all the
yep.
purpose of stopping Incineroar from doing exactly what Gabrielle
Listen,
was able to
I'm
do,
asking
which
you,
was
has she got
intimidate
nice
after intimidate
notes?
and really
It's
weaken
important.
defensive pressure, because one or two
Science.
more bits of damage from those Glacial Lancers could have
Do
been
do
a
do
Koraidon.
do. Hey Siri, define besotted.
But then they were all the entire focus of the team. When they have the lead sheet, they're trying to just be more of a team player, maybe a little bit. Highlight different win conditions, plays much better into Zamazenta, but much worse
Repeat.
for a matchup like that.
Sorry, there is nothing to repeat.
Hey Siri, define besotted.
Like Calyrex has been really dominant in a lot
Besotted
of the
means
and either gone for
strongly
the very
infatuated.
build,
Do you want to hear the remaining one?
Yeah. A little bit, but at the end of the day,
Besotted is an archaic term. It means intoxicated, drunk.
From your,
Oh, so it's literally being drunk on love.
And it can be so difficult to make that decision.
Right, you never know exactly which
Modest-sized chest from what I've seen. Oh,
and
you've
how
had a
the team
look,
match
you
and
dirty boy.
What options you
You've
have.
had a look.
But what it had got it there to a very
I've seen it.
respectable top
Should she
16.
bend over to pick
And it
something
was, you know,
up?
a shame to not be able to see the Iron Treads, but the fact that Iron Treads, you said there were 3 of them in this top cut as well, that's completely wild. I think we've got to get the usage graphic updated a little bit there to give Iron Treads a little bit of love.
Yeah, that's pretty high for you're up almost 20% at that point.
Yeah, like that's actually wild for that Pokemon. It's great to be able to see it having some great success, and you know, unfortunately for this particular Iron Treads, it's not going to be advancing forwards into top 8. But
Nice
there will
booty
be a
though.
Fluttermane and there will be a
Damn, that
Screen
was a
Tail.
clean swip, wasn't
A
it?
Fluttermane that ended up very well positioned in that last match. We're still thinking back to that switch to get it in to taunt at the right moment. It wasn't quite there in time to taunt the second time, but at that point, kind of the damage was done.
I think that was the great synergy amongst the team, because even though
Burger.
Trick Room went up, I think Gabrielle was a bit
Burger
like, okay, I
bean.
have the utility to work around this. I can stall out a couple of turns with my Incineroar, and at the end of the day, unless there's a critical hit coming through, what is this Calyrex even going to do to me?
Yeah, ultimately it didn't have the follow through, and then there weren't other Pokemon there with it. You know, you talked before the match.
Helps
about maybe
everyone
moving
thinks
this
I'm going to
off
jump
of
on open
sports
doors and let
support.
people go in
Urshifu
front.
was
You
trying to do,
dirty
but one of the big
dog.
roadblocks was that the Incineroar just was faster in the Trick Room. Some
Who's
players
better?
opting
That one,
for
that one, that
very
one, or that
slow
one? Don't know.
Incineroars. Sometimes it's just so that parting shot.
You sure you don't want my dog? He only bites a little bit. He won't bite me. I'm adorable.
Going into the next turn, but against these trick room matchups can also be helpful just to move first.
He bites you because you react to it and he thinks it's a game. You need to not react.
On that second to last turn.
And it was great to see Fluttermane actually playing such a good role, because that was a Pokemon that in previous metagames has been like #1, #2 on the usage stats. And it's a Pokemon me and my friend Dorothea really love to see, and I'm so happy to see it doing so well, even amongst all of these big restricted Pokemon.
Well, to hear a little bit more about the team, how it got there, what Pokemon are working, let's head down to Joe.
All right, thank you very much. Long time no see, obviously, just having multiple successful rounds here this weekend. This is a top cut match, right? You're trying to get that goal, trying to qualify or win an international championship. What's the stress level difference between a stream match in the middle of Swiss versus now like an official top cut match? Or are they both just equally stressful?
I think the win and in is more stressful actually. Because once you're in top cut, I think there's this, like, you know, you're already fine, you know. Like before that, like it's really disappointing if you lose. So yeah.
Yeah, it's like you've already achieved the goal. Like, yes, you want to win overall, you want to be the #1 player, but you've already accomplished what you came here to do, which was South Cut, where that winning in.
Oh, it's loud.
You might not.
Don't be loud. Don't be loud.
Goal, right?
I didn't like
so
that.
Going into
Fucking
this match,
Instagram, man. It's so
prepared.
unpredictable.
You have the Miraidon on one
It's
side,
so
you
unpredictable.
have the Miraidon on your end. It seemed like, especially in game 2.
Talked to this girl about a week. I have a great feeling about this one. We've set up a meeting in 2 weeks to see if we get gel in person.
With all your switches and terrestrialization and everything. Was that the most?
Do we get more sentiment bites for interviewees, right? Bro made sounds only dogs can hear. Tell you, I let her have a go at the Switch 2 at work. She was playing Mario. Do you mind if I play this? No, go for it. If I was that worried, I wouldn't let you play. Oh. And then I bet when you went to the toilets later on, you were like enacting to yourself, want to play with this? This, and then you left the bathroom thinking, I should have said that. You break it, you buy it.
Now, are there ever times where you learn in the middle, like, because you probably do so much
chicken dipper? All right, mate, you need to go home. I am home. Oh shit! In that case, as you were.
Times on the fly where you realize, oh, I thought Incineroar was the best option, and then now from my
got a replacement joystick if you need it. That's actually better.
You're talking about, right? Are there times in the middle of a tournament you learn new aspects of the team, or is it really all your preparation beforehand is the reason you're so successful in a tournament?
Oh, that's wait.
I've actually faced like similar teams to this, like Kali Ice, Miraidon and stuff. I think like 8 times this tournament, something like that, like a crazy amount. So I came here thinking I had a bad Kali Ice matchup.
I need to buy a different wall mount for the Switch 2. Because the ones that I use for my desk, they're really shit. The ones I bought. Because they're not like... I haven't played Marvel Rivals since it came out, personally. It's not for me.
So, for example, for my team,
the ones that I've got really low edges, so like you can mount them. Because obviously it's supposed to be against the wall, but I'm using them as desk mounts. But the problem is, it means every time I reach for my PlayStation controller, I knock my Switch 2 off its little dock thing. I need one with higher sides.
So I ended up figuring
you don't seem to be doing that at the moment.
That I had a better matchup that I thought I had, which obviously is amazing. But the key Pokemon to this match is...
I spoke to this woman online the other day. She said she's from England. I said, oh, cool, whereabouts in England from? She said Glasgow. Something tells me she's not legit. Very good. Fully settled into I'm the captain of the team outside the supervisor. Straw Hat Gizmo.
And get something for free.
But he wants to be Straw Condom Gizmo.
Inside Trick Room, I can attack before.
Yeah, Straw would be a terrible material for that.
Game 3 where
it's not fit for purpose.
Because of Blades in design.
Now, you're used to winning on stage, having to wait time for your next stream match, right? So, what do you like to do? What's the insight? Because you're gonna have some time here before your next
insight
match
these
shows up.
nuts.
Between rounds in tournaments, do you listen to music? Do you eat a snack? You read a book? Or like, what's the plan as you're cooling off, as you're resting before prepared for your next
resting
match?
Bitch face.
I think for this
sounds very not comfortable.
I was able to be very calm the whole tournament and very focused. Between matches, I would always
traveling to Glasgow, England.
Go to the bathroom.
How are we doing on eggs now?
and just not talk much.
There we go.
Obviously, it's nice to be with friends and chat, but this time I decided to just listen to some music. Yeah.
We love a charisma machine.
That works. That gets the job done, right? Exactly. So we'll give
You
you
should stop the horny
chance to shout
talk
out your friends
because
and
you're
family,
asexual.
after this victory as well, if you have any shout outs.
Yeah, I already gave shout outs to my friends last time, but yeah, once again, thank you guys.
She's joked. I feel you enjoy having this level of power when
They're
training.
still awesome.
Damn,
Yes, all
bruv.
right, congratulations. We're going to take a quick break. We come
That
back.
girl
we'll
trying
have
to get you
more
rigid.
Top Cut action here from New Orleans. We'll be right back. Great job.
I may have to do. Oh, he told him good job. She's on to you. I hate how I'm correct. Bam, bam. Oh, I'd love a quick tip.
Consistency is key. You know, you don't want to get tilted when stuff happens.
Tilted towers. Ah,
Trying to be
Fortnite.
with everything you're doing.
Marcus Bromley.
Learn about is thinking about speed ties, stats, definitely understanding how abilities work, how they interact with one another. But I also think a big fundamental is also just learning how to have fun with the game, because at the end of the day, this is a video game. You're here to have fun. I feel like it's very important to know.
I think the most basic fundamental for every trainer is going to be just knowing your typings. So
Why can't I find a Switch 2 wall mount with high sides?
Learning your counts. I think that's like the most advanced strategy.
So I think the fundamentals every Pokemon trainer should know is like knowing the ins and outs of your deck and like what are your niche scenarios that
It's a
come
99J.
up in your games. I had like some Briar plays that really worked for me when we were testing. Just knowing those kind of ins and outs of like what does your deck do and what are your win conditions. Towards the
What
end
a
of the game
Switch
is
2 stand
There's a lot of
with
fundamentals
high
that go
sides.
into competing in VGC. If you've ever played Pokemon, you know that it's essentially a very complex game of rock, paper, scissors. So right off the bat, you have to understand all the type matchups, all the dynamics, when your move's going to be super effective, resisted. I think there's a lot of really important abilities that you need to be familiar with right now. What Pokemon is going to get a boost, what weather effects are going to be in play, what terrain effects. And lastly, I would say that if you're just starting out and you're a little bit overwhelmed by all the different statistics, all the stats that these Pokemon have, the most important one to be familiar with would be speed. That's definitely another very important mechanic that I would try to get some mastery over before competing.
No one's making one with high sides at the moment.
Every Pokemon trainer should know is at the end of the day that they should have fun, and it's just.
What if I want to have fun at the beginning of the day?
For us to enjoy ourselves and not to take it too serious. I think that's the most important thing.
Maybe that one will be a bit more snug. Doo-doo-doo. Actually, that one doesn't have pictures of it with a Switch 2 in it. That's annoying. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, damn. This is some crazy music video. Some girls might get wooed by Star Wars. Right. Right. All right, Revo. How are we doing? Oh, perfect amount of eggs. Love it. Legendary, like Milky Boys. Right, before I hatch eggs, or while there's like a couple of minute break, I'll have a tinkle. I'm going to get more fucking lemon drizzle, lads. I'm insane. I might also get a yogurt, raspberries, and a cup of tea. That's a good shot. Hazer got me a sword. Is it a pork sword? Is he stuck it in? Stop being grotesque, Liam. I can't. Have you seen my face? Burp!
Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
For the first stop of the 2025 ICs, we went to Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Latin America International Championships. Over 550 trainers competed in the video game across the juniors, seniors, and masters division. This was the big international showcase for the Regulation H rule set. No Paradox Pokemon, no legendaries, no restricteds. Just back to the basics of the Scarlet and Violet Pokédexes. With so many possibilities, trainers needed to be prepared for all sorts of team archetypes and unique Pokemon choices, and it was going to be the most experienced trainers finding the wins. The Masters Division Top Cut was one of the most stacked fields we've ever seen. 5 international champions, 2 of which were the only 2 players to ever have 2 IC wins, 1 Players' Cup champion, and a ton of regional champions. It was almost fate for the 2 double IC champs to face each other in the finals, or for LAIC to finally be won by a Latin American player. But in the end, it was Marco Hamantha Caladura Silva versus Victor Medina in the grand finals. A classic sun versus rain, with either Marco making history as the first 3 times IC champ in Masters, or Victor finally getting a win after coming so close so many times before. Championship Sunday was Marco's day. In a decisive 2-0, Marco Silva made history as not just the first 3 times IC champ, but becoming the first to defend an IC title.
Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva makes history as the first 3-time international champion in the Masters Division.
In the Seniors Division, Marco's little brother Pietro Silva also won LAIC, adding another IC champion trophy to his cabinet.
Pietro Nihal Caladura Silva will be your international champion.
In the Juniors Division, Ismail Hoki finally won his first IC.
We've got Ursaluna in trick room, fully ready to pick up the KO, and we have it, Ismail Hoki.
Now we look forward to the Europe International Championships in February, so make sure to follow along and catch all the action at Pokemon.com/broadcasts.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North America International Championships here in New Orleans, Louisiana. My name is Evan Latt, and I'm here with my good friend Scott Glaza to introduce to you your top 8 round, the elimination round here that decides who will make it into our top 4 and continue to have a chance at the title. Scott, it's already been an incredible day of Pokemon. We started off with just some of the most exciting matches of this format I think we've ever seen, maybe of all of the double restricted formats. And as you can see, the amount of talent here proves that these next few matches are going to be even more exciting.
Yeah, some huge names here making it out of the top 8 as we have an exciting battle between Japan and Europe at the North America International Championships. I don't know that we've ever seen the host reason getting it. And Brazil too, excuse me, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to forget a guy. I'm just so excited to get onto my joke. I don't think we've ever seen a home region get skunked in the top 8 like this before. You know, maybe the haters were right, and North America's just not very good at this game.
Yeah, not since the days of Oceania and Australia in particular sweeping all 3 divisions at the United States National Championships has North America been as embarrassed at their own tournament as this. But honestly, if you start looking a little bit deeper into all of these competitors, there is nothing to be embarrassed about because this top 8 could be a world's top 8, and I would not blink an eye at all.
Yeah, I think it's what's really fun about the International Championships these days. It seems like every year we kind of get more and more of the very best players from other regions traveling, and I guess that sometimes that's going to lead to interesting results like this one, where it's huge name players, just not domestic players.
Yeah, and here are 2 of those right now. Federico Camporizzi, who we saw earlier today, clock his ticket into the top 16. At that point, that was his best performance at an international championship. Now in the top 8, even better, and shooting for the top 4, up against Yuma Kinugawa from Japan, who has already qualified for the World Championships, but is well on his way here to win an international championships and be the first
Oh, they don't bugger
Japanese
about
player
it.
to
They don't
win
bugger
an
about it, do
international
they?
championship.
Bloody hell, bloody
Really
hell.
interesting thing.
Come on, Yuma. Yuma, Yuma, Yuma. Yuma, Yuma, yay. Yuma, 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 yay.
At these international championship events, we've seen more this year because of the potential to earn those direct invitations for making it to top 4. And in this case, player doesn't need one, but might win it anyway.
Yep,
Might
might
close the
take
window.
one anyway.
It's going to be
and
fresh.
Also, in addition
Cold's
to that, is
25
all of the prizing at stake. So there is so much for these players. In addition to the championship points, the invitations, the prizing, there is the
chilly tonight.
glory
Like
of
it.
being
Like it
the
compared
North
to yesterday.
America International
Can you hear the
Champion.
commentary?
And let's get started with our first competitor here, Federico Camporisi, running
McLovin.
the same 6 Pokemon he told me as he started this regulation with, using that Miraidon and Lunala.
Damn.
It's a throwback because it is a throwback. It is what he started with even before the first tournaments.
She always
Still
looks
sticking with
adorable.
it and got to the top 8 here.
Hey, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Certainly a team he's very comfortable with. We've gotten to see it a couple of times on stream already this weekend. It was a nice little
Lovely
mix
and cool,
of fast
yeah, right?
Pokemon and slow Pokemon with the Tailwind option as well to make them all even quicker, or the Trick Room option to try to take advantage of them being slower. Haven't seen a whole lot of these mixed speed teams, but it's really worked out well for him, making it all the way to the top 8
Raspberries, of
already.
course, raspberries.
Yeah, and this is the team that people would probably most be familiar with. The
You are
only
getting
thing
old,
that's
Gizmo.
Kind of just a little bit different.
Take a shot every time Liam puts out
is the
McLovin
electric
cosplay.
seat on Lunala, which is maybe the second most common item for Lunala for most of this regulation. Also, the choice band on Urshifu, a lot of players in our region in North America really didn't like having to lock into the choice band and went for more of the focus sash. But
Damn.
in other regions, that choice band has been really powerful.
Let's go.
Because you need that extra little
Another slice of Amma's
from
lemon
the
drizzle.
Urshifu's attack
End
stat in this
piece.
new meta.
Yeah, and I'll see the Assault Vest, and Sinora kind of been talking about that a lot over the course of the weekend. Funny, even the throwback team has it, because it seems like we've moved back toward that in the meta, but could be relevant here.
And here is Yuma Kinugawa's team. It is the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta Core.
That's very
of
good,
course,
Gizmo.
Along with
Excuse me,
that
kids.
Smeargle that we saw be so effective earlier on in the day, getting the Moody boost, potential for speed boost, which means fast speeds. Also the ability to decorate any one of these Pokemon. Typically, you might think of the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but when we saw Smeargle earlier today, it was that Raging Bolt that looked way more like a Miraidon after
It's the
Smeargle
boom,
got
boom,
a hold
boom.
of it.
Rilla boom,
Yeah,
boom, boom.
that's something we see every day, but I think always fun. Also, the trainer that we enjoyed that incredible play in the first game of his Swiss Red set, where it was
Come on,
the
Yuma, you're my
wild
pick to win it
thunderclap
now.
on the Landorus that was terastallizing. Hey, you know, there's an Ursaluna. at the
Wish I
other
got a
side. This
Moody
time, maybe
boost.
Lightning will strike twice into the ground.
Well, this is going to be kind of a fascinating matchup.
Moody
because that previous game that we saw Kinugawa
Does she
making
know?
some
She
of those
handed
hard
it to me.
reads in was against one of his countrymen here in the tournament, and someone he's most likely been playing against for
I'm
a
just
long
moody.
time over the course of this
I
season.
think you mean very
Federico
lovely.
Camporisi, not from the Japanese region, is Italian. Yuma
also
Kinugawa
moody.
will not have as much experience playing agast Federico.
The hooligans
There is
loitering around
Paper
front of the
Fede out there
shops.
to
Wait for
watch,
me.
though.
Excuse me, children.
So this could
Nah.
be a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, I think especially, I think we associate Japan with tending to be the Masters, the best of one format. I think one of Federico's more interesting achievements was the 2 global challenge wins. So, hey, you know, maybe they have more in common than you'd think
Hello,
based
Linya.
on their
I'm
countries of
good. How you
origin.
doing?
Absolutely, here we go.
You missed Amma
game
earlier.
One of our first top 8 match, Federico Camporisi versus Yuma Kinugawa. And
Let's
there
go.
is Smeargle, everybody's favorite VGC support icon on the field next to Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Federico showing the Trick Room leads here with the Incineroar and Lunala.
I think we saw the Smeargle led as well the last time we saw Kinugawa, so perhaps seeing a pattern here, but should be a lot of fun. You know, Smeargle creates some interesting situations where, you know, well, you go for the fake out, where you get cheekier and try to go for something like a sport.
Goddamn
or a decorate.
Smeargle.
The last time we saw Kinugawa on stream, match was very quick, where I think both sides are making some deep predictions. We'll have to see how players
That
choose
shit
to start it out. this
tasty.
time.
I got hiccups
they're
now.
going to kick it off with a terastallization on Smeargle. That's going
Been
to
on
be
some holiday?
double
Oh,
ghost
where you
for
going?
Kinugawa now. No fake out pressure at all from that
Fuck Smeargle, all my
Incineroar
homies hate
because
Smeargle.
of the terastallization, but that is a wasted terastallization, as Federico is not going for the fake out at all. Instead, Spore comes through onto the
Oh,
Lunala
shit.
as the Calyrex Shadow Rider gets that plus.
That's a life orb, Cali.
Plot will take a
Oh,
knockoff for
shit.
it. That's a clean one-hit KO. That's a trade of a Terra and a Calyrex Shadow Rider
Damn.
for a Spore on Lunala.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough way to start the game here. I mean, you do at least get to put a restricted Pokemon to sleep, but you're definitely hoping for more of a trade than that. The attack.
Now
I think
Miraidon
that's
just
not
comes
going
in
to
and
be
wakes
very
up
helpful
Lunala.
from the Moody boost either, and wow, that's a tough spot here where, we saw last time that Kinugawa was in stream, you don't necessarily need the restricted Pokemon to be driving the offense.
Damn.
And, this time Zamazenta is present.
Normally it's a fuck off or all right, Dad.
With a potential body press, but
not really anywhere. Home for a few days, waiting forward to not having to work 3 weeks. Mate, I don't blame you. 3 weeks is great to have off.
Yeah, Kinugawa showing how aggressive he can be playing here, and Federico calling the bluff there. Definitely seeing that there is the option for Ghost Terra.
And Robin says, make me.
Kinugawa has shown
no, she says, lick me. Have me on the floor right now.
Boost here, just going on the offensive.
Yeah, and as you mentioned last time, is on Decorate now no longer so threatening with the Zamazenta next to it, where defense is really the stat you want to be boosting. So tricky position. It would be an option to maybe do more damage to Lunala with boosted attack, but not the way you want to do things. And with Miraidon coming in, there'll be no more threat of Spore for now.
Yeah, the Spores are done for Smeargle. Just that Lunala asleep because of it, as Miraidon sets the electric terrain. Kinugawa going for a prediction there for the body.
Sorry, Late Stranger's been so busy today. Oh, look who it is. Yeah, right, Linear? It's hot stuff, right? Wowza, indeed. Hello, Amber. How you doing? You've been quiet today.
So those heavy slams will be hurting from the
What's happening?
But that's about it.
I just ate my second slice of lemon drizzle.
We saw every prediction hitting the last time that Kinugawa was on stream. A little bit of a slower start to his set, missing another attack. And
so busy, Amber. Wow, Oliver ruined the joke. Cheers, Oliver. All sport.
Break that shadow shield, right? And by the time you get there, likely it'll have woken up. So
Jokes and getting old. She just said, don't say that because we're the same age. I looked her dead in the eyes. We're getting old. Nice.
Well, another protect there from Zamazenta, which will prevent the
on the train, so I'll be dipping in and out against my will. Damn.
It does open up another Decorate possible for
I'd like to dip in and out with consent, if you know what I mean.
Those heavy slams are going to start hurting.
I've soaked at the Cosplay too far today.
Still has not broken the Shadow Shield, which means that this Lunala can at least take.
Yeah, rewind the stream, guys, if you want to see some cracking noughts on stream.
And a pretty face too. Into the ghost type Smeargle.
Mine, obviously.
Set it right down to Focus Session. Kinugawa has not gotten a lot out of this. Went for some really aggressive plays and has just been punished
Yuma is struggling
by Federico.
Yeah, we see another awkward situation here. Does get the speed boost now, but would be pretty costly to try to take advantage of the speed boost. Would have to lose all those decorates as well as the boost from entering the field there in order to get any Rillaboom back in if it's in the back. Smeargle going to be fleeing instead, giving up that speed boost, and we'll see the final Pokemon for this first game.
Yeah, going to remove the speed boost itself.
For the boom, boom, boom.
Will switch in here to
the
reset the
wheel.
terrain. Has to make sure that Miraidon is not at full strength. Another protect trying to come out from the Zamazenta, but it fails. And Federico has not taken damage yet in this game. Big electro drift into the Zamazenta will not pick up the KO, but
the Moon Guy's follow-up
need to right now because all that Zamazenta has been doing is protecting. And the Moon Guy's beam is not doing any damage at all into the Rillaboom. And this game one has been a disaster for Kinugawa.
Yeah, at least now, I guess Rillaboom sort of threatening some offense. You could fake out the Miraidon, I guess, but this is messy. And then we'll see that fake
Very good, Gizmo.
Zamazenta will finally attempt to swing.
Yeah, there is some damage onto the Miraidon and a body press to follow it up. Not enough to pick up the KO, though, as Lunala will fire back
Cheeky
with
Moon
the
Guys.
Moon Guy's beam into the Zamazenta. After the Electro Drift comes so close to picking up the KO there, but that one turn of grassy terrain recovery protecting the Zamazenta for this turn and this turn only.
Yeah, I mean, things may be getting more interesting. Miraidon now weakened enough where perhaps one weaker attack could knock it out, but then...
Don't be silly. I said no, I want you in my office.
Protect the Zamazenta, and either you have to make a risky read, which looks like we're going to see. It said Grassy Glide breaking the Shadow Shield, so
there goes Zama.
Attacks the Rillaboom. We could still see some action, but no, it's going to knock out the Zamazenta, and this Gambit's not going to pay off either.
Yeah, I really like this from Federico.
Oh, man.
Kinugawa has been going for some very aggressive plays, and Federico has been playing so safely. Just not going for anything risky.
This has been awful for Yuma.
Kinugawa can't find the opportunities to break through. And if you go for those aggressive plays, is,
so she got some upper body strength.
There's not much you can do about it.
Yeah.
A big special thanks, post. 5 minutes after it went up, I got a text from Bestie. You dick. You can't just make me cry like that? Oh, well done.
Kind of like, oh, I know you're going to do this, so then I will do that, and kind of like what how far through that process your
First time I've got to
opponent's
bring up
going
Lindy in a
think.
while.
And,
Oh, yeah, Lindy does
I felt
silks.
like Federico just never really needed to move down that line, right? We're like, well, my simplest and safest play is never getting punished, so like, why would I do anything crazy? Kinugawa perhaps a little excited after doing so well on stream previously.
Silks is like where two big, like, long silk curtains hang from the ceiling, and people do like tricks and dancing and stuff on it.
Pay off, and not even really getting close to getting into that first game.
Yeah, no explosions in game one, just a bunch of duds coming out here. The one thing that really happened was this first turn. The knockoff into the Calyrex just meant that the Calyrex went
that
down
was
immediately,
real
and
rough.
That was so much offense off the table for Kinugawa. Even after plus
I do
4
wonder
after 2 decorates
why
onto the Zamazenta, there was
why
nothing that,
with a
Kinugawa was able to do
Lunala on the field, which is probably going to trick room, or could trick room, why would you nasty plot with your ghost, your Pokemon that's weak to ghost?
Get trapped next to a Pokemon like the Zamazenta that isn't a really strong target.
Would have googled it, just see fabric shops.
Had no safe switches.
Cerberus
There was
dire
no
on
way
this
to
train,
bring that
ladies.
Smeargle out
Damn.
and reset anything
It's not like I get no
without
replies.
Really important pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways he's really bet the game on that first turn.
Yeah.
I think after you kind of have to throw out what happened a little bit, where to me it just looked like a player was like, all right, well I know that there aren't any reasonable lines that lead to me winning the game, so now I'm just going to take even more risks and hope that I get exactly the mistake I need to pull myself back in. I was considering thinking, oh, you know, maybe it would have been different.
I already
if we'd
want
seen
another.
instead of
Another.
the body press into that Lunala slot, you know, breaking the Shadow Shield, maybe.
Yeah,
you
she's
do
a very
the
fit young
decorates. I
lady.
don't know
Who
if
am
that
I? Yeah,
actually
you're
leads
right.
to a win, given how
Oh,
big
you mean
the
Robin?
deficit there was. So, like, I kind of get it, right?
Sorry,
So,
mate.
You
Sorry.
need to get given something in order to pull back.
Standard train level
I'm curious
experience.
adjustment. You know, do you take a bigger risk to just hope you get
Or
the
old, if we're
read
sticking to
right
the
this
narrative that
time,
I'm
or,
old. Let's stick to that
are you
narrative.
sure a
Actually,
little
no,
more
because I'm older than you.
you know, there's elimination.
Yeah, Yuma, come on.
Kunigawa's had an incredible tournament so far. Has only lost the game we saw.
Yuma,
previously on screen,
Yuma,
but
yeah.
one
I mean,
more loss here
both.
would
They
knock
are
him out of the
both
tournament.
quite slamming.
One more loss would
And then that
knock
Terra
Kinugawa
Star.
out of the tournament and
Oh.
mean that he would not be the first Japanese
Ride me.
player to win an international championship. But Kinugawa has decided that Smeargle and Calyrex are still the choice here, and matching up much better against this Whimsicott and Urshifu lead here. Smeargle does not go for a Terrestrialization. That remains safe. Goes for the fake out onto the choice band Urshifu.
Amateurs, yeah.
Entirely safe choice there. As the
Hey,
Astral Barrage
Winchester,
will come
thank you
out
for the little
from
raid there. How you doing? What's going on?
Light Screen will protect
What's
both
happening?
these
What have you been
Pokemon
streaming?
quite a bit here, but with the Life Orb, that's
Having to
still missing
reconnect.
two
That's all right. We were
fail
talking about
both
you, not
of
to
those
you.
Pokemon.
How's it going? It's going all right. Enjoying some VGC. What you been streaming?
Speed boost once again. I think there'll be some question of whether it actually gets to use it, where I feel like kind of the only option now is a Tailwind and then probably a Surging Strikes into the Smeargle slot to avoid a Spore, which is interesting now for the Kinugawa side. Like previously you would have had to use Follow Me. You kind of have the implied Follow Me by the threat of the Spore now, or if you wanted to, you could probably even switch the Calyrex out, play a little bit differently, because I think allowing a Tailwind here and taking some KOs could be really dangerous, given your opponent would then get some free switches.
Yeah, but this is the absolute safest.
Very few
play
ladies
here
are on the
to
same
go
level as
for the
Sophie. I
tail
think
for
two
the
off the top of my head,
tailwind
that's about
on
it.
the
Damn,
Whimsicott,
I mean,
while
Sophie
the
is
Smeargle
peak.
Follow Me is
Sophie is the
that's when you
peak of
protect the
womandom.
Calyrex, and you can see it only takes 2 hits of the Surging Strikes to knock out that Smeargle, but critically, Calyrex is still up and will be able to fire back an Astral Barrage into both of these Pokemon, which should be able to pick up the KO on both of them as well. That means that Kinugawa will finally
With
get
4 wrestlers
his
I find
+2
attractive.
boost. Ooh, actually, Whimsicott
Alexa
survived
Bliss,
just a
Stephanie
little bit. I
Vaquer,
have done my math incorrectly.
Rhea
It's only a
Ripley,
+1
and Liv
boost
Morgan.
to that Calyrex.
Yeah, I think much better not to get that knockout, though. I think the double knockout there would probably be a little bit scary. It does still leave the option of Whimsicott switching out and then having a late-game Tailwind for a second round. But this is sort of an interesting situation now, where even though the knockout was given up, you do have the speed control on Federico's side of the field. And, okay, well, this is a Life Orb Calyrex, right? It's not a Focus Sash Calyrex.
Yeah.
So now that it's already damaged itself, the Life Orb doesn't have a Focus Sash to protect itself. Potentially a single attack could knock it out here between the two of these Pokemon.
Well, Lunala coming out for Federico. That is a really good Pokemon to have. And
Yuma,
under
come on,
Tailwind,
Yuma.
because it will still be able to outspeed that Calyrex and threaten back with the Moongeist beam. Kinugawa was just going to go ahead and scout out here to see what Federico wants to do, instead of just giving a free turn to the Lunala.
Oh, I meant 2 rest is the list, along with Soph, not on the other 2. Oh, 4. I see. You got them in the first 2? Nice.
As the U-turn will finish off the Whimsicott, remove that Encore threat from the table, and allow Kinugawa to bring in his final Pokemon here.
A nice little play there. Also kills a turn of the tailwind, rather. Perhaps more helpfully, where if you can get through this, you're looking at a pretty good spot. You have a single level of boosted special attack. Of course, you would love to pick up that knockout instead with the Calyrex if you could, but getting Whimsicott off the field is a big deal. I think otherwise that would have forced a Terastallization in order to gain Encore immunity. This leaves the options a little bit more open for Kinugawa.
Well, here comes Miraidon to set the electric terrain and activate the electric seed. We'll also be boosting the electric type damage coming out from that Raging Bolt that Kinugawa was so effective with earlier today.
Great commentary there.
Alongside
I've been playing Oblivion Remastered. Ooh, you enjoying it? You having a jolly good time with it? Hello, 8-Bit Wraith. How you doing?
Scary position too. All the Pokemon on that side of the field likely to be much quicker than their opponents thanks to the tailwind for
yeah, do a Draco into the bolt.
Rillaboom in the back is
Oh, you silly. See what's happened?
Turn that train off, reduce the damage a little bit, and then have fake out pressure for the final.
Rillaboom, boom, boom. With this, but I don't want to potentially upset people. Oh, you could tell me the list in somewhere else.
Miraidon stat pool, and the Raging Bolt will go for a protect itself, trying to stall as many of these turns of Tailwind as possible. But the Draco Meteor was targeted at the Calyrex, and even without the electric terrain, deals so much damage to that Rillaboom, and a double target into that slot means that this Moongeist Beam will be able to pick up the KO right away on Rillaboom. And that's going to mean that this Calyrex and Raging Bolt are the final two Pokemon for Kinugawa.
Going down easily with that Assault Vest there. I feel like his poor Rillaboom,
do Insta.
switching in, getting knocked out, does do its job as far as changing the terrain there, but maybe hoping for a little more, right? Where the advantage of getting that Whimsicott knockout would have been, you can at least stall out the Tailwind, don't have to worry about a second one. But the final turn of his Tailwind, pretty scary here. The positive end of it, if you are Kinugawa, is that you do have the Miraidon locked into Draco Meteor, going to have that reduced special attack for the remainder of the game. But, I think even at -2, neither of these Pokemon are going to take this super well without a Terastallization.
Yeah, even at -2, super effective damage into the Raging Bolt and just big damage onto the Calyrex. And Federico has options here. The wide guard means that the option of just coming in and clicking Astral Barrage is not so easy for Kinugawa. That does mean that there would only be the Draco Meteor coming out from the Miraidon, but that may just be enough to finish off this game.
Yeah, and once again, there's an awkward situation where that Shadow Shield isn't broken, right? Probably going to take 3 or 4 hits to reasonably knock this Pokemon out. And, even with these special attack drops from the Miraidon, if you're ignoring it for that long,
Yuma, what happened, man?
Amount of damage. And, Lunala's damage isn't irrelevant either.
Yeah, Lunala definitely can deal damage, especially when it's threatening 4 times super effective
Valid
Gizmo. Calyrex, as well
all
as
of them. Valid.
Berry Terastallization and super effective damage back on the
Actual
Raging
slammers.
Bolt with Moonblast as well.
Looks like we are going to see this Terastallization here. So we saw some incredible calls by Kinugawa the last time we saw him on stream. If he doesn't predict this turn correctly, his tournament is probably going to be over.
That will be it, and then Federico Camparisi will be moving on to the top 4. Here comes the Terastallization out of Kinugawa as well. That is the
Who wants a
Terra
mustache
on
ride?
the Lunala and the Dark Terra on the Calyrex. So we'll be able to resist Moongeist beams, but be weak now to Moonblast from
Metapod, you made the
Lunala.
list.
There's the Thunderclap.
We don't want to tell anyone.
Connects onto Lunala. It knows that it's going to be an offensive attack here. Draco Meteor connects onto Raging Bolt and picks up the KO.
Raging
even at
Venus.
-2. Raging Bolt goes down. Calyrex needs a miracle here.
Calyrex
to
is
make
my dad.
something happen on this final turn of
Oh,
Tailwind.
shit.
There is the Moongeist Beam that will be resisted by the Calyrex
Nice.
thanks to the Dark Terra type. And firing back an Astral
Come
Barrage
on.
here. That's going to be good damage, but the light screen is still up. It's not
Oh.
enough damage. Just a little bit to the
Metapod made the if I had to
and,
pick
of
a
course,
dude
to the
list,
Lunala
right?
after the Terastallization. And that Whimsicott with that light screen means that Kinugawa just doesn't have the damage.
Yeah, I think there's just no way. The light stream's going to expire now. I feel like even a double critical hit, probably not quite enough. And there's still the threat of that wide guard. Just too much going wrong here. Astral Barrage going to come down, but I can't imagine this is going to be enough.
Yeah, not enough damage,
close,
but it was so close. Just a little bit more damage would have been enough to pick up the KO on both. Draco Meteor does not pick up the KO, but Lunala right behind it with the Moonblast will knock Kinugawa out of the tournament, and Federico Camparisi will advance.
Man,
to our
Yuma,
semifinals.
you are the
His
chosen
best
one.
at an international championship in the Masters division to date.
God damn it.
Decisive win against an excellent player. Really
McLovin.
dominated the first game and then played exactly as he needed to in the second. Had a pretty big advantage there. Played very safely in that second to final turn there, where kind of no matter what his opponent did, I think he would have stayed enough ahead where he was in a great position there.
Numa,
double critical hit would have been a little scary there, but I mean, if that's the highest probability thing working against you, I think you're feeling pretty good about the way you played the set.
Yeah, that's you're okay with that one. But really well played there from Federico. Kinugawa got so greedy in that game one, going for that nasty plot. Kind of just gave that one up for Federico. But then in game two, you saw just how strong of a player Kinugawa was as well, and how much work Federico had to put in to get to that position, managing those tailwind turns perfectly, and that light screen from Whimsicott.
I like Chicon.
All the way at the very beginning of the game, coming up huge for Federico.
And I wish I was good.
Just that little bit of extra damage.
I wish I was good at the
Calyrex,
VGCs.
That hurts.
Yeah, there's a lot of
I want to
damage
be
there.
good at the
I definitely
VGCs.
underestimated a little bit at the end of the game, but I mean, to me, it's all about Federico's game plans. Where the first game's a little bit wonky, right? Where I think just getting that first turn right kind of ended the game. But I think if you look at that second game, I thought it was just a really
Give me some of that
path
sweet
that he chose to take through the game.
pork and beans, pork and beans, pork and
options
beans.
that his opponent could have taken to throw him off there. Was always ahead, always had better positioning. Even when knockouts were taken, it was like sort of disadvantage. Had position or control of the board and better position from turn one right through the end of the game.
Yeah, absolutely, and that
My
is
dad's
why
name is Beef But Tifa, yes please.
Finals. That means that he is in very good position to make it into our finals on Sunday. Congratulations to you, Kinugawa, for making it to the top 8. An incredible performance from him as well, and definitely had some fireworks earlier on in the day. Someone who, if you are going to Anaheim and competing in the World Championships, definitely keep an eye out for that player, and of course for Federico.
Yeah, two great players, and I mean that's just kind of what happens at this point in the tournament, right? Especially if
Any
you're
Final
a player
Fantasy
like
last?
it
Not
seems
any,
Kinugawa
because
is,
some are horrible.
willing
Like
to make some
Fusion.
more aggressive reads. You're going to get your bluffs called a little bit more frequently at this point in the tournament. Everyone left is just so good, and
I'm
props to him
good.
for a
I'm
great
not.
run, and props to Federico as
Not
well. You're going to see a little
good.
bit more of him later. Just an excellent match played by him there, where about as decisive a top 8 win as you're ever going to see at international championships.
Yeah, absolutely. Extremely well played there, and
Everybody
really enjoyed
calls me the
seeing that sort of
burger.
classic regulation eye combo doing a lot of work. The Miraidon with Whimsicott and Lunala threatening so many different methods of speed control. We could see
Have
in
I
that
missed
second game
anything
how
that happened when you weren't
put
here?
off kilter if you're prepared for one side or the other. And even the Tailwind is usually the more easily manageable one just because it's shorter. But you can get a lot done when you're going first every single time, and your opponent is having to spend some time doing things like clicking decorate instead of
Decorate these nuts, brev.
Didn't actually even get a chance to click decorate.
Lemon
forced into
Fanta,
clicking
please,
follow me
brev.
Instead of getting any of the disruption off.
Yeah, and I think when the time came to swing,
Aerith followed to the list below the on-power save category. Damn! Aerith can go get
the real
fucked.
switch in was really important.
Right, let's have a boom boom.
It's a very different looking game too, right? Maybe
Let's
we're talking
hatch
about
some
the adjustments
bebes.
making going into a third game.
Give me a
Did
second
great job of
sheen.
not, giving up anything easy, just taking what was available, and sometimes
Let's
you
see
get these
who's
games,
still
especially
going in the
if your team
round.
Matches up well, you've built it in a way
Round
that you can handle the matchup,
15.
just by not taking unnecessary risks.
Oh, the results haven't been recorded yet.
Absolutely, extremely smart.
This is
extremely
top 8,
patient play there
baby.
From Federico, and that is why he is advancing to the semifinals. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have our second top 8 matchup to find out who's going to join
Brev.
Federico in our semifinals. Stay tuned.
Lego. Marco Silva is against Gabriel Agati. Oh, yes. This song is so fucking cringe, but also a bop. The top 8 is Kazuki Kobayashi, Ruben Gianzini, Federico Camporesi, now out of competition, Yuma Kinugawa, Gabriel Agati, Marco Emantha Caludura Silva, Eric Rios, and Francesco Piaperro. This eye infection is so unnecessary. Oh, rip, dude. I quite like it. It's catchy. For sure. You know, like syphilis. Eat poo anywhere. Eat shit anywhere. That's the one. Why'd you have to ruin everything? Because that's what Liams do. Eric Rios has had a good season.
Down, 783 players competed in the Atlanta Regional Championships to secure their
Atlanta
spot at
Ga,
Worlds. This was the last regional championship in North America to feature the Regulation G rule set.
Regulation G's nuts.
Ice Rider, Calyrex Shadow Rider, and
I was just gonna say, yeah, but so is Syphilis, mate. We are
Regulation
fucking
G,
connected,
but those
mate. We are on the same page.
Make way for
That's
Koraidon.
baller.
Joey Woodring secured his spot in the finals by knocking out Joe Ugarte's Miraidon team.
Joe
using an
Ugarte!
aggressive Koraidon team featuring support from Fluttermane, Brute Bonnet, and Iron Crown, showing that Koraidon is the winged king. On the other side of the bracket,
I know that guy. I know Joe Ugarte. He dates one of our friends.
Astral Barrage from Yuki Zaninovich to meet
But
his
somehow
friend
I've
in the
never met
final.
him. I've
Both
never met
players
him.
were already winners, but only one could be crowned champion. Daniel hit the ground running by knocking out Joey's terrestrialized Chi-Yu, leaving Joey
My
without
favorite
the offense
VGC
or
flex
defense to make a comeback.
was when we sat down at
Joey fought hard to
EUIC.
pick up the first KO,
Like
but that
everyone
ultimately
sat there
allowed
waiting
Daniel
for
Bryan to get knockout
waiting for
after
everything to
knockout,
begin, waiting
securing
for the opening
regional
ceremony, whatever it
championship
was.
and world
Was it the
invite
opening
for
ceremony?
Daniel.
I think so. It was waiting for some round to start. And then Lou starts walking past, and you can see people looking over going, "Oh God, that's Lou Agoshromi. That's commentator Lou over there." And I just go, "Oi, Lou! Come here!" And just say hello and give a big hug. And then obviously after she walks away, you just got people nearby looking at me, and I'm just there like, "Yeah, that's my friend." Flex. Like the idea that championship points earned in different continents count towards that continent's leaderboard, so you can't just travel the world for most points. I like that. Sorting category S-wise is T-First/Soph, A-list is Aerith/Una, B-tier Selfie. Selfie doesn't do it for me, unless Sophie dresses it. Lightning, yeah. D-tier Freya, fucking Freya.
muito grande, a gente consegue compartilhar a experiência um com o outro e ver onde cada consegue melhorar se ajudando.
Absolutely, couldn't have said it better myself. Met Ugarte when he went to Stuttgart. Oh, nice. Pokemon Flex is not needing to wait in line to beat Joe Merrick at EUIC. Yo, Liam, jumping out of chat for a bit on my phone but still watching on YouTube. Appreciate you, my dude. Enjoy yourself. Amma, I thought your Pokemon Flex was getting your Buzzwams immortalized on my streams forever. Like that VOD will live forever. You can watch yourself back now and go, God, I have got a nice pair of eyes.
But also like with friends from feedback, just like really dissecting, like, you know, what am I thinking?
Selfie doesn't do it for me, which is kind of cute. In a she fell over and grazed her knees kind of way.
Plan correctly? Am I accounting for potential risks depending on what my opponent is doing? I think it's really hard to be at
2026 seasons when I'll start getting good at Pokemon again. Again? When was the first time? I want to put Poliwrath back on the team. I miss Poliwrath. And was on stream, was complimented by her cosplay. By her cosplay. Her cosplay took itself off of her body and went, "You cracking, you are." Because fair play. I imagine she does look good without a cosplay. Whee! Yeah, like not a I want to go, more of a I could be friends with. Yeah. You knew what I meant. I didn't. All you did there was make me think of her in the nude. And cheers for that. Liam, you are vile. Yes, I am. So confidently vile.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North America
It kind of works though, because like
in New Orleans.
it makes me very difficult to cancel because it's like, oh, you know, Liam's a massive perv. Yeah, it's like half his fucking shtick, bruv.
And it was gorgeous, if a little early for me.
That is true. Do you know what? That's true.
Like a parking lot or something, but there's probably
The internet would be like, oh no, he's horrible. And the community would be like, yeah,
It's definitely
we
been
know.
a great time here in New Orleans.
Where have you been?
We've been having so much fun here in
But he's got
the
a good
stadium, but
heart
also if you
and
are
a
at home and you wanna
massive
get in on the
ego.
action, make sure that you are watching all of the streams so that you
Wolfie
can take part in
can't
our
perish.
giveaway.
If you haven't got
In
your
particular,
code, do
here
it.
close to
If you
our
haven't
heart
got your
on the
bloody
Video
Wolf
Game Championships, we have
Incineroar, get it.
Glix
NA1C25CZNPER158 Wolfie Con Perish. It's actually valid. Robin kind of sits at like an A tier, but that would just because I only know her in work. Yeah, you haven't seen her out of work with her low cut shit on. That's where the money is.
Next, you can watch any of our other pillars here, including Unite, that is in their semifinals right now, I believe. So if you are watching,
I don't want to watch the Unite semifinals. I want to watch.
Unite, or you would like to get this Mew Platinum Emblem.
Sophie, undress. Yeah, I do.
Have it open for 30 minutes, and you will receive access to that, as well as you can use the gift code.
He's got a good heart. Okay, which community members are lying? Wow.
Unite sticker.
Yeah, like there's like a pin at the Pokemon Center. If you're here,
I'm not funny. I don't know why. I tried to apologize. When did you apologize?
And if you are a trading card game player, you can also receive some great prizes here.
You can also receive. Damn, they're really changing the prizes in Pokemon, huh?
Illustration rares of Team Rocket's Giovanni and Ethan's adventure using the code NAIC25 Destined Rivals.
Simps would be like, we need access to view profiles.
Also, Ethan at least was seeing some success earlier on in the tournament. I believe they are still
Simps would
just
lie.
heading
Wow.
into their top 16 match on the trading card game. So if you are excited about that,
I mean, I gave you access, Sebster.
Hey, you know, if you
Where are my compliments? Are you deaf?
Over, I'm sure they'll still be going.
And here are the drops that you can get if you go and watch those. You can
Drop
get the
these
deck
nuts.
box and the sleeve and the coin for Cornerstone Overpond, who has been leading the parade here in New Orleans for the North America International Championships. Go ahead and switch on over to the trading.
It's funny that Cornerstone Ogapond's been leading the parade because no one's using it.
Good looking cards.
Lastly, we have Pokemon Go that is also here and competing. I
Pokemon Go to the polls.
Winners bracket, and maybe now on to losers over on the other side. The losers bracket.
Amanda Buzz.
Not losers. I'm not being mean.
Inspired by Pataman's EUIC winning team. How do you get Amanda Buzz inspired by someone's winning team? Surely it's just a hundo.
Inspired by Pataman's EUIC winning team.
So close to
Patamon.
Patamon.
Still in the tournament and doing very well.
That's good. Yeah, don't forget to download that, or Evan will think you are a loser too.
At least you'll be in the losers bracket, and you know you still have an opportunity to make it out of there and back.
Not always in Go, really. Hundos are not optimal for Go Battle League, really. That's so weird.
Here in the video
Why?
game arena,
but they're really nice.
Our next top 4 match getting ready to go.
That's insane.
We just saw Federico, or top 8 match rather. We just saw Federico Camparisi defeat Yuma Kinagawa in that first.
Go, you want max HP and defense?
Now we are going to be moving
Yeah,
on to
Hundos
the
have
bottom
that.
side of the bracket to
Do they
see
not?
Gabriel Legati versus Marco Silva.
That makes no
This should be
sense.
an incredible
Oh, don't get a
matchup.
hundo.
But the other two
Get
top
max
8
HP and
matches we will
defense.
see after this.
Oh, the
For
stats
us,
go over the
all about Brazil
1500
versus
CP threshold if it's too high.
All time here, both.
So ideally you want what? Max HP, max defense, 0 attack.
So it should be a lot of fun to see them face off. Agati also critically in the position here to.
Oh, no wonder the battle states are fucking long.
All Italy quarter semifinal.
Using all these
rather.
geriatric
You said
Pokemon
they've
that
got
can't do
the first
damage.
one in, it would be admittedly pretty hilarious. I feel like if all 4 of the semifinalists were Italian, but.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
This is,
Stop it!
We
Oh!
do have a very real opportunity to turn this into the
It's
Old
best of
Italy
5.
National
Oh,
Championships here.
the pain.
In the semifinals. But Gabriel Legati is no slouch, and it will be difficult even for Marco Silva, who is on his way to a 4th international championship.
Gabriel can win. Gabriel's the guy who's got like the Giga Chad jawline, right?
Everyone else in the international
Guy's got
championships
bone
race.
structure
Should
for
he take home
days.
the title here in North America and win 2 international championships in the same season.
Yeah, I think you're definitely hitting the point there where you're probably talking about one of the.
And all you
greatest
can hear
wrestlers
from the
since
fucking
the
Go
all
screen is
time.
brim brim
I think
brim
World Championship's always the big one, right? I think the GOAT debate is hard to make up for not having one of those, but 2 ICs in the same season would be
Fucking hate those
incredible,
sound
and,
effects.
wow, he's just always
Obnoxious
so good, it
game
seems
as
like
Go.
every tournament he's at.
Yeah, it definitely puts
Like I like
him
playing
as
it
pretty
on a
much
dog
a
walk
lock
for collecting,
the
but
title of best player who has not won a
10,
World
15, 15
Championship after
Pikachu
collecting
might get to
3 and then
1497
potentially a 4th
CP, but a 15, 15,
international
15 might get to like
championship
15, 15.
Of course, we'll
No,
have
it
to
does
see
make sense.
Gabriel
Yeah,
Legati
thank you,
from
Marty. That's
Brazil
actually
in
really
order
helpful.
to continue on that
I
path.
appreciate you.
Both of these players, like you've mentioned, are no strangers.
Get back into
to the main
VGC.
stage. They know what it's like to be
Top
under
8 the
lights
UK
and
again.
feel the
Become an
pressure of
e-girl.
elimination match especially.
The VGC
Yeah, I
needs
think,
more e-girls, please.
Probably for a Gotti in particular, I think there's been a number of international championships where he got super deep and they did not end the way he wanted to. So maybe a little
My
bit
VG
more
days are over.
motivation to
Start
try
them
to,
again.
Pick up the big win here, where at this point for Marco, it just kind of seems like old hat. Like, oh, of course, he's.
It's a
still
good
in the
excuse to
tournament.
get hotel rooms that are not
It's
with
an
Joe.
international championships, and it's the finals. Marco must be there, right? He must be there and probably winning. But yeah, you're right. Gabriel Legatti has been sort of so close to getting that international championships title.
Mate,
that you can feel the
I know
hunger
I
in
always
him
say
when you
it,
talk to him
but seeing
about it.
Evan
It's
Latt
something
and
that
Scott
clearly he
Glaser
knows
on my
that he can
fucking
achieve
screen
and
makes
really
me
wants
so
to do.
happy.
And again,
It's
he
just,
has
it gives me
proven
such a
that he is
nostalgic
still up
feeling.
there with the
They're
best
the
of
JR
all
and
players
Jerry
in the
Lawler
world
of VGC
here
for
as the
me.
top 8.
Joe can't compete being a
Definitely
Pokemon partner,
favorite to
but
win the
yeah,
tournament.
like you said, I just need my own hotel room because conflict of interest. Yeah, use some of the Cerebi Millions.
Who could win this tournament overall?
Yeah, I think so too. And certainly two of the biggest names left.
Although I don't understand why staying in the same hotel room he is. Oh, it's because, yeah, you couldn't stay in the hotel they've paid for. Even though they're paying for Joe's hotel room technically and you're just there. Oh shit, this goes hard.
Marco sort of had the opposite experience
Wait.
with the 3 wins
No
at
Sheen.
this stage, but probably looking
Come on,
forward to
Gabrielle.
championships in a few
Do
weeks
it
where,
for
they can be
Flutermain.
in that top 16.
Absolutely.
Cerebillions. Oh, I like it. That's actually better.
Very importantly, Gabriel Legatti is now the last hope for Latin America as a region to win this international championship, something they have never done.
Need a
in the
type 1
Masters
diabetes
division.
representative?
Even
Do it.
their own
We need
home
hats.
Championship, the Latin American International Championship.
Ruben needs to win his
This year,
match
Marco
for
Silva
Tom
won
Winter
it.
to make Worlds.
Previously,
Oh,
Ashton
damn.
Cox had a stranglehold on that, and Paul Chua
Ruben,
just
I hardly
has
know
never
one.
actually been won by
Yeah,
a
when-
Latin American player. So why not? Let me come to the North American.
I'd say I would teach you, Marty, but if you want to be taught VGC, you probably want a good player. Decrepit, Marty is a former UK top 8 player. It's all situation and the staying with Joe thing. We'll explain next time we see it. Yeah, valid. It really does. It does actually upset people for some reason. I'll let people be upset if it's not against the rules.
That will be Gabriel will be hoping
Fucking
to
slam
pilot
dunk.
for that victory. Really, the important thing that I've been noticing about this team, as we've been seeing it today, has been that Ogre Pond, though. It really has
Ogre
performed exceptionally
Panini.
well with that water
Show
and
your
grass
bum
type
bum
coverage,
to
showing
the
that it can work really well into
queen.
Amoonguss, Rillaboom, and Incineroar style cores.
Yeah, I think one of the more original teams remaining in the tournament, Screamtail, I think he was the only player who
Scream
had it
D's
in
nuts
day
down.
two. In my opinion,
Come on,
one of the more
Gabrielle.
underrated
Do it for
Pokemon of
Ogre
this whole
Pond.
generation.
Do it for
Very disruptive. We
Screamtail.
saw do some serious damage at the hands of Wolf.
Do it for
in the,
Metapod.
the Europe International Championship. So, hey, you know, I don't know.
That structure is
Screamtail
absolutely
was the sort of
immaculate.
Pokemon
How?
we were expecting to see
Good
go deep
genes.
in NIC twice, but here we are.
Has Gabriel not been on stream like 3 rounds in a row? He's been on a lot today, hasn't he? I imagine there's no pressure being on stream now for him. He's like, you know what? I've been on stream 3 times today. This ain't scary no more. His team looks unbelievably annoying. I love it.
Screamtail has a lot going for it. Typically, it's
I
really
do
fun
hate,
against
I will
the
say,
choice teams, so like Miraidon
I
with
think when
voice specs, because
Ogre
you can pretty easily
is in
disable
one of its other
and just
forms that
block
changes the
Pokemon out
type of Ivy
entirely.
Cudgel, Ivy Cudgel
No
should be
such
shown
luck
as that
being
type
voice item on Marco's
in-game.
side, but we'll have to
'Cause,
see if
like,
Screamtail will be able to make anything happen,
I'm trying to
or
think
if
of an
Gabriel will
example,
be
but there are
sticking
some
to the
moves
double restricted and then
that, like, when they change their type, they show as the alternate type.
I think the other really
Oh,
notable thing
like
is that they,
Tauros,
unconventional
right? Oh, no, it
counter
shows a
attack
normal
was
type
what
move, doesn't it,
we
Raging Ball?
frequently see from
Until
his
you use it in
Boston cousin
battle.
as well as substitute.
Fuck it should still show us
seems like
different.
something our co-caster Len would be running, but proving that this sort of approach can work at this level.
I love that Marco's chat's biggest opponent just for Metapod. Yeah, man.
Rider, it can also be used for the Shadow Rider, and Substitute in particular can be
It's funny,
extremely
like,
scary,
I must
especially
clarify,
in
just for
the
anyone
mirror,
watching that
which
doesn't
we are gonna see
understand,
is part of what's happening
we
here.
like Marco Silva.
with
We have
the
nothing
Shadow
against
Rider,
Marco
Calyrex,
Silva.
and the Zamazenta
I'm sure he's a
as
top
the
bloke,
wide
and he is an
guard to protect the
incredible
Calyrex
VGC
versus
player, and
Gabriel
people
with
should be
the
inspired by him
Substitute
because he's
to
so
defensively
good.
protect
But
it.
also,
Otherwise, we are
he
also
was
gonna
Metapod's
continue to
first
see the
in-person
Rillaboom and
opponent, and that's just not fair.
as
So,
well as the Heart's Flame mask
because of that, we're like,
instead of the
yeah,
Wellspring mask.
someone else beat him. Plus, I
Going
really
back to
like
the first time we ever saw Ogre
Gabriel's
Pond at
team.
all.
Yeah, I remember those days.
Yeah,
So,
literally, it's all
feels
banter. Like,
it
Metapod
was,
has no
forever
ill will.
ago now. I think one thing to
Marco
keep in
was
mind
very
is the
pleasant to
interaction
Metapod,
of the
from what I
two,
remember.
Calyrex here, one of the things that trainers who use this Pokemon to hate is the potential to one-shot yourself. So both of them having the ability to terrestrialize.
Prove that Fire Ogre Pond is the wrong Ogre Pond.
regular resistance with the dark type Calyrex here. The other one is a normal type terrestrialization, able to become fully immune.
Everybody
although,
drinks the wee sometimes. There was no interaction.
Other regular attacking moves.
Oh, you mean you didn't sit down with Marco Silva and go, "You're right. Is it your first event?"
Here for the Shadow Rider Calyrex, as well as the ability to go for nasty plot. So it is a little bit more.
Ian's got the bigger issue for
Calyrex
Metapod
here,
than
but the
Metapod
option
does.
to
Ah, it's all bants. The team Dill used at EYC was built by Agati and some other Brazilians, but they gave up on it and didn't bring it to EYC themselves. Damn.
Start getting going. Will just be able to deal a bunch of damage, and here it is, led immediately
cracking
on
music.
both sides. Fluttermane and Calyrex
The wheel
for
intimidated
Gabriel
him.
and the Ogerpon and Calyrex for Marco. That's going to be having.
I guess you could say it didn't drive you to victory.
Protect the Calyrex from the Fluttermane, but also has the option of just going for spread moves all around here.
Spread your moves on me, Daddy.
Start this game. A lot of traditionally offensive Pokemon both sides. I see a quick lock-in from Agati, probably seeing a lead combination perhaps he was expecting to see here, and we could see a lot of fireworks to start out this match.
Oh, baby, do you know what that's worth? Your father's just given birth.
Yeah, well,
A few days are over. I did enjoy the Sisterhood League at UIC, and I take part again at Worlds playing Go. Do VGC, Marty.
Can follow me, but the follow
Whip
me
him out and do
nothing
VGC.
Against the Astral Barrage, or even a potential icy wind.
Lightning
coming
speed
out from
terror,
the
just
Fluttermane
boom,
to
boom.
try and win that the speed ties potentially. There's
They're
gonna be the
normal.
normal terrestrialization from Calyrex on Gabriel's
Let's
side
go,
to protect
Dale.
himself
Interesting choice, Gabriel, to use a
completely
U-turn
from any
instead of
ghost
parting
type
shot.
attack from Marco.
He's Assault
While
Vest,
Calyrex
isn't he?
for Marco will just protect itself, so try and scout out a little bit about
So he
what's
has to.
coming. Gabriel, though, with the Astral Barrage, will deal good damage to the Ogerpon and will be followed
Ooh,
up by
did
the
he?
Shadow Ball. And if this Hearth Flame Ogerpon can survive, it can also put down some big damage onto both of these Pokemon, potentially breaking the focus.
Nah, that's got to be Ogerpon gone, right?
Focus Sash, but the double
Oh!
barely misses there. Ogerpon hanging on with just a sliver of
Ogre
health
con
and brings
perish.
Fluttermane right down to Sash.
Don't know anything about VGC. You do. You'll learn dead quick.
Been a clean knockout, predicting the protect.
Easy mode. If I can do a bit of it, you can do it. I've won a match once.
Just right, able to get an extra.
One time I won 4.
On that Fluttermane, that's a huge swing and leads to a pretty even first turn from what otherwise could have been a huge disaster. And I think if anything, Marco feeling like he came out a little bit ahead there, not committing the terrestrialization.
That might suit Agati, because now he can get a double KO.
But very anxious situation for both sides.
Because the Cali on the other side is Life Orb, so it can't protect itself.
1 HP Pokemon beside them.
Yeah, the
Using
Fluttermane
Cinnamon, you're right
is a
up
little
there.
bit more useful
Woman who
than
top 8
the
UK claims she
Ogerpon
doesn't know
at one
VGC.
hit point
Right.
for at least a moment.
It was
Would it be the
2012.
Fluttermane
Krispy
retreating as
Kreme.
Gabriel wants to preserve that Pokemon
2012.
for a time when he can have the sun out to activate
Oh,
that
then they had to change it to
photosynthesis
Froggy
mode,
Fresh, didn't they?
which is in
Froggy
the Screamtail,
Fresh.
so Screamtail making an
2012.
appearance here in our
I
top 8
am
matchup.
the baddest
Doesn't
of
need the
them
sun,
all.
uses the
That's a
booster energy to
throwback.
boost its
Obviously, it's
speed
13
instead.
year ago throwback.
Marco will also protect the Hearthflame Ogerpon.
It's like riding a bike, surely. It's
It's
like riding your nan.
A grassy glide.
All
or a
right,
follow
on
me
occasion.
In the future, and instead it will be Zamazenta out on the field. Now, because the Calyrex on Gabriel's side has terrestrialized into
Terra
the
Dark,
normal
baby.
type,
Baby these
Marco
nuts.
has to match it with the Dark terrestrialization, lest it face a easy knockout from another
I think
Astral
Cresselia,
Barrage.
Garchomp, Icy Wind, Earthquake spam will get me these days.
There's
Nah,
the
you need to use Mammoth
terrestrialization,
Swine.
And here is the Astral Barrage coming out from Gabriel's Calyrex. Deals decent damage to
didn't
the
do so
Zamazenta,
much.
but the Calyrex tanks it like a champ and fires back with a Psychic into
Crest still has a
that
place.
Screamtail. Not very effective damage. Actually a really strong position there for the Screamtail.
Damn, if they'd
here.
just gone Astral
Yeah, I think
Barrage.
it's sort of a big psychic though, because I think otherwise the Astral
Assault
Barrage
Vest
is
Mammoth
setting you
Swine.
up for a very disastrous
Loaded dice,
score.
Mammoth Swine,
Sort of fun
with
interaction
Icicle
between
Spear.
the Zamazenta and the Screamtail. Typically we think of Zamazenta
No,
as
loaded
as a
dice,
one-trick
skill
attacker
link
with just the
Cloyster.
body press. This is one of the few situations where it's actually relevant to have the option of using a heavy slam here, where super effective, at least do a reasonable amount of damage. to the
Loaded
Screamtail
dice,
and,
Technician,
work towards
Minchino.
removing the threat of those encores and disables for the rest of the game.
Yeah, getting rid of those encores and disables is a priority. Otherwise,
Ooh.
you have to kind of second guess every move you make. But it's all going to come down to if you can get these calls correctly.
Protect.
As Screamtail just protects this turn to scout out what Marco is going to do. Try to
Astral
see what do I
Barrage
want
in
to
the garage.
encore or disable in the upcoming turns.
Ooh.
Zamazenta and Calyrex both eat another
Oh,
Astral Barrage, but Marco
that's
doesn't
fine. You
fall
take
for the
that.
protect here.
Oh, body
Good
press
damage
though.
onto the Calyrex, takes the Life Orb recoil, and Zamazenta though goes for the heavy
Oh.
slam into the Screamtail. So now that Screamtail, by protecting it, has some options here. What do you want to
I mean,
lock
Kali
Marco
is now going to get a
into?
double
What do you
KO.
want- options do you want to remove from Marco's pool?
My heart stopped for a second there. I think if that had been a double target of the Calyrex, this could have been
Yeah,
a huge
body.
swing
I
to
don't know
game.
why he didn't
Instead,
body
still
press into
kind
the
of on
Terra
a nice
normal
edge.
Calyrex.
All of these weakened Pokemon are facing off, and yeah, maybe Screamtail going to get to determine some of what happens here. Also
Damn.
scary a little bit. The normal type immunity to Astral Barrage, kind of limiting the options for Marco. Neither of these Pokemon able to be really attacked by the Calyrex too efficiently, having to use that Psychic, and disabling it would stop it from being able to attack the opposing Calyrex at all.
Oh,
thing that is
cheeky
bad
switch
about the Zamazenta going
into
for an attack is it can't
Instant.
protect its
Oh,
own
Raging
Calyrex
Bolt.
with the
Okay.
Wide Guard or itself. The only way to
Just
do that
vlog
is
the
to switch
vibes
the
and have an
Calyrex
anxiety
out
meltdown
right
when I'm
now
overwhelmed
for
at events.
the
Valid.
Raging
That's a good way
Bolt,
to go.
which should be able to take a Astral Barrage coming out from the Calyrex, especially with this Wide Guard connecting on Marco's side. So
But now you can
Gabriel
encore
will
him
have
into
the ability
Wide
to go for
Guard
any attack that he
and then
wants, goes to the
disable
encore into the Calyrex, but
any
with the
further
switch,
attacks.
That is actually a free switch in for the Raging Bolt, blowing the Encore and the Astral Barrage into that Wide
Oh
Guard.
yeah, but
sort of
upper
an
crust.
awkward
What's it
position.
called?
Both of
Thunderclap.
these Pokemon only
Sure, after open ceremony, I'm melted and cry by the prize. Oh, Marty!
From the Screamtail and only the
Oh, mate.
Astral Barrage from the Calyrex. I was kind of
Oh, you could
wondering if we
disable
would
the Wide Guard.
perhaps
Yeah, that's
see
true.
a Leech Seed that turn instead, because like I mentioned in the previous turn, the
But it was
Screamtail's
more
been
like to
forcing,
guarantee that
the Calyrex
Zamazenta doesn't
to,
then attack you.
or
Give you a bit
turning
more
very
time.
powerful disable that
That's
would
what I was
have otherwise made
thinking.
it useless, right? So the switch there, I think,
Upper
was pretty
crust.
likely. Still, a lot of ground to be made here, but I think that was a pretty big switch for Marco.
Oh,
who now
cheeky
has
withdraw.
advantage
No
switching,
Wide Guard
although
this turn.
maybe he doesn't think this is advantageous as I do, switching the Zamazenta out of battle before it can be disabled.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, Zamazenta is
I
now
hope Kali
out
just
of
went Astral
the
again.
field, brings in the Ogerpon instead.
Damn.
Another Encore into a switch. So the
Well, if he's
Screamtail is
encoring,
not
he
going to
won't
be
have
able to
done that
make
then.
anything happen, but Calyrex
That
has
is
just enough
wild.
health to make a substitute for itself and protect itself from this Thunderbolt.
I mean,
from the Raging
but
Bolt.
now you have to take a
And
Thunderclap.
now you have
I don't
the
know if
1-health
Substitute was the
Ogerpon
play.
and the full health Raging Bolt still against the Screamtail and the Calyrex. And Gabriel really
You
needs to make
switch to
something
Ensign?
happen with this Screamtail, lest it just go down without doing anything.
Yeah, pretty awkward
Disneyland
position
like
here.
shuts
You
at
could use
midnight,
a
so I'm going to
dazzling
go ahead and
beam
assume I
perhaps
might
with
be
the
doing
Screamtail
Worlds
this time to
on
put
no
the
sleep.
Ogerpon
Oh,
attacking,
shit.
but, there's enough moves with the Raging Bolt that even with disable or
Yeah,
encore
Marco
or
has been
something,
reading what's getting
there would be
encored.
some means of knocking Calyrex out, so no way to keep it completely safe this turn if you choose to go for an attack. Marco's done a pretty good job of cycling, avoiding letting the Screamtail be disrupted, still having to pay the tax of switching repeatedly, but hasn't gotten caught where he's wasted an action in any turn yet.
Well, Ogerpon
Oh.
is going to continue the switching frenzy on
The
Marco
revolving
Silva's
door
side, switches
Pokemon.
out for the Zamazenta
I mean, the Kali
once
can't
again.
attack now
Back out
because,
on the
oh.
field, this dazzling gleam from
Yo.
Screamtail doing just a chip to Zamazenta and a decent amount to Raging Bolt. all
Missed the
things
Leech
considered.
Seed.
Oh, the Leech Seed misses.
That's gutting.
Raging
Oh,
Bolt
but
will be able to fire back with a Thunderbolt into that Screamtail, but that Leech Seed missing was huge. Calyrex would
Ooh.
have loved to get that health
Super
recovery
Diabetes
back.
into 1 a.m. in the morning when we are on California time.
It's a big deal because you'd like to
Oof.
get back to a point where you can at least threaten using substitutes.
Kali, you're going to get thunderclapped, Brev.
And now this is a tough position where the Calyrex really needed that positioning where Raging Bolt has it checked.
Zamazenta's
going to
wide guard.
A situation again where Zamazenta can prevent either of these Pokemon from attacking normally, so Raging Bolt's actually fairly safe on this turn.
Yeah, Gabriel got the read correctly.
Maybe
but
disable
didn't
into the
land
Bolt in case he
Leech
goes
Seed, and
Thunderbolt
that's
again.
going to set him back quite a bit.
Yeah, that's
There's
valid.
The Thunderclap finally coming out
Big
from
easy
Marco
read.
Silva. Will pick up the KO onto the Calyrex. Does mean
I'd
there's
have
still
probably
no
switched to
Wide Guard
Flutter
coming
Mane, to be
out
honest. No,
from
you wouldn't
the
have done.
Zamazenta
You were like,
because
disable the
Thunderclap
Thunderbolt.
was able to move first, which means this dazzling gleam will
Down
connect,
goes
and
Big Zam.
Screamtail does finally pick up the KO
Told you not to
on that
Astra.
Zamazenta.
Bit too warm for me. I'm not too bad. Like, my shirt's still on. Lucky
Getting a
Hammer,
little bit of
right?
chip damage here and there on all of Marco's Pokemon, such that the Screamtail was finally able to pick up that KO, and he still
I
has
did
a
warn her.
full
I said,
health
look, if it
Koraidon
hits
in the
30
back.
degrees tomorrow,
Yeah, the
I'm
Cardinals have to
sorry.
do a lot of work,
It's
though,
happening.
as long as this Raging Bolt's on the field, Fluttermane really
She
not
got
going
lucky.
to be able to accomplish too much.
What
really,
up, all
again,
night to
seeing
the sun?
impacts
What
of
up,
that
all
landing
night
that
to
leads
the
some very important Pokemon in
chicken
this game,
dipper?
to still be on the field, and
What up,
fortunately,
all night
removing
to
that
eat
Wide Guard just
dippers?
in time to not really have any need to use it. The Calyrex coming back out on the field, though, somewhat threatened by
Chicken
the
and
Screamtail here.
bologna,
Not
pizza
really known for its offensive
macaroni.
aptitude, but really finding itself in some beneficial positions in this game.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and the Screamtail's still able to threaten encores and disrupt Marco's game plans. And that could be really big in making space for this Koraidon.
Koraidon, just
Booster
win.
energy, and now even if the Screamtail would switch out, it is still the fastest Pokemon on the field.
Ooh.
So has the opportunity to move first and either encore or disable Marco into some plays that he doesn't really want to do right now.
Yeah, and suddenly the Screamtail's
So-
feeling like a win condition you might want to
the Screamtail's banging.
Ogerpon also just going to be instantly
Is that a
deleted, right? So
Tyrostar
if you get
post?
to a point where Raging Bolt can't knock you out, Screamtail now just wins.
Well, Koraidon going for the Protect, trying to save itself from any
That's
kind
a
of
super
attack
bulky
from
Koraidon.
that
207 is max
Calyrex
HP.
or the
Damn.
Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt goes
Do you think
for
it's max
another
HP, max
Thunderclap,
speed?
But it will fail as neither Pokemon use an attack which could be affected by Thunderclap. And now it
Isabla.
is disabled. Will not have access to that move for the remainder here as Astral Barrage picks up the KO onto Screamtail.
Clam
That's actually
Korai
a
are using
really
max
huge
HP.
disable,
Clam?
which means that Marco no longer has priority, so this Fluttermane gets to come back out with the Sun Up and get its own Photosynthesis boost to threaten
Damn.
both the Calyrex and the Raging Bolt.
This is bulky so it
with
can
no risk of
guarantee
being
a flame
Thunderclap.
charge.
Yeah,
Ah.
probably a more conventional way to try to close this game using the more offensive
Max
Paradox
HP,
Pokemon
max
here with
speed,
the
or max
Fluttermane
HP, max
instead of,
attack. Oh, okay.
Screamtail doing its best
Clear
to
Amulet is
pretend.
Clam.
Looks
Oh,
like disadvantage
Clam.
from
I
Gabriel,
thought it was
but probably
Cloyster.
a more advantageous board state now that as the fastest Pokemon who could check the Calyrex and Raging Bolt suddenly in a much more difficult position with the Koraidon checking it better.
Hey, yo,
without
so
the
them B
Thunderclap.
stories, huh?
There's the option now to try to sacrifice a Pokemon. Certainly
Hey,
any
yo.
damage to the Ogerpon in the back would allow Switch. Maybe you get
Your
your
friend,
undisabled
Steve.
that
Do-do-do,
way, but
do-do-do.
still some cost to be paid if that's the option
a
that
fly
he chooses
landed
to
on
go
me.
for.
Yeah.
Especially potentially
Alright,
giving up
Clover.
the flame charge to this Koraidon who could maintain the speed advantage and then maybe get in a position where it doesn't matter so much if the Thunderclap is used or not.
Yeah, if the Koraidon is able to get
Amulet,
a speed
more
boost,
like
it should
Cramorant.
be able to close out this game with some support from this Fluttermane as well.
Imagine
There's
matching
the
with someone on Bumble and then they
withdrawal on
unmatch
the
with you.
Raging
I never
Bolt to
get that.
sacrifice
I'm
this
like, you must have
Ogerpon
matched
just
with me before
reset
to
the
match with me, and now you've
disabled
Okay.
Thunderclap on the Raging Bolt. Ogerpon now out on the field, but not for
Ally
long.
protects.
Calyrex will protect itself, which means that this Moonblast will do nothing into it. But
Moony
critically
Blast.
here, Koraidon knocks out the Ogerpon with this Flame Charge, and then Raging Bolt comes back in, has its priority again, so that the Fluttermane is now threatened once more. But Koraidon is in a great
Fluttermane
position
can
to
just
close this out
protect.
potentially.
Yeah, the Raging Bolt does have the Dragon Pulse move, which
yeah.
would be a little scary for the Koraidon. You know, can attack both Pokemon at
It's
once.
tricky,
so,
innit?
Getting a read right here for a Gaudy probably closes the game, and maybe even if you get it wrong.
Oh, it doesn't
the
have protect.
Koraidon
Oh, does it
still
have
gets
any
full
status
health with
moves,
the one
though?
Healthy Pokemon remaining still.
That's
Three
taunt,
turns
doesn't
of
it?
that Sun does
No.
matter here because you do want to deal with the Calyrex probably before
I'll have
the
a look
Sun
in a sec.
fades, with the Fluttermane speed being
Flame
a
charge
pretty
into
vital
Cali is a
factor here.
bit of a waste.
Also worth keeping in mind. It
Yeah,
will
so just
increase
use
Raging
taunt.
Bolt's stats as well. We think of it as being an electric type, so you might associate
Like, just to
more with
waste the
that
turn.
as a past Paradox Pokemon.
Because
Absolutely, that means that the Sun will
you're
activate
1,000%.
its, photosynthesis boost, which was
Fluttermane is
special to have here.
1,000% getting
This is a
thunderclapped.
really tight position here. Gabriel has the speed advantage. The Calyrex on Marco's side did use Protect last turn, so you should feel a little safe to target into it. But if you
Oh!
get the double Protect, 33% of the time it works every time, and there it is. The
I
Thunderclap
fucking
connects
called
onto
it!
the Fluttermane and knocks it right out. Have to see if Gabriel called this targeting correctly or went all in on the Calyrex.
Oh,
There's the collision course into the Calyrex.
I told
That
ye.
is extremely unfortunate. The double protect giving both the Calyrex and the Raging Bolt a shot at them.
I mean, it still would have been a bit of a
it
shit
just seems
turn,
like
but
Gabriel can't catch a break this game. Mitch, the lead seed, had that low HP survival for the Ogerpon.
Yeah,
and now the
Marco
double
may have
protect
this.
Working against him would have been all but locked if that double protect hadn't occurred. But now this is a very difficult.
the psychic
decision.
one
Apart from
shots,
over in
Draco
this
one
game,
shots.
Koraidon could potentially pick up a
Although it
knockdown
is
on
bulky,
either of
so
these Pokemon.
maybe.
Just have to kind of figure out
I
what
don't
he
think
thinks
Dragon
that
Pulse
the Pokemon will
Okos.
do and whether or not he thinks he can tank a
Yeah,
Dragon Pulse
it's
in
not
the
running
sun.
Draco, is it? It's just running
Or
Dragon
a
Pulse,
psychic
Electro
from
Web,
the
Thunderclap,
Calyrex on Life Orb.
Pee Pee Poo Poo,
Unclear if
Thunderbolt.
either will work. We
Yeah,
just have to
it's,
see how this Koraidon is trained here.
Yeah, if nothing else, maybe learn a little bit about the opposing
Yeah,
Pokemon
Dragon
are
Pulse
trained
doesn't
as well,
KO,
like
I
we
don't
used
think.
throughout the rest of the set, but a very challenging decision here.
Although
for
photosynthesis
Gaudy to have to
boosted.
make.
There is the potential to stall out the Sun here so that the Raging Bolt is less threatening. And Koraidon definitely does not need the extra damage from the Sun right now. We'll be happy to just
He'll
use
live even in the
regular
sun?
collision
Ah.
force to pick up these KOs. There's the Psychic and the Dragon Pulse into the Protect. And actually, I just noticed time on Gabriel's side is looking pretty slim, so we might be getting pretty close to a timer stall, a timer
Damn.
victory here.
Yeah, although it looks like, I mean, I think Agati probably think, no, I don't think I can survive either of these attacks. I'm going to need to get.
He's got to get his predictions right.
That would cause the Sun to go down, then you probably knock out the.
Oh!
Will that be to target down the Calyrex, knock it out, unless you think, oh, you get the protect here, so better yet. Unless the Calyrex gets a third double protect in these final few turns, you can kind of go for an attack there. Raging Bolt's going to fail its own protect, so nobody wanted to swing that.
Oh, it's
turn.
running protect.
Then you try to get that knockout in the Calyrex slot, and then
Thunderbolt, protect, Dragon Pulse, and Thunderclap.
Boost has expired.
Yeah, well, without the boost, it's going to be hoping for the Raging Bolt to be unable to pick
Collision
up the
course
KO
the Cali.
with a combination Dragon
Don't
Pulse
risk
and
it.
Thunderclap. Here's the collision course coming out from Koraidon.
Double
Picks up the KO
protect.
onto the Calyrex, and this Dragon Pulse is going to be so important. How much damage is Marco going to get outside of the Sun right now? Raging Bolt is gathering its energy to swing at the Koraidon, fires off a beam. Damage, 31 hit points left on Koraidon. I don't think that's enough hit points.
I mean, that's so much. I mean,
even resisted Thunderclap's going to be rough.
Way too much damage. Going to come down to this final turn, but
Mate.
oh, it's going to be close. But Raging Bolt maybe going to be just strong enough.
That is
the storm
gnarly.
clouds are forming over the battlefield as Raging Bolt prepares to fire off a protect. The other option here is that Collision Course does only have 8 power points max, which means that we could be at a situation where Marco wants to see if you can run out the, well, there's still 5 left, so that would be pretty difficult. It's going to come down to this Thunderclap.
Ooh.
Okay, well, there we go. That was
all right.
Come on, Gabriel, you can do it.
Winding road, but we got to the end game.
Walk it back, walk it back.
After a really tight match, Marco able to take the
Bro,
first
Silver's
game
locked in.
Exciting first
Need a
game.
wee-wee
I think,
before the next round.
With the stressful that game looked like it was to play,
Everywhere.
this is one where having that early 1-0 advantage could be
Piss
pretty
you
impactful
arsehole.
on the psychological end of this match.
Yeah, absolutely. Heading into this second game of the set, lots of information from that first game. And honestly, you know, it really felt like Gabriel was kind of in control for a while there, even though he kept missing the encores and disables on the Screamtail, even though he missed the Leech Seed onto Marco. Marco always seemed like he was reacting to what Gabriel was doing and just happened to have a little bit left in the tank more than Gabriel did at the very end of that set. But if I'm Gabriel, I still feel pretty good about how game 1 went.
Yeah, I think I kind of have mixed feelings about what I think is going to happen here, because I fully agree with you. I really like the way Agati played that game. I think he's perfectly capable of winning two more just like that. You know, maybe would have won that game if the same things had happened in a little different roles. The problem I have with this, I feel like I've seen Marco play this set 100 times, where he's been on stream so many times, things don't look super good, and at the end it's like, winner, Marco, hooray! You know, especially with the 1-0 advantage already, you know, it's still tough to get him twice in a row.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge uphill walk to climb here, as Gabriel Agati needs to win 2 in a row to stay in the tournament. If Gabriel Agati is eliminated, not just North America, but Latin America will be eliminated from the North America International Championships, and we would be well on our way to an all-Italy semifinals.
Yeah, I'm very curious about this second game as well. I think one thing that was kind of interesting, remember how quickly Agati locked in for that first turn of the first game. Felt like he had a very clear game plan going in. Curious if he's a little shook, or if, you know, he still has an orchestration for how he wants to play through the remainder of the set.
Yeah, this is one of those key moments. You've just lost your first game. How do you bounce back? Calyrex and the Fluttermane for Agati, and it's going to be the Zamazenta and Calyrex for Marco. So Marco getting the wide guard support on the board immediately, so as not to necessarily have to use the terrestrialization as early as he did in game 1.
the back in and everything.
Zamazenta didn't have a great game 1 in general, where I think it had a lot of opportunities to make plays, and it seemed like Marco is struggling a little bit to make the right read with it. Again, one of these situations that's scary in a game 2.
So was in the mood to win another IC, right?
If he gets a read
yeah,
right
finals are tomorrow.
Twice, you potentially can blow a hole open here.
To be fair,
potentially Astral Barrage correctly, or maybe
it won't be close. It won't be near enough Monday, because the finals day normally ends a little bit earlier, doesn't it, than the normal day?
Lots of potential problems.
Does it not? It normally ends about 4 or 5 their time.
Pretty much a total non-factor in that first game because of what happened on the first turn of that situation. So, you know, do you want to risk it again?
Come on, Gabriel.
Be able to have a solution where it can help deal with.
Is this turn 1?
That may be in the back for you
yes.
this time. Calyrex is going to protect those, so we'll have
check
to see what everyone else
intentions.
does.
Yep, no terrestrializations here.
Oh.
In turn 1. Both Calyrex instead will just protect themselves.
Heavy
leaving
slam.
the Fluttermane to combat the Zamazenta
Nice.
on its own. A little bit of damage with that Moonblast. That chip all adds
Yep,
up.
valid.
But will again lose its Focus Sash on turn 1 to a Heavy Slam.
Yeah, feeling a little bit familiar here with the Fluttermane. Again, weekend and again going to be in that situation where it's going to have a hard time getting too much done. Not
And we have to sit through Unite as well.
That Zamazenta for its trouble.
Do we?
It's better than nothing.
When?
It is an important Pokemon to remove. We saw how problematic the Wide Guard was in the previous game, but I think I probably want
Is
a
that
little
before
more of that
TCG
if
or
I
after?
got any. On the flip side, the Calyrex got through the turn decently.
Who's
what do
we?
Right,
Yeah,
I think
decently, but in the same position.
Yeah, and I think we. It's not an Ice Rider Calyrex, right? It's pretty tough to get the leaf seeds rolling here. You'd be threatened with a lot of damage going the other direction.
Yeah.
You're kind of forced just to flee the battle.
Oh, this is an aggressive call out from Gabriel, switching out the Calyrex on his side to get the Sun on the field.
Before?
And activate the Fluttermane.
Oh, before
photosynthesis
TCG,
boost,
I'll be fine.
Boost its speed. That's also going to be matched by
Yeah, no,
the,
Unite will be like 9 a.m.
terrestrialization
Don't worry about
on
it.
the Fluttermane. That's going to be the Stellar Terra type.
So I guess is the feeling here that you're trying to use the the protect for both the Calyrex to bait your
Right.
opponent into terrestrializing its own Calyrex, then punish it. And we've kind of seen some plays like this look really good and really bad this weekend. It's just going to be the Wide Guard coming from
Oh,
Zamazenta,
dear.
no terrestrialization.
No terrestrialization, so this is going to be more of a middle of the road play. You still
That's
get
a
more
shame.
damage down onto the Calyrex, but you don't get the
Ooh.
one-hit KO that a terrestrialization would have given you, and instead the Astral Barrage will pick up the
That is a
KO on
bravely
that
spunked
Fluttermane in
Terra.
return, and that means that there is no more terrestrialization available for Agati.
I don't know if that was the play.
Koraidon just to be a damage boost for the Fluttermane.
Yeah,
giving
TCG
up
was
both the
weirdly fast.
terrestrialization and the Fluttermane for that. I just don't know if that's
The
going to be
UIC.
enough. The Calyrex going to take some recoil damage here, so it has been weakened, and now the Screamtail able to come in and either disable that Astral Barrage or maybe try to do some damage of its own with some attacks here.
Oh
but, that's a big
my.
deficit now. We're both a Pokemon down, but I think critically, where the damage went.
Losing
and
the
where resources have
terrestrialization.
gone, Agati's going to have to start getting things right really quickly, or we're going to have our second Italian
Would a
player
Flame
moving
Charge
after
take out
semifinals.
Calyrex from that?
Yeah, and the Screamtail has some options here. Can
From that
block
health.
the Wide Guard for the future so that Gabriel could at least go for a coin
Just
flip
Agati
on the
has
two
to beat
Calyrex,
Silver. He's not
depending on how
gonna.
they're trained.
I want
Also
him
has
to,
the
but
ability to potentially
it ain't looking
disable
ideal.
that Astral Barrage from the opposing Calyrex to save the Calyrex in the back for
Save
Agati
me,
as
burnt
well,
face man.
but you can only do one at a time, and you really want to be able to do both right now. As Marco finally goes for the terrestrialization, said, "Okay, you used your trick. I'm going to go ahead
Valid.
and terrestrialize my Zamazenta so that your Koraidon can't knock me out."
Yeah, and I guess that's some of the benefit too of the way this is played out. Where I don't know if you should
Oh.
be able to do that terrestrialization in this matchup, but that's.
I mean, heavy
that's how
slam
far
into
it has become. It's gonna make it much
Screamtail's
more
not that
difficult
weak.
to deal with this Pokemon.
All right, well, the choice is
Oh,
to
no
disable
Wide
Wide
Guard. But you're
from
gonna take an
the
Astral
Zamazenta,
Barrage, which
no
is super
longer have
effective.
access to it, while the Koraidon is going to go ahead and
Why would you
protect
just
itself
allow an
from
Astral
this
Barrage into your
Barrage.
Psychic type?
That would have definitely been enough to pick up that KO. Instead, it's going to be the
Oh my
Screamtail that
God.
gets knocked out in a one-hit
Rev,
KO from the
what
Astral Barrage
happened?
on Marco Silva's Calyrex
Man,
Shadow Rider. That
I
is
never
now
want to
at
be on stream.
1-2. Takes a little bit more recoil damage from the Life Orb, but given the final two Pokemon left for Gabriel,
Maybe it was a
all
misclick?
Marco needs is one more swing.
Misinput.
Yeah, that's a little
Misinput.
bit scary here, and well, the
The only way Gotti wins is if he can get a CSR to sweep. Yeah.
I don't think I do if I'm Marco, or I don't know if I feel like I need to. I mean, maybe you should.
Damn,
where,
bro.
The flip side, if you don't do this, you're giving up a bunch of resources to maybe have to flip the coin later. Definitely one situation where if I'm Marco, I'm taking the full 45 seconds to see if I can find a path through the game that maybe is a little bit safer. We haven't seen either of his other
how
Pokemon,
does Gab
so
get out of
a
this?
little bit hard to think through what options he may definitely have available without knowing those Pokemon.
Should have been
but
on-call
there's a
Wide
huge
Guard,
advantage
then
you hate
Flame
the throw.
Charge CSR.
Absolutely. In the
I
past,
think
we
it
saw
should have
was the
been
Raging Bolt and the
disable
Hard Flame
CSR
Overclock in game one.
because
Neither of which will
stop the
want to
Astral
switch
Barrage
into
and
an
then
Astral
Flame
Barrage
Charge.
Anyway, but Marco wins the speed tie, if indeed it was. Gets the
Oh,
Astral Barrage off, double KO.
mate.
Calyrex picks up all 4 KOs, and Marco Silva advances to our semifinals.
He definitely didn't win the speed tie.
Wild top 8 so far, where some lots
That
of
is
games
rough.
in Game 2 and Game 1 of the previous set, but
You were the chosen one.
Players were just so back and forth, and this one just got a little bit carried away.
I assume Marco Silva's winning this one then, big boys.
A hole in that second game that a guy realistically couldn't have come back from.
God
Absolutely.
damn.
And at 1-0 in the set already, Marco probably feeling pretty good about just taking the risk there for the speed tie, recognizing that there would definitely still be Pokemon in the back.
Oh my god.
To victory.
Oh my god.
Try to move some pieces around to get a different path to victory. Might as well let them come in for free and not switch in on Natural Barrage.
Yeah, I mean, hard to doubt Marco at this point in a
Destroy the Marco, not join them.
Once again, moving on to yet another semifinal, and really excellent set by him, especially the second game. Where
So Federico's in the semifinal, Marco Silva's in the semifinal.
Yeah, a couple of
the other two
really,
matches aren't showing as
Gabriel
done,
was
so I
going
guess we're
for. You
seeing
can
all of
see
the
him
top 8.
fishing for it with that Stellar Terra on the Fluttermane
Maybe.
to try and pick up the KO on the
Oh my
Calyrex. Tried
lord.
to sneak that in, but Marco stayed calm, cool, and collected. Knew that he had an advantage and was not going to give it up for a moment. That is what makes Marco such a devastating player. He does not give up advantages without a fight. He will not
Bring
give
balance
them
to the
you.
VGC.
You have to take them from him, and he is a really tight grip.
IC's got all top 8. Oh,
In
damn.
his defense, man, if he had called that Trastalization, I think he gets the game
Oh,
for sure.
damn.
Right, where
Catch me some Tauros. It's getting warm now, isn't it?
Where it would be a huge shame if you try to set all that up and just hit a protect where led the
Tauros.
Pokemon to kind of
This one's
ensure
called
that protection would be
Tauros.
out of the picture, and then just couldn't quite
Well,
get
the
it
rest
where,
called Tauros
especially, we
as
see so
well.
frequently the quick Trastalizations
Let's hatch
in the
5
air match
Egu.
between Shadow Rider Calyrex is because
Egu
you don't
my
wanna take
Legu.
those Astrolods, you don't want to risk
Your
those
dad's
speed ties.
name's
Unfortunately,
Sexy
just wasn't
Bernard.
quite able to
Is
get
it though?
Marco to make the
I don't think it
movement he
is.
needed in order to get that punish.
His.
You
I
know,
don't
props
think
to
he
Marco
is.
for not walking into it as well.
Absolutely, and that is, we've been talking a lot about how volatile these Calyrex Shadow
I need that
Rider
cool air.
mirrors can be.
Hit
And I think this was
my
a
body,
perfect
keep my
example
boy
of that.
awake.
In both games, it really did come down to
Guys,
some
at
of those
least top
really niche
3 of the top
interactions,
4
sort of
NAIC are
difference between
EU
Dark
players.
Terra
This
type
is
versus
EU
normal
IC.
Terra type,
Nice.
in game 1, and then in game 2,
EU
by,
ice
you know,
chocolate
Gabriel feeling that
rice.
he had to go for a big play there to knock out the Calyrex, and by missing out on getting the big play, not getting the Terastalization out, and not getting that one-hit KO.
Yeah, we
the
could
whole
be
match
on
swung
for an
the entire
all
other
Italy
way.
top
Yeah.
4.
That was
That's
a
mad.
win the game on that turn, or like come pretty close to losing the game on that.
Top
turn.
bastard.
The first
Top
did go differently
bitch
too. Maybe that changes
bastard.
things a little bit. Where he
Could be
already got
early
way behind
nationals.
again and just kind of had to try to figure out
Right
a way
after
to, like, okay, well,
Bologna.
what can I realistically do to quickly pull this one back
Bologna.
in the direction before I just get buried? I think always better to take a swing.
Give
and
me
just
some
kind
of
like
that
let
juice
yourself
out
get
of the
ground
juice
down
cup.
and never really, have a
Ooh, out
chance
of
pulling
the
yourself
juice
back
cup.
in one where, you know, at least he found a path where
I'm gonna head out.
would've
See you,
worked out.
Sparrow. Have a good one, my
I
dude.
think
Look
the
after
things
yourself.
that I would take out of his set and kind of just many of the matches later in the tournament in general. I appreciate the poise both players had where I feel like sometimes we watch these matchups and
I'm gonna win
players will just put all
the
their chips on the
cream.
table.
Where did
Yeah,
Amma
it's
go?
pretty
Back
quick
to
in the second
London,
game, but,
where she
like,
belongs.
yeah, even with these defensive Pokemon, right? Like you want to get.
You don't mind me asking? I don't mind you asking.
You want to have as high as a percentage you can.
It's not like the answer's going to be, oh yeah, she's just under the desk noshing me off.
Taking big risks, and I think Marco in particular is so good at that. Where that's why he can survive all these games where, you know, for a while kind of
Gone
seems
to
like he's
London,
losing and he just
where she live.
around, or, he just
It's far
does a great job
away
of not wasting
on a
resources
train.
and knowing what he can sacrifice and what he needs to keep around in order to keep himself in a winning position.
Yeah,
Such
one
a
of the
way
things
with
we talk
words,
about
Liam.
with
I
both
know,
players that it's
honestly.
very much a game
Gift of the
risk
silver
management,
tongue.
and Marco has
They say
absolutely
it's the
proven
mark of a
over
good
these
officer.
years that he
End of a
knows how
liar.
to take
Funny story,
only
my
the
father's
risks
still at
that
home
are
alone.
worth it,
Good.
where he always gets a little bit of an advantage. That being said, we do have to see
I hope
who
no one
else
ever
is
speaks
going
to him
join
again.
Marco and Federico in our semifinals. So don't go anywhere. We've got our next 2 top 8 matches.
Oh, I'm so
coming up
sad
right
because
after
I can't
this.
help but punch my kids. Like, prick. Then your family are all fucking weird, being like, oh, you should be nice to him, though. Forgive him. He's probably going to go back to Africa to do, quote, things with people there. What does that mean? He's going to Africa to fuck around, or... Inappropriate things? What, is he a kiddie fiddler? Oh, Jesus. Oh, okay, just sleep around, okay. Yeah, the further away he is from you, the better. Summation emotion when I first heard it. Why? He's dating a 19-year-old African girl. It sounds more like he's being groomed for a green card, but good riddance. Oh yeah, Kaylee, you might have missed some stuff. Oh, so your dad's also a groomer. I'm sure he met her when she was 15. He said she was 12. Wait for the World's 2025 soundtrack? I haven't even listened to the World's 2024 soundtrack. He once brought a 20-year-old stripper to the house? Oh my god, he's just a fucking head case. I hope he gets his comeuppance. Like syphilis. Buy your dad a bean burger. Just thugs it out. Can't thug out syphilis. Your daddy's got boobs that touch the floor. Bean burger for Dad and Dave. Hello, sir. I have the tism. That's exactly how it goes. I'ma slap your dad. Switching things like isn't happy though. His life is misery by his own design. The best thing you can do is live your best life without him. Yeah, just I know you've got things you want to say to him, but honestly, one of the best things you can do is just never speak to him again. I did the same thing with my mum, and now she's dead, and I'm glad I never spoke to her again. It feels good.
H and all through the hall,
Marco won.
Amma. Hoping to win it
Marco
all.
won. I'm glad you're back safe in London. Are you home yet? Get home, mate.
Defining favorites like Archaludon, Sneasler, and Dragonite once again.
And now you got Signal, so reply. Not bad.
Usage charts. Back-to-back
Take the train back to Derby for the stream, please. Manon thought you were under the desk.
With his tried and true team for Toronto. On day one
On
of
the
the
Marco
competition,
train.
he finished with 2 losses after losing to Wolfie Conperish. But Marco found a way to remain undefeated.
Official Wolfie Conperish reference again.
Dragonite in top 4 to lock in his spot in finals for his 3rd event in a row.
Manon, why would I think she's under the desk? I saw her go home. I watched her get a taxi.
In top 4, the reigning Toronto regional champion. But it wasn't their song that won him the set. It was the combination of Politoed and Kingdra who took the final KOs. In the finals, we saw Wolf and Marco mirror the start of their day 1 match with Jumpluff and Incineroar versus
She was Sacramento
Bobtail
again.
and Kingdra.
Politoed.
While Politoed's reign and Kingdra's damage won Wolf game 1, Marco used Jumpluff's Sunny Day in game 2 to give him the advantage. The stage was set for a decisive game 3 between 2 of the greatest Pokemon trainers of all time.
Not quite.
In game 3, Wolf led Politoed and Kingdra versus Marco's Jumpluff and
Generational
Incineroar.
trauma.
This time, though, Wolf was able to encore Jumpluff into
Carson
Poland,
Confer.
so Sunny Day. Wolf then used
Oh, have fun
Politoed,
underground.
his MVP of the tournament, to take the final KO and win him
That
his 10th
Politoed
regional
fucking weatherball was
championship
mint.
title in the Masters division.
My grandpa treated him so bad. Still fucking hate both of them. Yeah, it's still no excuse for him being the way he is, though.
Win, one of the best trainers competing again and again, proving it to everyone out there.
Think you have what it takes to be our next regional champion? Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for the latest news and updates on how you can compete in the next 2025 Regional Championship
cake.
Series event.
Yeah, exactly. Jason's right.
Hello, everybody. We're here at
Spraggles!
NAIC, and we've got some packs that we're going to hand out. That's a pack. Let's go. For a pack, why is everyone talking about Stoutland so much?
Is it because he's good?
I think it is because he's good. That's a pack. There you go. Moving this way. Let's go. Hi. For a pack, why won't people stop talking about Stoutland already?
Because they're boring.
Okay, that's a pack. Fair enough. Unbelievably bad answer to why they're talking about Stoutland so much. Hi, excuse me. What's going on with all the Stoutland talk right now? You know what I'm talking about. I think you do. That's a pack. Thank you so much for playing. Okay, let's see. We got a lot of plushes over here. Who's got the best plush? Do we have a good one over here? Anybody? Oh my gosh, look at this backpack. Do we have Stoutland on here?
We do not have Stoutland.
Oh my gosh. What's the closest to Stoutland that we have? Do we have a puppy dog somewhere on here? I feel
Puppy
like
dog.
it's Stoutland all day. What do you have? Oh, we have a Fido. That's a pack. That's a pack. Absolutely. That's
Hey,
a
bro.
pack.
Sophie
Very
has her own
close.
cake. It's
Not
so good.
Stoutland level, but extremely close, right?
I think we're a real
Hi.
champion
What's going with
on
all
a
the
miracle.
Stoutland
Miracles
stuff?
happen. Look at me pulling Soph.
I feel like
No one
people
can
won't
ever
stop
match
talking
Jake's
about
energy.
Stoutland.
Yeah,
It's
literally.
not just me.
VGC?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a trading card game player.
Fair enough. Here's a pack. Thanks for playing. All right.
Mate.
One more. We have one more pack to hand out. Excuse me. If Taylor Swift was a Pokemon, would she be Stoutland? Sure. Absolutely, she would. That's a pack. And those are all our packs. Goodbye,
Did bro just
everybody.
call Taylor Swift a dog? Oh dear. He's giving out Twilight Masquerade. Sure. Bro had this fucking guy energy. Did that Sprigatito just fart? Gonna get my real diploma July 7th? Nice.
We have sent
Dome.
2 players forward to the top 4
Bridge.
at the 2025 North America International Championship.
Louisiana.
And now it's time to send our last 2 to the top 4 to see who's just going to get that direct qualification. It's gonna be
Rosemary
so
and Jake
exciting
Muller.
because the stakes are high for some of our players left in this bracket. And so,
What's a
Jake,
Stoutland?
I'm excited to be here next to you once again. And let's get through these matches.
Everyone's just like, the fuck do you mean
This is a really important
Stoutland?
set of couple matches
It's
here.
not even in the
only does it
games.
decide who makes it to the semifinals of the North American International
I'll show you my
Championships, but
semi.
Specifically, this first match we're about to see has pretty major implications for.
I mean, Jake
World
Muller might like that. I don't know. Don't know his
Eric Rios
proclivities.
and Francesco Pio Pero are waiting, or the winner of them is rather being waited on by Marcos Silva, who just had a fantastic win over Gabriel Lagasse.
We're not watching the whole top
Federico
8.
Camporesi awaits the winner of Kazuki Kobayashi and Ruben Gianzini is our next match to show.
Yeah, and that is where we're going to turn our attention to first. And as you said, let's give some context here. Kazuki
I said, my brother is getting heart surgery in October because of the heart attack he had a couple of months ago, and he's going to be so sad. I'm going to laugh so hard.
Nationals. So now,
I mean,
if he's able
I'll
to win
never
this
wish
next
for someone
match,
not to make it
gets into
through,
the top 4
but
and receives a direct qualification
it
to
doesn't
compete
mean-
at Worlds. For Ruben Gianzini, this is a butterfly effect. If Ruben wins versus
imagine the carpal tunnel of Pogo
then
players.
we will see
Oh,
the
yeah.
next player in line for Europe on the championship point leaderboard be able
I'm just
to make
saying,
it
if when
in.
he's
Because
under, someone wants to waggle the cables a bit, you know? Tug on the
top 50,
tubes.
top 75 over there. I can't
Right.
remember the exact number, but we can show you the graphic later on that one. And it's just really exciting times right now to finish out our NAIC.
Yeah, one player will receive an invitation to the World Championships based on this
Top
match.
75.
Ruben will play regardless, but again, Kazuki, this is his final chance. If he wins this match, he gets to go to Worlds. If the player in 76
He smokes and
in
drinks a
Europe,
lot. Oh no, I feel so
wants to
bad
play
for
as
him
well,
with his heart
they
condition
really
then.
need Ruben to
Dickhead.
win, so it's going to be really exciting to see how it plays out here. Two fantastic
Match!
winners that have made it all the way
Right.
through a long, long day of competition yesterday and a long set of rounds today. We also have the chance to have our second ever
Up the
Japanese
Ruben, up the
qualification for
Ruben.
Western Circuit. We had one trainer.
Yeah,
Yosuke
fuck Cali
Taki
Ice,
and
fuck tornadoes.
Tachiyanagi
Up the
qualify
Ruben,
for
up the
EUIC this
Ruben.
year, and Kazuki is looking to become the second.
And take a look at this too. I mean, Ruben is a special champion, winning Bologna last year, and actually just got a second at Bologna only a couple of weeks ago. So comes in off a hot streak with this double restricted format. And conversely,
I got
here for
hardies to celebrate
Kazuki,
my
has
graduation.
been two Worlds
Mate,
before,
sometimes when
got
I
that
want to
top
celebrate,
4
I get
at
hard.
Washington, D.C.
What?
in 2019. And then was
Tom's written a
able
little
to
letter
make
to
it
Ruben
through the
saying, "Please
London
win."
World Championships. Now it would be amazing 3 years later to go back to a World Championships, and this is going to be the match that decides it all for Kazuki. And Ruben hopefully can help another EU player out here make it to the World Championships if you get that direct invite.
Well, Kazuki had a great result in 2019 and another good result in 2022. That's a 3-year
I'm friends
gap.
with my
So
Kazuki.
3 years from now, it's fate, right?
It is fate. It's meant to be. Let's
Give
go
Tom
ahead
his
and dive into
invite.
these teams, though. Ruben is going
There's
to
always
be
Sophie
bringing
Tunes
the
when
Calorie
she plays
Shadow
Unite.
and
True.
Zamazenta restricted duo, and the way that you round this out is going to be with Champao, Raging Bull, Amoonguss, and Rillaboom.
Please win. I'll give head
Another
the sire,
fun
man.
combination of this Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta.
Let's
Community
go.
Stuff here on Ruben's team, though. Amoonguss is running the Sludge Bomb in lieu of Pollen Puff, so opts away from that support option. You know,
Yes.
no healing your teammates with Pollen Puff anymore, but Sludge Bomb will allow you to do a little bit more.
You got
damage
this,
thanks to
Ruben.
that same type attack bonus, thanks to a pretty favorable.
Do it for the
typing
entire
for a lot of Pokemon in the
Gianzini
metagame. And of course, you get
family.
that poison chance as well, which could let the residual damages add up.
And on this particular team, I think two of the most important Pokemon are really going to be that Zamazenta as well as this Rillaboom. Rillaboom holding the Assault Vest is going to feel great
Oh, yeah.
versus some of these special
Never been more
attackers on
Italian than I am
Kazuki's
right
team,
now. My
but
blood
this
is green,
Zamazenta
white, and red.
also can dish out some
So's my
pretty big
piss.
damage with
Wait,
those
what?
body presses as well as those heavy slams.
You know what?
So
Actually, good
it's going to
point,
be
actually.
interesting to
Now
see
that
how
I've said
Kazuki
it,
decides
real
to
quick
navigate
before they
that
go into
particular
it.
matchup. And here are some of the Pokemon that he can do just that with. Kazuki Kobayashi does have the restricted duo of the Ice Rider Calyrex as well as the Miraidon, and it's really going to come down to something like the Calyrex and the Landorus to really be able to get through Ruben's big threats.
Especially that Zamazenta. Landorus is one of the Pokemon that resists body press, which is really important going up against that Titan of defense. And of course, you're threatening very heavy damage with either the Earth Power or Sandseer Storm, boosted by that Sheer Force and Life Orb combination. Trigraph, also a very helpful Pokemon in this case. The Armor Tail will block any incoming priority attacks. The Psychic is able to deal some pretty good neutral damage, and of course Foul Play very heavily threatens the Calyrex Shadow Rider, which will be double weak to those dark type attacks. Of course defensively as well, one of the Pokemon that can stand up to Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow Rider at the same time thanks to the Ghost type immunity, Psychic resistance, and the Electric Seek boosting its defense.
I think Farigiraf does make a lot of sense in this matchup, but I think we also need to call attention to something like the Choice Scarf on the Urshifu as well as just the Incineroar. If you're looking at Shadow Rider Calyrex in your Kazuki, you say, okay, maybe some of my best answers are Farigiraf alongside something like that Incineroar and the Rapid Strike Urshifu. You've got the speed from the Choice Scarf, and the Incineroar has that resist, so it's going to be so intense to see what these trainers decide to bring. As a reminder, it's a best of 3, so one of these players needs to win 2 games in order to advance on through this Top Cut bracket. So let's get into
Here
game
we
number 1
giggity
between
go.
Ruben Gianzini and Kazuki Kobayashi. And as we see these leads, Kazuki does have the Ice
That was a
Rider Calyrex
wild
and
transition.
Incineroar.
Hello from beneath the earth. Every train home has been cancelled.
Right away
Taking
gets
another
the
route home.
Incineroar.
Oh shit! Every train.
Fake Out plus restricted.
The fuck's
Pokemon
going on in London?
From both trainers, of course, Rillaboom being faster than Incineroar in almost every case. You do have the advantage of the faster Fake Out. You get to decide which of the Incineroar or the Calyrex Ice Rider you want to Fake Out and ensure that they don't get to act on this turn. Of course, there's always the option to just trade those Fake Outs. A lot of times, if you're the slower Fake Out player, you're going to opt into that just to make sure you don't kind of get caught.
I think it's a good idea to try to invest the Fake Out, but I'm also kind of wondering how you decide to maybe spread out some of this damage as well. Would it be a little bit better to maybe switch something out here? I guess if you really want to, you can also keep the Rillaboom in. There's kind of a couple of different ways I see this turn playing
Choose a
out.
Thames
but
Link line.
we'll
You
see
find
this
myself a different line. It's no biggie.
terrestrialization
Ah,
It's
fair.
going to be cool to see which of this terrestrializations are invested
The
immediately.
London
It's gonna
Underground
be that
song. London
Incineroar.
Underground, London Underground. They're all lazy.
Against a combination
Fucking
of
useless.
Fake Out and body press
Very
directly
good.
into that slot at
Very
the beginning
good.
of the game. You're ensuring that Incineroar cannot be knocked out on
Quality
this turn.
song.
You get to keep it around.
And you have things like that Flare
Incin
Blitz as well
Living.
as that
Terra
knockoff,
Bug
which are
paying
gonna be
off.
such great utility to have later
U-turn.
on. As the Rillaboom is going to get out of there with the U-turn into the Calyrex Ice.
Please be safe,
you now have
Arama.
an opportunity to bring out something that can actually respond to this Bug Terra. There aren't really a whole
Remember
lot
the pamphlet?
of fantastic options against that as we get a chance to peek at
Pamphlet.
what Ruben brought to this first game, but it's still really nice to know you got the terrestrialization out of the
Ruben,
way,
don't
and
sweat
now
it.
you can think ahead. What can you use your Terra for?
You can respond to the Bug Terra, but you also have to worry about a possible incoming Glacial Lance. We haven't seen the Calyrex attack just yet, and a lot of trainers, again, do opt to go straight for that Glacial Lance, get some damage down, especially considering Rillaboom was the Pokemon there. Would have been a very tempting option for Kazuki.
It's just going to be the Shadow Rider Calyrex. Ruben kind of hedging those bets, saying if I have to take Glacial Lance, maybe it'll be a little bit better that I
U-turn.
do have this Focus Sash. As we see the
Damn.
U-turn from the Incineroar
It's so funny to see the bug Terra because you actually do get a little bit of a
If he takes a U-turn and a Glacial Lance, that's not good.
You're breaking the focus sash on the Shadow Rider Calyrex. So if it is a Glacial
Ooh,
Lance
there could
that
be some
goes
Trick Room
towards that
shenanigans
Zamazenta
here.
and that Shadow Rider doesn't have that focus sash to protect it anymore.
Well, it's a really interesting turn there. I think the U-turn on the Rillaboom makes a lot of sense. You don't really want to be taking that Glacial Lance, but at the same time, neither of your two Pokemon want to
Taunt.
either
Oh
Glacial
dear.
Lance
Oh dear.
Lance into the Zamazenta,
Ooh.
onto that Calyrex as it
That's
switches
not
into
ideal.
Rillaboom's place. And so one big restricted now Ruben doesn't have access to for the rest of this game.
This is why I love when trainers just go straight for those Glacial Lances on that first turn. Yeah, of course, Calyrex Ice Rider being one of the slowest restricted Pokemon we have access to, it's always so tempting to set that Trick Room up, but knowing that Ruben has access to that Amoonguss, knowing that you want to be able to start getting
What are
some
you gonna
damage
do
onto
from
the
here,
field as quickly
man?
as possible.
Kalishad's
Glacial
gone.
Lance is a great decision there, especially considering
Kalima.
taking that Glacial Lance. We have the
Kalima.
Rillaboom, we have the Amoonguss, we have the
Kuwabara.
Calyrex with the
Kuwabara.
Focus Sash broken. That's 3 Pokemon that really don't want to be taking all that damage on the first turn of the game.
And it's so hard if you're Ruben to kind of lock into a wide guard or something with Zamazenta on the first turn because you know you've got to get something
Ali
done
just
with the
walls
Pokemon.
this team
And
a little
it's also
bit.
very possible you could just get faked out by that Incineroar. So it's
Just
a
start dropping
really
body
tough call
presses,
to make.
baby.
Instead of a 2 fake out turn there, we had a 0 fake out turn, which I think paid off a lot better for Kazuki, especially that Terra Bug resisting the body press means that Incineroar can re-enter the field at some point and get that Intimidate back off. Most importantly into the Rillaboom, but of course you are lowering heavy slam damage from Zamazenta, and I think especially important for threatening a Flare Blitz into that Amoonguss too.
Just to protect here from the Landorus as you start to suss out a little bit what this Rillaboom is going to do. Since it's freshly switched in, it does have access to use Fake Out to block one of these Pokemon on Kazuki's side from attacking
Come
on
on,
this
man.
turn. But the Protector is
Stupid,
going to work
stupid
double
Lando.
fold as we just see
Ooh.
a double attack come out here from the Zamazenta and Rillaboom, so the Protects are great here.
Woodhammer. No Woodhammer. Only hammer the wood. Come on.
Or a Sludge Bomb into that Rillaboom.
I think he wanted to click Woodhammer turn 1 and accidentally clicked U-turn. Possibly. I think that's why he was holding his head like, oh fuck, that wasn't meant to be U-turn.
To make sure it doesn't get, kind of wiped off them.
We've all been there.
But that's going to be a problem.
Not me, because I don't use Rillaboom, but
Terra is
I use
here,
Eevee like
we don't
Thwacky,
know
obviously.
What this 4th Pokemon is for Kazuki in the back. It's very hard to believe it's not the Miraidon
nice crit
back
though.
there, but that was
Ooh, that's rough.
hit into the Landorus, and there's no
Mate.
just goes down in a one-hit
That
knockout.
fucking life orb sheer force.
Pokemon in this first game.
That is
Rillaboom's gonna try to get
wild.
the score, and the Woodhammer is good for that. So now Landorus
Eevee like
does
Thwacky
get knocked
burts
out,
me.
but not before taking that Zamazenta down with it. What a big trade
Burts
to
me
take.
bow
Kazuki
butch.
still gets a chance to use the glacial hits on his Ice Rider Calyrex. Single target. That is plenty enough
that's
to knock
rough.
out this Rillaboom. So
Burts me
one
too.
more Pokemon
It
here
burts
for
us
Ruben,
all.
And what's in the back, I think is going to have a really hard time.
Oh my god, Ruben!
Very favorable trade when you're getting rid of the Zamazenta and losing your own Landorus. When you add on top of that, you also get the clean KO on that Rillaboom. This is a very, very
Yikes.
strong start for
Just
Kazuki
forfeit,
here.
yep, yep.
Unfortunately for
Reset,
Ruben, I don't know that the Sludge Bomb
refocus.
will be enough to save him in this 1v3
Ruben!
scenario. And
Check
Kazuki
tracking, machine Dramon is riding
hard
the
on the
UK.
offense. That U-turn glacial lance
Ooh.
combination, especially with that Terra Bug. Surely the Terra Bug
Damn.
damage increase might have been the difference maker in knocking out that Calyrex in the first turn. And at that point, it was just really hard for
Arbok
Ruben to come
sighted.
back. I love that you called out like the water terrestrialization being an option on Zamazenta, but maybe there's something in the back like that Miraidon
Big
that could
kinky
easily
Arbok.
just come in and electro drift it to oblivion. So it was a really, really difficult spot for Ruben to be in defensively at that point.
And it's
Bam,
also
bam,
possible
bam,
it wasn't
bam.
the Miraidon, but yeah, how do you feel comfortable making that prediction?
Right.
And as we get a chance to look back through some of these replays, it's so interesting to see how this first turn played out. Right away, I felt like Kazuki was just off to such a great
My
start.
dad's name is da 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 da. No, it's not though, is it?
KOs so easily
It's just
onto
not.
that Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta.
How you doing though, Omega? How's your day treating you? Playing Scarvy on Switch 2 for the first time. I cannot get over how fast everything is now. Hoovy, welcome to the new world. Literally.
You have to wonder, Amoonguss and Rillaboom are both very, very strong Pokemon.
Welcome to fun and joy.
Both good within the metagame, like as a whole, just individual Pokemon all have a lot of strengths to them. But into a team like this one with Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Miraidon,
I'm frozen
two
by
Pokemon
Nan.
that are very good against
No, you're not.
grass types,
She's dead. Oh, yeah.
You have to wonder if they're great brings, right? Maybe
Come on, Ruben, claw it back. Go hell for leather. Leather for hell. Hell's bells. Diddly widdly.
I wonder if Amoonguss is
I don't think diddly widdly works.
I think you're right about that. I think Amoonguss struggles in this matchup a lot unless you're able to
Don't bring
put it in a
Amoonguss.
position where you're able to put something to sleep with the threat of the electric terrain from the Miraidon being able to shut off that potential, as well as
Bring
just having a
Chien
lot of
Pao
options to deal
and
super effective damage
Zamazenta.
to it, I think makes that Amoonguss
Lead Chien Pao Zamazenta and start dropping body presses like it's 1949.
Kazuki Kobayashi was able to win the
Oh wait,
first one,
no.
so one more game,
Sword of
and
Ruin
then
doesn't
able
affect
to
body
not
press, does
only
it?
secure a
Does it?
spot in
No.
the top 4 of NAIC,
Yeah, no,
but
it does because
also
it lowers
a
defense. Yeah, no,
shot
it
at
does.
the
It
World
does.
Championships. And so it comes down to this: Incineroar and Calyrex Ice Rider for Kazuki, and we see both
Bad lead,
restricted for
bad
Ruben
lead.
out on the field.
No fake out threat from Ruben off the bat. In this case, Kazuki has the Incineroar, which is able to only flinch the Zamazenta. In this case, Calyrex being immune thanks to that ghost typing. You have to wonder, if you're going to go for fake out again, it's got to be that Zamazenta. You're letting that Calyrex attack. Possibly even go for something like an Encore if you want to maybe try and catch that Incineroar sleeping. But at the same time, you have a little bit of safer plays, right? You maybe not want to go for that much of a raid right off the bat, and you have this option to go for this Terra Ghost Astral Barrage, which we see Ruben hovering. That would guarantee a lot of damage, possibly a 2-hit KO into this Calyrex Ice Rider.
Okay,
If it does opt to go for the Terastallization.
maybe switch
He's
out
running a 1-hit KO off the bat.
for your own.
Yeah, but when you're in a situation that's as intense as this, you've got those two options: go for the gas or try to play it a little bit safe.
Step on the
And
gas.
So I like that Ruben is going to split the difference here.
Yeah,
You
in
have
case
the
of knockoff.
opportunity to get some really big damage off with this Shadow Rider Calyrex, especially now that you've invested
That's
the
a good
Ghost
shout.
Terastallization on top.
Because if the
you know that
Incin
this
goes for the
Zamazenta
fake
can
out,
either play that supportive role with the Wide Guard, like you said, to deal
then
with the glacial
you kind of
lances, or
you're
just
fine.
go for some of
But if
that
the Incin
outright
goes
damage.
for
But as we see Kazuki also match this
a knockoff,
Terastallization,
you'll
it's
take
gonna
it
be that
down.
Water Terra on that Calyrex. So a great way to just kind of have a defensive type here, at least versus the Astral Barrage. Incineroar goes for the fake out, so Zamazenta is not able to move on this turn.
Looks kinda
but
stressed,
Calyrex
damn.
still can.
Astral Barrage will come through, boosted 50% by that Terastallization. Will do heavy damage to this Calyrex Ice Rider, but still not enough for a 2-hit KO, even with the Terra Ghost. Trick Room will get set
That's
up,
rough.
So these speeds will be flipped for the next 4 turns after this one.
Kali-
And now this Incineroar
okay,
and
Kali Shadow
Calyrex Ice
Protect.
Rider are going to be the fastest things on the
Zama-
field. On top of that Leftovers recovery, this Calyrex Shadow
Zama
Rider
body
didn't get
press
too much
the
done
Kali.
on that turn. I think you wanted a little bit more damage out of it to make that Terastallization worth it.
Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the fact that it's a 3-hit KO now from the Astral Barrage, I think makes it really tough. Now that the Trick Room is set up, this poor Shadow Rider Calyrex, it still has that Focus Sash intact, but based on the damage that we saw, it's still probably under threat of getting knocked out to a double up from the Incineroar as well as the Ice Rider. I mean, the Incineroar now, being one of the slower things on the field, can just go for knockoff into that.
This is bad for
Calyrex,
Ruben, but
and
I think
what
Ruben
if that
can
actually
claw it
wants
back.
To take that. You don't want to lose your item here.
Nothing really wants to lose an item, but the saving grace, I think, for Ruben is that Wide Guard will block the only damaging move that Kazuki's Calyrex Ice Rider has. Of course, you could try and maybe like knock off plus Leech Seed and hope
Cheeky
that's enough for
Protect and a
KO
body
there, but
press,
if
and
the
then maybe a
Calyrex Ice
Wide
Rider
Guard and
wants
an
to do
Astral.
big damage, it's gotta be Glacial Lance.
Ooh.
Leech Seed instead, though.
And it's a great call. Since the Shadow Rider Calyrex protected, there was only one good target for
Damn.
this. And it's going to be the U-turn onto the Zamazenta as well. Kazuki making a fantastic read there to double
Rev.
into the Zamazenta instead to ensure that not only do you get this lead,
Wagwan
but you also get that
farm.
pivot out with the Incineroar.
Bit disastrous for Ruben here. Of course, protecting
Into-
that Calyrex, not wanting to take a
into
double up of
Torn.
attacks,
Oh,
but
we
instead
know
Kazuki
Torn's
double targets
bad.
That Zamazenta body press comes through, and thanks
Torn's
to
a
the
big
resisted
meanie.
typing in that flying typing of Landorus.
Meanie
that's very
Bobini.
little damage. We're still in a position where Kazuki has the speed advantage. The Zamazenta and Landorus, based on how they're trained, we may have seen it in action in game 1, but I'm not recalling. This Landorus could be attacking before Zamazenta still, but even if it's not, Heavy Slam probably not going to KO from here. This Landorus will have the chance to fire off
Ace Hole
really scary
Barrage.
Earth Power, which we saw just clearly when it KO'd the Zamazenta earlier on.
And the turret terror is already invested, so there is no way to actively stop that outside of going for the protect on the Zamazenta. But is that telegraphed? Is that something that Kazuki is going to play around, knowing that this is kind of your biggest shot?
I always call it Torn, and it's fucking Lando. Don't, I do it every time. Can't let Zam go down here. It'll lose to Incin. Yeah.
It's going to protect you from the Glacial Lances, so Kazuki's Calyrex Ice is not going to be able to lock down any damage, but this Landorus still has an option to go for single target.
That Earth Power is gonna
Could
fuck.
be the Sandseer, which we get
Oh!
blocked, but it is just going to be that Earth Power. Calyrex does hang on through that, so we can fire off the big Astral Barrage.
Big
But if he boosts
Astral.
this up, though, so this Calyrex Ice should stick around, bar a critical hit.
Really smart targeting with the Earth Power.
Damn! Got rid of the Torn. The Lando. God damn
The
it.
wide guard comes through as you're selecting that Glacial Lance, and you go.
That's
for the Earth
very
Power
lucky,
Zamazenta.
but the
Sure,
leech
you're
seed
getting
is
the
still a
knockout on
problem.
Zamazenta there, but it is already leech seeded. It's not doing a ton of
Start
damage.
dropping body
More
presses,
importantly,
bruv.
You're not breaking that Focus Sash on the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Earth Power, the single target attack cannot be blocked by that wide guard. Does get damage down. Really, a lot of damage, really. I think any amount of damage would have been enough, though, because all you really wanted that turn was to break that Focus Sash. Ensure Calyrex Shadow Rider can be knocked out by one further attack.
But
And
Kali
based
can
on what else
protect now.
Kazuki has in the back. It could either be this Incineroar coming in to threaten a knockoff, or even something else that can just finish off the Calyrex.
I actually think that Kazuki is not super happy about the targeting there. The Zamazenta was free. Since it didn't go for protect, it would have been knocked out to that Earth
Okay,
Power.
no priority.
But for Rigoraph in the back, I
Foul
now
play
kinda
is gonna be
wonder,
rough.
How are you going to be able to get through this Zamazenta? There's
What's
no
he got in the
ride on.
back?
You can't even get this
Oh,
electric
Chien Pao.
seed
Okay, that's
set
fair.
up
Chien
for
Pao
this
could take a
for
foul
Rigoraph,
play.
which would be,
Yeah, I think that's the play I'd have
beneficial
made.
versus any of those physical attackers
Come on, Ruben.
that
You're
he
getting back in it, lad. Come on.
potentially brought in the back, but where's the damage now for this Zamazenta?
I think you're just playing a war of attrition here with the Zamazenta. The Leech Seed is still coming through. You do have a Psychic on Farigiraf that can do a little bit of damage to that Zamazenta
Oh,
either
boy.
on its weaker special defense side. And if at any time the Zamazenta doesn't go for
Mate.
Wide Guard, it's going to take a little bit of damage from that Glacial Lance.
Okay.
too.
There's still a couple turns of Trick Room left, and it is going to be there is a world where Ruben does stall out these turns of Trick Room and then can
I mean,
bring
Sword
the
of Ruin
Shadow
body
Rider back
press.
in. But now you
Although
can play
Sword of
this
Ruin
board
Glacial
positioning
Lance.
game where this Farigiraf is going
Although,
to be
yeah.
immune.
Still Glacial
You don't
Lance.
really want to consistently go for something.
Oh,
like
Psychic, but it don't affect Chien Pao. Nice. Body press. That should. Yeah, nice.
And the Ice Rider Calyrex gets knocked out.
Perfect.
Ruben had a great turn there. Immune to the Psychic with his Chien Pao switching in, and you get the knockout.
Ruben's got it. Ruben's got game 3. Let's go.
He has this Incineroar and Farigiraf left, and that's going to be
Don't
a
let
lot.
Tom Winter be
Really important turn for
76.
Ruben there. Kazuki maybe not
It
expecting
is
that
warm.
Chien Pao to be a
Guy
Pokemon
called
that Ruben
House.
even brought to this battle. It would have been really useful, but it's something that he was able to swap in on that Psychic.
Guy called Warm.
The Psychic there
What?
going into the Calyrex Shadow slot in case of another Wide Guard, but knowing that that probably was the case, that was a really nice swap to the Chien
Quality
Pao.
from
He was able
Ruben.
to
That
resist
turn
that
where the
Glacial
EP
Lance.
went into
And now
CSR
that
was
the Calyrex
massive.
Ice
Yeah.
Rider has been knocked out. Kazuki's down to his final 2 Pokemon. Just going to be this Incineroar.
Look, he
and
effectively left
Farigiraf.
Zamazenta wide open,
Shadow
and
Rider,
Kazuki didn't
still,
take the kill.
Swapping out, it's always nice to kind of preserve your options. Not going to be doing too much damage for the
Oh,
resources,
nice.
even if there was no forfeit
Game
coming through
3,
there.
sausage
But I
roll.
think
Come on,
that's
Ruben,
really,
score a
really
goal.
strong play to make there. The combination of the Sword of Ruin probably
I need a
allowing
piss.
for that body press to KO
As always.
Calyrex Ice Rider means that Ruben has evened up the score.
Now we get to go to a game 3.
We love game 3s.
We do love game 3s. As a reminder, Ruben needs to win this match to allow one of the other European players to make it through that top 75 Worlds qualification for the championship point leaderboard. And Kazuki wants to win this game to go to the World Championships through a direct invite. Let's look back on some of the moments from this game number 2, because we could already see right away how this game played out differently, with Kazuki wanting to lean into the Trick Room strategy from the front.
The Trick Room right off the bat did allow for the speed advantage going forward, but the way that the turns played out after that, I'm not sure the speeds mattered a whole lot. There weren't too many KOs being taken in the next couple turns, and especially, you know, if you're setting up Trick Room and then the next turn you're using Leech Seed, I'm not sure that's kind of the best use of your time there. You really want to be maximizing the damage you can output during this Trick Room. And thinking backwards, I think you might have been right. The Earth Power into Zamazenta may have been a lot more valuable. You do eliminate that possibility of Wide Guard, so you can freely Glacial Lance on further turns, and you're kind of getting rid of that only thing that is going to be heavily resisting that Glacial Lance damage.
Yeah, it feels like such a missed opportunity there because I think Kazuki wins the game if you just target down that Zamazenta. It's still a little difficult because you do have that Chien-Pao that can threaten things like the Sucker Punch, but that's why you saw Kazuki thinking ahead.
Right.
I bring the Farigiraf here, so I shut off your ability to go for those priority attacks, and then you have to deal with things like Ice Spinner, which that Water Calyrex Ice would have resisted. The Landorus is a little vulnerable, but hopefully the Landorus has done enough at that point by getting rid of the Zamazenta that you feel much better about going into
A humorous
the
fried?
rest of that
Oh dear.
game. So here we are, game number 3. Both of our trainers 1 win away.
Haley's
from
making a
making it into
joke.
the top 4 with a lot of world qualifications.
I shut up someone whose name is House.
Oh.
Oh.
Big adjustment here.
And I'm having sexual relations with console warm. Right.
Both restricted on the field at the same time.
Big mix-up here from Kazuki. Two Pokemon
Right.
we haven't seen from him in either of the first two
Shutting
games.
up the house.
Really catching Ruben off guard
Right.
here. I think this is a wonderful spot to
I get
be
it
in for
now.
Kazuki because you do have the
If there's any
turn
consolation, I found it
now.
funny. I'm
Ruben
old
most
and
likely-
tired.
Do we even see there's no
I got a
Rillaboom?
big boy,
Rillaboom has
big
hit the field and
woolly.
there's no
There you go.
Rillaboom in
That
the
explains
back to shut
everything.
off that electric terrain.
All done.
Really, really great spot to be in for Kazuki. Of course, you have to worry about the Amoonguss. It has that rocky helmet, so if you're swapping the Amoonguss into a Surging Strikes from Urshifu, it's going to lose about half of its HP.
Zama,
just
Zama,
from
Zama,
using
Zama,
its
Zama,
own
Zama,
attack,
Elian.
which might be something
Let's
you
go.
worry about here, but you're all threatening 2 very big KOs.
That Miraidon's gonna
And this
fuck.
is where this Choice Scarf from the Urshifu really comes in handy. Shadow Rider Calyrex is normally considered one of the faster Pokemon in the format.
Nice.
But when you put a Choice Scarf onto something like the Urshifu or for the Chi-Yu, you're always going to be outspeeding more often than not. So you
U-turn.
can see the U-turn
Ooh,
into the
nice.
Calyrex is able to break that Focus Sash, and hopefully this Miraidon
That means Miraidon's going to Electro Drift the fuck out of
win
it.
a big attack. It's going to have to wait a little bit though, as Kazuki has to figure out what Pokemon to bring into that Urshifu slot, and also needs to take an attack from this Shadow Rider Calyrex.
And
But
that's
this
immune
time around,
to
the Farigiraf with the electric
Astral.
seed and the electric terrain active does get a nice defense boost.
Nice
and
Astral
of course,
Barrage.
is going to be immune versus that Pokemon.
It will hit this Miraidon though. If this knocks it out in one hit, that's a big swing for Ruben. But this
Come on,
Miraidon's a
Ruben.
huge
Oh, no. No. That's gutting.
So one restricted out of the way. The terrestrialization
Come on, Zama.
has
Did
been
he double in?
spent as well, and Kazuki can bring this
It don't really matter
Urshifu
at the
back
moment.
out on the field too if you want.
This Farigiraf is going to be a really big piece of the puzzle here for Kazuki in this game.
Oh, I
especially
just
knowing that
realized
there
they
is no
have
Rillaboom.
specific
This
switches for
Farigiraf-
different languages
I
as
guess it kinda
well.
was already, right?
Because
You had a
the
free
player
swap into
in
that
on this switch is
Astral
JP2.
Barrage.
So obviously all the text is in Japanese on that
So you've
switch.
got +1 defense.
Ah.
You might be able to take something like a body press from
Found a
the
train, how's it going?
Hasn't even gotten the
Ruben's
chance to attack
struggling.
yet on this first
Ruben
turn.
clawed back
Just imagine
game
it's a
2,
body
but
press
it's not
coming in
looking so
somewhere.
fresh in
It's
game
gonna be
3.
that Farigiraf or whatever swaps in here.
Looks like it's going to be the Urshifu coming back out, and so body press into that spotlight. It's still able to sit there and withstand it, but you have to now think about the next couple of turns ahead. As we can see from Ruben's position, you
The next
can bring
couple of
out
turns indeed.
this Amoonguss, but the problem with this is that you can't spore. Amoonguss really is going to be here to get redirection support, and with the Terra spent, there's no way for you to actually Terastallize away from something like Psychic on the Farigiraf.
Of course, this Farigiraf with the defense boost is going to be really nice into the Chien-Pao as well. The Chien-Pao is running Sucker Punch, Ice Spinner, and Taunt, so there's no Dark-type damage that can ever actually hit this Farigiraf because Armor Tail will always be blocking those Sucker Punches. That defense boost is going to come in really handy because I think it's going to be the main way Kazuki has to get some consistent damage down to this Amoonguss in the form of Psychic.
And I wonder if you also kind of just leave this Zamazenta alone if you know that you have the speed advantage with something like the
This
Landorus.
U-turn
then
bastard.
maybe that's something that you're able to utilize later. But we're about to find out what Kazuki might have brought in the back to help support these other 3 Pokemon, or you just think maybe this Miraidon
Kazuki
can
went
come
unbeaten
back
for so
out
long.
here
Yeah,
and
right.
just get
Kazuki's
ready for this
cracked,
next
man.
turn. So Kazuki's really taking his time to make sure he gets this right.
Nice, Miraidon!
Might be tough though if a body
You sound like I
press
shut the
is put into
commentators
that
up then.
slot, Miraidon goes down.
Nice!
It does
Okay,
right
that's a
now.
decent trade.
A 3-3 Pokemon count. Both trainers have lost one of their restricted Pokemon and only have one remaining. Psychic does come through.
Oh,
into
that's
this
rough for
Amoonguss, though.
Amoonguss, though.
Since it is super effective,
Ooh,
that's a
69.
damage.
Nice.
That is
Mirror wide on.
Huh.
Oh, you give me a wide on.
Oh, because Landorus isn't affected by that. If the spore actually hit the Landorus, then you would have been able to
Oh,
put that to sleep. And
clever.
that's really a big Pokemon that's going to be standing in this Zamazenta's way. As we saw Kazuki
That's so
bring
clever.
that Landorus to great success in that first
Flying
game,
types
and it didn't
don't
quite
get
the job it
affected
needed
by
to
the
be done in
terrain.
that second one, so that's why we're here in this game.
And there it is.
It is that Landorus as that fourth and final, so Kazuki knows this is going to be the thing that's able to grab him the victory, but it's tough. How do you actually
Get Zamazenta the fuck out of there, mate.
powder, which is going to help, but do you have to then bank on Sanseer missing?
I think Sanseer Storm is a really, really scary threat right now. Of course, you can always wide guard to block Sanseer Storm and guarantee that Zamazenta won't get KO'd.
But then he might just Earth Power.
Amoonguss will be knocked out by Psychic either way. So if you go for that Sanseer Storm, a wide guard doesn't really do a whole lot because presumably you're also going for that Psychic.
You could also just protect the Landorus on this turn, get the Paragraph to use the
Ruben needs to
Psychic
remove the Ursh
into
before
the
power comes
Amoonguss,
in.
just kind of hope
Oh.
it doesn't protect. And then the Amoonguss with the Rage
Bursh.
Powder is out of the way. Then you can really fire off those big Earth Powers that you know is going to be
Rage
that
Powder could
game-winning
work.
move. But we don't actually see that protect.
Oh,
It's just
go
really
on.
the body press
Oh,
from Zamazenta.
oh.
We know how well this Landorus is able to resist that. Unfortunately,
okay.
this redirect is going to cause this Earth Power to go into the Amoonguss instead.
That's not ideal.
Can the Farigiraf help make sure that the Zamazenta is a little bit easier to get out of the way? We see the Psychic, and it is going to do a good amount of damage there, at least just to make it easier for
Damn.
this Landorus to finish it off.
That Amoonguss going down is really, really big for the Urshifu.
Who would have thought
it's going to be really
that of
hard
all
to
the
lock into
Pokemon
something
from
like the Surging
Paldea,
Strikes, which you're probably gonna
the
wanna be
most
focusing
common
this out,
Pokemon in
especially for
VGC
that Zamazenta.
that isn't a legendary and isn't a Paradox Pokemon from Paldea would be Farigiraf. No one said when Farigiraf was first revealed, that's going to be the key in VGC. That's going to be the Pokemon that you see the most. Because like I can't think of many other Pokemon from Paldea that aren't legendary or Paradox that you see in VGC a lot.
You kind of do want your Farigiraf to
Meowscarada
go,
for a
and
bit.
Kara actually just goes for the taunt here. So what that's going to shut off
Even that's
is
fell
things like
off.
Trick Room and
Oh,
helping him
Dondozo, good
still go
point.
for the Psychic
Dozo and
the
Geary.
play, and the body press is
Nice.
enough to knock out this Landorus thanks to
Sword of Ruin, baby.
Sword of Ruin. And that's a really big deal here. Psychic is going to whittle away a
Mouse
little bit,
holding early
but
regs,
now you
true.
really have to bank on this Urshifu being
69,
able to get
nice.
your two Pokemon.
It's a really smart turn for both of these trainers here. The Urshifu now comes in thanks to the armor tail ability of the Farigiraf.
Does a resisted Sucker Punch do it?
Will not be able to even have a chance to knock it out before this Urshifu can attack. And I think a close combat into that Qianpao is a really safe move here. That kind of removes one of the two threats that Ruben has left.
Oh, it's risky.
And at that point, the Zamazenta
Oh,
doesn't
Armor
have a
Tail
sword
blocks
attack,
it,
might be able to finish
yeah.
it off with a
Oh,
close
Annihilate,
Psychic
yeah.
on the following turn.
There's also a terrestrialization still here for
But in
Kazuki
Reg Eye,
to get him over
in
the
Reg
finish
Eye.
line, and so it is going to be this Urshifu
Damn,
getting
I
that
think
Terra
Ruben is
Water. It will
cooked.
help out versus something like an Ice Spinner, but it's also really just there to boost up any of these surging strikes. That's going to be
Into
what he
Zama?
walks into as
Oh.
the surging strikes get sent into the
Ooh,
Qianpao.
yeah.
Looks like it's going to be good enough to get the knockout onto the Qianpao and leave this Zamazenta
Oh.
all on its own. And I think Ruben can see it. Kazuki
Yeah.
is one Pokemon KO away from moving on to the top 4 and going to
Oh,
the World
man.
Championships. What a story for him. If this is how he gets there, body press into the Urshifu is going to make this a
Zamazenta's
1v1.
going to be
It comes
beaten
down
by a
to Zamazenta
Farigiraf.
versus the Farigiraf.
I think it's going to be enough for Kazuki here. Even if this single Psychic doesn't KO, he's got one more
Mate.
next turn. But it comes through Zamazenta. Will it survive? Yes. Only 17 HP.
17 HP in a dream, but I think it's going to be tough.
Oh,
we see
dear.
the body press from the
Oh,
Zamazenta
it's
to
nowhere
jump up
near.
that 40%, so the Psychic in response, Kazuki Kobayashi
Mate.
wins, goes on to top 4. And
Tom Winter is 76th.
What an incredible story, Kazuki. This was his final chance to qualify for the 2025 World Championships. Give him a shot to get back to that final
Damn.
tournament of the season where he's had so much success in the past. And he needed to make top 4 here in New Orleans, and he did it.
Mate,
He is going
that
to
is
go to Anaheim
gutting.
and compete with the best of the
But
best
well
in
done to
August.
Kazuki.
Wow, I mean, this is what dreams
'Cause
are
Kazuki
made of
played
here
solid.
at the North America International Championships, and
Like
for
we don't
these
we don't
direct
want
invites,
we don't want the feedback to be,
Kazuki.
oh,
I know this was something
Ruben
that he was
didn't,
working
you know,
so
Ruben
hard
just
for throughout
couldn't get
this
out of the
tournament.
gate or whatever.
It's gotta feel so
We gotta
good
give
to
the
be
credit.
able to get there
We
and
gotta give the
realize
credit
that dream at the
to
end
Kazuki
of the tournament.
Kobayashi,
And of
who
course,
played
the job isn't
amazingly.
done yet, But you've got that little relief. You get to go to Worlds, and now you get one more shot at
So who's facing who, though?
International Championships as well.
I wonder who won out of Eric Rios and
We were talking about
Francesco.
a little bit in that segment before Top Cut and Allowance.
Whoa!
Where,
All right.
You know, are you building your
That's the
team
one.
to get to
Do that
top
again.
256,
Whoa!
which is what you need for Worlds? Maybe just make day 2, and then you're comfortable, and you got your Worlds
Make
invite.
me bleed out my bum,
Kazuki,
please.
Building your team to like make it to Worlds and to win.
Never
the
say
tournament
that again,
are
sir.
essentially the same thing in this case. You gotta get all the way to top 4, which means you're gonna come really close to winning. And at that point, you may as well just go for the whole thing. But just incredible play from Kazuki there. After Ruben had a really great adjustment in that second game, was able to even the score up. But I think in that third game, it was from the jump Kazuki who had his foot on the gas.
Having the Miraidon and Urshifu adjustment definitely made this third game harder for Ruben. You could see there the threat of that Shadow Rider Calyrex getting knocked out to either something like the double up of a Volt Switch and the Surging Strikes, or even just like outright from the Urshifu. And I think it really just made it a tough decision to have to choose what are you going to invest into. And it's hard when it's the Zamazenta with a water Terra type. You see the Miraidon across the way, which is not something you got a chance to see in games 1 or 2.
Yeah.
So kind of some good conditioning there from Kazuki in that
Yeah,
game.
boy.
Exactly. Bringing that Miraidon into a game where there is no Rillaboom on the other side of the field, despite your opponent having it available to them on their team of 6 Pokemon.
Let's go.
Is a really,
Ruben
really
did the
good,
best he could.
you know, mix up to make,
Ice ground coverage so strong into Ruben. Miraidon just shuts down Amoonguss.
You slam
Yeah.
that Rillaboom every single time
was
just
that?
to make sure you have a way to get rid of that electric terrain, especially when you're also bringing
Speaking of
Amoonguss, which really
Ruben.
wants the terrain gone for Spore.
Oh,
but
she
Kazuki,
eeping.
knowing that he had
She's
a
not
pretty
eeping, her eyes
solid
are
game
open.
plan in those first couple times.
Pokemon
Probably
eggs.
expected Ruben
They
to
make
overcorrect
Pokemon.
for it, and that's
Pokemon
exactly
eggs.
how he
Make
won.
me drop
Could
my
you imagine, though,
trousers.
if we saw the U-turn
Do they? No.
lead into the Landorus, and then the
Oh my
Landorus
gosh,
gets
yeah.
spored and put to sleep on the switch in? Wow, like that would have been
What
such
about
a, like, an
3
insane
more
combo
Egu?
to make.
Yeah.
But that's the type
Give
of
me
plays
another
we need to
shiny.
see
Give
here
me the
at
wet
top eight
shiny.
and the top cut of NAIC. That's what's gonna get you there.
Yeah.
And so
3 more
man,
Egu. 3
so
more
much-
Egu.
So much good Pokemon today. I'm just so
Damn it.
excited.
No, it's been such a great day, such a great weekend so far, and
So we
are
got 2 more
not
matches
even close to
today.
being done yet.
Top 4,
That was
top
our
4.
third of 4 top 8 matches, and we're going to be able to get to the 4th in just a moment.
Oh wow, no, we are having
Let's
3
just
more.
talk
We get
about
the
where
4th
we're at
top
the
8.
tournament,
Nice.
right? We've got 3 of the top 4 locked up. We've got a 4th one to come, and then we're down to these 4 trainers that have come
Damn.
so far across the globe. Again, there's like 0, not even like 0.
We get to
There's
watch
0
Eric
North
versus
American
Federico.
representation in our top
Pia
8.
Pero, I
All
think,
these
is using
trainers have
Terrapagos, and
come
Eric
along
Rios is
this
known
season.
for slow
Their
teams.
efforts
Room for a
have been
long
out
game.
there.
Oh, damn.
We had 11 out of the 22 top cut competitors coming in from North America, 10 from the United States, 1 from Canada, and somehow we
Canada, my butt.
they all got not like we had 2 matches in asymmetrical top cut that were US versus US.
I was ready for Tortoise top 8, apparently so.
Europe and Brazil
Tortoise.
and Japan all swept the board, and so we are going to be able to see an international champion here at the International Championships in North America. But first and foremost, let's go over to the stage with Joe to hear from Kazuki about that win.
Terrapagos in top cut. Ugh.
Congratulations, Kazuki, earning your World's invitation with that victory. I can only imagine how excited you feel. How are you feeling right now, knowing that you will be at the World Championships?
Yeah, I'm alright.
ワールドチャンピオンシップスに招待されておめでとうございます。今は気持ちはどうでしょうか。
めちゃめちゃホッとしてます。まあ
He's
この
like,
ため
I'm a
に
boy
アメ
and
リ
I'll
カま
win.
で来たので、
I'll win, boy.
まあちょっと本当に取れるとは
I'll beat your ass at
思っては
checkers and
なかったん
Pokemon.
ですけど、
Fuck you. Imagine.
ちょっと自分で驚いてま
VGC
す。
2024, there was a Calm Mind Raging Bolt versus Calm Mind Raging Bolt. Pretty sure Rios was in
what I
that.
came
Oh.
to America for, and I didn't expect to get this far, but I am so happy I managed to get there.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you're showing you're a fantastic trainer. You're one of the final 4
Ooh-wee.
trainers left in the field. Your team with the Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon, very powerful, restricted.
That's where he turns around and
combination,
says,
but
"Oh,
your
I'm not going to
opponent
Worlds."
Had a Zamazenta, which is really
Oh, I don't wanna
good
do
at
that.
stopping Glacial Lance attacks with wide guard. So
Wolfie
going into
said,
that set,
"I'm
how
so
were you
proud of
prepared
you
to
to
deal with
an
your opponent's
abuser."
Zamazenta, which can be difficult for
So
your
that's
Pokemon.
all I have to say. Wolf is a scumbag.
ミライドンと
Imagine.
バドレックス
Well, we'll be very right back.
の状態で強いです
Oh,
ね。
I thought that was shiny and it weren't.
相手は
God damn it. Zamazenta, I know that word.
ワイドガードとか、
ワイドガード, I know that word.
ちょっと難しく扱いですね。そういうの相手は、どういう
Look at Joe nodding, just like, fucking spit it out, mate.
準備はどうでしょうか。
そうですね、まあ、ワイドガードは結構みんな使ってるんですけど、やっぱり上の方になるとあんまり使ってこない選手の方が多いのかなと思ってます。なんかその見せるだけ見せて実際は使わないみたいな。
Wish I could speak another
そこを
language.
強気に、ブリザードランスを強気に押していくことによって、まあそうですね、結構それが通るかなと思ってます。
Well, everyone is using wide guard, so I was kind of expecting it, and I did expect to get through it.
All right, and I think you're inspiring a lot of trainers, not just within Japan, but around the world, seeing.
Got the translator sweating now, Joe. Come on.
This weekend, with the world's qualification from getting top 4 at an international event, and now you this weekend showing Japanese trainer earning the world's invitation through an international championship. Do you think you might inspire more Japanese trainers to attend more international events in the coming seasons?
Yeah, then it's going to be even harder to get a place. God damn it. God damn it.
アメリカまで来て、
Is there anything you wish to say after winning? Iridocyclitis. Amazing.
たどり着いてのは、めちゃくちゃ強いですね。他の日本人をこういう大会に来るのをインスピレーションするとか、できると思いますか？
Huh?
そうですね、どうしようかな。まあその海外の大会すごく盛り上がってて、しかもルールもOTS BO3 でとても自分が好きなルールで戦えるので、結構やっぱ日本の大会よりかは自分海外の大会が合ってる気がします。ちょっと日本の
Who said I'm proud of you to abuse it?
強いので、ちょっと私日本の予選は
Let's hear it for Wolf Glick.
はい、無事アメリカのこのルール、得意なルールで勝つことができてとても嬉しいです。
Oh yeah?
I think it depends a lot on what the Japanese players back home prefer out of the rule set, like best of 1 versus best of 3. And personally, I really like the best of 3 format and want to do well in that. That's why I came here.
All right, well, congratulations. Best of luck in top 4.
I didn't really answer the question.
We're going to toss back to the casters to get ready.
The question was, do you think you're going to inspire more Japanese players to play? It depends if they like best of 1 or best of 3. I like best of 3.
Really amazing to hear from Kazuki about that win and what it means to be going to the World Championship.
So
we gotta take a second and
maybe
talk about this, because when it comes to the Asia Pacific region, they have their own national qualifiers. So they can play in those individual circuits to qualify for Worlds, and new this year in the
just technically answer the
2025
question
season,
in a roundabout
they're able
all
to
streets
make
and
those
houses sort of
direct
way.
invites by participating
It's a
in
lengthy
our
answer. I'll give you
international
lengthy. You'll
and
love
earning
that.
an invite that way, either by winning a regional championship or getting the top 4 at an international championship just like this one. And both of these
Look at
formats
my
play a little
chocolate
different.
star.
We've got our
Yum, yum.
nationals, which are a best of 1 format on our in-game ladder.
TCG player our top 8 Rio de Janeiro 2020
which is the global
on his
challenge
stream
or grand
results.
challenge, an equivalent of a format
Amazing.
like that. And then of course here in person we play best
He's
of
ahead
3.
of the curve.
It's a really cool thing to hear Kazuki talk about as well, because it's not really something I had considered personally. You know, if you are a Japanese player or a Korean player or a player in another region that has a very similar qualification setup, you are mostly playing best of 1 matches, if not entirely playing best of 1 matches, until you get to the World Championships, which is a very different experience. The World Championships plays a lot more similarly to an IC, where everything is best of 3. You've got the 2 rounds of Swiss into top cut bracket.
I think best of 3 is more enjoyable, because then you can like try and adjust for mistakes you've made rather than just being like, well, you fucked up, you're out.
in a region that uses this championship point structure to get a lot more of that experience. Even try and qualify, but
I do kind of.
practice for that world
I don't know if I'd rather Open Team Sheet went away. I kind of like Open Team Sheet, but then
on his way
I feel like it still just gives more advantage to the better players.
So many different international matches. What better way to get the experience than that? But I think another big difference.
But then I feel like if I didn't have it, I'd just get creamed even worse.
Is that for nationals, it's close team sheet.
Right.
You don't get to see the items, the terras, the
Stefano.
abilities, the moveset, which is something that vastly changes the game when we're playing best of 3 with the
Justin Knox is tweeting about being disgusted with Kazuki. It's hilarious. No. What's his Twitter at?
So it's really fun to see Kazuki having a really great time here, enjoying this format, getting to play it to some great success. And he's got at least
American basketball player.
one more match.
I don't think that's the right Justin.
Let's take a look at that bracket
At 45
to see
mice.
how
Cool.
we've progressed through this top cut stage so far. Again, we just saw Kazuki Kobayashi take down Ruben Gianzini.
I'm going there now.
Ruin the dreams of an entirely
At
Italian top
45
4 here
mice.
at the NAIC. But we do have one more Italian yet to play, and that is Francesco Piopero facing Eric Rios.
We saw both of these trainers on stream already, so it's going to be great to see them match up against each other since they haven't played each other in a tournament yet. So maybe a little bit of experience playing against a friend, play a similar team composition, or even just some of the matches they might have played
What tweet am
at
I
the
looking at?
Bologna Special Championships. Who knows? But for one thing is for sure, this match is going to be so fun to watch, and so I really can't wait to do it.
Really
I
exciting
see
for
it.
Francesco as well. This is the farthest
Currently dying. They cut my wheezing. They cut my wheezing plush and made it look like I'm just disgusted at humor.
LAIC and EUIC earlier this season, which is a
I've seen it.
fantastic
That's
bit of
fucking mint.
consistency at this very high level. But in this on his third try,
I thought it was
able to
tea,
break
though. I
through
thought it was
to
going to be
that
some
top
tea.
eight, and now hopes to continue that into top 4 against
Love a
an
bit of
opponent like
drama
Eric
when it's
Rios,
not happening to
who
me.
has been this far before and even won an international championship.
Yeah, and while they might not have played in this tournament yet, they have played each other before.
Well, that was a shiny.
And
It's just.
it is going to be both
just us.
times that Eric was the winner of those matchups. So it's a third time the charm here. Can Francesco Piopero break that curse and get into that top 4 with everybody else that's already made it? Or is Eric Rios going to find himself on the cusp of yet again another international championship finals?
This is going to be a really great match. I can't think of a perfect one to close out our top 8 sets here, because Eric and Francesco are both people that I could very easily see going on to win this tournament from winning this match. Although you could say that about really anyone in the top 4 at this point. Everyone's been playing so incredibly well this weekend. But of course, we have 2 pretty unique teams coming through here as well.
Let's go.
A lot of cool choices Eric made earlier.
I gotta get some hatch going. Come on, boy. Hatch.
And of course, Francesco is rocking
Open Team Sheet removes some surprise elements, yeah.
In combination with Maridon to boost.
Isn't benefiting better plays kind of the point? I mean,
And Terrapagos is
maybe.
one of those really interesting restricteds, because I think it's one of those
Fuck
that people
Terrapagos.
are very on the fence about.
Yeah.
You either really
I'd like to
believe in this
Terrapagos
success,
Terrapagos.
or I think you're on the other side of things where maybe you're
Oh
not
yeah,
such a
drink my
believer in
piss,
the little
daddy.
turtle that could.
All right, mate.
But let's go ahead and kick off our final top 8 match here at the Pokemon North America International
Come on,
Championship
Rios.
for 2025.
Come on, Rios.
is gonna be on your
And
left.
on my face.
Francesco
I mean,
Piopero on your right, and you can see just a small smattering of the accomplishments that both of these trainers have. The list is very long.
Of course, for Eric,
I thought bro had a fucking 3DS with him then.
Championship finishes on this
bro, wrong
graphic.
format.
Lump them all into one there. But top 8 at Sao Paulo LAIC this year, so did progress to the same exact stage once already this season, but did fall at that hurdle, hoping to make it a little bit further. Francesco, of course, like we said, has 2 IC top 16 finishes, looking to kind of double that, win 2 more matches past his best result, make it into top 4 here.
And this is going to be such a unique battle, because we were taking a look at both of these teams before getting up here to commentate, and I felt like out of all of these Pokemon, there's actually quite a bit of different iterations that you can bring from either of these teams, and based on the matchup that you see, that's heavily going to dictate how those games go.
The Volcarona especially, I think, is really interesting here.
Say
We
no
have
to
2
Terrapagos,
Pokemon, one on
right?
either side that has the Electric Seed and an attack that boosts both special attack and special defense. So it might be kind of a...
Hey, Gizmo, Kaylee, B's posted again.
If we get down to it. Of course, the Volcarona
Teal Mask
has a little
Ogerpon
bit
is
of an
lovely
edge
to
there, I
see.
would say, because not
No
only
grassy
does it
glide,
have
though.
Fiery Dance, which can do damage and boost its special attack at the same time. You also have Giga Drain, which is a nice way to get some recovery going in sort of that 1v1 scenario, should it come down to that point.
I like chicken. Oh, yeah.
Team,
I like
think
chicken.
You see a lot of particular offensive threats. You can either kind of look at the Zamazenta for that or the Qianpao. I think the Rillaboom falls under that category, as well as the Miraidon, depending on what you lock into with that Choice Scarf. I think the biggest key here is actually going to be that Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Right, Gizmo? Right.
Talk about the setup, and one way that this
Told you, I got hot friends.
really helped to throw a wrench into the works. It was something like the taunt, shut down the combine,
It is by design.
core you into it, and then what is that Terrapagos doing? If you're stuck just setting up, there's a certain point where, like, you've got 3 turns and you can't do anything.
I do actually think Ogerpon could be a big deal here for Eric.
Ogerpon's my
Just
dad.
Looking at Francesco's team, you have the option to disrupt that Terrapagos. You can use
Wonder if the Vault can just set up, do it.
Boost from body aspect and knock out that Urshifu.
Kill Sinister.
You can use Defiant to mitigate any kind of Intimidate or even Parting Shot coming out from Incineroar.
Tealpon, baby. I love Tealpon.
Sinistra. And of course, Iron Treads, you get a nice ground resist there if it does opt to go for that high horsepower. So even though we didn't get to see it on Eric's
What's
first
the
match
item on
this morning,
Tealpon? I forgot. Hang on.
You've got 3 turns and you can't do anything.
Covert Cloak. Cool. Stop it, Liam.
Because you're looking.
Stop
looking at
it.
the Terrapagos with support
You're like
from
a
something
child.
Sinistra. We saw Hospitality be able to help regain some HP on that Terrapagos. Little bit of recovery once you switch in.
All right, leave it alone now.
If that's something that you
We're going to be
want
behind on stream, Liam.
physical threats from Eric.
Strength Up is a really cool attack. It will lower the attack of the target, but then also restore your HP by the same amount as the attack stat itself. So like, let's say you have a very powerful attack Pokemon like Calyrex Ice Rider, for example. It's very, very high.
Choice
attack
Scarf
that
Rain
will translate
Dance?
into a large
That goes
chunk of
hard,
HP,
man.
If not the entirety of Sinistra's HP. So it could be a huge threat here.
But I'm also looking at the rest of Francesco's team, and I think you could bring kind of any combination of other Pokemon outside of that. Hard to imagine that you do leave the Miraidon or like even the Terrapagos.
Right.
I think it's really tough when this team is really built to kind of power up both of those Pokemon. But I can also see, you know, if you really wanted to, maybe the Iron Treads, I think also the Urshifu
Stop
and the
it.
Incineroar, they kind of all make sense here.
Behave.
So very exciting to see what both of these
That's why I watched Liam and not the official stream. You need someone to tell you off when Sophie's resting. I know, right? You can't keep me in check.
Which I think makes a perfect Pokemon.
Who gave Liam the DJ button? DJ! Yeah!
Rillaboom will immediately
I turned on my car. Yeah, no, that is right, Liam. Yeah, you turned your car on. And
you immediately can shut down that terrain.
My
then if Miraidon
like
swaps in on the turn, if
until my phone connects to the car, it just automatically plays like the regular radio. And someone on fucking Capital FM was just pressing the DJ sound effects and being like, someone's going to be in the studio to play something on that. Do you remember the music classes where eventually everyone, you know, the music teacher would cut the power to the room because he'd be sick of it? And I'm like, I do remember. Yeah, the Rios nor Pio Pero have got an auto invite. Oh shit.
But you see this horsepower as well. And take a look at that.
Oh, that Volcarona has had so many turn 1 flame bodies this time.
Volcarona has got this setup for +1 to the special attack and the special defense, and that defense boost is going to matter versus the Miraidon.
Insanely nice turn for Eric there. Despite the electric terrain immediately going away, the Volcarona did get to use its electric seed before Rillaboom was able to take that terrain away. So it took that high horsepower very well. Flame Buddy activating means they're going to take the next high horsepower even better. And of course, Quiver Dance means that you are a big threat to this Miraidon. And you should be outspeeding the Iron Treads as well.
You're not that big of a threat to the Miraidon because you've not got any super effective moves at the moment.
Lies away from that fire weakness. And I don't know that a
Can't play games with it. Yeah.
Other than the Incineroar really wants to swap.
Play silly games, win silly prizes.
Swap here might be a little bit punishable as well.
Yeah, I mean, you still have something like the...
Why is this train so busy? It's
I think
deggy.
just
They've
kind
all
of
come
any
for
sort
you,
of
Emma.
damage here for the Volcarona is going to not be so bad. But you've got the Volt Switch actually going into the Rillaboom. The Assault Vest is so nice. There's two ways that this Miraidon really gets stopped here. And especially when you don't have the electric terrain active, you're not going to be doing nearly as much with these attacks from the Miraidon. But what does Francesco bring in? I think if you want to bring in the Terapagos here, you're kind of already behind the 8-ball a little bit. This Volcarona has a one turn of setup.
Can I link B's Insta here? Yeah, go ahead. She's friend of the channel.
Going.
A much more defensive option here from Eric. We just see the Volcarona protect itself, which means it will guarantee a turn of grassy terrain recovery.
It's better than getting 2 flamethrower burns from a Volk. How about that? Oh my god.
Quiver Dance boost and the electric terrain being gone, it still will do a good
There between a couple that chose to get in my personal space. I was here first.
Want to be preserving that HP.
But a
Call them wankers.
Here as well as okay, there's a little bit of a critical hit there, meaning you're gonna do a bit more damage than you would have.
Just start unironically taking down blouse selfies and they'll move. Trust.
As we get a chance to look at the Zamazinta coming in,
Let me know if you need help.
It's tough. Francesco's got to pick a target. You can only fake out one thing with this Incineroar, and the Zamazinta is going to be dealing super effective damage to either target.
These
That's
nuts.
a great point. You know, the Incineroar can fake out one thing,
Dude,
but if it
dude,
doesn't fake out
dude,
the Volcarona,
dude,
then
dude,
Volcarona
dude,
gets off a
dude.
Fiery Dance and probably gets a KO, if not another special attack boost. If you don't fake out the Zamazenta, it goes straight for that body press, and if you don't Terastallize the Incineroar, you just lose it right off the bat. So a great combination of offensive options here from Eric. The combination of Zamazenta and Volcarona hitting on either side of the spectrum, too. You've got a really strong physical attack in body press and a strong special attack.
Violence is never the answer is the solution. You never heard this
You
from
see
me.
the Iron Treads leave the field in favor of this Miraidon, at least coming back in and resetting the terrain. But because
Here we
Eric
go.
pivoted out the Rillaboom, there's a really easy way for him to manually shut this
Fake
off
out,
on
baby.
the next turn. Incineroar chooses to fake out this Zamazenta.
Nice Giga Drain.
Giga Drain
Not.
right now, and honestly, love that. Volcarona has boosts already. You just want to get some HP recovery with this Giga Drain so you can stay on the field even longer.
Volcarona
Also
being
trying to cover
brutal.
for a
You love
water
it.
Terastallization from that Incineroar. If the Incineroar didn't go for fake out and instead tried to go for a
I want to go back to using Poliwrath. I miss Poliwrath so much, but then I can't use
Been
Koraidon.
able to do a ton of damage to it, probably still KO it with a combination of Body Press and Giga Drain. Instead, you do get a little bit of recovery there from Volcarona, which is nice because that grassy terrain
Oh,
does
do you know
go
what I
away.
nearly asked?
That passive recovery is gone until the
I
Rillaboom
nearly
comes back on
said
the
they should
field.
make an ability that's
expect
like
that to
Swift
take
Swim,
too
but for
long,
the
'cause
sun.
Rillaboom is a really big part of
And then
taking
I
down the
paused
Miraidon. Although you
while
can
my
do that
brain
by just
waited
popping out of your
for
Dance
the
boost
rest of
or
my
your
brain to
Zama
catch
Shield
up
boost
and
when you
go,
can't recover at the
hang
end of
on.
the game.
But I don't know how much
Hang
the
on.
Gauntlet Shield boost actually matters
Yeah,
now
right.
that you've kind
Right.
of seen not only like the Iron Treads get
Thanks for that, Phil.
burned, but you're also
Thanks for that,
really
chlorophyll.
looking at this Volcarona just being that setup piece for
Call
later
it
on in the
chlorophyll or
game.
something. Cheers
We
to
do
that.
see the electric terastallization
Ooh,
committed
now you
onto
don't
this
resist fire or
Miraidon.
grass.
But if you do remove the terrain here,
Imagine
I
you
mean,
didn't voice
is
that
going to
one.
be
Yeah,
a big
imagine if I
deal
told you
later.
guys that. I'd be
There
so
is no
embarrassed.
swap, though, so Miraidon gets a chance to stay here with this electric Terra as Volcarona gets a free Quiver Dance boost. So +2 now to that
Damn.
special defense as Miraidon
Electro
lands
Dizzle.
an Electro Drift. Electro
Bye bye,
Drift running
Zamazenta.
straight into that Zamazenta, and it is
Oh,
so close to the knockout, but not quite enough. Zamazenta gets to go for the body press as it survives that. So
Go on,
quickly.
Eric Rios.
And they're gonna knock each other out here. Rocky Helmet recoil, and Cinemark goes down to the body press.
So excited to see what this Volcarona ends up doing.
Now you get to bring in the Rillaboom.
Absolutely, very much okay with that if you're Eric.
Mate,
That's
a
massive
free switch
survival
into
of the
Rillaboom is
Zamazenta. If you
wild.
wasn't able to survive that electric drift, you're not getting that body press off. The Incineroar is not removed from the game, which is a really big stop to
Another
this
one.
Volcarona.
It's
Even
busy
if you can't
today.
damage it too much thanks to that electric seed, it's one of the few things that will resist both the Fiery Dance and the Giga Drain from Volcarona, especially with Rillaboom coming out now. Giga Drain is powered up even further thanks to that grassy terrain.
Sinistra,
will be
fuck
the fourth
Sinistra.
Pokemon for Francesco. We'll get a little bit of a hospitality boost to that Miraidon. Heal it right back up to full HP there. But now that Miraidon has also terastallized into that electric type, it no longer resists the Fiery Dance and Giga Drain, so necessary for the offense into that Zamazenta. Would have been very worth it, I think, if it was able to KO with Electro Drift. But now you're in such a buffer position because the Sinistra, while it does have a focus,
I told you about
will be
that
able to
one.
survive at least
Yeah, you
one
missed
more
it earlier.
attack.
That's the one I was
Doesn't have a whole lot to
mentioning.
do after that.
I mean, there's still an Assault Vest in play, but you have the ability to double into it, and then I think at that point doesn't matter because the Rillaboom is going to be there to do that physical damage as well to bypass an item like that. And there's still that poor Iron Treads in the back nursing
I like the spit.
burn. that is waiting to come back out. But
especially when you consider this Volcarona is Terra Grass, you're going to be able to ignore the Rage Powder. That's kind of the one thing left that Sinistra had to do for the rest of the game, and it might just be moot.
Well, the Iron Treads is going
to make little sad Iron Treads.
Is that terrestrialization, so you're absolutely
valid,
right.
Gizmo.
So
I was doing a personality test. Have you finally realized you're a cunt?
The Maridon damage as well as bypassing that Rage Powders. There's a lot of different reasons why this Grass Terra is going to be so effective for this Volcarona. Sinistra goes for the Protect though, so we're going to see Eric really take a commanding lead after this. Volcarona going into the Iron Treads that just switched in. It's just a knockout by itself. Rillaboom doesn't get to do anything.
Nothing to realize there.
Turn.
I'm the genuine
Rillaboom
article.
Doesn't need to do anything on this turn. You got what you wanted from this turn. Francesca's now down to 2 Pokemon remaining. It makes a lot of sense to swap them right on out there. You want to be able to reset that electric terrain. But unfortunately, Eric does have a yet to be revealed 4th Pokemon, which I'm guessing we're going to get to see very soon because you want to be swapping out that Rillaboom so you can then reset the grassy terrain. I think as soon as grassy terrain goes back up, this game is as good as over in Eric's favor. It probably already is.
Next round, Francesco's going to be like, fuck Volcarona.
Sneak peek of what's in the back there, and you know, it's got some nice speed attached to it. That's all I'll say. But it is tough. I mean, now that this Volcarona is set up, it's so difficult to kind of see a world where Maridon or Sinistra actually have the ability to get enough special attack down into this Volcarona, bar something like
Siva's keep mentioning saying she'll get me one done, but she also ADHD keeps not doing it. Oh, so just did it myself. Fair. Damn. Turn 1 flame body was nasty. Eric did that earlier to a Zacian.
I really had on my radar going into this event.
Zacian.
But Eric has shown throughout the course of this tournament, both through this morning and right now in this first game of top 8, that it is a huge threat, especially into teams like this, where I think the damage into Volcarona is pretty heavily predicated on electric terrain being up, and Rillaboom is there to ruin those game plans right off the bat.
Oh, I mean, yeah, the burn right away, too, definitely didn't help things out here. Volcarona, I mean, like, the fact that you were able to get set up so quickly, you have this single target damage, and I think the reason why we actually saw Francesco bench the Terrapagos is you're really relying on things like Terra Starstorm.
He really knows how to pick his targets, right? Rigged.
We already called out the Ogerpon as well with Utah and Encore. I think it was the right call for that first game for Francesco to actually bench the Terrapagos and think about another way to get through with that damage. But now
sounds like they're going right back in.
You think, well, okay, maybe I should lead the Terrapagos. Maybe this is that time. I didn't see the Ogerpon. I might be able to get away with some of these Calm Mind boosts, similar to how Eric was able to lead out the game with Volcarona setup.
I think we could see it. If you're Francesco, I think you got to switch something up. They didn't really just bring the right Pokemon to be able to threaten this Volcarona heavily. I think especially
that's
after
valid,
the immediate burn from Flame Body, a lot of your game plans fall apart right off the bat. Even if the Flame Body doesn't activate there, the Volcarona is already at +1
You're burgling my beans.
You're going to be outspeeding that Iron Treads.
You need to calm down.
I think it might have been the speed boost from Quark Drive, so at that point maybe you need
Can I get maybe
speed, but regardless, the Electric Seed defense boost we already saw was enough to turn that high horsepower into a 2-hit KO instead of a 3-hit KO.
Rios' entire game plan was to get Volk boosted before the Terrapagos. Valid.
Urshifu, one of the few things that can break through Volcarona pretty quickly.
Absolutely. You still have that Grass Terra, though, which is going to help you resist a lot of the Surging Strikes damage. But what happens there, if you have both of these Pokemon on the field...
You can't Surging Strikes a Volcarona.
But a super effective Flare Blitz.
Too dangerous.
I mean, that's the point. You got to worry about which terrestrialization you pick here. Of course, you do have the
Got defense boost from the Seed, it got the speed and special defense which guys at that point. It's hard for Pure Power to come back, yeah.
Just fakes out the Volcarona in return, and you're back to square one. Except this time you don't have the option for that fake out. You could possibly go straight on the offense. A Giga Drain and Grassy Terrain might be enough.
Ooh, getting Rillaboom in the back is good.
Kind of removing the one thing that has the 1-hit KO potential on Volcarona without Terastallizing. That's a lot to go for on this first turn, and I'm not sure it's ever going to be worth it.
You have the ability to invest into removing that Volcarona right away, but Eric is
Surging will almost certainly burn and or kill you, yeah.
Potentially switch into its place.
Zersh Terra Ghost? I do not know. Hello, Talon, how you doing?
Francesco, but Eric being able to switch in this Maridon means that you can't really just deal with this Surging Strikes and Flare Blitz and consider that to be the option to get rid of the Volcarona. As you see the surging strikes now into the Miraidon, this is exactly what we were talking about. Miraidon
Is that
taking
real?
that attack super well because of the resist, and despite the critical hits, will be enough of at a high enough elf pool that we're going to see this Incineroar also not really do too much.
U-turn will come through here targeting that Incineroar, not wanting to go for
Back from work, church women over the age of 40 are a pain to teach sometimes. Damn.
Going to be able to resist both the Surging Strikes and the Flare Blitz. If those are the two moves that were thrown directly at that Volcarona, trying to cover for a possible.
Na. Zamazen.
Yeah, that's where the speed is going to be so important. But Francesco actually splits the difference, uses the Flare Blitz into the Zamazenta instead, and even though it's super effective, we do have that Dauntless Shield ability that's going to help boost up those defenses, making that not super bad.
We're now in a very similar spot to last game, though.
Whoa, that music change is weird.
Super effective damage with or without a Terrestrialization into Incineroar, and we're seeing the same exact thing. This Incineroar being
what is going on?
I'm sure it comes in handy in a lot of matchups. Maybe Calyrex Ice Rider off the top of my head, but against this team that Eric Rios is running, it's not really helping you out at all. The combination of body press and either an electric or grass type move.
Give me that Christian side hug.
Eric is packing is able to threaten this Incineroar very heavily, and you don't really have a whole lot that can swap into that either.
Observing the full instructions, I'll go paint the dress in the middle red, and this one lady painted the hands red as well.
Engine boosted move from this Miraidon.
Maybe she thought the hands were part of the dress.
Knows it's going to lose out on that speed war.
I thought they were little frills.
That could resist any of these attacks, it would be this Miraidon. But the
Francesco is cooked. No.
So far ahead now.
Go on, Eric.
Press 2. This is a massive turn for Eric. 2 huge KOs.
Oh my God.
Double knockout on this turn, even though it took 2 Pokemon to do it. And so Francesco, only the Urshifu and this mystery forest Pokemon left.
Brave. That's fair, Talon.
Eric is dominating this game.
Iron Treads will be the 4th Pokemon for Francesco. Not too bad of a thing to have at your disposal.
Ooh.
The Core Drive boost, it will be able to get its stats powered up a little bit. But the Incineroar still, not the Incineroar, the Rillaboom.
Stop playing with the aux cable.
The grassy terrain is going to be huge for Eric here to turn off Cork Drive to ensure that his Pokemon get a little bit of recovery.
Not the Iron Treads.
Pokemon. And of course they are.
Yeah, like this has gone downhill fast.
Choice Band Iron Treads. The 2 attacks they select right now will be the only attacks they can use for the rest of this game.
Mate, that's why I can't run choice items. I'm not brave enough.
What these 2 Pokemon are going to lock into, and you still have those defensive capabilities in the back. If you want to bring in that Rillaboom, it is a little counterintuitive to your own Miraidon, but it's not like you can't use that Rillaboom to switch into the Miraidon's place.
What I miss? You missed a Miraidon switching in to receive a Draco Meteor from the other Miraidon.
That maybe was able to take an electric type attack like this Iron Treads, like the possible Sinistra, that you still got a bunch of damage out, and that put Eric so far ahead in this game too.
And this Water Terror is going to help out a lot as well. You're not going to be taking super effective damage from this high horsepower anymore. You resist something like the Ice Spinner, another Draco Meteor, and that still does so much damage into this Urshifu despite having dropped your special attack.
Ooh! Nice crit.
Francesco does get a little bit of love going his way, but the fact that your Pokemon are so low HP regardless, is it going to be enough to get you back into the game?
I really don't think it is. Surging Strikes will come through here to very little damage to this Miraidon.
Damn.
And at this point, I think Rillaboom just solo handles this game. One Grassy Glide will be able to knock out Urshifu from this point. And of course, the Iron Treads now locked into high horsepower, especially without the Cork Drive, will not be able to do too much to Rillaboom in return. So a combination of
Short one, I need
hammers,
1 or
maybe
2
you get the
paragraphs,
Volcarona
valid.
in here to try and
Valid.
stop the Fiery Dance as well. But Rillaboom is about to checkmate Francesco in this match.
It is a little
Checkmate,
awkward, though,
sausage
because
roll.
with the
Put your
Volcarona,
finger
you
in
have
my
the
what?
electric seed, and since the Rillaboom is coming out now, you
this.
reset the terrain to grass. Miraidon is going to have to take a manual pivot in order to actually get the Volcarona seed active if you want to bank on that electric terrain later.
I think the seed was already consumed anyway, right? It was on the field at the start of the game. So it's not even something you really have to worry about at this point anymore.
Brev.
I think at this point, Eric probably has 5 or 6 different ways he can close out this game. One of them being fake out the Iron Treads and land this Draco Meteor.
Fake out my dad.
Knockout.
Another knockout here for this Miraidon, and the critical hit on top
Oh, dear me.
is just cherry on top here for Eric's
Eric
game.
has this.
Only the Iron
Damn.
Treads remains, and it flinches now. I think Francesco sees the writing on the wall. Eric is at
Mate.
a 2 Pokemon advantage versus this Iron Treads.
What a great game
That
by
was
Eric.
rough.
That call with the Draco
It's got to be
Meteor
a
really blew this
forfeit.
game
No,
wide
he's staying
One
in.
more Draco Meteor for the road, though.
Nice.
It doesn't get the critical hit this time, but you know Francesco's going to give it everything
There you
he's
go.
got till the very end. A high horsepower is going to end this Miraidon's
Ooh.
time in this game, too, as Rillaboom goes for the U-turn. And so we get to see this.
He wants
Volcarona
fake out
back
pressure.
free,
That's
scot-free,
so
and Rillaboom
cruel.
to come alongside
Eric.
him to get that fake out to
Eric,
allow
there's
the
no
Volcarona to clinch
need.
the game.
Because you're just playing it extra safe if you're
Love
Eric,
it.
or you don't want to maybe swap that Volcarona in on a critical hit high horsepower and lose it before it can make a single attack. It's just making sure that he's covering every single option. At this point, he knows that Francesco has exactly one thing he can be doing. He has one choice to make, and that's
dear.
which slot to throw the high horsepower.
Yeah, there
in.
it is.
Francesco now knows
Daddy
he
Rios bringing
cannot
it
come
home.
back.
Finally, a
Eric
win that
Rios
I'm
is
happy
the
with.
top 4
Damn.
at NAIC.
Rev.
Another top 4 here for Eric, and one step closer to getting back to a potential
That's
second
crazy.
international
Wreck
championship
the
win
twink.
after
Jesus.
just a couple of years ago. And, you know, commiseration.
We don't twink shame in here.
Made it farther than he ever has at an international
boy.
championship, and I know it
EP
is
boy.
hard as a top competitor to get this close.
EP boy.
And not be able to get
Dude,
over that
I don't have a
finish
sandwich
line,
on, do
but
I?
Congratulations
I do.
to Eric. He's
Stop
been
it,
one
it's
of the
already-
greatest
he's
players in
already
Spain
dead.
For so many years, and he's got
I'm
another
up all
shot
night
at
to
an
get
IC
lucky.
title.
He sure does, man. What a great match that was from Eric. I think at any point, it was not difficult to see how Eric had a path to win either
Damn,
of those
no
two
shame.
games. And that just goes to show
Hey, I
the
think
strength
Twitter's
of this team.
broken.
There's a lot of really unique choices on that team.
I gotta trim
I
the
don't think a
hedges
lot of
tomorrow. Oh
players were prepared
no.
for it. You know, if you
Oh
had
no.
Volcarona on your team, a lot of
Wrecked
times you're
lovingly.
using something like,
Lovingly
you know,
wrecked.
Struggle Bug to maybe
Lovingly
lower special
erect?
attack,
Wait.
using something like Rage Powder as a support Pokemon. But this Volcarona was fully indexed into offense with that Quiver Dance, and in both games, it was putting in the work of a restricted Pokemon, essentially.
Yeah, but that's why that
Your
setup
dad
was so
just out
difficult.
casually
I mean,
eating
Francesco
other dads?
actually benched the Terrapagos for both game 1 and 2.
Can I get a Tauros to hatch shiny, please?
Keep up the pace with the setup
That'd be
that
sick.
Volcarona has, and there wasn't a great way for Francesco to shut it off. Even
Your
in the
dad's
second
name
game when
is
the
Bobby.
Volcarona got led
Bobby
by Eric,
has no
he
willy.
just
His
took it
willy
out,
is
knew that
too
Miraidon
small.
was going to be the right Pokemon to switch in to take
Hello.
all of those elemental attacks.
I'm a packet
Even
of
though the
crisps.
damage got
What's he
split between the
talking
two
about?
Pokemon. It was still such a fantastic
Let's go.
call by Eric to be prepared for a moment like that.
Also, a lack
Let's
of fear
get it
to not
did.
feel
Let's
like
get
you're
it
kind of
done.
Using some of your resources without getting too much out of them. The Volcarona's Electric Seed and the Zamazenta's Dauntless Shield are both one-time use, so you get that +1 defense exactly one time throughout the game.
Oh,
And if you
yeah.
swap them out, you don't get them ever again. But immediately swapping out that Volcarona on that first turn,
Alrighty.
bringing up that
I
Electric
need more
Seed boost
Tauros.
for the chance at progressing elsewhere in the game.
I
And then
are a
maybe
trim
bringing
expert.
Volcarona
I shall
back
send
in
you
very later
dimensions.
on to kind of clean it up. And I think a lot of players, myself included, would be very tempted
Send me to
say,
another
well, I don't wanna
dimension
lose
where
my
there's
defense
no
boost.
air.
I can't swap
Wait.
Volcarona out first turn without even using Electric Seed once. But Eric just knew that
Tauros,
wasn't necessarily
he's like
something
a
he
bull,
needed in
but
this
not-
match. He doesn't
wow.
necessarily feel the need to preserve something that would help
Oh,
maybe
mate, that
in the
was a
meantime,
tough
it doesn't
run.
get you to the very end.
Now, I think that kind of a similar principle we see a
10
lot
to
of
go
people
from this
use
batch.
Intimidate.
It ain't looking so Tauros, is it?
And we didn't get a chance to see the interaction in this game because I think the Ogerpon was really going to be there for the Terrapagos, if anything.
Mhm.
So, smart call
Yeah,
by Eric to not
like,
bring it
Francesco
when the Terrapagos
didn't
wasn't
bring
there, but let's go ahead to
Terrapagos at all,
see and hear
right?
from him about moving on to top 4.
Rios.
Congratulations, Eric Rios. Top 4 of NAIC this season. You're one of the best trainers in the world, consistently proving
I
it
want to be one of the
every
best trainers in the
single year.
world.
How do you keep winning so much? What
Very
is
good,
the
Seb.
key to success? Because we got to steal this.
I think the key is training a lot, want to win, and try to do the.
It says
the
Masters
best
top
team in the
8D.
format.
I thought it was Masters top
I
4
think
now.
I did a good team. Let's see how it goes today.
Yeah, I think you have a really interesting team. Obviously, there's a lot of different win conditions, right? You use the Volcarona in game 1.
You are one of the
you do a lot
best
of
trainers in
damage,
the
and then
world.
you switch it up,
Oh,
relying
you
more
don't
on
mean
your
that.
restricted Pokemon in game 2. So what's one of the ways that you're able to anticipate your opponent's attacks?
You're just saying that to make me feel better.
Because in both games, you had the Volcarona, you got the KO on the Iron Treads on the switch in.
Which I appreciate.
With the
Thanks,
Draco
mate.
Meteor on the switch in, just like claiming KOs very quickly. So how do you train that skill to anticipate when your opponent's going to
Bruh.
swap out and take advantage of their passive play?
sometimes I think you have to think if it's better to set up instead of getting a KO, because sometimes if you get a KO in a turn that you
Top
don't
four's
want
gonna be
to get,
banging.
maybe you will be in a worse position. So
Are you
I
home
try
yet,
to-
Amma?
To think about some turns ahead, so I can just
Yeah, you're alright.
know if it's better to set up or just attack and take the KO. So.
I prefer
And
to sit
you're
up when I
honestly
play.
One of the few trainers that
Playing
would,
lying down
you know,
sucks.
Be great enough to put Rillaboom and Miraidon together because they're typically a little bit of an anti-synergy, right? You have a little bit of Kyogre Groudon kind of with those two terrains, and it seems
Usually
like
just
no
play
matter what
ladder and
position
push
you're
the
in,
masters
you're
by clicking
always
buttons.
able
Leaves
to have
VGC
the
students help me understand
advantageous
why.
terrain
Valid.
that you need on the field.
At least I can teach
So
people how not to play.
important is tracking those terrains? Is it very difficult to balance when you want grassy terrain versus electric terrain on the field?
They call
or
me
is it a
Brev,
little
Brev,
simpler
Brev,
than we
Brev.
might see
They don't
from,
call you
from
Brev.
our
Brev,
perspective?
Brev, Brev.
So
Right.
the Miraidon I have, it's only for rotate. I can use the electric if I want to do some damage. But yeah, the best thing about that is that I can just play around the both.
So Amma said earlier trains got cancelled. Yeah, she found another train, but I'm wondering if she got back home using those other trains that she found.
I can just have a Giga Drain plus the terrain, recovery HP. So I think Rillaboom helps a lot in the team. It's good with the balanced team.
Yeah,
and
fair.
I think Miraidon, it's like
Not just a sex-driven fiend. I am.
but it's
I
not
learned to improve my
body shot,
gameplay
it's
from
ball
trusted
switch,
sources.
but
I'm
I
a sex-driven
like to
fiend.
rotate Snarl, so I can just take the
Just
control
ask
of the
Amma.
game.
All right, and now that you are in top four, you're so close to another.
What do
international
gingers miss the
championship
most at a
to
party?
Your name. Is there anyone you want to give shout-outs at home that's helped you get this far?
Yeah, shout outs to all my
I
friends,
don't
to
know,
the
Kaylee.
doors,
What do gingers miss most at a party?
Me preparing the tournament. Also to the
Gingers get to the party. Oh, the invites. It's got to be the invites, right?
Canecro, everyone who has been supporting me, also my family.
All right, congratulations, Eric. Best
That's
of luck
mint.
to you in top four. There are 4 trainers remaining here in the Masters Division of the North America
There it
International
is.
Championships. We're going to take a quick break.
Well
We come
done,
back,
Scotty.
we'll have
Well
those top
done.
4 matches.
Scotty fucking smashed it. Like an arrow to the dong. Ooh. Excel! Excel! That's London! Tell me EUIC next year is in London. That was Jamie Joe! Charlie Merry Man. He's a very merry man. That was that weird band no one cared for. They need to show Sophie as Cynthia. I think I saw Marcus then. Oh shit, why am I not playing this full? Whoops. Too late. Oh. Oh wait, no, it's still going. It's still a UIC. Let's hear it for Wolf Click. Wow. 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 Give me
Hello and
the
welcome
Christian
to the
side
Pokemon
hook.
Center pop-up here in Honolulu,
Oh,
Hawaii
God,
at
this
Pokemon
advert's
World
old.
2024. We are here with some champions.
Wait a minute.
Who are going to show us what it's like
If I
to
hold
shop
down
with a
this
pro,
button,
right, Spraggles?
nope.
That's right. This is
If I
the
hold down
best place to be here at the
this
Pokemon
button-
World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it
So
like
if I
to
press
compete in a Pokemon
that,
championship?
oh, that's sick. Okay, I mapped the GL button to be home, so I can do it super quick. I don't have to look for the button.
Are you gonna win? Do you think? I hope so.
Wendy's
what are your
nuts.
favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
I'm
How
a
do you feel
spoiled
coming
kid.
here to compete in Hawaii.
I wish I was a spoiled kid.
A little nervous because I don't know.
Liam, you're a spoiled adult. Think of all the hot friends you've got.
And I love
Yeah,
that
I'm
I've
kind of
gotten to
spoiled in
meet
that
you
respect. I got some
before,
hot friends.
actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your
Ugh.
favorite part about traveling to compete?
I like how I
with
mapped that
all
button
these
to the home
Pokemon
button
events?
and then used the home button in its regular place.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad Mom and Cyrus.
I'm friends with my dad.
And they like
Let him leave people alone. I
Do you
need to
think
wee-wee,
Cyrus will
obviously.
one
Well, I
day be
don't
a
actually
champion
need to
like
go,
you?
but I'm going to
I
do it just
really
in
hope
case.
so.
What's your favorite thing about
You know,
coming
we
to the
got
Pokemon Center?
two
Definitely
battles.
big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big slowpoke.
A big slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big slowpoke.
Well, now I need to go.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think? Pretty cool. There you go. That's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch its head. Watch its head. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
Scott Glasser's tweet is scathing. What is it? My name is Jiv. Can't even open a Pokemon Center shop from South Africa. Damn.
Well, we've gone through all of our top 8 competitors, and we are now
It's getting
down
chilly.
to
I love
final
it.
4 here in the Masters division of the video game side of things. at the
Master
North
D's
American
nuts.
International Championships. The battles have been so incredibly intense, and we now are going to be able to find out who our finalists are going to be over the next 2
They went
matches.
intense. They're in a building.
Just 4
Way.
players remain. All the conversations about Worlds invites are out the window. Now it's about winning the tournament. 2 matches stand in the way of any of these players being crowned this year's champion.
Hey, look.
That's so true, because the top
It's
4
another one of my
all
hot
said they've
friends
got those direct
and
invites, so
my
they
first
can already
loss
start looking towards
in
Anaheim.
person in
Let's
VGC.
look towards tomorrow. Let's see who is going to be becoming our international champion.
What,
And
your
really
ex?
kind of the final blaze
Idiot.
of glory that these trainers can have at this point in the series.
Yeah, it's all about trying to win it. For a moment, it looked like we might have been at the North
Okay, so
American
Kazuki
Italian
versus
Championship.
Federico.
But a couple of
And
non-Italian
Marco Silva
players
versus
managed to
Eric
make it
Rios.
through
That's going to
into the
slap.
semifinals. We still might be there tomorrow. Let's see how these semifinal matches.
I think
out.
Kazuki is going to be in the final. I think Kazuki could take it, you know. I think we're getting Silva versus Kazuki in the title, in the title, in the final.
On the regional circuit, so it's great to see them doing so well. But our first semi-final is going to be between Kazuki and Federico. Now, these 2 trainers.
Drink
this is
my
gonna be
piss
such
till
a
I
close
bleed
match.
out my
Not only do they
piss
have
hole.
incredibly
All right,
awesome
mate.
teams,
Calm
but
down.
Kazuki has defeated every Italian player that he has faced at this
I'm
event.
just gonna let
Took
this
down
fucker
Fabio Del Pidio,
get
a
eggs
previous
for a couple of
international
minutes.
champion in Day 1 Swiss, Francesco Piopera
I'm
in
threatening
Day 2
to go
Swiss, and
bold
then
if he
we just
didn't
see,
make day 2 to top
Ruben
4,
Chiazzani
honestly.
in top 16. So
Like Marco Silva, he did another Worlds qualification.
reputation right now when it comes to taking down Italian opponents.
It feels like he is storming through this tournament.
Never take a player from North America trying to convince me. Never taking a player from North America trying to convince me VGC players are way better these days. Seriously, ever again? Wow.
Aggressive play with it as well.
Yes, exactly. And
Damn.
Federico as well has faced and defeated
Why
one
is the
Japanese player this
stream
event,
on my
with
Switch
Yuma
2
Kinghua in top 16?
mins
We were able to
behind the
showcase that
same
match.
one
If
on
you
my
missed it, Make
phone?
sure to catch up on the VODs later because you do not
Alright,
want
mate.
to miss a single
Maybe
moment
one
of competitive
has a
action.
more
Our
powerful
second
connection.
semi-final that we were bringing to you afterwards is, of course, Marco Silva versus Eric Rios. Both these trainers, international champions in their own right. Marco Silva having won OCIC and LAIC, and Eric Rios having won EUIC. Neither of them have been able to get that NAIC title, though.
Yeah, and often a little bit better defended than it is this year, but it is up for grabs for one of them and would add to an already impressive resume.
Yes, these trainers have really already proven that they are the best of the best in previous tournaments, but right now they are really holding that reputation true to form, and I cannot wait to see who our finalists will be. Our first top 4 match is
My name is Brev.
be a very exciting one. As you mentioned,
there's a bit of a meme about
very
this.
standard Pokemon throughout these teams in terms of the
EU
restrictions.
can't build,
we
NA
are
can't
seeing a lot
play.
of Miraidon out there. We're seeing the occasional Lunala, Zamazenta, things like that. But Federico's been running this Whimsicott, which has been a Pokemon that a lot of trainers have picked up from time to time, but we haven't seen it super dominant in this tournament.
It allows you to kind of go at a mixed speed level, often paired with a Trick Room Pokemon. It can be very disruptive as well because of Encore. I think you heard Federico mention in an interview earlier in the day that this team was very popular very early on in Regai. It was a lot of the first dominant.
Oh, they call him the Bean!
All right. Than other players did. That it's the team
Just get your eggs and then we'll
longest
switch.
Playing in a single format, and it's really panning out because there's nothing about it that lowered its power level. And he's demonstrating that it's still perfectly viable.
And in case you're just tuning in, this is our first top 4
Let's
in the
go.
Masters division. Federico has been a regional champion.
McLovin,
winning the
stop
earlier
it.
This season has also been able to achieve top 4 finishes in Birmingham and at the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan in 2023, as well as being a 2-time Grand Challenge champion.
The Grand Challenge
Let's
champion
go.
means he's been up against Japanese players before.
That's true.
In that online competition, not something that Kazuki has
Let's
on that resume
go.
there to win one of those Grand Challenge championships. So still demonstrating that international pedigree. But Kazuki, to come all the way over here, to need that top 4 to make it into the World Championships, and then to do it already must be some relief to have reached this stage, but there's just more to win.
That's the thing, it's like step 1 gets world qualification. Step 2, win the tournament. So that's really where Kazuki's going to be looking forward. We touched a little bit on this team earlier about the Whimsicott in particular, but there's also some great synergy on this team amongst the faster modes on the team, where you've got Pokemon like the Miraidon, for example, Whimsicott obviously with that Tailwind support, but you also can have a potential slower
Let's
mode with
go.
Lunala and Ursaluna.
Right, you have
But the audience is a bit sparse there. Where are the masses? They've all gone home. That's what Americans do. When their favorites don't win, they leave.
And those middle speed Pokemon like Lunala and Urshifu are often able to outspeed the other team if they have Tailwind and underspeed the other team if they have Trick Room. So comfortable kind of playing in either dimension.
I feel like the trainers definitely at this point in the competition will have made those calculations about where the speed tiers will interact within a tail room environment.
These Pokemon sent to South Africa, wasn't able to for over a year. I can see everything and it's all out of stock.
Particularly when stacked with that
Rip.
choice band, that's going to be able to hit really hard, really quickly.
Absolutely, you can put down such quick damage. You know, one close combat that are surging strikes that's not kind of well defended or well expected.
there's a
can
bottle
tear
on
a
screen.
hole in a team, and the same thing
She's
is
out.
true
She's
for
out,
a
mate.
Facade or an Electrodrift. This team has a lot of huge offensive potential.
You know, nobody brings the hype to tournaments, concerts like the British.
The speed
Shoes
in
off.
your favor, the defensive
If you hate Wolfie.
places, and you can land devastating KOs. Because often in Pokemon, once you
Top
punch
4
the
comes
first
support,
hole,
right?
It's only easier to punch the second and the third and the fourth. So once you can
I know a lot of the bigger players sometimes when they're out of the competition, they just leave. Like they go to the counter, they're giving their thing, and they're like, yeah, I've dropped from the tournament, and they just go. And I'm like, stay, show respect to the other players who have done better than you. Don't be a sore fucking loser.
But then we also again
Also,
have
you've paid to be
potentially
there.
slower Pokemon in the Farigiraf and the
Stay
Calyrex
there.
Rider that can really work in a hybrid scenario.
Yeah, this team can also play in a hybrid scenario and can also kind of undo Trick Room if it's there. Like 2 Trick Rooms available for Graph, maybe especially valuable for
I paid too much to
blocking
not
priority
stay,
on the other side,
exactly.
like the Aqua Jet that you mentioned, or Encore from Whimsicott, and being able to do that alongside flipping Trick
Enjoy
Room
the
back
VGC,
and
comes across
throwing
like a
out
child having
bounces
his
to do
tantrum, you know what I
significant
mean?
damage To Lunala and Ursaluna and Urshifu if it is Trask.
Wop, 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 wop,
Meanwhile,
wop.
it can also play at a fast speed.
Put
Doesn't
your
have- it has the
finger
naturally faster
up.
Urshifu.
Oh,
Tailwind will
stop
get
it.
the Choice
Stop it
Band
now.
Urshifu on the other side faster than this Choice Scarf Urshifu, but to start the game off, the Choice Scarf Urshifu is going to be moving more quickly and has some very potent offensive threats of its own. Lander is a Pokemon that if it can be positioned well to have threat against something like the Miraidon on the other side can punch the right
Well,
hole.
people
But
kind
it's
of have
gonna
to
be difficult
bounce
to
because
do
work,
because
but surely
Miraidon
not
will
Saturday
be
afternoon, you know what I
constantly
mean?
threatened by attackers on the other side,
I paid
and
to
there's
be there, I
so
want to be
much
there for the rest of it. What am I going to do?
think for
Sit
both
back at the
players,
hotel and
it's about
sulk?
wrestling around to figure out if they can
Yes.
find their window and throwing out the offense. I think for Kazuki, the Miraidon is a key piece of that. There are not many protects out on the other side, and so every Draco Meteor or Electro Drift it can throw is likely to find a good target. And so if he can keep control of the speed environment and consistently get those out, it's going to be a lot of damage.
Yeah, the only protect on Federico's side is on that Ursaluna. So as you said, if Kazuki can position his Miraidon for success, then it's going to be able to just do so much damage with those choice specs and start steamrolling through the team. But you have to, of course, be careful of a Miraidon mirror and dodge those Draco Meteors. Let's jump into the first top 4 here at NAIC. It's going to be a Miraidon apiece for both of our trainers, but the partner Pokemon are going to be the Incineroar and the Landorus.
Landorus makes a quick appearance here, like you mentioned, the Miraidon mirror as well. We've already seen these on stream today. Often kind of leads to both players wanting to click that terrestrialization button to get themselves a little bit safer. But one key piece to mention here, Incineroar, the fake out is often what you want in this Miraidon mirror. Just make sure that the choice specs Miraidon on the other side can't attack. But when there's a possibility of a Furgraph lurking in the back, it's not nearly as comfortable to just press that button. And meanwhile, Landorus, if it's given the free chance to attack,
hey boy,
one hit KO either of these Pokemon.
We're not going to see a
I think Kazuki is going to win it. Drift, let's go. The Landorus protected turn 1. I called it an hour ago.
The opposing Incineroar, not enough to be able to get the KO, but Miraidon on Federico's side is able to retaliate with the exact same move, but into its counterpart. Not going for the Draco Meteor here.
Both players show some restraint on this first turn. No terrestrialization used.
Expected a switch, I suppose.
Electro Drift, but much better side of the Electro Drift for Kazuki, getting really significant damage into that Assault Vest Incineroar. But no KO. It's just bulky enough to hang on.
Ursaluna, yeah.
Federico's side lands into the Miraidon 4 times resisted. Doesn't do that much damage, but if you look at Miraidon, down below 50% health between the
I mean, a Draco Meteor kind of fucks Ursaluna, so would you really go for that? Maybe he's baiting it.
It's been able to get in for free. It's got the Guts activated by the burn, having been able to switch in on the same turn, so that suddenly puts Ursaluna into a threatening position.
Into a threatening position, especially because you know the Miraidon on the other side is locked into Electro Drift.
Oh yeah, good point. No, he's locked into Electro Drift, you're right.
Ursaluna this turn.
It's not like I can get hit by Draco. Yeah. My bad.
Power there, but it's not a KO, so Ursaluna should be able to get an attack off. Meanwhile, the Electric.
Is there not an item so you can hatch the Taurus you want instead of it being random? I've got it random by design.
Dragon Electric on the other side, probably
you could just breed one Tauros with a Ditto, but I'm breeding 2 of them because there's 2 shinies I want, and I'm playing a little game of roulette to try and get, you know, see which one comes first. I was doing it with 3 of them, but we got the flame one. Also, you might be behind on stream because Tauros hasn't been on the screen for a while. Bye, Incin.
What's happening to Incineroar, but at least Federico has the utility. You've preserved that Miraidon in the back. It can switch up its moves for a little later on. Still to move, however, we have got the Landorus that can connect.
Ooh, that's a 2-fer. But Facade is a 1-fer.
Free to retaliate with the Facade.
Yeah.
So much damage, a 1-hit knockout. That Landorus is out for the count.
Landorus down, probably a pretty good trade to get rid of the Landorus in exchange for a lot of
too late.
health. But without speed control, Ursaluna will have a hard time having further impact in this game. But Lunala could provide the Trick Room in the future.
So
there's a little bit of a game of chicken. Both players had Electro Drift locked with no good target. Only Federico's decides to switch, and Kazuki capitalizes on that with the Electro Drift landing into Incineroar as it switched out on the
Did I just spell live wrong? No, there's no way.
On turn 1.
Good.
Well, I think Federico's Miraidon was really pinned, like you said. It couldn't do a lot of damage into an electric type or a ground type, so forced to go for the switch there. Lunala's able to come in now. It has got that Shadow Shield nice and intact.
Shadow Shield up might give the opportunity.
Ooh, Kinky Earthquake.
With Calyrex on the other side, you have to worry about the Trick Room just being a reverse.
Oh, Lunala's going to Wide Guard. Yeah. Wide Guard Earthquake kind of slaps.
Meanwhile, Ursaluna is low. Definitely cannot take a Glacial.
No worries, Gizmo. You get some sleep, mate. Go and dream of Robin and a nice bum and a alright rack.
Ursaluna a little bit of wiggle room. We know, of course, Electro Drift is going to be the choice for Miraidon.
Kinky Earthquake sounded my beg shaking. I thought that's just a big fart.
And put it into a vulnerable position, but as it is Glacial Lance coming through, there's going to be no damage unleashed from this Calyrex. And once again, Ursaluna
Miraidon is Miraidon.
Get some damage off. If it's going for something like the Facade, that's going to be some significant damage, but instead can just go for the Earthquake. Wide Guard protecting its partner Lunala, so it's free to unleash all of this ground type damage into both these Pokemon.
Nice.
KO obviously on that Miraidon, but Calyrex is going to suffer from that too.
A smart bit of positioning there, understanding that with Miraidon locked into the Electro Drift, it couldn't target the Ursaluna, and with the Calyrex having Glacial Lance and Leech Seed, with Wide Guard going up, it couldn't attack the Ursaluna, meaning that even
that's
the
tricky now.
Ursaluna could guarantee an attack on that turn. And that attack was that
Federico turning it around.
Wide Guard meaning that you don't hit your teammate, you just get to do damage to both sides, pick up the KO on Miraidon, and chunk a bunch of damage down into the Calyrex on the other side. Meanwhile, though, this does at least get the Miraidon off the field. Now, Kazuki can reposition. Has lost 2 Pokemon, though. Once this next one comes in, that'll be the last one for the game.
Yep, Ursaluna was sitting
Insane.
very on the field there. It does have to watch out for the burn damage, though, ticking away at it, and this Intimidate is going to be a little bit difficult to deal with as well.
Cheeky knockoff.
Intimidate is going to mitigate damage from the Ursaluna, but Ursaluna probably unlikely to have a chance to attack anyway. Knockoff a big problem as well right now. Lunala can't really do damage into this Incineroar. Knockoff can come into that spot and be a big problem.
Hey, there we are. Welcome back, Richard.
So
Welcome
a rare
back.
chance for Incineroar to emphasize
It
going out
happens.
on the offense maybe here instead of just fake out and
So,
repositioning. Meanwhile,
I think fake out is a
worry
waste.
A little bit about a Moongeist Beam, especially since Lunala should be faster than the Incineroar. Not for sure. It may be based on how these two Pokemon are trained, but getting a Moongeist Beam out might be enough to finish a KO onto Calyrex. And even if Incineroar is in the position to go on
I guess Terra the Cali, knock off into Ursaluna.
Consider as well the damage Earthquake had done previously to that Calyrex Ice Rider. That could mean that Moongeist Beam, as you mentioned, could clean up against that Pokemon. Federico making an adaptation, however, deciding to bring Ursaluna later and bringing Miraidon front and center once more in this match.
Hey, well done, Amma. You made it.
Come through. This Terrestrialization is going through onto that
onto
Lunala, so it's
Lunala.
going to become a Fairy type. This does give it a little bit of flexibility in the face of a potential knockoff from that Incineroar, so it's not going to just be KO'd if it does have to take that damage. Looks like it's Terrestrialization a piece here, Len.
Terrestrialization also coming out for the Calyrex. Going to help with the Moongeist Beam, going to hurt against that Miraidon that just hit the field.
Yep, some defensive plays here with the Sparkles on the stage. Both these trainers want to keep their Pokemon
Damn.
in the game during this first match. Lunala
Oh,
wants
the
to get
Wide Guard
the
blocked the
Wide Guard
Glacial.
going. There's really not a lot that this opposing Calyrex can do offensively. Its only
Yeah.
option really will be to Leech Seed here. Knockoff, however, finds his mark on the Miraidon that was previously that Ursaluna. It doesn't have its choice specs anymore, and it's going to be in an environment it doesn't
Ooh.
like. Trick Room has been set up by that Calyrex.
Trick Room has
That's at 8 this morning. I haven't got a shiny yet. Not yet. It's time yet.
Wide Guard. The knockoff did really significant damage, but it's not a 2-hit KO, especially not a 2-hit KO because you do
There
less
we
damage
go.
the second time once knockoff is already knocked off the item. And so if Wide Guard comes out, then Miraidon should be relatively comfortable to go out on the offense, either get a KO into Calyrex, or if you expect Calyrex to protect, get damage into
Bruh.
the Incineroar. And meanwhile, that Trick Room went up at Kazuki's hand, but in the back is an Ursaluna that will still come in and be the fastest thing on the field eventually.
That's so true. And
Just
Lunala
honestly,
is
just
really
spam
able to put
knockoff
the
and
Calyrex
Leech
in
Seed.
check with that Wide Guard, going for it once again, really limiting the options that it's got. It is going for that Leech Seed, so it will have a little bit of recovery, and that's obviously going to chip away at
Damn.
Lunala as well. But I think in Trick Room, you want to be able to get that big damage on the board. Knockoff trying to get into the Miraidon. I think another one will be able to get the KO on it, but not necessarily in the next turn, because Miraidon's leaving the field. We know Ursaluna's going to be able to join, and this is the perfect positioning for Federico, knowing Trick Room is up. There's no offensive moves coming through from Kazuki's
Would be home
side
so I can
right
make
now.
brackets for my dad on
Ursaluna
Father's
can easily
Day.
go for an Earthquake
And it will be
get more
possible
damage
now,
on
which
the
is
board,
great.
pop
Hell
that
yeah.
KO into the Incineroar.
If it hadn't been Father's Day,
There's no way to
you'd have been
stop
welcome
you
to crash on the
landing
sofa.
into Incineroar. Ursaluna will be the first thing to move. Incineroar does not have Protect. But maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity
Another
there
time.
to put damage into the water type Calyrex,
Na,
which
na, na,
now
na, na,
might
na.
be able to get a little bit more staying power if the Leech Seed does enough to the Lunala to the point that you are healthy and
Yeah,
and
like
have to
Earthquake
turn back
just
up
fucking
again.
slaps
You have to be
here.
Very carefully timed. Still very, very distinct advantage for Federico to close this out though.
And the Calyrex Ice Rider does have the utility to
Ooh, it's
protect,
rough.
so it can go for a turn where it doesn't have to.
It was
take
just
damage,
really
it can
nice
get a
having
little
Am
bit more
around.
Leech Seed recovery that could put it in a position to be able to take another.
A little bit of
Earthquake coming through.
sunshine in it.
Recovery just ultimately won't matter though if there's an
Never a
if there's
dull
no
moment.
Trick Room and there's an Electro Drift coming in, it's just going to KO the Calyrex. So being healthy is not enough. You have to control
Come
speeds
on, man.
and make sure that you're getting a chance to get a Glacial Lance down, which also means you have to
Yeah,
have
because
Lunala
Instin's
come,
going
because
down this
otherwise
turn
the Glacial Lance will
regardless.
just
Like,
fail into Wide Guard.
That's a lot on the
Kazuki knows
checklist
that.
for Kazuki's Pokemon to get through here. Lunala once again goes for the Wide Guard, stopping this Calyrex from going for any of these Glacial Lances, meaning
Man.
it's really all up to Incineroar to try and deal
Oh, I'm
with
glad
it,
you
to
enjoyed
unleash the
yourself.
potential that Calyrex has. As you mentioned, it's going to be the Ursaluna going first, so that Earthquake is going to connect, remove the Incineroar from
Ooh.
play, do a significant amount.
So
of
Cali
damage
can't
to
do
Calyrex,
shit.
but it really is just so difficult.
I'm
for
still
the
covered in
Calyrex to
dog
get
hair.
moving
Yeah, you
here.
will be.
Wide Guard just
Collies will
stops
do
going
that.
for damage,
Lint
and
rollers,
Earthquake
get used to them.
stacking up and up.
Right, ultimately the Wide Guard is keeping Calyrex from accomplishing much, and there's just a lurking, inevitable Miraidon waiting in the back to be the problem for this Calyrex. A Miraidon that's still, is low health, but is not like going to go down to a single Leech Seed or something. It can
True.
get through a turn and get a Electro Drift off.
Come
and
on,
there's no sign of
man.
Lunala going down imminently. The Flame Orb also will just give at some point the free entry for Miraidon, even if Calyrex doesn't.
It's so crazy. that
Looks
you
like
just
the
have to
stars are all aligning
stall.
for Federico here. We're going to see the Protect come through on that Calyrex though, just to
With
get
the
a little
leech
bit
seed.
more leech seed recovery and I guess essentially try and enable this Lunala to burn through another White Guard turn. But as you said, even if the Ursaluna goes down here, is looking in for that facade here, then we know the Miraidon is in the back. It's running that choice specs. It's going to be able to do some phenomenal damage with an Electro Drift, particularly considering this is a water type Calyrex now. It is going to be a lot more vulnerable to those electric type attacks.
Right, it's going to, and then also susceptible to the extra multiplier for super effective damage that Electro Drift gets. Means that it's just a surefire KO, even with
something tells me.
Yep,
Something tells me Kazuki is in a rough spot.
According to that burn counter, but I think Lunala knows exactly what game it needs to play right now.
Yeah,
I
GG.
think Kazuki knows it as well.
Kazuki, what's happening, man? You've been doing so well. He's like, fuck it, I've qualified for Worlds. Give a shit. Well done,
Just
McLovin.
Immediately put Kazuki on the back foot with that quick.
Stop calling him McLovin. It's not.
It felt like a little bit.
It's not nice, because to say it's not nice means that you're being mean to the actor that plays McLovin. And he was in Kick-Ass, and he was really good in Kick-Ass.
Go out and do so much damage.
We kind of said that the Miraidons would be key in this particular match, and I think Federico did a fantastic job of preserving his in the back to enable that pressure in that in-game situation. Ursaluna coming in so beautifully for free here to be able to set up and apply pressure straight away as well.
Pay
was an
my
excellent momentum swing for
taxes.
him.
It's interesting to see both Miraidon lock into Electro Drift on that turn 1. Not something that you see that frequently. And also to then have no terrestrializations, meaning there were no good targets for those Electro Drifts. I think Federico was one.
It's the glass in the hair. Change that and you good. Yeah, maybe.
Electro Drift, knowing that it might cost Incineroar, switching it in, but then having.
Yeah, I see it more. I was calling Michael Kelcher earlier, but then I saw Federico.
Kazuki stuck to the Electro Drift lock Miraidon for several more turns, but in the meantime gave up so much to Ursaluna.
And I think losing Incineroar wasn't detrimental in any way. You had the Lunala then nice and healthy to be able to go for the White Guards and that Miraidon in the back. So let's jump into game 2, see if Federico is going to be able to take the sweep or if Kazuki is going to bring it to a game 3. Looks like very similar leads to game 1. We have got the Miraidons apiece with a Landorus and an Incineroar.
No Pokemon changes for either player so far. Still have the same position where the Fake Out's being threatened, but could there be a Fergaraf in the back? The Landorus is threatening a ton of offense into both of these, but has to worry about a Draco Meteor coming into itself and just being a 1-hit KO. And meanwhile, the Miraidons, they're doing what they always do. They threaten each other, force terrestrialization, make them think about clicking the button. Last time, both players ended up clicking Electro Drift.
This is...
would have meant that a terrestrialization was not a good idea from either side. But you have to imagine both players are
Oh, who's doing it?
one step ahead of
Who's doing it?
This time we see the terrestrialization right off the bat for one of these Miraidons.
Terra Fairy. And go for Draco.
Get it off the field, then he kind of has a more of an open door to enable his own Miraidon to do some damage. First Miraidon terrestrializes into that Fairy
They're
type.
both
That can give it a lot of
Miraidon.
extra damage when it comes to something like a Dazzling Gleam, but critically avoiding those Draco Meteors. And
Damn!
Federico does the double and does the exact same thing with his very own Miraidon. So just in case trainers want to shake it up and go for those Draco Meteors, they're going to be doing any damage.
Landorus always protects turn 1.
Kazuki side at all. The protect comes through on the Landorus. And Fake Out, however, finds
Oh, shit.
that opposing Miraidon. So it's not going to be able to move in this turn, but the Miraidon on Federico's
Eh,
side
not
is
bad.
free to go for this Dazzling Gleam.
I don't know if I'd lock into Dazzling Gleam personally, but...
Potential.
We'll mitigate it, but it's still so significant.
Oh.
The same type attack boosted Dazzling Gleam. You know, I mentioned before, a lot of players say Dazzling Gleam is actually Miraidon's best move because it does such, you know, generic
Rough.
damage across the other side. Nothing is immune to it. Landorus would have taken a very significant chunk from it, and definitely Federico gets the better side of that.
Mate,
Lands
that was-
the Fake Out into the
that was a
Miraidon.
big
Both
old
players decide to
razzle-dazzle gleam.
terrestrialize this time, but Kazuki has the benefit at least of not having lost the Miraidon already because of the terrestrialization, but may not have a great opportunity to use this Miraidon. If you're unsure whether your Miraidon is faster or don't think that you can pick up a KO anyway, and so you may just be trading back a ton of damage if you go out on the offense, but that's all it is. It's just going to be a Dazzling Gleam. It'll be a bunch of damage out, but leaving this Miraidon vulnerable.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, we learned earlier Kazuki's Miraidon was the
I guess that's what he locked into turn 1, I guess.
Gleam, but Federico's Miraidon's able to stay in the game and retaliate with that Dazzling Gleam, get the knockout on the opposing
All those
Miraidon,
sludge
and now
bomb
deal a significant chunk of
into
damage to that
Miraidon,
Landorus.
surely.
Kazuki once again losing this
So they both
Miraidon
trade their Miraidons?
and putting him in a very detrimental spot, losing the
Oh.
restricted, losing your terrestrialization, and losing your Incineroar thanks to the follow-up coming
Okay.
through. So a Pokemon apiece coming through.
A trade of Miraidon for Incineroar, and then a bunch of damage on
Yeah.
the respective partner Pokemon. It's going to depend on what Kazuki can bring in.
That's
next.
interesting.
Besides
I would have
this,
gone
think
Sludge
the
Bomb
Urshifu
personally.
Is a great answer. If you think your Urshifu with the Choice Scarf it should be faster than the Miraidon on the other side, can just go for a KO with Surging Strikes.
Trick Room time.
Can also then protect the Landorus and make sure that it can go out on the offensive.
Ooh, it's
Unclear
tricky.
if Federico has a great switch-in. No, we see it's the Ursaluna in the back, so no good switch-in for Surging Strikes either. No protect available from Miraidon. No option to really stop significant damage coming in from that side. And so
I
then
think
it's up
Trick
to
Room
what
is the
Lunala
play.
will do in reaction. But what that option is pretty powerful, because you know that you can take with Shadow Shield 1 Earth Power, you can try to get a Trick Room up, and then get Ursaluna on the field.
I think it's interesting both for trainers.
We have a Tom Winter update as of 50 minutes ago. He's 8 beers deep. Oh no.
Pokemon like the Lunala,
Be safe, Tom Winters.
in the back as well to try and sweep through towards this end game. But Urshifu definitely has a decision to make if it wants to try and go for those Surging Strikes and capitalize on the fact that it has that speedy advantage with the Choice Scarf. Incineroar coming in for Kazuki, showing that there's only one restricted in play, and it's already back in its Pokeball here. The target for the Urshifu has decided to be that Miraidon, so evening the score, taking down the Miraidon in retaliation and removing it from play. But now we know what that Urshifu is locked into.
We know what the Urshifu is locked into. May not be such a bad thing with Ursaluna hitting the field in the future, but really key to show that Incineroar now, as Trick Room goes up, can be pretty powerful against Lunala.
Poor
We
Tom.
saw in the last game the knockoff was reduced damage because
There we go,
of
though.
Terastallization, but that very
Now
Terastallization
Ursaluna has a
not
chance.
available.
I would suggest starting with
Trick Room just now,
Facade.
Ursaluna hits the field and
Yeah.
looks very potent. You can buy time with things like Fake Out to open
Moonblast
up
is
turns
good.
to Surging Strikes. If that's enough damage just straight into Ursaluna,
Because you know he can't
Lunala
Terra.
stop the
No, not
damage
Chilled
coming
Tom. This
out,
is Tom
then it can
Winter,
really
who's
swing
at
things back. You
NAIC.
have to worry that it, one, wouldn't
Basically,
be enough
he
damage,
needed
but Moonblast
Ruben
picks
to
up
get
the
top
KO
4
onto
so that he could
Well, Urshifu
be
has been slowed due to that fake
in the
out.
top
Lunala able to
75.
go for that Moonblast, though,
Nice!
down into the Urshifu before he can even go for those Surging Strikes.
Brev.
A fantastic play from Federico to protect the Ursaluna, giving it its turn to set up that Guts boost with the burn. And now Ursaluna looking so strong going forward in this Trick Room
Nice.
environment.
Ursaluna should just be
I bet the Lando
uncontested.
protects.
Lunala should probably move before Landorus as
I wouldn't-
well and be
I
able
wouldn't
to pick
headlong,
up
to be
the back
honest,
KO.
but
It's
okay.
looking like a clean and easy
know this, Tom,
sweep
then.
in this Trick Room for Federico.
Oh!
And concedes the match.
Yeah, Federico will be your first finalist here.
Damn!
Such a commanding
That
2-0
was a
victory over
fucking
Kazuki.
steamroll, mate.
Commiseration to Kazuki. What an incredible run through this tournament. The world's invitation is there, but Federico is saying, I want to
Brev.
go one better. I want to become the NAIC champion.
Such a well-played match. In the first game, doing it inside of Kazuki's Trick Room, being able to respond to that speed control by still having Ursaluna and putting down so much damage in it. And then in the second game, capitalizing on his
That was
own
mint.
Trick Room, recognizing the win condition to get Trick Room up with Lunala and have Ursaluna sweep through that.
Italy, such a scary place, my word, I know, right?
Were really critical in both the beginnings of
Hey, look,
Game 1 and Game
it's
2,
another one of my
particularly
hot
that Game 1
mates.
where they didn't terrestrialize,
And my
they
first
didn't up
loss
the Draco
in
Meteor.
VGC.
Almost in hindsight, it was an open door to dealing a lot
In
of
person.
damage. Whereas in the Game 2, you can see they decided to go
All
for that
EU
terrestrialization
final?
in case one of the players
Damn.
decided to shake it up. But even then, that was
NAIC.
not what came
Smells
through.
like
Dazzling Gleam was
NAIP.
enough to get the job done.
Dazzling Gleam is just such a safe option in this mirror, and the Terastallization really helps defensively.
Now we're getting Marco Silva versus Eric Rios. Let's fucking go.
Gets some positives out of that. Gets the KO into Incineroar because of the Earth
Potentially
power.
all
Dazzling
Italy
Gleam,
final.
They kind of just sequenced in a way that meant that let Lunala on the field, let the Trick Room go up, and so those early KOs didn't necessarily help Kazuki. They just
That is good for the EU people that
based
want to
on
qualify
the
for
field
Worlds.
that Federico was able to take up with even more powerful Pokemon.
And I really felt for the Urshifu on Kazuki's side because it came in, I think, was in a good position, applying a lot of threatening damage with those Surging Strikes. But as soon as the Trick Room went up, it's like, this Choice Scarf, can I take it off, please? I don't want to have that speed advantage in this
Take it
environment.
all
Right,
off.
it needed to be there. I think if Urshifu
Len really
hadn't
is
been
becoming
able
your
to
ex,
get
huh?
that
I
spot,
know, right?
Miraidon was very close to just clicking down.
You're still obsessed that he's moved on?
Pokemon on the other side, so Urshifu needed to be
Just
there
a fun little
and answer
fact.
that
All Italian fan at NAIC would be so disrespectful, amazing stuff. Ah, but a boopy. I'm a left. Yeah, she has a home to go to. I know, right?
some really fast Pokemon from
I'm
your
sorry,
opponent to deal
Tom.
with
She
your
fit
fast
though,
Pokemon,
right?
And then you just twist the dimensions and say, well, we'll go slow instead.
Oh
It's
shit,
that
I can
hybrid
play a
kind of
fucking
core
bit
that
of
happens,
Pokemon
right?
now.
You can go kind of fast and furious
No,
at the
you
beginning,
can't.
and then
They're
you
gonna be
go
setting up in a
slow and
minute.
steady to win
I'll
the
set
race
up
at
your
the
dad.
end. And that's exactly what Federico was able to showcase with the flexibility of his team. And congratulations to him. He's going to be in Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah, has earned his way there to think long and hard about a match, getting ready for tomorrow.
Think long and
trying to
hard.
win an international championship.
And
It's like when
gotta
I think
say it,
about
we're
my
gonna have,
Sophie.
regardless of how the next match goes, a all-European final here at NAIC. I know.
I don't know
I'm
what
very
it's like
happy
to be
say
Sophie,
that, both
unfortunately.
EU, but of course, there's going to be a formidable opponent there. It
That's
seems to
true.
be Eric Rios
You
and
do not
Marco
know how it
Silva. I
feels to
don't
get
know who I
absolutely
would wanna
railed by
face
them.
less.
Yeah, two very experienced and skilled players.
Unfortunately.
Match and see which one of them can punch that ticket.
Boo.
And Federico as well will have played against both these trainers in multiple regionals. Again, being
incoming tomato
with
emojis.
trainers like Marco Silva and the same team as well.
Christ above
They've always
Liam.
been able
No,
to
Sophie
compete
above
against each other.
Liam.
They know
When
the
she
players,
riding.
not only in terms of the team but their mindset. So it's going to be very interesting to see almost so much information out there for these trainers and how they're going to
You
be
wish
able
it could
to
be
take
hard,
utilize
especially
that
on your
and then apply that to
antidepressants.
the match.
Yeah, they may have even
I can
practiced
be.
together already and seen
It's
this
the
matchup in
finishing
action.
part that's the problem,
Maybe
Kaylee.
practicing together tonight. If
Getting the
it
motor running's
plays
easy.
out, it's always an interesting dynamic, but at least you can celebrate with your friends.
Tomatoes aren't enough to express my disappointment. Oh, that you didn't get a go.
Hearing
Sorry,
from friends
mate.
is the best thing that we should do. So let's kick it to the stage for an interview with our first finalist here at NAIC. Take it away.
Sertraline
That's
floppies
right,
are the
Lou.
best.
I am joined
Flopping
on
these
stage
nuts.
with our first grand finalist here in Louisiana.
Evan Latt's so tall.
Federico Camporese. Congratulations. We talked earlier about how confident you felt using this team.
He looks like he's about to punch Evan Latt.
How did it feel?
He's like,
to
I'll
qualify
fucking
for
do you
your
in, mate.
first
You want some?
finals in the Masters division?
It feels amazing.
This audience is dead. Yay, Federico. Yeah, you last longer, it just fizzles out. Anyway.
I lost 2 of them, so I hope tomorrow will be the big day to finally win one. And this top 4 set, I was really scared going into it because I already played on online sets against this player multiple times. And I knew his play
It's after
style,
midnight. Who
and I
put
didn't
50p
like
in
it.
the dickhead?
I was feeling a bit bad going into it, also because I knew that his Maridon was faster than mine, and this makes a lot of difference.
But it wasn't enough!
So it's always
The Americans really did go home. It's dead. Yeah, right.
I'm happy I made it, but I took very big risks.
I've malfunctioned, mate.
Every game, like the turn 1
Oh, I'll
game,
give you a
one play,
malfunction.
both me and
Ooh.
my opponent took an insane
How many
risk.
fucking eggs have I got? So EUIC
turn 2,
clears.
day
EUIC in
2
London
just
clears.
Stay stick with Maridon pressing dazzling, didn't care about.
Oh, mate, I need loads more
Landerus,
eggs.
Didn't care about Electro Drift in turn 2. So
EUIC fucking
I feel happy
slapped.
about
It
that,
did.
But I still have to process this.
I am so
All
fascinated
VGC
by
should
the
just be in London.
decision-making process that lets
I
you
like
take
it.
those kinds of big risks. Like, what goes through your head before you actually finally lock in and say, yes, I know that this could lose me the game in a moment, but it also could win me the game, and I think that's what's going to happen. How do you identify that?
So I like to play safe every time that is possible. So I just the first thing to process is if you actually have to take the risk. Like if the matchup or the player make you be forced to take the risk. And once you're forced to take the risk, I skip at all the phase where I think this could lose me the game. Because I think you just have to be confident when you press the button. So you don't
Cool,
have
ever
to
getting points at
have
EUIC?
any
You're a good
guess about
lad.
What you press, you have to just
You're
feel
well
it in the
good.
moment and press whatever you think is gonna win you the game.
Yeah, that's what I like about being able to, when we come to these
You're the kind of
tournaments
good
and
lad
you
who
play
replies to
in
messages.
person,
Way.
you put in your selection and then it's
5'3".
selected. You just have to live
Only
with
if she
with the reality
5'3".
of what you just picked, and there's no going back. Obviously, going into tomorrow is going to be when we have the finals. How are you planning to prepare for that big match?
Oh, bless him.
You're on stage in front of this
He's got
entire
an
crowd
interesting
and
stance,
potentially
bless him.
becoming the international champion.
So it's weird because it also depends on who is going to be the opponent. Because
He
if
just
it's
swings
gonna
his
be
little
Marco,
arms, bless
we're
him.
sleeping in the same bed. So it will be.
Last time I went to EUIC, I went to the
it will
Pokemon
be
Center and then
really
went
fun
home, but I'll
to
stick around this
just
time.
be
So
with my
rude.
roommate against
So
the
rude.
finals
Just
and
ditched me.
Just need to make a game plan against him. It will probably be like both me and him losing sleep hours tonight and just staying on our phone to make a game plan. So if it's Marco, it's going to be really weird, but it will also be really
Here we
good
go.
to play against a friend of a lifetime and both
Here we go, here we
if it's
go.
Eric, we'll see. I'm probably gonna be prep together with Marco and Luca, who are my roommates. So it depends on whoever is gonna.
Bro,
be
staying with Marco and
I'm
Luca,
kind of just
goddammit.
imagining you and Marco back to back, each on your phones, typing in your own game plans as you prep for the matchup if that happens. And also basically the same thing except looking at each other if it's Eric. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that sounds weird, but let's see what we get.
Well, I'm really excited about these
Robo
finals
Sanchez
tomorrow.
in the last
Obviously,
turn of
we
game
talked a little
3,
bit
winning
earlier.
in.
Do you have
Disgusting.
any other players that you want to shout out? Any other people who supported you now that you are an international champion finalist?
Pretty much same shoutouts I did before. Shout out to my team, Novo Esports, and all of my friends from the Italian community, from my community, from Il Server.
Wait,
from
so if
Sas,
him and Marco are in the
my
final,
family,
it's going to be a
and,
team
especially
kill in the
Luca,
final. I
who
love it.
helped me through the entire tournament with the game plans.
Awesome. Well, Federico, thank you so much, and congratulations once again. Let's hear it for our first finalist here in New Orleans, Federico Camporese. Congratulations once again. Joe, I see you out in the crowd out there. It looks like you got some cool people around you who maybe are getting a little bit excited for tomorrow.
It's
What's
me,
the
I'm
feeling
cool.
like on the floor, Joe?
Oh, Pokemon in Louisiana, nothing beats it. Love a good Miraidon, a little Louisiana lightning, I like to call it. It's the best time. Joe Garte, #1 North American championship point earner in the nation. What are you doing here?
Damn, Joe.
I'm watching the North American International Championships.
Oh, what North American are you rooting for in Top Cut? Marcus Dion, last time I saw you was in top 16. What are you doing here?
Watching the North American International Championships.
3-time regional champion Justin Tang, one of the favorites to take
I
the
love
title
this.
home for North America.
Oh,
Justin,
no,
what
come
are you
on.
up to?
Nothing, man. I'm just watching.
Well, anyway, the North American International Championships continue now. Casters, take it away.
That was mint. I fucking loved this.
We might be in North America, but Team EU are going to be taking the crown. I'm so proud of all of our players, but not just
Yes.
our European ones. Also,
I'm going to say maybe it was a baseball game. Louisiana doesn't have a baseball team. They also don't have any North American champions. Oh!
Seeing players from all over the world have success, except maybe the North American players. I feel like Joe may have switched sides there.
That's so, honestly, that's so fucking good.
I see you, Joe. I see you, and I approve.
Little
I can
shit
tell you that
stirrer.
much, and I can definitely approve of our next two competitors. I mean, if you wanted to write a script for
Oops.
a phenomenal
Okay, I already
Pokemon
get
competitive showcase, Eric
making
Rios
that
and
the home
Marco
button.
Silva are two names that spring to mind. Both of them have won internationals before. They've never won NAIC, but between them, they've been able to win the other three, which is a statement I never thought I'd be able to say. But we're going to be able to showcase them in just a few moments and find out which one of them is going to be facing down against Federico Camporese in the finals.
Federico's my dad.
Marco already got some practice
He's not, is he?
invading North America this season.
No, he's
as
not.
well. Was a finalist at the Toronto Regional Championships. in
Toronto is
Got a
how
little
it's
bit of a
pronounced.
practice run for getting to the finals of a North American tournament. Let's see if it. paid
When was
off
last
to get
time
there
Wolf
once
didn't
again.
make an A2?
They've
Worlds
also played
2023?
many times.
Damn.
Since around 2020, they've faced a couple of times at some regional events.
I mean, the USA only being best at the sports and competitions where only they enter and no other countries part of the course.
In Malmo, however, 2
Little
years
bit.
previous, Marco was able to win. But I think one of the most memorable matches was at OCIC
Marco,
2020 when Marco famously
Marco,
knocked Eric
Polo.
out in the top 8. Now that they're here in the top 4, I wonder if Eric is going to be able to get redemption for that match many years ago.
Redeem these
What
nuts.
does it make the match score? 3-2.
Oh, I think there might even be a few others. It's literally, I think it's Eric has also done well at Utrecht and at NAIC day 1. So Eric, I think, has the advantage so
It's the
far.
advantage overall. So Marco may be trying to even the score, try to.
I need this
level
roommate
that
battle.
playing field.
I think Marco's
I
going
love
to do
this
it.
kind of storyline, getting that competitive edge, the traditional Pokemon-friendly rivalry, I think is always good to see.
Trying to, developing that rivalry after so many
Friendly's nuts.
high intensity, so much on the line matches. It makes it a very serious.
Where was
rivalry.
Worlds 24?
Yes, definitely between them, and considering that
It was Honolulu.
Marco came out of the Bologna regional.
Who's Lulu and why are we on her?
And didn't do so well. I think he didn't even make it through to day 2 and kind of gave himself that challenge.
Federico's
to
the
do
underdog,
well and get to
whoever
day
he
2,
ends
and
up
now
playing
he's
a
in
little
top
bit.
4 and,
McLovin.
one set away
Don't
from
say
being able to be in the
McLovin.
Finals. He is having an absolutely incredible tournament. Eric Rios is going to do everything.
Yeah,
he
well,
can
he'll
to
be
stop it.
McWinner soon.
Trying to get in the way.
I think they'll put Worlds 2027. Must leave America at that point. I fucking hope so.
One hotel room, it sounds like.
I hope it leaves America in
Absolutely love that, though.
2026.
Potentially, if we do have this all-Italian final tomorrow, they will be prepping the whole evening. But I don't know if one's going to be prepping in the room, one's going to be prepping in the lobby, or I don't know, are they going to try and test it in the room? I don't know. Like,
Testicles.
how do you prepare for that?
Just playing 100 iterations of it against each other.
It's not going to be a best of 3 tomorrow.
Federico
Like a
beat
best
Marco in the
of
final of the
103,
only
whatever
tournament
the
he's
maths is
won.
that makes it
Oh.
work. I don't do
Be a
maths
shame
well,
if he
but
ends
I
up
leave that down to
McLosing.
Rosie
Fuck's
and
sake, Hoovy, that's amazing.
spreadsheets that she has.
Guess what I'm going tomorrow morning?
Yes,
Wankathon.
Every time I have any maths
For a
question
big
on my
wank.
Raspberry, have you got a calculation? And she always comes through.
Well, I'm not sure she's going to have the calculation for who's going to come out on top in this matchup. It's going to be a difficult and close one. It's going to be close fought the entire way, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think
To
we
buy
need
a
crystal
car.
ball to be able
To buy a
manage
mobile
that
phone.
for for sure. But trainers, if you
To
are
lick
just
a
joining us
lamppost.
from wherever you are, we're about to go into our final top 4 match here at NAIC.
No, you're not.
We're only going to be a couple of moments away before the players are seated and ready, so make sure to grab a drink, get yourselves organized. You do not
Nola,
want
you
to
made the
miss this match.
finals.
It's going to be such high-level Pokemon play, and I'm looking forward to seeing how
Your
some
dad
of these unique
eats
team choices are going to
Dookie.
come
Your
forward.
dad
We've seen a lot
eats
of very standard
Dookie. Your
restricted
dad
form of
eats
Miraidon
Pinkerchin.
and Zamazenta out there. But one thing I really like about Eric Rios' team, and it's
One thing I
something
really
we've
like
been able
about
to
Ace
talk
Train
about in
Liam
our
is his
segments of
bum.
the
He's got
broadcast,
such a lovely
is this
bum.
Ogopon Teal
It's like a
mask.
little
This is something I
peach.
was not
Not a big
expecting to see
peach.
at all.
It's like a little
Probably
peach.
the least used of the Ogrepon since the
The fuck is NOLA? New Orleans, Louisiana. It's a stupid acronym.
in the sun. The teal mask, one, has Defiant, can help with the 50% Incineroar that are out there.
They think it makes it sound like a space station, but it doesn't.
The terrestrialization, so it can be impactful in that way too.
We've seen actually speed being so important throughout this entire top cut, whether it's with the use of a choice scarf or maybe an icy wind, but for me it's really been about the hybrid on teams being able to utilize Trick Room really effectively as well. So possibly if you need that speed boost outside of Trick Room, you don't want to do it in Trick Room, that would be bad, then that could be a utility option that we see.
Need more of that kind of stuff in the
It can help
UK.
get over something and get a crucial
We do. We
KO.
call
So much
Derby a
of this format
shithole.
feels like you're just trying to make sure you can get that last bit of damage on a Miraidon or on a Calyrex Shadow that's already gone down to
We call Birmingham shit London.
to finish that off. Always so helpful.
Yeah, damage on Miraidon.
We call
is
London
definitely
shitter
the name of the
London.
game, but I think the interesting thing about the Ogopon Teal mask is it's not
We
going
call
to be
Manchester
only
Manky
Ogopon
London.
potentially in this match. On Marco Silva's time, we've also got the Ogopon Hearthflame mask, which is a Pokemon that I think has had a lot more usage in previous regulations, but in this double restricted format has kind of struggled to find its footing because you have the traditional fire type of that Incineroar out there, but Marco's kind of saying, well, why do I need to bench one for the other? Let's bring them and tag team it.
Yeah, have the 2 grass, have the 2 fire, have the Ogrepon, both. Then with the Grassy Train, to be able to use Grassy Glide on the set, something that can be so impactful also for finishing that last
Norwich's incest London.
That's why it's helpful. Rillaboom
I'm going to breakfast to catch up with a friend.
There's
Ooh.
going to be a Rillaboom apiece. These trainers have
I need
kind
a
of done
piss.
a few things very
The
similar,
tension
but
is
a
too
few
high.
things
I
a
need to
little bit
piss.
spicy, a little bit different out there as well.
Right, both have a Rillaboom, both have a Zamazenta to benefit off of that. Both have an Electric Dragon. One of them's a Miraidon, one's a Raging Bolt, but if you squint hard enough, they look pretty similar. But yeah, both are a pair of Zamazenta and a special attacking restricted next to it, and then the support of the Rillaboom to help keep Zamazenta healthy, provide some fake out support alongside it. One key piece, though, we've seen from Eric is this Volcarona that is not a pure support Volcarona like on so many of the teams in this format. Instead, it has Quiver Dance, can become a secondary threat. If you kind of ignore it for too long, then it becomes the biggest problem. Yeah, I don't know how many Quiver Dances qualifies it to be your restricted power level, but at some point you get there.
Particularly if you want to play boldly and go for more than one Quiver Dance, that can potentially set Volcarona up to be such an offensive threat that you just cannot fail to ignore on the field, and it will draw in all of that attention. Let's take a deeper dive, however, at Eric Rios' team. We've spoken about the Volcarona and the Ogopon Teal mask, but another Pokemon that I think has been really dominant in this weekend is that Chien Pao. Being able to use that sort of ruin ability to help out Pokemon like Zamazenta, Ogopon, and Rillaboom has been really strong in creating good team synergy.
Right, it can help make sure that physical damage lands and can also provide priority support with Sucker Punch, again, to help finish something up.
Wait a minute, are they playing Pokemon? That's crazy.
There's lots of damage potential against that Calyrex. The Choice Scarf on Miraidon,
Boom.
it get over the hill for that speed as well, has Snarl to mitigate damage on the other side, and so it may be tough fighting for the Calyrex there on Marco's team.
I mean, we just saw a Miraidon mirror. There's not a Miraidon on the opposing side. So Miraidon on Eric's side is going to be able to have all that confidence, as you said, with the Choice Scarf. But it does have the utility to go
9:30 a.m. on a Sunday.
There's a
Oh my
particular
god.
special attacker restricted out there in the form of Calyrex Shadow Rider that really would
Oh
not like
dear.
to take that attack.
Read to me at 9:30.
Meanwhile, on the other side, the Zamazenta for Marco maybe will have a little bit harder time finding targets. The Volcarona can be very effective into it. It resists the body press, can get faster with Quiver Dance, has a big damage threat with Fiery Dance, provides a much more direct threat to Zamazenta than Marco really can with these Pokemon. Even Ogrepon can have trouble because it may be slower, it will be fighting through the defense boost on the Zamazenta if it can't get the critical hit, and the Miraidon can help deal with Ogrepon as well if it does decide to Terastallize to really get that damage to push over the top.
Exactly, and these Zamazentas as well, running those wide guards to stop any potential spread moves coming through. I think that's only really going to be critical on the Zamazenta on Eric Rios' side if it's potentially aligned against something like that Calyrex. I feel like as well, when you're looking at Pokemon like the Raging Bolt and the Rillaboom, these are Pokemon that all have these priority moves and can deal
If you don't want to wake up early, don't get breakfast. Have a
spoons
spoons for dinner.
Incineroar's very interesting for me as well. This tends to be a very supportive Incineroar.
Oh, shit.
You know, running things like
Idiot
Helping
boy.
Hand,
Oh, yeah.
Parting Shot, Fake Out, and then just the knockoff to try and mitigate
Actually,
some
just real
damage
quick.
or, you know, break potential sashes and shields here.
No.
It can be a really interesting
I've
choice
just
for
put my
Incineroar, but
fucking...
then it can't
Yeah,
go
okay,
on
you
the
need to unmap that button,
A
Liam.
lot of impactful helping hands.
Okay, I'll unmap that button later.
Marco being able to amplify the
Idiot.
damage and get a final KO. And like you mentioned, lots of priority.
Maps the
available.
fucking back
Pokemon
button to
like
the home
the
button,
Volcarona,
and it's
even
just
if
the
it's
dumbest idea I've
boosted
ever
up
had.
and its speed might be vulnerable to priority. The Chin Pow.
Trying to go spoons because she's never been.
might be
Why don't she go
vulnerable
at
to priority.
midday like a normal
Priority, no matter
person?
How fast it's moving with the Choice Scarf can be vulnerable to priority, and there's no priority protection from Eric's side. No
I really want Ogerpon Teal in the final, so sorry.
landing. There's also
Oh, yeah, I do actually, yeah.
Known for having
Yeah,
falling
Teal
on the screen.
Ogerpon,
This
let's go.
Ogerpon Teal mask on Eric's side does not have it. Just has
Because no matter what, there's a Rillaboom, a Zamazenta, and an Incineroar going through.
I like that Ogerpon from the disruptive sense. It's really nice.
So I want to see Miraidon,
That's not going to be something
Teal
that Marco's
Ogre,
able to utilize, so
and
I'm not sure if the Ogerpon's going to really have too much of a place here.
Ice
but then you can still
Weasel
apply some decent damage with something like the Ivy Cudgel.
in the final.
Possibly, but I think you're right. I think there's not great Ivy Cudgel targets.
That's
on
the
other
plan.
Side, Zamazenta, Raging Bolt, Rillaboom.
Zamadi, Zom.
The Ogerpon Teal mask, so I'd not be surprised. Would be surprised to see it come to the match. That kind of narrows down Eric's options somewhat. We also haven't seen him use it much on stream at all, though, so maybe comfortable with those other options. Both restricted Pokemon for both players feel like they have a role in this match, and so we'll probably see lots of Zamazentas up against each other. Maybe become crucial to the match which Zamazenta is faster as well and can land those early body presses. Both Zamazentas also are water terrestrialization, so neither can resist body press with the terrestrialization, and both become a little bit vulnerable once they do. For Eric, that would be becoming vulnerable to both the Grassy Glides and Wood Hammers and the Thunderclap.
Here we go. Hello, Genius Samath.
Once he uses that
I'm Genius
water
Samath. Nice to meet you all. Nice to meet you. How you doing today?
the Rillaboom
How's your
on
day
the other
treating
side
you?
and the Miraidon on the other side.
It does leave them really vulnerable, and we've often seen this trade where trainers are maybe pinned in a scenario and they're forced to go for the terrestrialization to hang on during that particular turn, but then later down the line...
Hello, they call me Mr. Beanburger. I'm a little nervous. This is my first time here. Other than that, I am blessed and highly favored. How are you all doing today? I'm doing alright. Highly favored. Who by?
It has to contend with Pokemon like the Chi Pow, those sucker punches,
Out of
those
curiosity.
come through thick and fast.
And the biggest problem may be the Miraidon that is faster than it because of the Choice Scarf. It's going to be difficult to position the Calyrex where it can safely get Astral Barrages off, especially because there is no speed control available for Marco. There's just going to be persistent at speed advantage for the Miraidon on the other side.
Calyrex maybe going to be looking for its best buds, Incineroar and Rillaboom to help it out there with a fake out against the Miraidon, but we're actually just going to see restricted left, right,
Mate's been spamming me all day, teasing me about this because you're getting up at 9:30, mate. Oh, damn. They went for the default trader music. I like it.
Well, Ogerpon joins the match right away.
Motor Adronico de Miraidon. Nice. Hadron engine.
Pokemon. Meanwhile, Miraidon can go quick out on the offense. You have to be a little bit thoughtful about how.
Oh, you're going to spoons, but you'd want a spooner. Hey! You're like, no, I'm Ace.
You might just be pressuring normal electric offense.
9:30 and no car. You are insane, yeah. Good grief.
No immediate threat of KO likely. And so, especially if a Rillaboom were to come into Zamazenta's slot, you could force out the Astral Barrage, maybe really significant damage into both of these Pokemon.
Definitely some decisions for this Calyrex to make, and you can see Eric's really
do it,
pondering on
Ogerpon,
what
do it.
Ogerpon wants to do. It's the only non-restricted on in the field right now, and it does have some utility with something like a
Jason, you're describing my life. Yeah, Amma travels a lot with no car. She's insane.
Calyrex on Marco's side is just going to go for the defensive play, a little protected.
Spoons is like a 10-minute walk. 10 minutes is a long time to walk. You do it on the treadmill, Liam, every other day. That's true. Your birthday's in 10 days? Oh, make sure you pop in then. We'll wish you happy birthday.
And get out of there, allowing Eric to reposition. Zamazenta still to move.
Can't have you lobbing turtle shells. Is that a euphemism?
Damage on the board, but Volcarona coming in, a great choice in the face of a potential body press.
Hey, Volcarona. I forgot Volcarona was on this team. How'd I forget that?
Let's see what Zamazenta does, but good targeting from Eric to get the Volt Switch off into Zamazenta.
Oh, body press. Burn, burn, burn. Oh, no turn one burn.
So Calyrex protects itself, but no attacks are going in that slot anyway. Instead, it's very significant damage into Zamazenta and Miraidon successfully escaping the field.
Pivot dance.
Take a body press and Volcarona, one of the difference makers possibly in this match in how it shifts the view for
that-
one Zamazenta compared to the other. Able to come in here and take
Oh,
the fight
otra vez
well,
is
not to take the
encore.
damage,
Like, do it
but
again.
would have incurred risk for Marco that it would have been a flame body burn that would have been really devastating.
Am I driving down
Now something's changed.
the M25, knocking cars up with a star power? You saw her today. She's got mad star power. How could you forget about the Volcarona from Hell? I love the Volcarona from Hell.
Coming into that slot and threatening a KO.
Yep, keep your Calyrex
This
nice and
Volcarona
safe
just
back,
got a
and
free
Ogerpon
big boy.
join the field. We're also going to see a terrestrialization nice and early on in this top
Should just
four
you break
match.
it,
It's
you
gonna be
pay
over Ogerpon, so this is going to be getting all the sparkles on the field and giving
Big
it
speedy
quickly
boy.
that speed boost, enabling a lot of offensive pressure on Eric's side of the field. So maybe it can try and get some damage down with something
Ooh.
like the Ivy Cudgel and get the edge over Marco's team.
Yeah, no
Ogerpon,
encore.
However, it's going to fail with the attack choice it's going into here, as the Volcarona can go for that Quiver Dance. So it's also going to get a little bit of a cheeky setup.
Ogerpon used the Terrestrialization to get the speed advantage and tried to encore the Calyrex in to protect.
That's a
again.
big
It was
body
just a
press.
switch. Ogerpon comes
Ooh,
in
that's rough.
and doesn't worry about the encore. Would have been a safe switch into Ivy.
Very cool to
Cudgel as
see
well. Meanwhile, Zamazenta
Teal Mask,
puts
right?
really huge damage down into
Ogerpon's always girly,
side,
yes.
But this is what we've seen from Eric. When you're too worried about that other spot, one slot running away from Ogerpon, the other slot trying to put damage into Ogerpon. In that meantime, Volcarona gets the Quiver Dance, starts to look like a threat by
Yeah,
itself.
Ogerpon's having a bad time,
Once
though.
that Volcarona starts setting up, it can really deal some damage with something like a Fiery Dance. That's something that the Zamazenta has to really contend with, but of course... it
Yeah,
does
you
not
see,
want to
does
be
the
too tempted
Ogerpon
to
on the
go
other
for that
side want to
Terrestrialization and
redirect
leave itself
Fiery
vulnerable
Dance?
for later
Can't
in
read
the match
Italian.
when
What the
that
hell does
Miraidon can
Pokemon on the main menu screen mean?
Has to watch out.
What
for
does
the
Pokemon
possible
on the main menu
follow-up
screen
from
mean? It probably means Pokemon.
But for now, a Terrestrialization being spent from Marco's side, going to be the Ogerpon. Both Ogerpons Terrestrializing so far in this match.
Really love to see this, showcasing what an Ogerpon can do. Now, the Embody aspect on Ogerpon's side, on Marco's side, is going to be able to get that attack boost. And in the face of
Sorry, I
a
forgot
grass-type
Kappa. Well
Ogerpon,
done.
that can be doing
Well
some
done.
formidable damage with an Ivy Cudgel. Volcarona saying, I don't want any part in this action right now. Just going for a protect, as is the
Protección.
Zamazenta.
I know that
Possibly
one.
looking to the Ogerpon to be duking it out with their Ivy Cudgels. Ogerpon actually goes for the
Cheeky
taunt here,
taunt.
shutting down anything that the opposing Ogerpon can go for here, such as a follow me.
Yeah, no
But the
protects, no
Ogerpon
redirection.
on Marco's side was trying to get that damage down into Volcarona, but to no avail here.
Ooh.
Some decent plays here from Eric, just shutting down the potential of
Eric's
that opposing
in a
Ogerpon.
alright place.
Marco has seen the risk of letting Volcarona set up too easily and just swings at it in a huge way. The embody aspect boosted.
Yeah, I think you sack off your
But for this turn at least,
I don't know though, maybe switch your Ogerpon into something in the back, but what's in the back to take that damage?
A taunt down that may not be that impactful, but at least you don't have to worry about follow me coming out.
Garrot, Liana, Ivy Cudgel.
That Zamazenta if you want to, but Ogerpon says no, my target is literally my opponent opposite me.
Danzayama.
Spins around, a beautiful firing
Nice.
down to Zamazenta and takes the first
Get the boost.
KO in
Get the
this
boost.
game one. Zamazenta
No
is
tries to
down
build a
and
grill.
out
Drops
for
the instructions on the
count for Marco
concrete.
Silva.
So has to read the French translation. Le grill. What the hell does that even mean?
The Ivy Cudgel of its very
Ooh,
own.
it could
This
be a
Volcarona
big
slowed
one.
down onto the Volcarona,
Ooh,
removed it from the
okay.
field, so taking out that
Big
Quiver
threat
Dance
gone.
Volcarona. That could be nice for Marco.
It may have done its job though. It switched
Big
into a
threat
body
gone.
press, boosted itself faster than Zamazenta, and then KO'd Zamazenta. So it's a three-step plan for a lot of success against Zamazenta. Meanwhile, Eric Zamazenta completely healthy in the back. Miraidon also completely healthy in the back. And now that the Ogerpon on the other side has dropped its grass typing, pretty vulnerable to the Miraidon as it comes in here.
Your dad's
Grassy Terrain,
vulnerable.
though, going to undo Electric Terrain right as it happens, and just make sure Miraidon doesn't have too much offensive firepower. Definitely something like a Volt Switch is
Damn,
not enough to
Marco.
KO onto Ogerpon, so you have to be a
Commanding.
little bit
Oh,
worried.
tiny phantom. Hell
The
yeah.
Ogerpon on Eric's side doesn't have a great
Le
target for
Grill.
Ivy Cudgel, but it still can try to encore or taunt and be as disruptive as it was trying to be earlier, or it may just leave the field and save that speed boost to be helpful against the Calyrex that we know is still lurking in the back.
That's true, and of course you know you have the fake out potential here. That's what the Rillaboom
I fake
is
out my
for,
dad.
just to stop
Stop
the
this.
powerhouse that is indeed that Miraidon from moving in this turn.
Garrot
This
Liana.
speedy Ogerpon on Eric's side is going to be able to Ivy Cudgel first once again. Comes out
Ooh,
behind
it's
the mark,
nice.
tries to
Is
get
that a
enough
crit
out of
one?
the opposing Ogerpon, but
No.
to no avail. And
Garrot
then on Marco's
Liana.
side, now free to retaliate
Oh.
in the same way, but instead of targeting the opposing Ogerpon, it goes for the Miraidon. No critical
Okay.
hit coming through to do that additional damage, and now the grassy terrain the Rillaboom kindly set up is going to recuperate some HP across the board.
Resisted Ivy Cudgel's exchange,
Go on, mate.
significant damage on both sides, but no KOs. The Ogerpon looks like it's in range for Ivy Cudgel KO. Miraidon also in range for Ivy Cudgel KO. I think pretty important.
Come on, boy. Give me some of that. Boy, boy. He's trying to put Miraidon into range of Astral. Makes
Ivy
sense.
Cudgel or an electric move from picking up that KO. And then what can you do to the Rillaboom in the meantime? Miraidon can throw it
What's
right near there, but there's no
what's
electric
Federico
range.
got in the back?
It's not going to be the same significant damage.
Spiky shield.
Coming up straight away on this Ogerpon, knows that it's vulnerable to something that the Miraidon.
Wait, that fakes me out.
Damn.
Damn.
It actually targets down into the Ogerpon, removes them from the field. It is nice to see.
Oh, Zamazenta. Oh yeah, you don't want to bring that in.
Aspect, so nice to remove that from play and force Eric to bring in the last remaining Pokemon from the back. Rillaboom, however, does leave itself vulnerable to the Miraidon, but Miraidon was targeting down into
Frozen by Miraidon.
hoping
Stop it.
to try and get a KO, but instead
Was flinch whenever he moves. Very good.
Yeah, putting a Volt Switch there, hoping to both get a KO and reposition to get the electric terrain back.
Oh dear.
Now and the
Although Zama outspeeds Ogre, so Ogre, who's Spiky shielded last turn, will take a body press quite badly.
And is now locked into Volt Switch for the rest of this game.
Oh, that's
Pretty
true.
low damaging move, so a lot rested on being able to actually land that Volt Switch in the last turn.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn.
the Grassy Glide can also be capitalized on by the Ogerpon, so it's going to be able to try and get some damage into that opposing Miraidon.
Yeah, that's
As I said,
gone.
Volt Switch is the choice that's locked into. It is going to be enough to be able to get the KO.
But it's a free switch in for Kali now.
Has the Calyrex in the back.
Oh, dear.
Join the fray and try and get the damage out on the board.
Plancha
Zamazenta
corporal.
Body press. into
Body
the Rillaboom.
press.
Does do a huge amount of damage, but leaves Rillaboom free to go for the U-turn. That will guarantee the knockout on the Miraidon, not only allows
Game
it to
one
switch
to
back out
Marco
there, will replace
Silva.
the fallen comrade on the opposing
Oh,
side,
dear.
then it will be enabling that fake out in that next turn.
Oh
Right,
dear,
it
oh
enables
dear.
a fake out a nasty plot next turn.
Holy
It means the
shit
Calyrex
balls.
has plenty of offense to finish off the Zamazenta on this side. The last remaining Pokemon for Eric. It looks like Marco's in a pretty comfortable spot to finish this game off.
Yeah, really great positioning here from Marco's side. Rillaboom comes back in, as you said. You can go for the fake out, the nasty plot, and find a really nice way to deal with the Zamazenta. Eric knows that's exactly the play, sends the forfeit in, and
Let's
Marco
go.
moves one game closer to the final, one game closer to being able to battle against his roommate for this tournament in Federico. And Eric,
Let's
needs
get
to
some
be able to find a way to even the
eggies.
score
Oh yeah, I need to
himself
wake
in
my
the
switch
game
up.
in the tournament.
It's really interesting to see both Ogerpons end up Terastallizing in this match. At first, the Ogerpon for Eric seemed like it was
Put the
having
lotion in the basket. Right, let's
scared the Calyrex off the field, was putting down big IV.
if I
damage.
hold down that
Ultimately,
button.
Eric
Ah, there we
kinda
go.
got stuck in the position. The Miraidon wasn't doing enough. The
Press.
Ogerpon wasn't doing enough back. Either spent 2 IV cudgels onto the Ogerpon on the other side without actually getting a KO out of it. And then
Okay,
that
there we
left
go.
The Ogerpon
Good.
to protect itself with Volt Switch and kind of ice
Change the
position
button map.
where Miraidon was never able to leave the field.
I think that's very
How many
valid.
eggs we
The
got?
Ogerpon here, as lovely as it was to see the Trustalization
Oops.
and get that speed boost up for the advantage.
I made a
just wasn't able
boo-boo.
to do any damage with that position. You particularly have this, you know, a fire type,
Boxes.
a grass type against
Oh,
you.
Liam.
Ivy
Oh, yeah,
Control,
no. Yeah,
Definitely
get like
works,
12 more
not
eggs, and then you got 60 for
significant enough on
tomorrow.
the board. And just due to
60
some
is
of the priority
nuts.
options that Marco had with the Grassy Glider piece, that just gave him a
Damn,
lot more
bruv.
momentum to start closing out
Oh,
that
that's what
first
I
game.
wanted to check.
Right, the double Grassy
Follow me.
Glide's part of that priority that we talked about.
They've
before
got
the game
final
was
Sunday
off
set to
local
start.
targets like the Miraidon
2:30 our
being
time. So I think I
I'll be
could
interested
probably
to see
get
what
away
the
with
pivot is
starting.
now. The Volcarona.
I'm going to start at
looks like it was
5:30.
starting to have the same impact that we've seen in previous games. Got the Quiver Dance up.
That
I
gives
think
them
probably
3
did its
hours
job and take a KO
to
into
do
Zamazenta, but it
the
wasn't
Unite
able to cover
finals
the
and
entire
most of the
team. It
rest
was
of the
relegated
stuff.
to only doing
We'll see.
that specific job,
But
and
hopefully
the rest of
that's
the team couldn't
as
hold
much as we need.
But once again, we're
But we'll
seeing
play
a
some
plethora
Pokemon
of
in between
restricteds
VG
out
like
on the field.
TCG
Eric
stuff.
Rios leading front and center with the Zamazenta and Miraidon, his 2 restricteds out there battling it out against the Rillaboom and the Calyrex Shadow Rider from Marco Silva.
So the electric train
Wide guard Electro Drift.
for the Miraidon on
Got going TCG,
Eric's
VGC
side, but
probably won't
still
start till
has the
closer to
speed
7.
advantage.
I'll start
Calyrex
off 5
has to
anyway
worry
for a
about
laugh.
Fake out coming into that slot, but Zamazenta can
Ooh.
also kind of protect from heat
In before
damage.
it's a repeat of
High guard might be
EUIC.
Easy to go for a protect and nasty plot play, or I'm sorry, excuse me, a fake out into to Miraidon and nasty plot play on this turn. Zamazenta can't do
Why?
a
What
ton to
happened
punish
at
that, put
UIC?
Damage back into Calyrex, possibly enough damage to
Fake
open
out.
up Calyrex for a KO on a future turn, but that's where we're
Nice.
gonna start. Fake out into Miraidon. Let's see what comes next.
Orbis Espectro.
Straight on the offensive for Calyrex with an Astral Barrage.
Oh.
Straight down into the orange zone. Very early doors in this game. We know Miraidon cannot move for Zamazenta.
Embate Supremo. Ooh, Behemoth Bash.
Opposing Calyrex, a big amount of damage on the board.
Gets a lot of damage, definitely opens up that Calyrex to be KO'd by Miraidon
Nice.
on this turn, and no fake out left, but Calyrex is just free to protect itself. Zamazenta didn't go for the wide
TCG
guard
was like
last
10
turn.
minutes
That
long. Oh yeah,
barrage
fucking
came
hell.
through, and it's really significant damage.
Literally, like,
Makes
I've won.
Rhydon
It's turn one.
quite
I've won.
vulnerable
You can't
in the
play.
future. Won't be able to take another Astral Barrage, and may not be able to take something like an Ivy Cudgel too.
And you have to worry about potential priority as well with the Grassy Glide on that Rillaboom. Puts Miraidon in a difficult spot. Calyrex is just straight away going to go for the Protect here as the Volt Switch.
Get the hell out of there.
Miraidon, as you identify, wants to get out of there, protect itself, but also I think critically reset that electric terrain going forward in the match. Volcarona is able to join the fray. A Pokemon that's
Ooh,
in a
nice
much
switch in.
better place to take any potential grass type damage.
Go on,
coming through
Woodhammer
from
into the
deployed
Volcarona.
Rillaboom, as Zamazenta can just go straight for the body press. Rillaboom hanging on, however, is
Oh.
ready to go for the U-turn.
Burn,
But it's
burn,
gonna
burn.
Volcarona, and we see
Yeet.
repositioning. It does get the burn, however.
Cuerpo llama de Volcarona.
Even if it can't do a huge amount of damage,
They were so behind on the Sunday that even with the rapid TCG games, they decided not to do the VGC Friends and Family pre-game interview. I know, right?
Grassy Glide. Ogerpon lands in a pretty strong position here. So it feels like a great spot for Marco to be in. Without that,
Your dad,
Volcarona
your
having
dad,
any
smelly.
boost Yet,
Good song.
The Calyrex will be the fastest thing to move. It may even be the Ogerpon that moves next. So there's a lot of damage being thrown before something happens here. There's no redirection or support options available. So the Zamazenta can try to wide guard the Calyrex offense, but it's a little bit risky. Could just be a double target into Volcarona in the meantime, and that will.
Oh, Kelly's in a difficult
Try to
position.
position out of that. There's no great way to come into both Psychic and Ivy Cudgel unless it's Incineroar in the back.
Yeah, and even if that White Guard comes through, then we know that it's not going to be doing too much damage. So you know that then Ogerpon's free to go for an Ivy Cudgel, try and maybe even deal with Volcarona or the Zamazenta.
Right, lots of options for damage here.
Oh, going for another Behemoth Bash.
To be in if you're Eric. Terrestrialization is one way to help, but it's also one way to go out on the attack. Ogerpon once again using the fire.
Zama's last hurrah.
Getting the body aspect boost, getting its attack boosted up.
Yep, dropping its grass typing as well in the face of this Volcarona, getting itself very ferocious with that attack drop as well. Attack boost even. Calyrex is able to go for the Astral Barrage. No Wide Guard coming through. This is going to do a huge amount of damage, but not enough to be able to get the KO. So it's going to come down to Ogerpon to try and finish the job. Zamazenta's moving first, however.
Nice.
The Calyrex in retaliation. So now Ogerpon has a decision. Which Pokemon is it going to be able to get through? Is it going to be the Zamazenta and even out the restricted score? Volcarona,
Nice. Oh shit, Volcarona's going to fucking...
For the Quiver getting itself all set up into a position where it can be a little bit more threatening.
That's into...
Can go for the
it's into the thingy bob. Well done, him. Very descriptive.
Despite Eric's best efforts to set it up into an offensive position.
I mean, to be fair, next turn, fake out from Rillaboom.
It's into the other side and get the Quiver Dance off scot-free doesn't work this time. The Quiver Dance goes up, but then immediately Volcarona goes down.
A fake out from Rillaboom into Zama, and then a Ivy Cudgel into Zama. Oh, to be fair, Grassy Glide from Rillaboom. Oh, no, I don't think Grassy Glide would take out Zama. Oh, but a body press from Zama will.
The one for Eric is so low at this point, and we just see for the first time Marco Zamazenta come out on the field perfectly healthy.
I think for the Chien Pao as well, it's going to be a little bit of a dicey situation. You're facing down against both Ogerpon and Zamazenta.
Oh, I love the ice spinner. It's Chuzos.
Super effective damage to you.
Chuzos. I thought it said churros.
So low
that made me hungry.
It's threatening a KO here, which would make it easy for Zamazenta to go after Chien Pao. Chien Pao really doesn't threaten any damage back into Zamazenta, even has trouble dealing significant damage into Ogerpon. Has to rely on Sucker Punch. Has the crunch, I guess,
oh boy.
More damage back, but not going to be 1-hit KO.
Exactly, and I think
so,
with Chien Pao, you do have that sort
it's
of...
probably a speed tie on the Zamas.
Your physical attackers from dealing a bit more damage, but the speed interactions are going to be critical.
Chien Pao is Terra Ghost.
However, this is a really nice
valid. Get rid of your fire weakness, not that it really matters, and get rid of the body press issue.
Thanks to being a ghost type, so that gives you a bit of breathing room against the opposing Zamazenta, but you still have to contend with the Ogerpon on the opposing side. Ogerpon, however, is choosing the target of that Zamazenta, so Chien Pao can breathe a sigh of relief that is able to make it through this turn and can go for that crunch.
Nice. Oh, drop the defense. Nice. That's important.
Following up into Chien
Heavy
Pao,
slam.
however, I like this from Marco, not going for the body press, trying to read a little bit about Eric's terrestrialization choices, and is able to get some decent damage on the board there.
Yeah, calling the terrestrialization successfully there and getting big damage into Chien Pao. You don't really have to call it, though. It would be still super effective into the type Chien Pao, and so it just is very safe damage. Meanwhile,
little cheeky speed tie on the Zamas.
Chien Pao is definitely threatening a KO onto Ogerpon.
Eric really needs to get a knockout this turn to force the Rillaboom back in.
The Zamazenta on the other side safe for now.
Yep, keeps it nice and safe.
Oh, nice!
To bypass around potential sucker punch, but crunch is all it takes to be able to remove this terrestrialized ogre punch.
Damn.
That's going to be going right back to its trainer as Zamazenta on Marco's side, going to be trying to get some damage on the board. But first, it has to deal with Zamazenta on Eric's side. The body press not able to get the KO, and in retaliation, Zamazenta can do it right back to Eric's, meaning Eric is down to his last 2 remaining Pokemon. We are going to see.
But the Miraidon's going to switch in before the Rillaboom, right?
Story for Marco. We're going to see Rillaboom join the fray again.
Right, both players down to their last 2 Pokemon, but means that there will be Grassy Terrain for the rest of this match because the Grassy Surge will activate after.
Yeah, because Zamazenta was faster. Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Chien-Pao looks fairly vulnerable.
That's a shame.
If it wasn't burnt, the burn is going to.
Oh yeah, Rillaboom's doing fuck all though.
To keep the Chien-Pao safe here, the Miraidon will be the first thing moving outside of Fake Out, so you have the option to go for damage into Zamazenta. Meanwhile, Rillaboom can try to disrupt that with Fake Out into Miraidon and force Chien-Pao to do all of the work on its own.
Marco just needs to double into Miraidon, yeah.
Moves from Chien-Pao might take more than 2 hits to actually KO the Zamazenta on the other side, which would spell the end.
Yeah, Fake Out body press does it.
Not going to be enough time for Chien-Pao.
Well, Rillaboom's first job is to slow the fastest Pokemon down on the field with a Fake Out. The Icicle Crash.
The flinch though, maybe?
A teeny tiny amount of
oh,
damage.
no flinch.
Able to
That's game.
Goes for the Miraidon, removes it from the field, and based on what we just saw the Chien-Pao do to the Zamazenta, it looks like Zamazenta and Rillaboom are going to be able to target down this Chien-Pao and take Marco Silva
Mate.
that next step closer to the final, to the champion. It's going to be incredible to see.
Yeah, that was just no damage coming out from that Icicle Crash. Should be easy for Zamazenta to just wrap up this game now. Rillaboom doesn't need to contribute.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
For a turn, try to get a little bit more health back with the Grassy Terrain, but it is inevitable at this point. Marco should be able to punch his
okay.
into Sunday.
Yep, just going for some protects and going through.
Stranger things have happened.
Towards the end of this particular game, Chien-Pao going for the protect. Eric knowing there isn't really a lot of wiggle room.
I think for Chien-Pao, it's worth going.
So do the Pokemon on Marco's
it's worth going for
side.
crunch.
Even though you can contend with the Rillaboom, yes, it has that burn, but with the Grassy Terrain, it's really not trickling away at it and putting that timer on it that you normally.
I'd have gone for. I know you want the flinch, but I'd have gone for the crunch for the defense drop.
Icicle crashes that eventually makes Icicle crash flinches that eventually makes a difference, but it would take a long time.
Yay!
There's one.
There's the first.
Yeah, one comes through, but Woodhammer also follows up. Able to hang on, but unless you can get Icicle Crash after Icicle Crash, and there's not a lot you can do when there's 2 Pokemon, because even if you are targeting down into Zamazenta,
I don't run Chien-Pao, man. I can't risk it, man.
As long as Rillaboom is able to move, then it's going to be able to pick up the KO.
Right, Rillaboom would have had to go down to burn plus recoil there. It does not. So
you
can protect the return, get a little bit more health back, get some burn damage onto the Rillaboom on the other side.
It's not really doing it.
It should be inevitable, but at some point Marco will get that damage in.
I guess technically, if you can stack up a couple of protects on the Chien-Pao with the burn, Rillaboom will eventually go down. So you have to kind of get through that hurdle.
You gotta wait for the terrain to go away, but
hoping you've got a way to find through.
Because at this point, I think Rillaboom could knock out with a Grassy Glide, even burned.
Just enough multi-protects to get Rillaboom off the field into enough Icicle Crash flinches to get through Zamazenta. There's a reason you would not want to concede a semifinal match at an international championship if there was any way.
Oh, there it is.
The failed protect should spell
the controller's down, the headset's off.
But Chien-Pao fails to go for the protect. The Zamazenta can clean it up, and Marco Silva advances to Championship Sunday, the grand final of the North American International Championships. It's an all-Italian final.
Federico Camporesi versus Marco Silva. I think Marco Silva's going to get another international title, you know.
Impressive season already.
You know how Wolfie's been building up regionals? I think Marco's going to go for the 10 internationals at some point.
Incredible accomplishment.
Bro's going to get 4.
So many records that he has. You know, he's won a back-to-back international, has been able to defend the title. He's won 2 different international championships.
That's crazy.
And has also won already this season, so he could be not only winning his 4th title, but his 3rd type of title, and then also 2 in 1 season. Like, those are crazy statistics.
Threatening to go bold to make him finals? Honestly, fucking mint.
One incredible player.
Yeah, I think Marco has the advantage.
Absolutely amazing, and it's fantastic to see him performing so well considering the.
You know what? We got a Volcarona in the semi-finals. Let's go. The Volcarona clan are eaten tonight.
Playing so valiantly with the Zamazenta, but there just was no room for error, and Marco could capitalize on it with these Astral Barrages.
Astral Barrage is putting out so much damage, really softening targets up.
I need to charge my other controller now.
And Rillaboom and
Yes, please.
Zamazenta to clean up the end of the game.
Oh, lovely. Oh,
Yeah,
I gotta check on my eggs.
again as
Me
well.
eggs.
Crunches
Me
were
eggs are
really good
egging.
to deal with the
Uh-oh.
overcon, but just unfortunately, particularly with that single target damage in
Let's
a
see what we
1
got.
versus 2 situation,
And we'll hatch these tomorrow then.
To come back into the match.
Start the day with like
falling to
60
the
eggs.
opposing Zamazenta just meant that Eric was out of options,
Uh-oh.
out of those big powerhouses that he needs.
That's
to
a
be
lot
able
of
to go
eggu.
through the match, and Marco was able to claim
£100 on
And
Marco.
the
Oh, I
pickup
wish we
was
could bet on
slightly
it.
mistimed. Fergie had even one turn.
Let's see what we
delay
got. Let's see
bringing
what we got.
Ride on.
Head
Elgin
out
would have given him
and-
an electric train. It would have given him the fake out already being burnt, and then it's
Oh,
much
fuck
easier
you.
to
I need
think
2
how
more
you can get
eggs.
through that into the game.
I've got no egg
Two
power.
enemies in the field at the same time as each other and fake out.
I need to make egg power tomorrow anyway, so
And we've seen that
I'm
a
not
couple of times when
I'm
Marco's
not
played in this
saving,
tournament where
obviously.
he's fighting for that terrain control.
But that is
I
where I
think it
will
was one of
wrap
the
it up
matches
for
yesterday. He
today.
was constantly trying to get
I'm
his
gonna go
beam
to
off the
bed.
field, back on the field.
We'll be
But
starting
he
at
found it so
5:30
timely
tomorrow.
that it came on, as you
No,
say, at the
it doesn't
same
matter
time
if they're in the
that
middle of the
Maridon
TCG.
did
It
not
doesn't
allow
matter if they're in the
Maridon
middle of
any
Unite. I'm
activation
starting at
to happen, and so
5:30.
he just wasn't able to steal the damage
It's
he
gonna be
wanted.
banging. Was gonna save. Don't save. Yeah.
Grassy train immediately
Don't
set.
save.
Lulu managed
But I
to
will
get
catch you
to the back
tomorrow.
and then come off
Enjoy
again at the
yourselves.
exact same
Remember
time.
to wash your bum
Pick what you
holes.
want anytime you
And I
have
will
your
see
Rillaboom up
you.
against the Maridon on the other side.
Liam, you just said literally tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Well, I'll see you today. I'll see you in
But if something like that had
16
been misaligned, and Eric was able to use that Maridon in the
and
environment that he
16
wanted,
hours and
something like the
42
electric
minutes,
could
probably,
absolutely
maybe
devastate
something
him.
like that. I don't give a fuck.
Even with Rillaboom
See you
on the
later,
field,
everybody.
even if the trains
Bye
weren't
bye,
fake out, it's something really
Z's.
detrimental to a Pokemon that